Hey everyone, welcome back to Manhwa. Today we're continuing with the psychic girl everyone wants to protect, reincarnated as a mute child with hidden powers, part 2. If you haven't seen part 1 yet, make sure to check it out first so you don't miss anything. As always, this channel brings you exciting manhwa recaps filled with fantasy, adventure, romance, and more. Don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe, it really helps me out a lot. And if there's anything you think could be better, let me know in the comments so I can improve for you. Now, let's jump straight into part 2. Nighthaven was a free city-state with an officially recorded population numbering in the millions. It belonged to no nation and operated as an autonomous city-state. If you are metahuman, you belong. If you're a non-human race, this is your home. Under the philosophy of the powerful dragon mayor, anyone from another world belonging to a non-human race could enter and exit the city freely without complicated procedures. Because of this, hordes of capable non-humans began flocking to Nighthaven like bees drawn to flowers. This was because the city held immense appeal to non-humans who had been marginalized and battered by excessive discrimination policies in human societies. However, such an aggressive policy came with its downsides. Large numbers of uncontrollable non-human criminals also poured into the city. Vampires, beastfolk, demons, orcs, ogres, dryads, and the like. Those who considered human laws bothersome and acted as they pleased caused chaos and plunged the city into disarray. Their shameless attitude could be summed up as, "It's a city for non-humans, so why not live however I want? We'll expand the police force and work harder to maintain public order in the city. Damn these criminals. Let them just try to get caught in front of me, I'll split their heads in two." I am Mayor, the microphone is still on. What? What did you say? Ahem, this concludes today's announcement. Edit this out quickly. Perhaps thanks to the influence of the Dragon Mayor, who openly declared he would smash anyone who dared to defy him, the once soaring crime rate was beginning to subside. After all, no matter how recklessly one might wish to act, nobody wanted to face a walking natural disaster equipped with a dragon heart emanating overwhelming magical power. But in the end, crimes that go unnoticed aren't crimes, are they? Unresolved issues still plagued the far corners of Nighthaven, beyond the reach of watchful eyes and hands. When so many individuals of diverse personalities and temperaments gathered in one city, such problems were inevitable. Even so, Nighthaven, despite its shadows, remained an attractive city for non-humans. Just as cats are adorable enough to avoid extinction, Nighthaven, even with its rampant crime, retained its charm through its unique sense of freedom. Among the city's appealing features were its stunning urban aesthetics and an abundance of recreational spaces. Casinos, theme parks, massive stadiums, theaters, art galleries, hot springs. There was no shortage of things to enjoy within Nighthaven. Its parks, designed to let citizens experience nature, were also popular leisure spots. RNABAS Central Park No. 3. Unlike Central Parks No. 1 and 2, which were close to City Hall where the Dragon Mayor worked, this park was located far away and wasn't very popular. Compared to the bustling crowds in the other two parks, this one felt almost deserted. Still, it was one of the few places in the city filled with skyscrapers and neon lights where people could enjoy nature. Because of this, it was often used as a meeting spot by nearby residents. Well, except now. With the heavy snow falling in winter, there truly wasn't a soul in sight. I stood under the eaves of the park's information center, quietly watching the snow fall. The snowflakes floated down gently from the sky, providing delightful entertainment all on their own. It was the kind of sight that made time seem to flow aimlessly. Whoosh! A sudden gust of wind, mixed with snow, brushed past my body. The chill seeping through the hem of my maid dress was quite biting. It really is cold. I should have dressed warmer. Feeling a shiver run down my spine, I rubbed my thighs together for some warmth. I really want to get inside somewhere warm soon. When is Sabrina coming? As I blinked and stared absent-mindedly, I suddenly noticed someone sprinting toward me from afar. The small figure quickly closed the distance, becoming recognizable. It was none other than Sabrina. "You're late. I almost turned into a snowman out here." "Ha, hi, sorry. The subway suddenly stopped due to an accident. I had to run here." So the subway stopped? Apparently, there had been a reason why I was left out here in this freezing weather for an hour. Well, there wasn't much she could have done about it. It wasn't as if Sabrina wanted to be late. In fact, considering she'd run all the way here and managed to make it within an hour, I suppose I should have admired her effort. Still, I'm feeling a bit sulky. I walked up to Sabrina, who was fidgeting with an apologetic look on her face. Before she could react, I grabbed her hand abruptly and stuffed it into my coat pocket. Huh? Why, how is it? Cold, isn't it? I sentence you to be my hand warmer. Feeling the warmth of Sabrina's hand, which was strangely stiff, I brushed the snow off her bangs with my free hand as if to thank her for her effort. Running so hard in this freezing winter that her body temperature rose, It made me feel a little guilty. By the way, Sabrina really dressed up today. At some point, I suddenly noticed that Sabrina's appearance looked different from usual. Her hair, which was normally tied back in a simple braid, was now loose and flowing down her back. Her face, typically bare of makeup, now had a subtle, dewy glow, as if she had applied a minimal touch of something. Her outfit had also changed. Instead of the usual boyish shorts she often wore, she was now dressed in a fluttering dress that reached her knees, paired with knee-high socks. It was a complete transformation from her usual easygoing and rough-around-the-edges style. Did she really go to all this trouble just to meet me? If that was the case then, as expected, Sabrina the diligent bear-beast folk had once again proven her sincerity. Even for something as simple as a meeting to apologize, she showed this level of effort. So does it not suit me? I mean, me dressing like this. While I had been silently admiring her unexpected charm, Sabrina seemed to have misunderstood my reaction. She hunched her shoulders and mumbled shyly, glancing away as if unsure of what to do. No, it suits you so well. Unable to speak, I stomped my feet in frustration, wondering how I could convey my feelings. Then, I grabbed her other hand, turned her to face me, and shook my head from side to side. You're absolutely adorable right now. Seriously, you're the cutest girl in the world. It was a gesture overflowing with a desire to reassure her. Really? It doesn't look too bad? Hey, I see. Fortunately, it seemed that my message had gotten through. Sabrina, who had been feeling insecure about dressing up, brightened up right away. See? Smiles really do look good on everyone. After that, the two of us leisurely left the park together. Since I hadn't made any plans for the day, I decided to leave everything up to Sabrina. Besides, I didn't know the area well anyway. Since it's still a bit early for lunch, let's head to a cafe. Rene said a new dessert cafe opened nearby. Snow was still pouring down from the sky, piling up on top of both my and Sabrina's heads. But maybe because we were holding hands inside my coat pocket, the cold didn't feel as bad as it had earlier. The dessert cafe Sabrina led me to was a place that sold cakes. It had plenty of seating, so we found a quiet spot in a corner away from the main path. Cakes, huh? I hadn't had a proper cake from a dessert cafe like this before. But since I had a sweet tooth, I was pretty sure I'd like it no matter what I ordered. I'm getting excited. As I mulled over whether to get a classic strawberry shortcake or an orange tart, Sabrina, seated across from me, was also agonizing over her choice. Which one's good? She muttered with a troubled look. You're not used to places like this either, huh? Come to think of it, with Sabrina's serious and hard-working personality, she'd probably spent her free time training instead of hanging out with friends at cafes. Feeling an odd sense of kinship with her, I chuckled to myself and pointed at a safe choice. The humble egg tart. This one can't be bad. Even people who don't like desserts would love it. Sabrina, trusting my recommendation, nodded in agreement and decided to get it. After a short wait, our desserts arrived along with our drinks. On my side was a strawberry shortcake topped with a big, plump strawberry, while Sabrina had chosen the golden-colored egg tart. So good. The moment we each took a bite of our desserts, an unintentional exclamation of awe escaped from us both. The taste was so incredible that it felt like our eyes had been blown wide open. As expected of a high-end dessert cafe, it was no wonder Rene had personally recommended it. To be honest, I'd been hesitant at first since the price was a bit steep. But it's definitely worth the money. I didn't regret the cost at all. It was that good. While I was thinking that, I stabbed the strawberry with my fork and nibbled on it. Suddenly, crash. Clatter. Thud. Kaya, huh? A loud crash echoed from nearby, along with a panicked scream. Naturally, Sabrina and I turned our heads in the direction of the sound. There, we saw a woman with blue skin sprawled on the floor, having dropped the tray she was carrying. What's happening? Both Sabrina and I glanced at each other, puzzled. Neither of us knew what to make of the situation. The figure sprawled out on the floor was unmistakably a demon, something that could be discerned just from the back of her head. After all, her skin was not just pale, it was a distinct shade of blue. And with sharp horns protruding from the top of her head, it was impossible not to notice. However, maybe because she was smaller than expected or because she was wearing a sleek, form-fitting women's suit, she didn't exude the usual intimidating aura associated with demons, who were often seen as dangerous elements within a city. Besides, after witnessing someone slip and fall while carrying a tray of desserts in real time at a dessert cafe, how was anyone supposed to feel threatened by that? Sharing a look with Sabrina, who was just as bewildered as I was, I decided to approach the demon woman. Upon closer inspection, it was at least a small relief that she hadn't spilled any sticky dessert on her clothes. Of course, the poor dessert that had been launched across the floor and was now lying helplessly several meters away wasn't so lucky. But, well, there was nothing we could do about that. A cow. Are you okay? I asked. Heck. I am fine. Maybe it was because she'd fallen so hard onto the solid tile floor, but the woman groaned while still lying face down. When she noticed us approaching, she gasped in surprise and quickly tried to get up. Then, once she realized we had seen the entire spectacle, her face turned a bright shade of red. She looked so embarrassed, as if being comforted by a couple of kids had mortified her beyond belief. Well, I look like a kid, but I'm definitely not one. The demon woman glanced around, looking flustered, her face still burning hot with embarrassment. Her gaze landed on the poor Mont Blanc lying face down on the ground, and her pupils trembled violently. My Mont Blanc, no. Her expression resembled that of a person who had saved up to buy a rare treat, only to have it tragically wasted. The way her lips quivered and her eyes welled up, it felt like just a light poke from the side would send her straight into tears. Seeing her like that, Sabrina glanced at me with a look that practically screamed, "What do we do about this?" First, we should calm her down. I gestured for Sabrina to bring the tearful woman over to our table. Meanwhile, I went to find a cafe staff member to clean up the fallen dessert. Since I didn't have the strength to guide a woman taller than me, this division of roles made the most sense. "Excuse me, ma'am. How can I help you?" Over there?" I gestured toward the spilled dessert on the floor and, with a bit of awkward hand-waving, managed to convey my request for it to be cleaned up. I also made a small additional request before heading back to our table. When I returned, I saw the demon woman sitting at our table, her face buried in her hands. She looks like she's ready to die from embarrassment. Think about it. It was a series of events that could easily become someone's life's most shameful moments montage. Carrying a tray of desserts at a cafe, only to trip and fall in front of people. The dessert goes flying, and you lie face down, grumbling in pain, only to be helped by what you think are kids. Rhino Vepsilon. Tonight, I guarantee that the demon woman's blanket will be getting kicked and punched repeatedly in frustration. But honestly, I think this is better than sitting on the floor alone, crying in misery. With that thought in mind, I sat down next to Sabrina. Fortunately, the table was for 4 people, so the seating arrangement naturally had me and Sabrina facing the demon woman. The atmosphere at the table was incredibly awkward. The demon woman no longer looked like she was on the verge of tears, but she was too embarrassed to speak. And Sabrina wasn't the type to initiate a conversation unless she had a specific reason to. That meant, technically, it was my job to break the ice since I was the one who brought her to the table. But I couldn't talk. So the 3 of us sat in uncomfortable silence, our gazes darting around the room, none of us saying a word. Maybe the awkward atmosphere was getting too much for her to bear. Sabrina, who was sitting close enough that her shoulder brushed mine, leaned in and whispered quietly into my ear. "Yuria, please do something about this atmosphere. I wouldn't mind just quietly eating dessert. But considering I was the one who brought her here, just leaving her to suffer in silence seemed a little heartless." Fine, I'll handle it." I nodded at Sabrina and knocked lightly on the table. The sound drew the demon woman's attention, and she peeked out from behind her hands, glancing in our direction. Once I had her attention, I leaned forward, rested my elbows on the table, propped my chin up with both hands, and stared directly at her. If I have nothing to say, then I'll make her start talking instead. My gaze silently conveyed the message, "If you stay quiet, I'll keep staring at you like this." Sure, I wasn't exactly intimidating, but it seemed to be having some effect. Her lips quivered as her eyes darted around, trying to avoid my gaze. Thank you for helping me." Her voice was small, like she had to drag it out from deep inside herself. Her reaction was so genuine and sincere that it didn't feel like the kind of thing you'd expect from a demon, a race notorious for toying with people's emotions. Next to me, Sabrina cupped her hand over her mouth and murmured softly, "She's so cute. I wish I could have someone act all cutesy like that toward me." I didn't hear her clearly, but judging from her reaction, she must have been charmed by the demon woman. Anyway, since the ice had been broken, we started by introducing ourselves. The demon woman's name, as it turned out, was Answer. She was 23 years old and had only been in Nighthaven for a month, a total newbie to the city. She's even more of a rookie than me. Cute. As I chuckled to myself, quietly nodding at Answer's clumsy charm, she suddenly let out a strange sound, eeing, and covered her mouth. Huh? What's with this sudden weird reaction? Sorry. I have this bad habit where I can't hold back my laughter when I see stuff like this. Oh, I think I know exactly what you mean. Really? I glanced back and forth between Sabrina and Answer, who had somehow started bonding over this shared understanding. What part of that did they connect over? Curious, I tilted my head, but after a moment, I decided to just let it go. There's no need to understand everything in this world. If it was something important, they'd have explained it, right? With that, I lightly poked Sabrina on the shoulder with my finger. Hey, sorry to ask, but I'm really curious why she looked so down earlier. Can you ask her for me? Oh, Answer, if you don't mind, Could you tell us how things have been for you since you came here? Me? Well, after that small icebreaker, the conversation started to flow more smoothly. We learned that since Answer arrived in Nighthaven, she had failed to land a job dozens of times. Even though Nighthaven was supposed to be a haven of freedom for non-humans, not all species could integrate smoothly due to differences in mindset and behavior. For example, ogres who didn't understand the concept of buying items with money, vampires whose idea of recreation involved spilling blood, demons who deceived people into signing contracts to bind their souls. When 99 out of 100 members of a race behave that way, it's only natural for people to be wary, even if that 1 out of 100 is an exception. It's unfair, but that's how it is. Answer sighed, fiddling with her fingers as she continued. I was feeling more and more down as time passed, so I figured I'd try to lift my mood. I splurged on a dessert here, even though it was a bit of a stretch for me financially. But then you tripped and fell as soon as you got here. Yikes, Sabrina grimaced. She wasn't wrong. Imagine treating yourself to an expensive dessert to cheer up, only to slip, fall, and splatter the dessert on the ground. Losing money and gaining a new cringe memory to relive at 2 a.m.? Yeah, that's enough to make anyone cry. I can understand why she looked so pitiful. But surprisingly, Answer just wiped away the small tears gathering at the corners of her eyes with her fingers and smiled. Even after all that, she's still smiling. Maybe she had a stronger heart than I'd thought. Well, I didn't get to eat my dessert, but thanks to you too, my mood's lifted anyway. Really, thank you, she said, smiling genuinely. Oh, Yuri is the one who told me to help, so I don't think I deserve your thanks. Sabrina scratched the back of her neck awkwardly. Foo, is that so? Even so, thank you, Sabrina. And Yuria too, of course. Her sincere gratitude was nothing like the typical image of a demon. Her outward appearance was shy and tearful, but on the inside, she seemed like someone who had a lot to admire. I shrugged as if it was no big deal, and at that moment, I spotted a cafe staff member approaching from across the room. Sabrina and Answer noticed him too, but they quickly averted their attention, assuming he was just here to clean up the Mont Blanc. But instead, the employee placed a plate on our table. Sorry for the wait. Here's your Mont Blanc. I'll clean up the one that fell on the floor right away, he said with a polite bow. Huh? Wait, this is? The other customer already paid for it. Enjoy your time here. The staff member left just as quickly as he'd arrived, leaving behind the plate. On it sat a fresh Mont Blanc, the chestnut cream swirled into a mouth-watering spiral. Answer's eyes went wide as she stared at the plate, then turned to look at me in confusion. Why is this here? What do you mean why? It's for you to eat, of course. Without a word, I casually slid the Mont Blanc toward her. You came to a dessert cafe, so it'd be a waste to leave without eating anything, right? I tilted my head back slightly, shifting my mask to reveal my lips, and took a bite of my strawberry shortcake, savoring the sweetness. Yum. Delicious. The taste was so good it brought a smile to my face, and I waved my fork in delight. But while I was basking in the joy of my cake, I noticed something strange. Drip drip. Out of nowhere, I heard the soft sound of tears falling. Hiccup. I am sorry. I'm so sorry. Answer was crying. Tears streamed down her cheeks as she struggled to speak, her voice wobbling with emotion. To be honest, this is the first time I've ever been treated like this. Everyone always calls me a bad person and says awful things about me. I see. Sabrina glanced at me, completely flustered. For her, it must have been jarring to see someone who looked older than her sobbing so openly, but it didn't bother me that much. It's not like I did anything that big. All I did was give her a Mont Blanc that had already been paid for. It wasn't like I was doing some grand act of kindness. I just thought it would be a shame for her to leave without eating anything. Even if it was a bit pricey, it wasn't that expensive. If it had cost enough to make my wallet cry, I wouldn't have done it either. Eventually, Sabrina seemed to calm down after seeing how relaxed I was. Her flustered expression faded, and she patiently watched as Answer's tears slowly subsided. In the quiet corner of the cafe, far from the watchful eyes of other customers, the three of us sat in a little pocket of peace, letting tearful dessert time quietly pass. The tear-soaked atmosphere of the dessert cafe gradually settled as time passed. Once Answer had regained her composure, she fidgeted with her bangs, looking embarrassed. Thank you, Yuria, and Sabrina. I feel like I've just been showing you an embarrassing side of myself, even though I'm supposed to be an adult. It's totally fine. Even adults feel like crying sometimes. Our teacher always says that. I nodded vigorously in agreement with Sabrina's words. After all, even if she called herself an adult, Answer was barely in her early 20s. Sure, the standards of this world might be different, but from my perspective, that wasn't an age where you had to act all dignified. Of course, crying in front of kids who looked about 10 years old would probably haunt her for years as a cringe memory. But if I looked at it from a different angle, It just meant she had been cornered that badly. I hoped our small gesture had been enough to bring her some comfort. And maybe it had. With her eyes still red from crying, Answer looked at us as if she'd made a firm decision. Her expression was more serious now. "I don't have the money to repay you right now, but I can at least give you this as thanks." She glanced around the cafe, then grabbed 2 napkins from a nearby stand. With a flick of her fingers, she pressed her index finger and thumb together and began to trace quick, elegant strokes on the napkins as if she were writing something. "What's she doing?" I tilted my head, puzzled by the strange gesture. But as soon as her fingers touched the napkin, letters began to appear as if engraved onto the surface. My eyes widened in surprise at the mysterious phenomenon. What's that?" Sabrina asked. "It's not much, but it might be helpful someday," Answer muttered, scratching her neck in embarrassment as she handed over the napkins. I accepted one of them and carefully read the contents. It only took a few seconds for me to realize what it was. Contract terms. "By the oath of the soul, the contractor, Answer, will grant the contract recipient, Uriah, temporary access to the Eye of Contracts at no cost. This contract will activate when the contract document is damaged and may be rejected at the recipient's discretion." She wrote all of that on a napkin? I couldn't help but feel a bit awestruck by the intricate magic required to fit such a long contract onto such a small surface. But my admiration was quickly overtaken by shock. "Wait a second, the Eye of Contracts?" I knew the term. It wasn't something you just casually handed out. Answer was offering to lend me a demon's Eye of Contracts for free. I stared at the contents of the contract, blinking repeatedly as I tilted my head, trying to process it. But before I could ask, Sabrina, ever the blunt one, spoke up without hesitation. "What's this thing about the Eye of Contracts?" she asked. "Oh, it's a gift for you too. I didn't have anything else to give, so I thought I'd give you something I can offer." "And this Eye of Contracts thing?" It's a special eye that demons are born with," Answer explained. "It lets you see hidden clauses in contracts, like the sneaky fine print that's hidden in magical contracts. RANOES. Huh." Hearing that, Sabrina's eyes widened in surprise, and so did mine. To be honest, the mere concept of hiding terms inside a contract sounded like it should be illegal. But demons were infamous for it. They'd use spells, symbols, or layered enchantments to obscure contract details so that the victim wouldn't realize they'd signed away their soul until it was too late. "Oh, but most demons don't really need to hide contract terms, right?" Sabrina muttered. If only that were true. I glanced at Answer, and sure enough, she scratched her cheek awkwardly, looking like she wanted to disappear. Her face was filled with discomfort, probably because she hated being associated with the dirty tricks her fellow demons used. Honestly, I couldn't blame her. Many people had been tricked into ruin by demons hiding fine print in their contracts. "Still, with this, you'll be able to read hidden contract terms," Answer said, lowering her gaze. "It's not much, but I thought it might be useful." "Not much?" This was like giving someone a master key that could open every secret clause in a demon's contract. Demons were bound by the rules of contracts. They couldn't sign anything that put themselves at a disadvantage, so they hid loopholes in the wording. The fact that Answer was handing over access to this tool so casually. "This is worth way more than a Mont Blanc, isn't it?" I stared at the contract napkin and glanced at Answer's face. She was watching me with an expression full of nervous hope, her lips pressed tightly together. "If I refuse this, she's going to be heartbroken." "Huh?" It felt like she'd built up all her courage to offer this to us. "Yeah, it's better if I just take it." With that decision made, I folded the napkin neatly and tucked it into my pocket. I gave Answer a small nod of gratitude. Apparently, seeing that was enough to put her at ease. Her tense shoulders relaxed, and she sighed softly with relief. Seeing me accept it, Sabrina also followed suit. She glanced at her own contract napkin, then carefully folded it and slipped it into her pocket. Even if she never used it, the contract wouldn't activate unless the napkin was torn. She probably decided to accept it as a sign of respect for Answer's heartfelt gesture. Thank you. You can use it anytime you want." "Really?" "Why yeah, got it." Answer was so happy that her face flushed with excitement. Her shoulders bounced up and down, like a child giddy with joy. It was clear that being able to offer something in return had really lifted her spirits. "Why is this demon acting like a puppy?" Both Sabrina and I let out awkward laughs at the thought. Before we knew it, we felt like we'd made a surprisingly familiar new friend in Answer. About 30 minutes later, after chatting lightly, the three of us left the dessert cafe side by side. Despite being a bit timid, Answer had a surprisingly sociable side for a demon. Her personality meshed well with Sabrina, who was currently her only conversation partner, and they had gotten along in no time. "Well then, I should get going. I have another interview today." "Take care, Answer Uni." Sabrina waved. Thanks for everything today. See you later, guys." Although she had been fidgety and reserved at first, Answer now waved with a bright, cheerful smile, her face looking much more lively than before. Somehow, They'd gotten comfortable enough to speak casually and even exchange contact information. Sabrina must have been thinking the same thing as me. She's pretty fun for a demon. I was nervous at first, but she's more like an awkward older sister than anything. Sabrina, watching Answer disappear into the crowd, turned her head slightly. There, she saw Yuria, watching Answer's retreating figure with calm, watchful eyes. Even though Yuria was about the same height as Sabrina, her appearance was somehow different. Her proportions were just too perfect, like a doll walking on its own. Even with a mask covering her face, she gave off an oddly magnetic presence that made it hard to look away. And back then, she did something strange, didn't she? Sabrina's eyes narrowed as she reflected on a memory from not too long ago. It was the moment when David Greylord stormed into the hotel where Nemesis was holding Reine hostage. Back then, Sabrina had been scooped up and carried by Yuria as they flew through the air. Even now, the memory of that moment remained vivid in Sabrina's mind. She could still recall the sensation of floating through the sky. Sabrina had a basic understanding of magic, thanks to the brutal training from her master, so she knew enough to say this with certainty: that wasn't magic. There were no incantations, no spells, no magical formulae. The flow of mana didn't move like it would in a normal spell. If anything, it felt like reality itself had been twisted. You'd have an easier time convincing me you turned salt into sugar. So what was it, then? Her brow furrowed as she thought about it, her mind racing through the possibilities. What, is she a psychic or something? The moment she thought it, she let out a short, incredulous laugh. A psychic? That was the kind of thing you'd hear in urban legends or conspiracy theories, not real life. If psychics really existed, they'd probably be snatched up by secret labs and subjected to endless experiments. In fact, in this world, the term psychic carried an even more ominous weight. A person with uncontrollable supernatural powers was seen as a potential world-ending threat. People whispered stories about entire cities vanishing overnight due to an uncontrolled psychic. No way. It has to be a mistake. I hope it's just my imagination. Sabrina shook her head, trying to push the thought aside. She desperately hoped that Yuria wasn't a psychic. If she really was, then Yuria's future would be a tragic one, filled with nothing but pain and suffering. That was the fate of all those born with power too great for the world to accept. Why Yuria? What's up? Sabrina jolted as Yuria suddenly closed the distance between them. She hadn't even realized Yuria had moved, and before she knew it, Yuria was right next to her. If she took one more step, their shoulders would have been touching. Sabrina's eyes went wide, and her heart jumped in surprise. But Yuria, as usual, remained silent and unreadable, her face obscured behind her mask. Her intentions were a complete mystery. Suddenly, Yuria reached out and grabbed Sabrina's hand, her small fingers locking around it. Her hand was warm and soft. The unexpected warmth of her grip flustered Sabrina. Wait, huh? What are you? But Yuria didn't seem to care. With a firm tug, she pulled Sabrina's hand into the pocket of her coat. Then, as if pushing her forward, she gently but insistently nudged Sabrina with her shoulder. The message was clear. Let's go. Move. Sabrina blinked in surprise but soon realized what was going on. Yuria was just excited to go somewhere next. She's like a kid trying to drag me to a new adventure. Sabrina smiled softly. All those complicated thoughts she'd been having just a moment ago vanished like smoke. She squeezed Yuria's hand and began walking forward. All right. Let's go. As their footsteps echoed along the street, Sabrina glanced at Yuria's masked face. If she really were a psychic, if she really had that kind of power, she didn't know what kind of destiny awaited her. But at that moment, that thought didn't matter. I'll make sure today is a fun day. The anxious doubts and fears she'd had earlier melted away. The only thing that remained was the realization that the date had only just begun. Wasn't this supposed to be about Sabrina apologizing for her rude behavior? Looking back, that was definitely supposed to be the reason for our meeting. But somehow, maybe because our tastes aligned so well, I ended up having a much better time than I'd expected. Come to think of it, it wasn't all that strange. Today, Sabrina looked like a soft, cute girl in her flowing dress with her hair down. But normally, she had such a boyish look that people often mistook her for a handsome young guy. That probably explained why she had a preference for active hobbies like sports and games. If I thought about the original story, there were even scenes where she went wild over soccer and baseball tournaments, eagerly following the matches. Her preferences weren't that different from mine. I didn't really enjoy playing with dolls or taking cute pictures. I preferred things that got my heart racing. Even if I looked like this now, my heart was still that of a boy who burned with passion and chased after romantic ideals. So when we wandered around town, visiting places like the dessert cafe and even a doll shop that Reine had recommended, my attention was suddenly stolen. At one point, Sabrina's footsteps stopped in front of a large game center. Her gaze fixed on it, and I could tell from her eyes that she was interested. Seeing this, I wasted no time. I grabbed her arm and bolted straight into the game center. Hey, Yuria? Are you into games or something? Of course I am. I love them. I nodded eagerly, shaking my arms up and down with excitement. My heart thumped wildly in my chest as I thought about what the game centers in this world might be like. And the answer did not disappoint. The moment we entered, I was hit by a storm of chaotic sounds and flashing lights. The air buzzed with the roar of arcade machines, the chatter and cheers of the crowd, and the thumping sound of people pounding on buttons or slamming the side of machines. Our Alpha or Beta S. All around us were brightly lit game cabinets, VR setups attached to the walls, and even motion capture platforms that moved with the players. It was like I had stepped into a gamer's paradise. My heart pounded with excitement, and I felt my hips start to wiggle uncontrollably. I'm gonna have so much fun here. Whoa there, Yuria. Be careful. If you get too distracted, you might trip. I guess I'd gotten too excited. I was so busy looking around that I didn't notice someone walking nearby, and I ended up bumping right into them. Fortunately, Sabrina grabbed me by the waist just in time, preventing me from falling flat on my butt. Thanks to that, I didn't end up with a full faceplant, but I somehow ended up hugging Sabrina. The warmth of her arms snapped me out of my excitement. Get a grip, Yuria. You're not a little kid. I'd been so amazed by the arcade that I let myself get swept up like a child seeing Disneyland for the first time, but lately, my body had been moving on its own before my mind could catch up. I needed to calm down and control myself better. I don't have a lot of money, so we can't play too many games. Yuria, is there a game you want to try? I thought about it for a moment. There were plenty of games to choose from, but I pointed at a co-op zombie shooting game. Competing against each other would have been fun too, but if we're going to play together, wouldn't it be better to work as a team? Sabrina nodded in agreement, and we lined up for our turn. When it was finally our turn, I stepped onto the running platform connected to the screen and gripped the heavy mock rifle with both hands. Alright, this is my chance to show off. Time to show Sabrina how awesome I am at games. My gamer spirit burned brighter than ever. I hadn't played this specific game before, but DS protagonist logic says that cute girls should always be good at games. Besides, I was already a gamer in my previous life, so there was no way I'd show her a pathetic performance. On the other side, Sabrina stood on the platform, tapping her gun on the ground as she got ready. Then the game began. The zombie horde poured in like a raging tide. And 3 minutes later, Yuria, you're pretty bad at this, huh? Sabrina said as she lowered her toy rifle. Oof. That stings. My face burned red with embarrassment, and I squeezed my eyes shut, unable to meet her gaze. I had no excuse. Not even 10 seconds after the game started, I'd been bitten on the leg by a zombie and died instantly. Why? Because I had underestimated the gun's recoil, and it had slipped out of my hands. I'll do better next time. I won't die so easily again. I'll survive longer than Sabrina this time. With renewed determination, I started the second stage, then the third stage. And the result? I never lasted longer than 30 seconds. Every time, I'd hear a sudden growl from behind, and before I knew it, I'd be bitten on the shoulder by a zombie. Or I'd hear a weird sound, only to find myself falling into a zombie pit trap. It was a disaster. This is harder than I thought. I didn't expect to become a burden in a co-op game, but that's exactly what happened. In the end, all I could do was watch Sabrina from behind as she mowed down the horde of zombies. She was incredible. Unlike me, she handled the additional wave of zombies I'd failed to kill, all by herself. Her movements were quick, sharp, and precise. Before I knew it, she'd cleared the final boss stage on her first try. What's with this insane skill gap? I sulked as I watched her in awe. If I didn't have telekinesis, I was pretty much useless. That wasn't as hard as I thought it'd be, Sabrina said with a satisfied smile, slinging the gun over her shoulder. Did I keep you waiting, Yuria? I pouted, too frustrated to respond. I wanted to show off and look cool in front of her, but instead, I'd just gotten a front row seat to Sabrina's highlight reel. I'll repay this debt one day. Just you wait. With that silent resolve in my heart, I followed Sabrina out of the arcade. Maybe it was because we'd lost all sense of restraint in the game center, but from then on, we went wherever we felt like. If it seemed fun, we rushed in without hesitation. By the time we realized it, the once gray sky had turned into a blanket of darkness, and the streets were aglow with neon signs. Is it time to head back? We walked down the lively street, lights reflecting off the ground like rain-soaked pavement. I glanced at Sabrina, who looked just as reluctant to end the day as I felt. I could tell from her face that she didn't want it to end. Can't we stay out until dinner? She asked with a pleading look. Nope. No way. If we stayed for dinner, we'd get home too late. People would start to worry. I shook my head firmly. It wasn't that late yet, around 5 p.m. but if we had dinner, we'd be returning way after dark. And wandering around Night Haven at night without a guardian was dangerous, no matter how much fun we were having. All right, Sabrina muttered, looking disappointed. Her shoulders slumped, but she quickly accepted my reasoning. She was smart enough to understand that this wasn't something she could whine her way out of. I smiled softly at her, grabbed both her hands, and gave them a firm squeeze. "Why look so sad? We can always hang out again later. Today isn't the only day, you know." I didn't say it out loud, but I knew she understood. Her face brightened instantly, and she squeezed my hands in return. I traced my fingertips along the back of Sabrina's hand, as if to say, "Don't worry, we can play together again next time." I wasn't sure if she understood my exact message, but she must have caught on in some way. Her shoulders, which had been slumped with disappointment, slowly lifted. Her face brightened, and she gently gripped my hand in return. "Yeah. Next time, let's hang out again." We exchanged warmth through the tips of our fingers, brushing away the lingering sadness of parting. There was no need to dwell on it. After all, we lived in the same city, so we could always meet again. Rather than feel sad about saying goodbye, I found myself getting excited about all the things we do next time. With that in mind, Sabrina and I walked side by side toward the subway station. We were currently in a downtown area, a bit removed from where the Crowley Problem Solvers troubleshooter office was located. To get back to our usual stomping grounds, the subway was the fastest and cheapest option. So yesterday, that idiot of a brother totally forgot his promise with Reincarnated, and she got super mad. I'm telling you, Reincarnated might look sweet, but when she's mad, it's terrifying. So, of course, he had no choice but to drop to his knees and beg for mercy. So that's why David was in such a rush after work yesterday. I nodded along as Sabrina animatedly recounted the story, filled with vivid gestures and expressions. But suddenly, I noticed something strange. The surroundings were far too quiet. "Huh? Why is it so empty here?" I stopped walking, and Sabrina turned to look at me, tilting her head in confusion. "What's wrong, Yuria?" I signaled her to wait a moment, my gaze sharp as I strained my ears to catch any noise around us. That's when I heard it. A faint siren. And alongside it, the sound of hurried voices, like people were trying to deal with a sudden crisis. "Something's happening." Sabrina also seemed to notice that something was off. Her head darted left and right as she scanned the area, her body visibly tense. Then, thud. Out of nowhere, someone dropped from above, landing with a sharp impact right in front of us. A person just fell from the sky? Both Sabrina and I gasped as we stepped back in surprise. The one who had landed in front of us was a man wearing a police uniform, his blue hair practically glowing in the streetlight. He straightened his posture and looked at us with sharp, icy eyes. "Hey, kids. This area's off limits. Turn around and go back the way you came. This place is about to be locked down." We need to get to the subway," though Sabrina said, glancing past him. "It's because of the subway that this area is being locked down," he replied flatly, his voice completely devoid of emotion. "Go back. We're busy." His tone was so cold and detached that Sabrina flinched from it. But while she was unnerved, I was frozen for a different reason. I knew this man. His sharp blue hair, his chillingly cool expression, the scar running vertically down the corner of his mouth, and the crisp police uniform that looked like it had never seen a wrinkle. This was Ethan. Yeah, it's definitely him. He was one of the key characters in the original story. Ethan, the young elite officer from the Special Crimes Response Team 3. If Raven was the face of the Crowley Problem Solvers, then Ethan was the face of the police. He was often portrayed as Raven's rival, with the two clashing over how to handle complex criminal cases. Competent, cool-headed, ruthless when necessary. Their differences in approach often led to tension, but at the same time, Ethan was also acknowledged as one of the very few people who could stand on equal footing with Raven. Of all people, I didn't expect to run into him here. I felt a mix of surprise and curiosity at his sudden appearance. But my instincts told me to leave quickly. I was, after all, a person with an unknown identity and no official records. Getting involved with the police would only bring me trouble. So, I turned to leave, nudging Sabrina to follow. No need to make a scene. If he says go, then go. But just as we were about to leave, the radio on Ethan's shoulder crackled to life. Team leader, we've confirmed the identity of the suspect causing the disturbance on the subway tracks. Her name is Answer, a recent citizen who registered in Nighthaven just 27 days ago. She has no known connections to any criminal organizations. Huh? Wait, so why the hell is she rampaging on a nice weekend like this? This was supposed to be my day off. Maybe she's just venting her frustrations? I mean, demons are like that, aren't they? Riz-senpai. That's a totally racist comment. See, can we pretend you didn't hear that? 10 meal tickets. Stop fooling around on the radio, idiots. Ethan's cold voice cut in. Betty, keep searching for any other leads. Everyone else, once citizen control is complete, regroup at Liviera Station and await further instructions. Roger that. Understood. BZZT. The radio fell silent. Ethan glanced at us, noticing that we had overheard the entire conversation. But he didn't seem to care. Don't spread rumors, he muttered, turning away to continue his work. But even after he left, Sabrina and I stayed frozen in place. We couldn't move. Our minds were still reeling from what we had just heard. Suspect, answer, subway disturbance. Why Uriah, did I just hear that right? Sabrina's voice was shaky, and I could see her pupils trembling. I nodded slowly. Yeah. It's Answer. I reached into my coat and pulled out the napkin Answer had given me earlier. The magical contract she'd written for us. At that moment, I saw something terrifyingly unusual. The words that had been clearly written on the napkin were wiggling, shifting, as if they were struggling to stay in place. The letters twisted and quivered like they might crumble apart at any moment. Something was happening to Answer. Something unusual was happening. I sensed it after my encounter with Ethan and immediately began organizing the clues I had gathered. Was that what I overheard on the radio earlier? Apparently, Answer, who I met during the day, is now causing enough trouble on the underground tracks to warrant police intervention. Of course, it made no sense to me at all. Answer had neither the means nor the motive to cause such a commotion. A clumsy demon who trips over her own feet and sobs like a child when she loses to kids is now rampaging so badly that the police can't even handle it. The idea that Answer was secretly hiding enormous power was one thing, but the idea that the police of Nighthaven, and not just any police but the elite force, would be that incompetent? That didn't add up. If I had to guess, there are two possibilities. Either the demon rampaging in the underground tracks isn't actually Answer, or a third party is involved. I leaned more toward the latter. The basis for the conclusion lay in none other than the napkin contract that Answer had handed me. The words densely inscribed on the napkin were trembling precariously, as if they could scatter at any moment. It was like the contract itself had reached a state where it could no longer be maintained. In other words, something had gone terribly wrong. Possibly to the extent that I might never see Answer again. Uriah. Look at this. While I was staring intently at the napkin, Sabrina, who had been fiddling with her terminal, pulled it out and thrust the screen toward me. On the screen, a live news broadcast was playing. The view was from a high vantage point, likely from a helicopter, looking down at a subway station. The scene showed police officers working frantically to block civilians from approaching the area. Just how big of an incident was this for the police to be mobilized on such a large scale? Anxious, I frowned, unable to shake the feeling that the situation was spiraling beyond control. Currently, reports have come in that a bomb has been planted on the underground tracks, and all subway operations passing through Livira station have been suspended. The police have stated that the control measures are unavoidable in order to ensure the safety of citizens. A bomb? They're saying it's a bomb? That's got to be a lie, right? I silently nodded at Sabrina, whose face was now filled with worry. If I had to pick between believing the media or the police, especially the information of a special unit trusted by the police chief, of course, I would trust the police. RINOB_S. This was probably a directive being strongly pushed by the Dragon Mayor. That person had a tendency to avoid situations where specific races were cast as villains. Whether it was a demon rampaging or a bomb threat, the result would be the same. Subway operations would be halted. But if you consider the aftermath of the incident, it would be far easier to sweep things under the rug if the official story was a crazy group planted a bomb rather than a demon went berserk. Bomb threats are practically routine at this point. Wait a second. If that's how it is, then there's still a way to help Answer. A ray of light pierced through the storm clouds in my mind. If this was still the current situation, didn't that mean there was still a chance? Okay, let's think. The worst case scenario I had anticipated was that Answer would commit an irreversible act, and that her actions would be exposed for all to see. If that happened, there would be nothing I could do. There would be too many eyes watching, and nothing I did would be able to change it. But as long as the story being reported was a bomb threat and the situation remained uncorrected, it seemed there hadn't been any clear victims so far. If I could somehow help clear the misunderstandings surrounding her now, I might be able to prevent her from being branded as a dangerous criminal. Of course it won't be easy. I might even end up regretting it, thinking I should have just stayed out of it. Logically speaking, I had no reason to help her. Answer was someone I had only met for the first time today. She wasn't even a main character from the original story, just a random resident of Nighthaven. This was completely different from the time with David. Yet, here I was, considering walking into the police's hands, right into the heart of a place swarming with monsters much stronger than me. It was a reckless, foolish, and arrogant idea. The best choice was to go home and hope things resolved themselves peacefully. And if it turned out that Answer had been pretending all along, hiding her true nature from me, then I would be the one clutching a bomb of my own, taking unnecessary risks and exposing my identity for no reason. Yeah. It was better to just give up. No matter how I looked at it, it wasn't a rational choice. All I wanted in this city was to live a quiet life, free from the chaos of incidents and turmoil. That was it. Nothing more, nothing less. Oh, thank you so much for today. Take care, everyone. Seriously. Why, Uriah? I clutched my head as the memory of Answer's final words suddenly flashed through my mind. Sabrina's eyes widened in confusion at my sudden outburst, but I didn't have the mental space to care about her reaction. My heart felt unbearably heavy, like a large stone had settled in my chest. If only I could shut my eyes and forget it, but I knew I couldn't. I would have preferred it if Sabrina had knocked me out right there and then. But in the end, if I had to choose between regretting doing nothing and regretting taking action, then it was better to act. All right. I made up my mind. I would go. I would check on Answer and see what was really going on with her. And if it turned out that everything happening now was something she wanted, then I'd walk away clean. Resolving to steal my heart, I grabbed Sabrina by the shoulders and gently pushed her toward the direction away from the subway. Uriah, wait. Are you leaving? What about Answer? Leave Answer to me. You head back. I pounded my chest twice with my fist as if to declare that to Sabrina. It seemed Sabrina was just as worried about Answer as I was, but there was no other option. Physically and mentally, Sabrina was still a child. It was far too dangerous for her to get involved in something like this. Even if she was one of the strongest among her peers, she was still leagues behind people like Alice or David. Maybe my firm resolve had been conveyed to her. Sabrina bit her lip and, with a face that looked like she was about to cry, said, "You're saying I'd just get in the way if I tagged along, right? All right. I'll do as you say, Uriah. It's true that I'm still not good enough." Huh? She backed down that easily? I blinked, surprised by Sabrina's unexpected reaction. I had expected her to insist on coming along, to argue stubbornly like usual. But to see her concede so easily. Noticing my surprise, she gave a hollow, self-deprecating laugh and spoke as if it were the most natural thing in the world. "I saw everything at the hotel. Do you think I didn't notice? I don't want to mess things up because of my selfishness, but still, please don't do anything dangerous. I care more about you, Uriah." Her voice was desperate, and she gripped my hand tightly. Her eyes trembled faintly, like someone clinging to a treasure they couldn't bear to lose. All I could do was grip her hand in return and promise her silently. The preparation that followed was brief. Since I couldn't move openly in this city full of CCTV cameras, I wandered around the area. Eventually, I used telekinesis to snag a tablecloth from a closed restaurant. After wrapping the tablecloth around myself and adjusting it to check the fit, I nodded in satisfaction. It was large enough to cover my entire body. To think I'd be doing this ghost act again. I felt a little guilty about taking it from the shop owner, but I promised myself I'd come back later to compensate them with money. Wait a second. Uriah, isn't that disguise a bit risky? If it slips, they'll be able to track you instantly. Switch clothes with me. The dress I'm wearing is pretty common, so it probably won't draw any attention. Sabrina's suggestion was surprisingly reasonable. What I was wearing right now wasn't store-bought. It was a custom-made uniform, crafted by some eccentric scientist. If I wore the tablecloth over my outerwear, it would be uncomfortable. But if I took off the coat, I'd be left in that maid outfit under the tablecloth, which would stand out even more. Switching clothes with Sabrina would definitely be less conspicuous. But if I ruin her clothes somehow, won't she be upset? I glanced at her with a bit of hesitation, but Sabrina stared back with a serious look, as if to say she didn't care about that. I snapped my fingers and used telekinesis to set up a makeshift changing room in a secluded alleyway, away from prying eyes. Then, Sabrina and I quickly swapped clothes. Fortunately, there were no security cameras nearby, nor any pedestrians, so I avoided an embarrassing scene. Still, the sheer fact that we were changing clothes in the middle of the city left me feeling on edge. Why, Uriah, you were just wearing this a moment ago, huh? It's nothing. Nothing at all. As I was tightening the straps on Sabrina's dress to adjust the fit, I noticed her awkwardly pressing her face into her shoulder. Is she cold? I offered her my coat, but she shook her head furiously, waving her hands as if to say that wasn't the issue. What is she even thinking? Right. Since I'm already at it, I should hand this over too. While swapping shoes with Sabrina, I suddenly remembered something I had forgotten. Can't believe I almost missed this. I tapped Sabrina on the shoulder, drawing her attention. Startled, she flinched like a nervous cat and spun around. I took off my fox mask and handed it to her. After all, it wouldn't matter how well I disguised my clothes if someone spotted me with the same mask. Sabrina was someone I could trust with this. Even if my face was revealed, she wouldn't betray me. Huh? Sabrina's eyes blinked slowly, and then they widened until they were as round as saucers. Her gaze was locked onto my face, staring blankly in awe. Through her wide, shaking eyes, I could see my bare face reflected like a mirror. Thump. Thump. For a brief moment, the sound of a heart pounding loudly filled the air. It wasn't clear whose heart it was. Meanwhile, deep inside the underground tracks, in the darkness where the cold air hung heavy, A black-haired girl was walking precariously along the thin railway tracks. Her arms were stretched out to her sides like she was balancing on a tightrope. The sight was so innocent and childlike that it matched her youthful appearance perfectly. When will I finally get to meet my big brother Tilda? Her pitch-black eyes shimmered faintly with a splash of violet, like a drop of paint seeping into water. Behind her, from the path she had just walked, an indescribable, gut-wrenching scream echoed. Startled by the sound, the black-haired girl flinched and lost her balance, falling off the tracks. Her face puffed up like an angry pufferfish, and she mumbled in a sullen voice, "See? This wouldn't have happened if you'd just done as I said. Why do you have to make me do extra work?" With a flick of her finger, the stones scattered on the ground shifted on their own, lifting her back onto the railway tracks. Once again, she stretched her arms wide and continued along the tracks, her steps playful and carefree. Her appearance was that of a pure and innocent child. But there was nothing pure about the aura lingering behind her. Sabrina, who had received the mask, had a dazed look on her face, as if she were half out of it. She looked like a devout believer who had just come face to face with a UFO flying in the sky. That's a lie, this makes no sense. Her reaction made me tilt my head in confusion. Sure, I knew my face was objectively pretty, but was it really worth reacting that dramatically? I waved my hand back and forth in front of her frozen face. Only then did Sabrina snap out of it, jumping in place with a shout. Huh? I'll be going ahead then. Don't you dare get hurt. I'll be mad if you do. Hugging the mask tightly to her chest like it was some kind of treasure, Sabrina hurriedly left the scene. She moved so quickly that, before I knew it, all I could see was the small silhouette of her back in the distance. Well, I guess she just needs some time to process things. Feeling a bit puzzled, I scratched my cheek before calming my excitement. I'll think about Sabrina's reaction later. For now, I need to focus on the matter with answer. I covered my face, one I hadn't revealed in public for a long time, with the pure white tablecloth, and drew out telekinetic power from deep within myself. Decoy. BZZZZT. The air under the control of my telekinesis subtly vibrated. It was a telekinetic application that shook the air around me, scattering the light to make my body's outline appear hazy. A smile crept onto my face. It had been ages since I last used this technique, not since I stopped pretending to be a ghost. Memories of prowling through back alleys flashed vividly through my mind. Of course, not all of those memories were pleasant. Living in those dirty, grimy alleys, and sometimes in run-down abandoned buildings with no heating or air conditioning. If you asked me to go back to that lifestyle now, I'd probably hesitate. But at least I could swing my telekinetic power around freely back then without anyone watching. For me, handling this power was like a form of exercise. And now, with my telekinesis being unleashed after so long, I felt a liberating sense of release, like a breath of fresh air blowing through my chest. RNOBAS, whoosh. I launched myself from below, propelling my body upward with pure telekinetic force. In an instant, I sprinted up the side of the building, shooting straight to the rooftop. My once narrow view opened up all at once, revealing the snow-covered landscape of Nighthaven. With all this snow falling, it looked like I'd be able to avoid being seen, at least for a while. I glanced at the snowflakes that scattered before they could even touch me, thanks to my decoy. Then, I let myself fully savor the feeling of doing a bungee jump without a cord from the center of the city. Flying through the sky was incredibly fun. It felt like every single cell in my body was coming alive, and I found myself wanting to keep soaring for as long as I could. Of course, bounding around in the middle of a city like this was pretty dangerous. Even if the snow helped me stay hidden, this place had far too many watchful eyes. If I acted too carelessly, I'd definitely be caught sooner or later. But I wasn't throwing myself around just to have fun. This was a calculated risk. A gamble where I was betting on a worthwhile return, and my bold gamble ended up leading me to success. Found it. Leaping gracefully between the outer walls of high-rise buildings as I crossed through Nighthaven, I finally spotted the target I had been searching for so desperately. What I had strained my eyes to find was none other than the railway that cut through the city. Why was I looking for a railway all of a sudden, you ask? Well, that's simple. It's the fastest and stealthiest route in. Subways don't only run underground. Many of them have sections of track that run above ground. If you look closely, you can always find a way into the underground track system without using a station. Leaping from the building, I fell along a smooth arc and landed on the exposed railway track. Without slowing down, I slid forward along the track where no trains were running, my movement as smooth as a skater gliding on ice. Thanks to my telekinesis, which had grown much stronger in both power and precision since last time, my movements left behind an afterimage, making it seem as though I was moving at incredible speed. How far did I travel like that? Before I knew it, I spotted a tunnel that appeared to lead underground. Luckily, there didn't seem to be anyone guarding it, as if no one had considered the possibility of someone entering in the brief window of opportunity. With no witnesses around, there was no need to conserve my energy. With the full force of my weightless sprint, I boldly dashed straight into the underground track. Huff, huff phew. That was a little nerve-wracking, but I made it. Rustle. To reduce noise, I deactivated my decoy, slowly lowering myself to the ground. The fact that all nearby trains had been halted meant there was definitely a reason for someone to enter the underground track. So from this point forward, stealth would be more important than speed. Charging around recklessly would only get me flagged as a suspicious person, and the next thing I'd know, I'd have the police on my tail. It'd be better to stay as quiet and discreet as possible, while still moving swiftly. Maybe I should have gone with a black cloth instead. This white one makes me stand out a bit too much. Feeling a little regretful about using a white tablecloth, I used my telekinesis to lift my body slightly off the ground so I could move forward without making a sound. Focusing on stealth, I carefully moved deeper and deeper into the underground passage. How far had I gone like that? It seemed the crowd control had already been completed, as I passed through 2 completely empty stations without encountering a single person. That's when I finally spotted a familiar figure. She was a beautiful woman with ash-gray hair, her sleepy eyes and long, pointed ears leaving a lasting impression. Her appearance was striking, but what stood out even more was the way she wore a perfectly neat police uniform while casually sporting piercings here and there, a rebellious elf through and through. If I remembered correctly, she was a regular member of Special Unit 3, the same team as Ethan, whom I had met earlier. Her name was it Mist? Yeah, I was pretty sure it was. I hid behind a wall, carefully peeking out to observe the situation. Mist was standing alone among several officers who were sprawled on the ground, talking into a radio. "Sir, we have a serious problem here. Just as we were about to move to the position you specified, our members started passing out, coughing up blood, and collapsing all over the place. I think we'll need more personnel to handle this." "It's happening on your side too? This is getting annoying." "All right, do a head count. Any of them in critical condition?" "Fortunately, none of them are on the verge of death. A few of them are crying, though." "All right, I'll send reinforcements your way, so just hold tight. We're facing a similar situation over here. The moment we tried to move in, something grabbed us by the ankles. We're still analyzing the cause." "Understood. By the way, mind if I smoke?" "Hold it. We're in the middle of an operation. If I smell cigarette smoke on you when we meet, you're done for." "DCH, you were planning to sneak one, weren't you? Don't even think about it." Listening in on the conversation with my ears pricked, I figured out what was happening. It seemed Mist had tried to move in with her squad, but something had stopped them in their tracks. It was hard to believe. Mist might look like a delinquent elf, but she was also a highly skilled sorceress with considerable recognition. Her combat abilities were probably on par with Alice wielding a sword. She was effectively a high-ranking officer within her team. And yet, despite preparing for a full-scale entry, she had been forced to halt. What on earth was going on inside? My curiosity only deepened. Carefully avoiding the area where the collapsed officers were groaning, I rolled my body sideways like a tumbleweed and slipped into the path they had been attempting to enter. This is it. From the outside, it looks like there's nothing here. But after confirming once more that the police had not noticed me, I focused my gaze on the blood-stained tracks. They said the officers passed out and coughed up blood just from trying to walk past here, right? Considering the fact that answer was beyond this point, maybe the officers had been caught by some sort of contract. But is there even a contract like that? One that forces people to have headaches and cough up blood? No matter how I think about it, it doesn't add up. Demon contracts were supposed to be mutually binding. At the very least, they were structured so that demons would bear the cost or the consequences would be shared. That's why demons were always so desperate to trick their targets. But if you could forcibly impose a contract on someone, inflict harm on them, and not need their consent, then what would be the point of trickery? For now, I'll use the contract This isn't the time to hesitate. If the damage spread any further, it'd be difficult to recover from it. Time was of the essence here. Resolving myself, I pulled out the napkin that Answer had given me earlier and, without a second thought, tore it cleanly down the middle. Thankfully, the contract was still valid, and I felt a distinct presence settle into my right eye. At that moment, countless words began to fill the empty space of the underground tracks. I covered my unaffected left eye with one hand, focusing on the letters that had suddenly materialized before me. When I finished reading them, my jaw dropped in shock. This is the inscriptions carved into the underground tracks, walls, and ceiling were nothing short of horrifying. Causes headaches in anyone who touches the letters. In return, the contractor loses an eye. Makes anyone standing in the direction the letters point vomit blood. In return, the contractor loses one lung. Knocks unconscious anyone who passes below the letters on the wall. In return, the contractor dies. If the letters are forcibly erased using magic, they revert to their original state. In return, the contractor's internal organs rot away. Every single one of the densely packed letters demanded an extreme, almost unreasonable price. Obviously, the contractor behind this had to be the demon Answer, since they were the one who had etched these words here. But using such a reckless method to block the path would mean one thing: Answer would soon cease to exist. Yet, despite all of this, the contract was still fully active. That meant Answer had paid those extreme prices and was still alive. Paying the cost of death and still being alive? As far as I knew, there was only one group capable of such a thing in this world. The invaders. It's them, isn't it? Grind. The realization sent a surge of rage through me, and I clenched my teeth so hard I thought they might break. The invaders still hadn't given up on this world. They were still extending their grasp. And one of their methods was to brainwash people and force them to become pawns on their board. What do they even see people as? My blood boiled. Anger surged up from the depths of my heart, flooding every corner of my being. But the surge of anger that burned so hot it felt like it might give me a headache lasted only for a moment. Emotional actions tend to lead to worse outcomes than rational ones. I knew that well from my experience with Drakel. I'd nearly ended up a cold corpse after letting my rage get the better of me back then. So, I forcibly suppressed the bubbling heat rising within me and focused on thinking calmly. Given the current situation, no matter how well I can see these contracts, it's impossible to just walk through this passage. The contracts forcibly bind you to them, even at the cost of your life. Flying over it with telekinesis wouldn't change a thing. Looking closely at the red letters engraved all over the underground track, I noticed that the conditions for activating the contracts didn't just involve touching them. Even just passing nearby was enough to trigger the contracts. This was probably set up to target anyone who tried to use vehicles to get through. This meant that even if I used telekinesis to hover without touching the ground, I could still end up triggering one of these contracts. On top of that, if the letters were damaged, they would just regenerate. And without the contract I wouldn't even know where or what kind of letters were engraved. It was no wonder the police, who were supposed to be maintaining order in Nighthaven, were struggling so much against a single demon. Sure, if they had a powerful sorcerer who could brute force their way past the rules of contracts, or an android immune to contract magic, it would be a different story. But from my perspective, if someone like that appeared, I wouldn't even get the chance to intervene. In other words, it's a race against time. Once the police manage to enter, it's game over. While they're still tied up like this, I have to break in and resolve the situation. To do that, I needed an approach that wasn't ordinary. Something that maybe only I could pull off. But how was I supposed to come up with something like that in this short amount of time? As I gripped my head in frustration, I noticed something strange about the letters. Wait, are those letters moving? I focused my right eye, which still had the active effect of the contract eye, and stared intently at the wall. Sure enough, the densely packed letters were subtly shifting. Why are they moving? I tilted my head, feeling puzzled. Then, I noticed that the letters were slowly crawling from the inside of the underground track outward. And that's when it hit me. Ah, so that's how the letters were engraved here. This is how they did it. Thinking about it, it made sense. There was no way Answer had meticulously engraved each of these letters by hand. The sheer number of them was far too great. It was far more logical to assume that the letters were extending outwards from a central point, spreading like creeping vines. Of course, if you asked me how that was possible, I wouldn't have a clear answer. But still, wait. If the letters can move, doesn't that mean? An idea crossed my mind. With a hint of hope, I extended my telekinesis and cautiously tapped one of the letters that seemed relatively harmless. Then something incredible happened. The letter I touched was one that, according to the contract, should have caused unbearable itching. But even after tapping it with telekinesis, nothing happened to me. Does that mean telekinesis isn't counted as physical contact with me? I pieced together everything I'd learned so far. The moving letters that weren't fixed in place but rather creeping along the walls and floors. The way telekinesis wasn't recognized as touching the contracts. And the ability of the contract eye to reveal the locations and meanings of the contracts. RANOS. What if I used all of these elements together? I might be able to do something with this. I carefully spread out my telekinetic power like a thin sheet of vinyl, then placed it near the direction the letters were moving toward. That's when something fascinating happened. The letters, as if mistaking the telekinetic force for part of the underground track, began to crawl over it. The very letters that were supposed to regenerate if damaged remained perfectly still, showing no signs of resistance. Instead, the letters freely moved onto the telekinetic surface. Just as I thought. A grin crept onto my face. I see now. This is a type of automated magic, like a kind of pre-programmed spell. It moves according to the conditions set at its creation, without needing direct control from the caster. And since telekinesis doesn't exist in either this world or on Earth, it doesn't even recognize it as something to react to. The forced contracts that filled this underground track were formidable, No doubt. If you didn't have the contract eye, you wouldn't even know where the letters were or what they said. And even if you did have the contract eye, you'd still be forced into the contracts the moment you touched them. If you tried to destroy the letters with magic, they'd just regenerate. And you couldn't dig a path through the underground, as this place was part of the city's dense urban infrastructure. But the one thing the creator of this trap hadn't accounted for was me. They hadn't predicted the existence of telekinesis, a power from a completely different set of natural laws. Since they couldn't even perceive it, they treated it as part of the underground track itself. It was as if they'd left the door unlocked for me. Well, not that I'm complaining. Summoning more concentration, I wrapped the letters tightly with my telekinesis and carefully pulled them apart by the words. Then, I gathered the fragments of the letters and arranged them in front of me, rearranging the words to suit my liking. Since the letters were still intact, the system didn't perceive them as damaged. They hadn't been physically or magically destroyed, after all, just reorganized. The letters didn't return to their original state. And the message I created was this: the target of this contract will henceforth ignore all contracts proposed by the contractor. Answer. The sentence I had crafted now floated in the air before me. Since the letters themselves were part of a demon's contract magic, the new sentence I made had power. With absolute certainty, I reached out with my bare hand and gripped the letters firmly. The sensation was the same as when I'd ripped the napkin earlier. For a moment, I felt an indistinct connection to something far away. Did it work? I quickly approached the nearest wall, where another set of letters had been inscribed. Reaching out, I touched the letters with my bare hand. As I expected, nothing happened. The self-made contract I'd created using telekinesis had taken effect. They didn't even bother to secure this part of the system, huh? After running 2 or 3 more tests to confirm that the contracts had no effect on me, I immediately strengthened my telekinetic footing and dashed through the underground tracks as if I were flying. The further in I went, the denser the contracts became. The sheer volume of letters packed the walls, floors, and ceiling so tightly that it felt like I was running through a red mural rather than a passage. But thanks to the pre-established contract I had created earlier, I was able to press forward without any interference. I sprinted along the winding tracks where trains would usually run, and before long, I reached a platform where a train would normally stop. This place was completely silent, not a single sign of life. It was as if all the people had vanished. Here it is. Livira Station. The moment I stepped into Livira Station, I couldn't help but wrinkle my brow. The sight before me was suffocating. The area that was clearly the epicenter of the incident was completely drenched in red. The red letters were crammed so densely onto the floor, walls, and ceiling that it looked like they had been dipped in blood. Knowing that each of these letters was formed from magic, it was clear that an absurd amount of magical energy had been consumed to create this horrific scene. Over there. But that density of letters made it easy to identify the path. By following the flow of letters, moving from areas with lighter density to those with heavier density, I could naturally find the center of it all. I moved cautiously, prepared for any sudden ambush, and soon, I spotted Answer. This is too cruel. I was stunned when I saw her. Answer stood alone on the tracks, eyes closed as if in prayer. Her head was bowed, her body still as a statue. But from the cracks of her closed eyelids, a steady stream of crimson tears was flowing down her face. The red substance flowed down her cheeks, past her chin, and dripped onto the ground in heavy drops. But those weren't just tears. The letters, the countless red letters filling the underground passage, they were all flowing out of Answer's body. Her tears were turning into letters. I felt as if I'd been slapped in the face by the sheer unreality of it all. Slowly, I waded through the sea of crimson letters and approached Answer. Up close, she looked even worse. Her body was eerily motionless, like a lifeless doll, only shedding those endless red tears. And in the center of her chest, where her flesh had been violently dug out, I spotted something lodged deep within. It was a silver shard. At a glance, I could tell what it was. A fragment, and its way stronger than the one Raven had. The sight was so grotesque that it felt like a blunt object had struck me in the back of the head. That's when it hit me. I'd misunderstood everything. I thought I could clear up the misunderstandings with the police. I thought maybe the invaders had brainwashed her. But I was a fool. Why would people who want to destroy the world settle for something so half-hearted? The fragment of an invader had been forcibly embedded in her body, driving her to use power far beyond her limits. Then they just left her like this. This wasn't any different from throwing logs into a human body, setting it on fire, and using it as fuel. At this point, it was already too late to save Answer. The woman before me wasn't Answer anymore. She was no more than a puppet acting out the last orders burned into her mind. Even if I poured in recovery magic strong enough to regenerate her shredded body, her soul had already been scarred far beyond repair. I reached out and placed a hand on Answer's face. Her skin was ice cold, like touching a corpse. Brutal as it sounds, I didn't feel overwhelming sadness. After all, we'd only met today. In Nighthaven, people dying wasn't exactly rare. If I mourn every tragedy like this, I'd run out of tears within a week. But even if I wasn't overwhelmed with sadness, That didn't mean I felt nothing. No, I felt something. It was a regret. Regret that someone like her had to suffer something so senselessly cruel. She didn't deserve to be treated like this. So, I wrapped my hand around Answer's hand and prayed for her, hoping that, at the very least, her soul could return safely. That was all I could do for her. Let's end her suffering here. That'll be the best thing for her. Swallowing my bitterness, I steeled my resolve and reached toward the shard embedded in her chest. Right now, the only reason she was still moving was because of the vast energy flowing from that fragment. If I broke her connection to it, this nightmare would end. I carefully extended my hand, fingers trembling slightly. And just as my hand touched the fragment, bzzzt. Suddenly, it felt like a massive electric current surged backward into me. A torrent of unfathomable energy flooded in through my arm and shot straight to my brain. At that moment, an influx of memories that didn't belong to me poured into my mind. Memories belonging to Answer. The young Answer spoke within the memories. "Mom, why do those people point fingers at us and bully us?" Her tearful face looked so heart-wrenching that it seemed like she would burst into sobs if someone so much as poked her. The reason was simple. Back in those days, when the conflict between humans and other races was at its peak, Answer, who had been born in a rural village, had faced constant bullying from both adults and children alike. If only she had looked more like an elf or a vampire, races that didn't look too different from humans. But with her striking horns and blue skin, she was an obvious target. People naturally avoided her without a second thought. On top of that, her gentle and timid personality, an unusual trait for a demon, made her an even easier target. The relentless bullying she faced left deep scars on her young heart. At this rate, it felt like she might break her promise with her mother and become the type of demon that hated humans. Sensing this, her mother embraced Answer gently and said, "It's because those people hurt themselves, sweetie." "Hurt? They're hurt?" "Yes. This is an era where hatred feeds more hatred until it never stops. People would rather hate others before they hate themselves. People who were afraid of being hurt chose to hurt others first." Her mother muttered this with a soft sigh, patting Answer's back gently. "But I didn't do anything wrong." Unable to hold back her tears any longer, Answer buried her face in her mother's arms, seeking comfort. Her mother, smiling as if she had no choice, began stroking Answer's hair with slow, gentle movements. "And it's also understandable why people hate demons. Most demons are greedy, after all. The moment they see a shining soul, they lose all self-control like fools. That's why the archdemon of the Great Demon War had to impose restrictions on soul contracts. But even after that, the demons started finding loopholes to exploit." "Mom, what's the archdemon of the Great Demon War?" It's like the Demon King's palace back in our homeland. It probably doesn't exist anymore, though. Do you want to hear about it?" "Yeah. Tell me." Her mother smiled, lifted Answer up, and gently sat her down on the sofa. Then she began sharing stories of the past. From the rivers of lava that once flowed through the homeland of demons to the story of how she met Answer's father and ended up battling him to the brink of death, only for it to turn into an unlikely love story. The tales were so exciting that, even after hearing them several times, Answer's eyes always sparkled with awe. Her mother, gazing at her daughter with a nostalgic look, spoke softly. "One day, our little Answer will also meet someone with a soul so beautiful that you'll want to have it for yourself. Just like when I met your father. Alpha OBES." "Really?" "Of course. Although, unlike me, I doubt you'll go all the way and have a child with them, haha. Still, there will be a moment in your life when you meet someone like that. And when that happens..." Her mother looked at Answer with kind, yet firm, eyes. "I hope you won't cling to their souls like other demons do." "Huh? What do you mean, cling to their soul?" "You know, like taking their soul as payment for a contract or turning them into your slave. It's the kind of dirty trick most demons pull. I never liked that. I think souls are most beautiful when they're still shining bright, don't you?" Young Answer tilted her head, confused. She had never seen a soul so beautiful that it made her want to possess it. So her mother's words didn't really make sense to her at the time. "You'll understand one day, even if you don't know." Her mother's final words echoed in her mind. The scene fast-forwarded like a time-lapse. Her mother, who had always been there for her, eventually succumbed to an illness and passed away. The bullying never stopped. The moment Answer became an adult, she fled her hometown, working one harsh job after another to make a living. But even then, discrimination against other races, and demons, especially, never went away. In fact, as time passed, that discrimination only grew stronger. The more demons were discriminated against, the more they lashed out in acts of violent crime. And those crimes only worsened society's perception of demons. It was a vicious cycle. Her last-ditch attempt to get a stable job ended in failure. She was fired after only a few months, and with nowhere left to go, she headed for Nighthaven. This was supposed to be her final chance to turn things around. But no matter how hard she tried, Answer couldn't overcome the prejudice against demons. Her heart, which had never been held by anyone but her mother, gradually filled with despair. Her determination to keep the promise she made with her mother was wearing thin. And just as she was about to give up completely, two girls reached out to her. One of them was wearing a mask. Yuria. For the first time in her life, someone extended a hand toward her without a single hint of fear or prejudice. And when she gazed into Yuria's soul, her mother's words suddenly made sense. It was the most dazzling soul she had ever seen. A brilliant, blazing sun, so intense that it felt like she might get burned if she got too close. This was it. This was the kind of soul that could make someone desperately want to possess it. But Answer couldn't do it. She was too timid, too gentle. More than anything, she was terrified that if she even tried to covet this beautiful soul, it would be ruined forever. Instead, she chose to give something back, offering the greatest assistance she could manage. And she resolved to cherish this meeting as a beacon of hope for herself. But fate wasn't so kind. On her way home from yet another failed job interview, two strangers ambushed her. Strange. I thought she'd be filled with despair by now. I expected her to be on the brink of death from hopelessness. Doesn't matter. As long as we can widen the rift between the races, the plan will proceed. DCH, sure, do what you want. It's your plan, not mine. Gotch. Don't move. I've pierced your heart perfectly. If you struggle, the wound will only grow worse. They weren't just random strangers. They were agents of the invaders. They buried the fragment in her heart, enslaving her. Her entire life, her struggles, and her faint hope of change, all of it was stolen away from her. The last thing she experienced was the sensation of something sharp stabbing into her heart. I watched it all unfold through her memories as if I were watching a movie. The entire tragic story of Answer's life. But I also saw something else. The moment her attackers appeared, I realized who they were. So it was them all along. They were pulling strings from the shadows this whole time. It was something I should have realized from the moment Drakel had been involved. They were fanatics who had drunk deeply of the invaders' power, serving as their pawns. Their goal was to weaken the fabric of this world and let the invaders break through. Because of Earth's unique atmosphere, where mana was naturally scarce, it was difficult for invaders to cross over. They had a plan to ensure that when the invaders crossed dimensions and arrived on Earth, humanity and other races would be too weakened by infighting to resist. One of their methods was to abduct and alter other races to suit their purposes, turning them into living tools. So, Answer wasn't a character who never existed in the original story. She was just one of the many victims sacrificed by them. Breaking free from the stream of memories, I found myself standing before Answer once again. Quietly, I bit my lip. My thoughts were a mess. Now that I understood the full story, a flicker of hesitation began to surface in my mind. The fanatics who had caused this whole situation were probably long gone by now. They wouldn't risk lingering around after planting so many signs that could trace back to them. If I pulled out the fragment embedded in Answer's chest, what would happen next? Would she just die? Would she die with all the blame placed on her, carrying the world's resentment as her final burden? That's no good. Answer would still end up unhappy, even in death. There has to be another way. Standing before Answer, whose body had gone cold and stiff like a stone statue, I squeezed my eyes shut, racking my brain for an answer. I needed something. Anything. Suddenly, I felt a faint, prickling sensation in my chest. What's that? I reached for the spot where I felt the sensation, and to my surprise, my fingers brushed against something. It was the Tesseract. Startled, I hurriedly pulled it out from under my clothes. The small, cubic device spun slowly inside its six-sided shell. Then it suddenly spoke. Mama. I flung aside the white tablecloth covering my face, revealing my full expression. I raised the Tesseract up to eye level and squinted at it. Its movements were clear now. For the first time, the cube was spinning and moving on its own. How is this happening? I blinked, trying to process the strange but joyful development. That's when I remembered what had happened earlier. When I touched the fragment in Answer's chest, a surge of energy had flowed through me. Was that the trigger? It probably wasn't just that. The time it spent recharging inside Raven's storage closet had likely played a big role, too. Effort never betrays you, huh? Kia ha ha. That tickles. The Tesseract wiggled in delight as I playfully tapped and poked at it with telekinesis. It spun wildly, letting out a cheerful laugh as it wriggled like an excited child. I still had no idea why it kept calling me Mama, but at least it seemed healthy. Wait, if the Tesseract has reawakened, then. I slowly raised the Tesseract up in my hands and turned toward Answer. This cube held the power to restore bodies and reverse time. It had healed me when I was on the verge of death, and it had reverted the aging Drakel to his prime. If that's the case, then maybe it could save Answer too. But there was one problem. The Tesseract worked on the principle of equivalent exchange. In my case, the Tesseract had covered the cost on my behalf. With Drakel, he paid the price himself and later restored it by drinking blood. But what about Answer? If I restored her with the Tesseract, but it demanded her heart or organs as payment, wouldn't that just bring us back to square one? No, it would be worse. If she were restored only to lose something equally vital, It would be as if I'd pulled her out of one hell just to throw her into another. I'll hold off on that option for now. I bit my lip, determined to find another way. Then, my eyes landed on something I had overlooked. It was the fragment embedded in Answer's chest. Wait a second. Something had been bothering me about the Tesseract for a while now. How was this tiny cube able to restore my mangled body without leaving so much as a scar? When I remembered how the Tesseract had drawn power from invader energy during its reawakening, the answer became clear. The Tesseract consumes energy from invader-related objects. So what if I use the energy leaking from the fragment to fuel the Tesseract? I'd be saving Answer while simultaneously wasting the invader's own resources. A perfect win-win. My heart started racing at the realization. Alright. All that's left is to make sure the Tesseract understands the plan. I lowered my head, bringing my forehead against the Tesseract. I concentrated. With all my focus, I connected my telekinesis to the Tesseract. Tesseract. Can you use the power coming from that fragment as payment? The Tesseract spun in place, as if deep in thought. Then, with a resolute voice, it answered. Okay. I'll try it. Its answer filled me with relief. Following the Tesseract's request, I carefully moved it toward the fragment embedded in Answer's chest. The moment they touched, whoosh! A surge of power erupted, sending shockwaves through the air. The pressure was so strong that the red letters flowing from Answer's eyes disintegrated mid-air, shattering into dust. A soft, white glow blossomed around the Tesseract, expanding until it completely enveloped Answer. It was so bright that I had to squint my eyes shut. I have to hold on. If I got pushed away by this surge of energy, everything would be ruined. My instincts screamed this at me. So I bit down on my lip and braced myself, using telekinesis to root myself firmly in place. Even though my arms were trembling, and every muscle in my body felt like it was being torn apart, I didn't yield. Don't back down. Don't run. Fight through it. I gritted my teeth, pushing myself to the limit. Was it all worth it? The torrent of energy slowly subsided. The suffocating pressure faded. Breathing hard, I collapsed onto the ground, gasping for air. We did it. Mama! The Tesseract's joyful voice echoed in my ears. My vision was blurry, but beyond the fading glow, I could make out Answer's silhouette. The ghastly wound in her chest was gone, as if it had never existed. Her breathing was slow but steady. Her eyes remained closed as if she were just asleep. The Tesseract, which had been dormant, had awakened, and the invader's schemes had been thwarted. Even Answer, who seemed beyond saving, was back to normal. In some ways, it felt like a series of results that couldn't have been better. It was only natural that the tension I had been unconsciously holding onto suddenly released. However, when the still unconscious Answer collapsed, and I barely caught her before she hit the ground, reality finally hit me like a wave. It's not time to relax yet. The real challenge starts now. Thinking about it, there were still unresolved problems everywhere. The biggest issue was that I needed to leave before the police caught me. If I were mistaken as the cause of the incident, things could spiral quickly. Moreover, if anyone witnessed me using telekinesis, it would cause chaos. Even if I allowed myself to be captured peacefully, being found out as someone without any legal identity would be deeply problematic. Thus, avoiding the police at all costs was the best option. But thanks to the contracts Answer had scattered everywhere, the place was likely surrounded with no way out. Escaping through their blockade was going to be a significant challenge from the start. And there's another dilemma. Do I leave Answer behind or escape with her? Based on the police chatter, Answer had already been identified as a suspect in the incident. Even if I took her and ran, there was a high chance they'd pursue us relentlessly. Once marked as a target, there might be no end to it until we escaped Night Haven. But leaving her behind didn't feel right either. The scale of the incident was too large to ignore. An entire subway station had been shut down, and all nearby trains had come to a halt. The financial losses alone were dizzying to even estimate. In truth, she was just a victim, manipulated against her will. Someone else had caused all this chaos. But there was a good chance she'd take the fall for everything. Arg. My head hurts. What am I supposed to do? I have no idea. Holding the collapsed Answer with my telekinesis, I grabbed my head in frustration as a splitting headache threatened to overwhelm me. Time was painfully short. The contracts Answer had scattered had likely lost their effectiveness by now. But making a hasty decision felt impossible when every choice seemed wrong. Oh, if only there were some magical object that could solve all my problems at once. With that thought, I glanced at the Tesseract rolling in my palm. Using the Tesseract to solve the situation felt tricky right now. The lack of anything to offer as a price was one issue. But more importantly, the Tesseract wasn't some omnipotent wish-granting tool. The Tesseract is a device that forcibly extracts the potential someone holds within. It could restore Answer and me to a version of ourselves without injuries, but it's not likely to help much right now. Rao beta s. Nothing seemed to work. So, what was I supposed to do? I wandered in confusion for a long while before smacking my cheeks with both hands to refocus. First, I needed to get out of here. Everything else could wait. Feeling the stinging sensation on my cheeks, I resolved to leave the area first. If things spiraled out of control later, I'd figure something out. Thud. 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 In the distance, I heard the ground rumble. It seemed the police, whose progress had been delayed, were finally entering the area. At most, I had about 2 minutes of leeway. In that short time, I needed to escape this place like magic. But could I pull it off? Wait a second, what if I do this? As I scanned my surroundings, an idea suddenly sparked in my mind. What is the biggest problem right now? Escaping this narrow underground tunnel without being spotted was impossible. But if I could avoid being seen, most of the problem would be solved. A decent plan came to mind, and I stomped my foot hard against the ground. Using telekinesis, I extended my power to the ground, grabbing onto the materials below. What I held were the ballast rocks under the rails, which dampened sound and dispersed impact. Perhaps because my body was brimming with power after absorbing the invader fragment, I managed to lift nearly 2 tons of ballast rocks. Now, let's shape it like this. The rocks floated into the air, gathering like clay in response to my will. Within moments, they formed the massive shape of a giant. If I were to name it, I'd call it Rock Giant. With Answer in my arms, I climbed onto the completed rock giant and left her safely on its palm before slipping into its inner frame. The rocks were dusty and dirty, but my makeshift tablecloth would absorb most of the grime, so it wasn't worth worrying about. Alright, let's go. Back the way I came. Boom. Boom. The rock giant, controlled by my telekinesis, began to stride powerfully along the tracks. Even though it was a hasty creation, its joints functioned surprisingly well, allowing it to quickly traverse the underground tunnel. Team leader. There's something strange here. R requesting backup. Something bizarre has appeared in the tracks. Og. What kind of force is this? Boom. 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 The first rock giant I created smashed through anything in its path. Of course, if it collided directly with someone at full speed, they'd be reduced to pulp. I secretly used telekinesis to push them aside without drawing attention. Standing at 3 meters tall, the giant's overwhelming size and unstoppable momentum sowed chaos among the police entering the tunnel. Despite their preparations, they couldn't stop my sudden charge. However, just as I was speeding forward, I felt an ominous surge of power behind me. Everyone, step aside. Perkilla. Boom. A tempest tore through the underground tracks, rushing straight at me with enough force to obliterate half the rock giant on impact. Magic. Its terrifying power sent shivers down my spine. But I wasn't worried. I was sprinting along the tracks at full speed, which meant I could use the ballast rocks beneath me. Block it. As the rock giant slammed its foot into the ground, I used telekinesis to raise the ballast rocks, creating a multi-meter thick wall in the air. The spinning tempest collided with the wall of rocks, which spun in the opposite direction to neutralize its force. The devastating spell ground against the rock wall before dissipating into harmless fragments. What the team leader's magic. The police's carefully prepared spell had been stopped so easily. After that, the police formation completely collapsed, unable to resist the unstoppable rock giant. Once the blockade was breached, the rest was a straight shot. With no trains on the tracks, I charged forward on the empty rails, quickly reaching the outside. I did it. I really took a crazy gamble, but it worked. The rock giant I created was an unstoppable juggernaut by civilian standards, but if Alice had been present, it would have been nothing more than a minor obstacle that she could easily cleave into. It was pure luck that the wide net the police had cast left a relatively weak point open for me to exploit. Still, someone might wonder, if I was so concerned about concealing my identity, why was I rampaging so recklessly? Of course, even this was part of a carefully calculated plan. Think about it. My concerns could be boiled down to 2 major issues. 1. My identity being exposed and me becoming a fugitive in the city. 2. Answer being falsely blamed as the sole perpetrator of the entire incident. Rampaging openly with the rock giant was, ironically, the only way to address both problems at once. As long as I carefully concealed the link between myself and the rock giant, I could naturally slip out of the encirclement. Now's my chance, while no one's watching. As soon as I exited the underground tracks, I tumbled out from the back of the rock giant and hid myself between nearby buildings. Meanwhile, I kept the rock giant moving forward like a runaway train. However, the farther away I got, the weaker and less precise my telekinetic control became. Just a little more. I gritted my teeth, clinging to my connection with the rock giant while remaining hidden. Please, let someone, anyone, intercept it. Perhaps my desperate wish reached the heavens, for someone stepped forward to confront the advancing rock giant. It was none other than the man I had encountered earlier, Ethan. Stop, giant. Surrender and halt where you stand. Oh, so that's how it is? Fine. That makes you an accomplice. I'm placing you under arrest for your crimes. Ethan smirked as the rock giant, cradling Answer, ignored his command and continued forward. He pulled out a baton. Standard issue for law enforcement, from his belt. Ethan, team leader of Special Unit 3. I've encountered a suspect fleeing with an accomplice. Location, the tunnel entrance. I'll attempt to apprehend them, requesting backup. Boom. Boom. The rock giant charged down the tracks with a menacing presence, rapidly closing the distance to Ethan. At this rate, he would be caught in its massive momentum and severely injured, or worse. Yet, Ethan calmly continued his radio call, seemingly unbothered. Just as the rock giant reached him, Ethan swung his baton upward with all his might. Crack! The multi-ton giant was lifted off the ground in a single blow. Ethan smoothly caught the airborne Answer, who had slipped from the giant's grasp, holding her gently in his arms. Then, with a spinning motion, he drove a powerful kick into the giant's torso. The rock giant flew through the air, crashing into an empty area off the tracks and crumbling into rubble. It was an unbelievable feat of strength for a single human. I had suspected he was strong, but this was on another level. He actually did it? Why do you keep making my life difficult? Ethan muttered. Team leader Ethan, suspects secured. Let HQ know. With Answer limp in his arms, Ethan strode toward the collapsed giant. 2 suspects, he said. It seemed he considered the giant a type of humanoid, possibly a subhuman. Well, it was a reasonable assumption. If the giant had been a golem, it would have exuded traces of magic. But a moving rock giant with no magical signature? Without context, anyone would assume it was a kind of stone creature. Now, as Ethan approached the rock giant, I finally released my telekinetic hold. The giant began to crumble from the edges inward, its form collapsing like a melting body. Ethan furrowed his brow at the bizarre sight. What is this? Clang! A small shard of metal fell from the giant's remains, landing with a hollow sound. It was the invader fragment that had been embedded in Answer's chest earlier. Now drained of its power, it looked like a simple, inert piece of metal. However, if the lab analyzed it, they'd likely realize it was connected to the invaders. This discovery might lead the police to deduce that Answer hadn't acted alone, but had been used by some outside force. She could go from being a criminal to being recognized as a victim exploited in a larger scheme. If that happens, that'd be ideal. Once I saw Ethan pick up the invader fragment, I quietly slipped away. This was the best I could do. What happens next is out of my hands. If things go wrong from here, well, there's nothing more I can do. The snow continued to fall from the sky. I wondered how long this winter would last. At least the snow helped obscure me as I made my way back to the Crowley problem solver's office without drawing attention. Area, near the office, in an empty park, Sabrina was waiting on a bench. Her ears and nose were bright red from the cold as she scrolled through the news on her device. The news reported that the bombs planted at the station had been fully defused, and the subway was operational again. The situation was completely resolved on that end. How did it go? In response to Sabrina's question, I removed my dust-covered tablecloth, gave her an awkward smile, and offered a cautious thumbs up. It was my way of saying, mission accomplished, more or less. A rare Tuesday morning without snowfall. After finishing my usual chore of cleaning the general store, I returned to the office and found myself absent-mindedly chewing on bacon and fried eggs prepared by Raven. It's already been 4 days and still no news. The date with Sabrina had been on Saturday, which meant today marked 4 days since the commotion in the subway tunnels. Yet despite the passage of time, there hadn't been any word from Answer. Sabrina and Answer had exchanged contact information that day, so why had it been so quiet? The thought that something might have gone wrong nagged at me, a deep worry rising in my chest. Hey, Temp. Are you trying to eat your breakfast with your cheek? Thanks to Raven sitting across from me, I realized too late that I had been bringing the bacon to my cheek instead of my mouth. This is why I shouldn't let my mind wander while eating. When I get too deep in thought, I tend to lose awareness of my surroundings, and it often leads to trouble. There was that one time I got so distracted while washing up that I couldn't remember if I had shampooed my hair or not. For now, I resolved to focus on finishing my meal. Wiping the greasy smudge off my mask, I decided to take care of the food in front of me first. Shoving the bacon and fried eggs into my mouth, I stood up abruptly with my empty plate. I placed the dishes in the dishwasher and dashed to the bathroom to quickly brush my teeth. Normally, I'd take my time since there was nothing urgent to do, but right now, I felt this strange sense of unease, as if staying still was unbearable. What's up with her lately? Yaoan. Is she going through puberty? Who are you calling a teenager? I'm being serious here. Annoyed by Raven's lazy mumbling as he loaded the dishwasher, I marched to the office sofa and turned on the TV. I flipped through the channels until I landed on the news, staring blankly at the broadcast. I guess in a world like this, an incident or accident can fade from memory in just 4 days. The subway bomb scare seemed to have already become yesterday's news. It wasn't surprising. From the start, it had been reported as a subway bombing attempt, likely due to strong information control from higher-ups. With the authorities successfully managing the scene before any real casualties occurred, There wasn't much information for the public to piece together. No BOS. No news is good news, right? I suppose it's a relief that no one's bringing up Answer's name or making a fuss about demons. If there had been undeniable evidence or victims that couldn't be hidden, the city wouldn't be so quiet. Normally, prejudice and conflict are profitable, especially when crimes are pinned on demons. To extremists, there's no better fuel for their outrage. But why hasn't Answer reached out? The Tesseract healed her, and I left evidence of a mastermind behind the giant. She should be free by now, shouldn't she at least check in? Sighing deeply, I stared at the news I wasn't paying attention to. My frustration grew until I silently threw in the towel. Fine. Whatever happens, happens. I won't care anymore. Exhausted from the endless waiting, I mentally waved a white flag, surrendering to my irritation. As I sat there sulking, Raven strolled in wearing his usual scruffy suit. What's this? Thought you rushed off to catch some morning anime, but it's just the news? Developing a refined taste, huh? Temp, refined taste? Watching the news is just normal, isn't it? I glanced at Raven as he flopped onto the couch beside me, looking slightly bored. He scratched his ear and grabbed the remote. Mind if I change the channel? Oh, hey, they're airing this. Let's watch it. I nodded, letting him know I didn't mind. Raven flipped through the channels until he stopped at a movie channel. The title in the corner read Civilization 3, a movie I had no memory of. It must be an original from this world. There are plenty of those. Judging by the 3, it seemed to be part of a series. Unfortunately, since we tuned in during the middle, I had no idea what was going on. The action scenes are decent, at least. I still have no clue why they're fighting, though. Watching a movie without context felt like eating a steamed bun without filling. Still, the CGI was flashy, and the acting was solid. Not bad, I suppose. I sat quietly with my hands folded on my lap, watching the movie with a calm expression. Sometimes, letting your mind go blank like this isn't so bad. Thanks to Raven, the heavy weight in my chest lightened a little. I'm back. Huh? Watching a movie this early? Who knows how much time had passed when Alice, as energetic as ever, walked into the office. She alternated glances between me and Raven before tilting her head in curiosity. Watching a movie first thing in the morning must have seemed odd to her. Yo, Alice. It's on the movie channel. Wanna join? Oh, this is Civilization. I love this movie. Sure, let me watch too. If Alice liked it, it would be a pretty famous movie. Her enthusiasm piqued my curiosity, and I blinked in mild surprise. Without hesitation, she plopped down on the sofa, pulling me onto her lap like it was the most natural thing in the world. At this point, I had grown used to it. Funny how humans adapt so quickly to repetitive situations. Could it be that I've been trained? Good morning, everyone. Hey, rookie. Good morning, David. Finally, David arrived at the office, completing the familiar routine. By now, this sequence of events felt like a rhythm we all followed. It might seem like David was the office's tardy member, but that would be an unfair misunderstanding. David was meticulous about time, always arriving precisely 30 minutes before his shift started. He simply couldn't arrive earlier than Raven, Alice, or me. Raven and I practically lived here, and Alice often hung around even on weekends. After all, having a life outside work is more important than being early to the office. As I defended him in my thoughts and turned my gaze back to the movie, preparing for the next action scene, David, who was removing his coat and organizing his belongings, cautiously called out to me. Yuria, do you have a moment? Sabrina said she wanted to get in touch with you. Sabrina? This early in the morning? I wondered what she could want, and then a certain thought struck me, making me lift my head abruptly. Could it be what I think it is? Yuria. Reluctantly, I gently massaged Alice's arm, silently asking her to release me from her embrace. Her expression was filled with an almost comical unwillingness to let go. Once I was finally free, I carefully took the device David offered me. Since I couldn't speak, it was naturally a video call with Sabrina. Not wanting to disturb the movie, I stepped out into the hallway and pressed the number David had already entered. As if she had been waiting for my call, Sabrina's face, flushed with excitement, appeared on the screen. She practically shouted in joy, "Yuria! It's done." Answer was safely released from the police station. It seems like there weren't any issues at all. It was the wonderful news I had been waiting for over the past few days. A shadowy underground space lit solely by the harsh glow of ceiling lights. A hulking man, his clothes straining against his ominously bulging muscles, listened intently to a researcher's report. Our investigation results are in. This metal fragment, as expected, does not match any element found on Earth. And, additionally, even when verified by a mage from the otherworld, the results were similar. So, what you're saying is, yes. It appears to be a completely unknown metal that belongs neither to Earth nor the otherworld. I see. Crack. The man's tailored suit groaned in protest, struggling against his expanding muscles. For the police commissioner of Night Haven, it was a natural reaction. A metal not from Earth or the other world. That could only mean one thing: the invaders, who had once plunged the world into chaos, had resumed their activity. An enormous crisis might soon revisit Earth. The thought made it difficult even for someone as physically imposing as him to remain composed. If the invaders truly are moving again, this isn't just a matter for Night Haven, it's an issue that demands a global response. I'll need to inform the mayor immediately. The invaders were an enemy that required the combined strength of the entire world to oppose. The destruction they threatened carried an unparalleled weight. We can't lose our home to them again. Lost in grim contemplation, the commissioner didn't even notice as a button popped off his suit, succumbing to the relentless pressure of his muscles. Squish! Between the thumb and forefinger of the dark-haired girl, crimson liquid oozed, sticky and vivid. The source was a raspberry, its juice red and thick like blood, her favorite fruit. Though her face was expressionless, she exuded an aura of irritation. The annoyance of plans gone awry. The tension in the air was palpable, as if she might explode at any moment. Before her, a man bent low, sweat pouring from him as he stammered, I am sorry, miss. The plan has completely gone off course. It's not your fault. Just bad luck. But have you figured out why it happened? We're still investigating. I see. So, you don't know. Squish! Another raspberry burst between her fingers, its crimson juice dripping to the floor. The man shuddered as if the red droplets were his own blood. If her anger surged any further, the next thing to burst might not be a piece of fruit but his head. Fortunately, she seemed to retain enough composure to avoid unnecessary bloodshed. Wiping her sticky fingers clean with a floating handkerchief, she spoke in a voice cold as ice. Surprise attacks are most effective when they go unnoticed. This complicates things. We'll have to stay hidden for a while. Understood. I'll relay the orders to the subordinates. Leave now, before my mood worsens. With her permission, the man hurriedly retreated, nearly tripping over himself. Remaining in the presence of someone who could kill with a flick of her fingers was a gamble he had no desire to take. Now alone, the dark-haired girl gazed blankly at the sky, muttering to herself, I miss my brother. I hope there aren't any women around him flirting. Her breath, white in the cold air, dissipated into the void as her small whisper faded away. The wheels of fate continued to twist in their respective directions. Although it wasn't snowing, the frigid winter weather was more than enough to make anyone freeze. Even a fire spirit cloaked in flames would have pulled its coat tighter in this kind of cold. Through this bitter chill, a car was recklessly speeding down the road, blatantly ignoring traffic signals. Vroom! Screech! At one point, the car briefly left the ground before slamming back onto the road, leaving deep skid marks behind. Its speed was so extreme that white smoke billowed from the tires as they scraped violently against the asphalt. Speeding, running red lights, driving against traffic, crossing the median. This car was a bona fide menace, a criminal on the road with no excuse that could placate the police. From within the vehicle, screams of panic erupted, evidence that even the passengers weren't having a good time on this chaotic ride. Hey, watch out! There's another car. It's dangerous. Please calm down, Cookie. We're not going to crash. Stop that annoying screaming. Whose fault do you think this is? Behind the wheel sat Raven, his black hair tousled, and his irritation evident as he maneuvered the steering wheel with intense focus. Miraculously, despite the breakneck speed, the car weaved smoothly between other vehicles as though it existed in a world where time moves slower. For anyone prone to motion sickness, it was a stomach-churning ride. After enduring the extreme driving for who knows how long, Raven finally managed to steer the car off the crowded streets of downtown and onto a less congested ring road. He used this brief respite to shout into his communicator. David. Where are the kidnappers who took the client's daughter? According to their current route, they're heading down Route 3. Based on their trajectory, their likely destination is Midnight Airport. Planning to flee overseas by plane, huh? Annoying pests. Oh, my jellybean. Hey! Don't cry in the car. This isn't even our car. Cookie, please calm down. If you cry here, the inside of the car will be a mess. Sniff but the tears. The voices of chaos spilled over from the communicator. Their client, Cookie, seemed on the verge of breaking down, understandably terrified that her daughter might disappear forever. It was a reasonable reaction under normal circumstances. However, Cookie belonged to a rare race whose tears turned into jewels upon hitting the ground. Inside a speeding car, her unique trait was an absolute nuisance. And since this was a borrowed car, Alice was probably frantically trying to catch the airborne jewel tears before they wreaked havoc. We'll have to beat them to the airport. David, how long until the kidnappers get there? At their current speed, they'll arrive in about 20 minutes. 20 minutes, huh? Considering the distance from here to the airport, we'd definitely be too late. I'll try to find the fastest route. If you take the ring road and circle, no, That'll still be too slow. This road loops around the lake, and even at top speed, it wastes too much time. We won't make it in 20 minutes. No. Sniff, sniff. Stop talking about her crying. She's tearing up more. David's eyebrows twitched, his face clearly showing his frustration. What are we supposed to do if we can't take the road? But protesting without a solution wouldn't help, so David held his tongue, suppressing his urge to complain. Whether he noticed or not, Raven, showing no signs of slowing down, shouted boldly as he sped past cars. In that case, we'll cut across the lake. Eh? The lake? Cookie, hold on tight. Wait, what? David's jaw dropped at Raven's absurd conclusion. The idea of driving across the wide lake was already ridiculous, but seeing Alice unflinchingly go along with it shocked him even more. R alpha and OBE diaresis S. Noticing David's growing panic, I patted his shoulder reassuringly. Raven wasn't the type to suggest something outright impossible. Here we go. Eek. I don't want to die like this. With a loud crash, Raven's car burst through the guardrails at the edge of the ring road, launching toward the lake. Even I, knowing how things would turn out, clenched my fists at the sight of the car hurtling toward the water. As it seemed destined to plunge into the lake, the car instead landed squarely atop a passing cruise ship, the Night Haven sightseeing cruise. The scene was pure chaos, screams from passengers, splintering debris, and the car scraping against the ship. But miraculously, Raven's godlike driving ensured no one was injured, though the ship's owner was likely screaming their lungs out. The car sped off the cruise ship, skidding across the dirt of a nearby lakeside park before landing roughly on the road again. Given the height of the jumps, the car's bumper had crumpled like paper and fell off completely. Still, Raven's daring shortcut shaved enough time off to ensure they'd reach the airport ahead of the kidnappers. Does Raven have 3 hearts or something? I can't believe he actually timed that perfectly to land on the cruise ship. David, who had been watching the entire stunt with me via drone footage, stared in disbelief, his mouth agape. Raven's recklessness wasn't just audacious, it was outright surreal. I could understand why David was so stunned. After that daring shortcut, the rest of the journey went relatively smoothly. Hey, could you stop for a moment? I'd like to have a little chat. Eek. This woman pulled the steering wheel off. The car's flipping over. Raven and Alice arrived at the airport ahead of the kidnappers. As soon as the kidnappers' car arrived, Alice leapt into the driver's seat and overturned it. "Ugh, damn it, I'll kill you all." "Why yes, boss." "Wheel, ack." Over 10 kidnappers emerged from the overturned car, only to be instantly subdued by Raven's rubber bullets. The police, arriving belatedly to the scene, tried to arrest Raven as well, given the chaos he'd caused on the roads. "Sorry, but I'm on fixer business. Could you let this slide?" As a fixer, Raven's work helped reduce the police's overwhelming workload in the city, granting him some leeway for bending the law. Thanks to this, Raven's illegal antics were overlooked, and Cookie's daughter, Jellybean, was safely reunited with her family. All in all, this dynamic case was successfully resolved, thanks to everyone's efforts. Huh? What did I contribute? Well, I cheered them on, obviously. At the moment I greeted the tear-streaked client and served her tea when she arrived at the office, I had already fulfilled my role. So, technically, I did contribute a little. Phew, we're back. Honestly, when you're rescuing people, cars can get a little banged up. Why do they always have to nitpick? They just lent it to you for a bit, and you returned it completely totaled. Wouldn't anyone be upset? Shortly after the case was resolved, Raven and Alice returned to the office. Raven, grumbling to himself, flopped onto the couch, looking completely drained. It seemed he had been thoroughly scolded for returning the borrowed car in such a battered state. It was understandable, after all, the car was perfectly fine when they let it out, but just a few dozen minutes later, it came back looking ready for the scrapyard. From their perspective, they had every right to be angry. Still, since they were on friendly terms, it seemed they'd settled things by agreeing to do a favor later. "Yuria, come here." "Ah, so warm." "Yuria, you're the best." Having spent so much time out in the freezing cold, Alice pulled me into her embrace, rubbing her cheek against the top of my head. Even though she was usually warm, her body was ice cold now. It was a stark reminder of just how chilly it was outside. Well, I had no choice. This time, I'd just let her hold me. Feeling like a human hot pack, I let her hold me without protest. Meanwhile, Raven, who was wrapped in a blanket, glanced our way and asked, "Is she really that warm? Let me borrow her for a bit. I'm freezing." "No way, Raven." "Look." Yuri's horrified just at the suggestion. Why would I ever hug him? I was so startled by his absurd request that I wriggled deeper into Alice's arms, turning my back to Raven. Raven, perhaps wounded by my clear rejection, scratched his head sheepishly, muttering that he didn't mean it seriously. I felt a little bad seeing him look so dejected, but it was still a bit much. Maybe it was because I'd been seeing him every morning lately, But Raven was starting to feel less like a co-worker and more like some quirky neighbor. As I mulled over this, stealing occasional glances at Raven, David adjusted his glasses and spoke with a straight face. "If it's alright with you, Raven, I could." Oh my. No, no. Forget it. I was just joking. And Alice, what kind of reaction is that? Whatever somber mood David had shown earlier was completely gone as he earnestly tried to console Raven, who looked utterly flustered. I stayed nestled in Alice's arms, amused by the lively office banter, until my gaze happened to fall on the calendar on the wall. Today's date was Thursday. That meant less than a week remained until Greg was scheduled to return. In other words, this strange little slice of life of mine would be over in just 6 days. Time's flown by. Looking back, it all went by so quickly. I never expected to end up living at the office, but it had been surprisingly smooth sailing, and fun, in its own way. Not that I had any lingering regrets about parting ways. These people weren't going to fall apart without me, and they'd proven just how capable they were. Who was I to worry about them? If anything, my presence might have been more of a hindrance than a help. Considering my own safety, parting ways would probably be a win-win for all of us. Alright, since it's come to this, I might as well enjoy the time I have left. Getting to see the events from the original story up close is a rare experience. Now sufficiently warmed by Alice's body heat, I was returned to the couch. As I settled in, I silently reaffirmed my resolve. What kind of client would walk through the door next? The anticipation was part of the fun. Ding dong. Just then, the doorbell rang. That sound meant someone had come to the office, a new client, perhaps. I slipped out of Alice's arms, smoothing out my slightly rumpled clothes. Nodding a silent farewell to Raven, I made my way to the entrance with brisk but modest steps. Of all times, someone had to come near closing. This was either going to turn into overtime tonight or an early start tomorrow. As I opened the door with a subtle, polite gesture, I was greeted by the sight of a woman whose appearance was surprisingly familiar. She had a bob cut, her hair dyed in a two-tone style with different colors on the outside and inside. On her cheek was a mark resembling a musical note, and her lips were painted a strikingly bold blue. Have I seen her before? Of course. There weren't many people with such a distinctive look. Is this the Crowley Problem Solver's office? Standing there was none other than Aisha, the iconic first client of the completed Problem Solver's office and a character set to play a significant role in the story going forward. Aisha, the idol from the entertainment agency Kadria, held some personal significance for me. She was one of the first people I looked into upon arriving in Nighthaven, even before meeting Raven. There wasn't a grand reason behind this, she simply served as a useful marker for determining the timeline. In the original story, Aisha wasn't a character of immense importance. But thanks to her, I was able to confirm that the events were taking place before the original storyline had started. For that, I owed her some gratitude, even though this was my first time meeting her face to face. That said, her makeup really does bury her good features. No wonder she's not popular. It's nightmare fuel. Even for me, this was a bit too much. I couldn't help but break into a cold sweat as I observed Aisha awkwardly lingering in front of the door. The reason for my mental complaints? Her makeup wasn't just bold, it was disastrous. Her two-tone bob haircut with its contrasting inner and outer colors, paired with deep blue lips that looked more like dyed pigment than lipstick, might have been enough to turn heads. But none of that compared to the overwhelming sight of her face. Her complexion was as white as flour, her eyes rimmed with dark smoky makeup that gave her a panda-like appearance, and her cheekbones and jawline were aggressively shaded in purple to enhance her facial structure. Even in Nighthaven, where people were accustomed to all sorts of otherworldly appearances, her look was rare, borderline grotesque. I needed to focus. This wasn't the time to be startled by her appearance. I had a job to do. Shaking off my initial shock, I composed myself and guided her inside the office with a calm demeanor. Despite her terrifying exterior, I already knew that Aisha was a much better person than she looked. Knowing that made it easier to grow accustomed to her appearance. Not that I'd ever call it pleasant. Oh my. When Aisha followed me into the office, the reactions of the three people inside were priceless. Raven unconsciously twitched his hand as if reaching for his gun. Alice covered her mouth with both hands, her eyes wide, and David adjusted his glasses repeatedly, as though doubting what he was seeing. No section. They were stunned, to say the least, not the reaction one might expect when meeting an idol. But, being professionals, they quickly suppressed their surprise and returned to their usual composed selves to greet her. Hello, this is the Fixer office, correct? Yes, that's correct. Are you here to request our services? Why yes. It's something I just can't handle on my own. Then, please have a seat. Yuria, could you bring us some coffee? I swiftly prepared coffee and snacks in the back. Though I was clumsy at first, weeks of practice had made me fairly confident in my brewing skills. Balancing the tray of coffee and refreshments, I returned to the sitting area. By then, Aisha and Raven were already deep into their conversation. "You've been receiving threatening texts from an unknown number, and photos of places you've visited have been left in your mailbox?" "Yes. I haven't been able to sleep properly, and the stress is affecting my work." I see. That kind of harassment would indeed make it hard to rest. A stalker, then, a serious issue. The reason Aisha had come to the fixer office was simple: she was being harassed by a stalker. Having debuted less than 3 months ago, she was being followed after work, and the stalker had gone as far as sneaking into her studio to take photos of her from behind. Unable to handle the situation on her own, Aisha consulted with her manager and agency. Together, they decided to hire a fixer to deal with the stalker. Enter Raven. Watching the two of them discuss the case made me want to jump in and stir the pot. As someone who had read the original story, I knew exactly how the case would unfold and end. I wanted to mess things up just to see what happens, but I shouldn't. Even if I couldn't speak, I resisted the urge to meddle. This case was important not just for Aisha but for the fixer office itself. It was the episode where David, still struggling to find his footing in the team, began to truly integrate into the group. By the end of this case, he'd go from seeing Raven as just a benefactor to recognizing him as a trusted comrade. This wasn't a place for me to interfere lightly. Who knew what kind of butterfly effect that could cause? I had to stay calm. While I stared blankly at the wall, keeping myself in check, their conversation seemed to reach its conclusion. Nodding as if he fully understood, Raven addressed Aisha. "So, you want us to catch the stalker and ensure they pay for their crimes?" Yes. Understood. Please leave your device number here, and take my business card. If you receive any new threats, contact this number immediately, and we'll handle it swiftly. Thank you. Thank you so much. There's no need to thank us. This is, after all, a business. We're just doing our job." Despite Aisha's overwhelming gratitude, Raven maintained his usual calm demeanor. What a master of poker faces. If it were me, I would have cracked a smile at least a little. Once Raven switched into work mode, his demeanor was nothing short of impressive. This was what professionalism looked like. After finalizing the paperwork and leaving her contact information and a deposit, Aisha left the office. Stalking cases rarely left obvious traces, so it wasn't something that could be resolved in a day. This was bound to be a longer case, requiring patience and persistence. After Aisha departed, leaving just the four of us in the office again, Alice spoke up, her voice tinged with concern. I feel bad for Aisha. She seems really stressed out." "Yeah, dealing with something like that can make it hard to rest properly. Still, with a face like that, she's got a stalker? That's one eccentric person." "Jin. That's such a horrible thing to say about her." "Oh, sorry. But come on, you were a little shocked when you first saw her, weren't you?" Well, I just thought she had a very strong sense of individuality." Alice, who had just scolded Raven for his rude comment, faltered under his pointed question, her eyes starting nervously. It seemed even she had briefly wondered how someone with such an intense appearance could attract a stalker. Of course, thoughts are free, and as long as she didn't say it aloud, there wasn't any harm. David, however, had a different perspective. Adjusting his glasses with an almost excited air, he spoke up. "No, if anything, it might be her unique individuality that attracted the stalker." "Huh? What do you mean?" "Think about it. Until recently, the internet and media environment primarily catered to humanoid species. But over time, species like Dryads and merfolk, who previously didn't engage much with media, have started to adapt to the culture. Aisha is an idol designed to cater to those niche needs, a kind of exaggerated personality tailored for such audiences. In short, she's a maximized idol." Wow. Okay, I get it. You're saying she's intentionally over the top to appeal to non-humanoid fans, right?" "Precisely." David's impassioned explanation left Alice and Raven visibly bewildered. They clearly didn't know how to respond to this sudden burst of enthusiasm. Unlike them, I clapped lightly with a grin on my face. Why did I enjoy David's long-winded spiel so much? The answer was simple: David is a massive idol otaku. Seeing this side of him emerge so clearly brought me immense joy. It was like watching the original story come to life. Aisha, being a relatively unknown idol, might not have been on his radar, but David's excitement was genuine. I wouldn't be surprised if his earlier glasses adjustment was him trying to process the fact that he had just met a maximized idol in person. This is probably the most hyped I've ever seen David. I guess idols really are his area of expertise. It's no surprise that each of the Fixer Office's main characters had unique, standout hobbies. This was a shonen manga world, after all. Raven, for example, was a gambling addict who blew money on dragon racing. Alice had an insatiable love for cute things. And David? He was deeply invested in idols of all shapes and sizes. Apparently, his fascination began during his overseas studies, where a roommate introduced him to idols. eventually turning him into a full-fledged fan who even attended concerts. But all that aside, this case was clearly David's moment to shine. It was an opportunity to resolve the lingering awkwardness in the office, while also helping Aisha overcome her troubles. I think I'll just sit back and watch things unfold. With David fully fired up and Aisha safely having entrusted her case to us, there wasn't anything I needed to meddle in. This case was already in good hands. What could possibly go wrong? The next day, at Aisha's office. To prepare for the stalker case, we visited Aisha's office early in the morning. It seemed our office was specifically designed to cater to maximized idols and their unique requirements. Despite Kadria's reputation for producing high-profile idols, the space itself had a quaint, worn charm, as if it had seen years of hard use. As we arrived, it looked like they were filming a promotional video. When we entered, led by a staff member, we saw Aisha standing with a broken guitar slung over her shoulder, her face contorted in a fierce scowl. "Hey, you little punks. If anyone gives you trouble, just tell this pretty big sister about it. I'll bash their heads in for you, got it?" Her timid, nervous demeanor from yesterday was completely gone. She now exuded the overwhelming presence of a gang boss, a far cry from the meek girl we had met. Watching from behind the camera setup, Raven muttered under his breath, dumbfounded. Does she even need help? At this rate, she could probably beat the stalker herself. Jin, you can't say that. She's so cool. Huh? Eh? David's soft murmur of admiration caught Raven and Alice off guard, both turning to stare at him in disbelief. Suppressing a laugh, I covered my mouth, thoroughly enjoying their reactions. I'm so glad I came along. This is already shaping up to be entertaining. What different species find attractive varies widely and is often hard to understand from an outsider's perspective. This concept is especially pronounced among non-humanoid species, those referred to as inhuman types. Take, for example, a tree spirit. What's considered the most beautiful tree among their kind might seem grotesque to humans. Similarly, the aquatic features of merfolk may appear indistinguishable to us, despite their intricacies. Just as humans can't fully grasp the aesthetic sensibilities of inhuman species, the reverse is also true. The idea of beauty being decided by subtle differences in facial features? To tree spirits, whose faces twist and warp as they grow, such debates might seem trivial. Thus, even the most captivating human may be as unremarkable as a pebble on the roadside to an inhuman species. This is why idols targeting these species, like Kadria's maximized idol Aisha of Destruction, had to abandon conventional beauty standards altogether. For those who struggle to discern subtle facial differences, bold, painted-on makeup became the norm. A soft, melodic voice was replaced with something akin to nails on a chalkboard, designed to demand attention. As for the traits these idols exemplified, overwhelming strength, unconditional acceptance, and universal love. Aisha was created as a symbol of these ideals, designed to appeal across species barriers. Aisha's post-performance apology. After the intense promotional video shoot ended, Aisha summoned us to a waiting room where she seemed far removed from the commanding presence she displayed moments ago. I'm so sorry for showing you such an unsightly performance. It's all part of my public image, but still. Gone was the guitar-smashing, throat-shredding powerhouse. In her place was a timid girl speaking hesitantly. The shift was so dramatic that it was hard to believe she was the same person. But we weren't here to hear apologies, and Alice and David quickly reassured her. Huh? No, no. It was really amazing. Yes, as a professional, I found it quite fascinating. It was a rare glimpse into an effective approach for appealing to non-human audiences, showcasing the potential power of a universal idol. Oh, really? That's quite the way to put it. Delighted by David's enthusiastic words, Aisha clapped her hands together like a young girl. However, her heavy makeup made the cheerful gesture look somewhat unsettling, leading Raven to press his fingers to his temples with a sigh. From my perspective, the performance was genuinely impressive. The makeup was admittedly off-putting, but if you considered her as a unique representative of her species, it made sense. Nobs. Her dramatic act of smashing a guitar on the ground was reminiscent of a great general rallying troops on a battlefield. Of course, as an idol, it was unconventional to the point of absurdity. But if it worked, who was I to question it? David's passionate interest seemed to inspire the head manager of Kadria, Bold, who enthusiastically agreed with him. This young man gets it. Yes, indeed. Idols are meant to be icons for the people. A figure of strength that transcends beauty and species alike. Aisha will become the indomitable force that pushes the hesitant forward. Good grief, his voice was so loud it felt like it had a built-in speaker. I winced, rubbing my ears, prompting Alice to scoot closer and gently cover my ears with her hands. It wasn't exactly necessary, but I nodded my thanks to her nonetheless. A serious question. While Bold waxed poetic about Aisha's role as an idol, Raven's calm voice cut through the noise. Setting that aside for now, Did you know Aisha was being harassed by a stalker? Bold's exuberance deflated instantly, replaced by a look of deep regret. And no, I only found out when Aisha confided in me recently. To think someone would stoop to such shameful acts against one of Kadria's idols. It's unforgivable. I see. Aisha mentioned the stalking began around her second month post-debut, so about a month ago. It seems she's been dealing with it alone until now. That's correct. Gah, Aisha. I'm so sorry. I should have noticed your suffering sooner. I've failed you. Tears streaming down his face, Bold bowed deeply to Aisha, who, flustered by his display, placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. Please, it's okay. Really, you don't need to do this. Their interaction, more like a father and daughter than a manager and idol, was heartwarming. Alice, ever empathetic, looked visibly moved. But Raven wasn't one to let personal feelings cloud his judgment during work. Unlike his usual headshakes at emotional moments, his expression remained stoic as he casually continued. That being said, while I'm not certain yet, I suspect the stalker might be someone within this company. What are you saying? How could that be? Aisha and Bold reacted with shock and disbelief, as expected. It was a natural response, hearing that someone within their own circle might be responsible for death threats and stalking. To make them believe his theory, Raven needed evidence. He turned to David, signaling for him to proceed. David, prepared for this moment, pulled a laptop from his bag. He typed quickly before swiveling the screen toward Aisha and Bold. These are photos from inside our company? Yes. These are comparisons between the photos the stalker sent and ones we took from the same angles during our investigation. As you can see, it's clear that these shots could only have been taken from within the building. Then that means the stalker harassing Aisha is likely someone working inside this company. Although it wasn't definitive proof, Raven's claim was backed by strong reasoning. Turning to Bold, he requested a list of employees present at the time the photos were taken. For now, the investigation was progressing smoothly. The pieces were beginning to fall into place. To minimize the risk of harm from the stalker, Alice was assigned as Aisha's bodyguard. Meanwhile, Raven, David, and I headed out to gather more evidence. Jin couldn't Yuria. She's working, Alice. All right. Alice's desire to keep me by her side was evident, but Raven's firm tone left no room for argument. She reluctantly accepted the decision, looking dejected. To be honest, I also wanted to stay with Alice. But the way Raven's gaze silently asked, "Do you want me to have two people to protect?" made it clear I had no choice. Even if I could fend for myself, staying with Alice would only increase the burden on others. Once outside, Raven quickly laid out the plan. It seemed he and David intended to split up to cover more ground. David, go to the locations where the stalker's photos were taken and see if there's any evidence left behind. Yes, understood. I'll check the area's CCTV footage using my fixer privileges. If anything comes up, contact me. Yuria, you want to stay back at the office? Not a fan? Then you can either come with me or tag along with David. Your call. Raven gave me a choice with a casual shrug. Clearly, he didn't expect much from me beyond tagging along since I couldn't exactly handle investigations alone. After a moment's thought, I hopped over to stand next to David. Between sifting through hours of CCTV footage and taking a walk around town, the latter sounded much more enjoyable. Raven smirked at my decision, waving us off with a hint of amusement before leaving for his own task. His lightheartedness stung just a little. He looked far too relieved to have me off his hands. But I couldn't argue. Without using telekinesis, I really wasn't much more than dead weight. The investigation begins. Let's get going, Yuria. With David leading the way, we headed to the various locations where the stalker had photographed Aisha. Our task was to comb through these spots and uncover any potential clues. The locations varied greatly: restaurants, cafes, clothing stores, cosmetics shops, flower shops. What amazed me the most was that Aisha visited all these places wearing her dramatic makeup. Perhaps it stemmed from her personal philosophy of always being an idol, no matter the circumstances. Except when she was about to sleep, she never removed her makeup, a level of dedication I couldn't help but admire. There doesn't seem to be any significant evidence left behind. Perhaps too much time has passed. Indeed, despite visiting several locations, finding decisive clues proved difficult. The photos were old, and the locations were too generic, places anyone could frequent. Eventually, David switched tactics, questioning shop employees to see if they remembered Aisha or noticed anyone suspicious following her. Given Aisha's striking appearance, most employees did recall seeing her. However, few noticed anyone suspicious in her wake. It seemed that Aisha's extreme presence overshadowed everything else. Still, persistence often pays off. At the fifth location, a cafe, we finally stumbled upon something useful. I see. Thank you for your time. Oh, wait. I think I just remembered something. Yes? What is it? You're asking about someone suspicious following that scary-looking lady, right? Yes, that's correct. Well, there was this scruffy-looking guy with reddish hair. I think he might have been following her. Oh? Really? David thanked the shy employee profusely, his expression lighting up. Meanwhile, I watched the scene unfold with some amusement. Looks like the employee has a little crush on David. Too bad he's already spoken for. Still, I followed him out of the cafe, genuinely pleased by our progress. A man with reddish hair, that's a solid lead. We'll check a few more locations and report this to Raven. I gave David a thumbs up in approval, continuing the search. We visited more places after that, restaurants where Aisha had been photographed eating, cosmetics shops where she had hesitated over products, and more. Finally, we arrived at a bookstore Aisha frequently visited. As David and I stepped inside, someone exiting the store bumped into me. Watch where you're going, will you? The collision was with a girl about my height, wearing a butterfly-patterned half-mask that obscured her eyes. Her black hair framed a face that, even behind the mask, radiated irritation. Wait. I knew this person. The moment I realized who she was, a chill ran down my spine. Oh no, this might just be the biggest crisis of my life. The girl had asymmetrical short black hair, a luxurious half-mask etched with a butterfly motif, and piercing eyes visible through it. Her sharp jawline, cold, expressionless lips, and the unmistakable aura of someone extraordinary shone through, like an awl poking out of a pocket, impossible to hide even with the mask. Her outfit further added to her striking appearance, a deep red coat draped lightly over her shoulders, revealing pale, delicate skin beneath a halter top, paired with a short skirt ending above her knees and high-heeled shoes. Despite her youthful look, appearing no older than 10, the charismatic air she exuded felt overwhelming. This is, no matter how you look at it, it's Ren, isn't it? Ren, a high-ranking officer of the Invaders, an organization operating from the shadows of Night Haven. As I looked directly at her, our eyes at the same level, I couldn't help but confirm her identity. Even though asymmetrical hairstyles aren't all that rare, someone walking around the city with a butterfly-patterned half-mask and such conspicuous attire? It would be strange not to recognize her. But recognizing someone's identity this quickly wasn't exactly a good thing. Ren wasn't just any operative, she was a highly ranked field commander of the Invaders, infamous for leaving no traces behind. With her level of influence, she could be telekinetic, hiding a tesseract, or aware of every step in her organization's plans. For someone like me, who was burdened with too many dangerous secrets, any one of which, if exposed, would mean my immediate annihilation, Ren was the last person I wanted to meet. But seriously, why am I running into her in this obscure bookstore? Isn't she supposed to be busy scheming somewhere behind the scenes? While I stood there, flustered at this sudden and unexpected encounter, Ren spoke in a low, growling tone, her eyes practically threatening to tear me apart. If you bump into someone, you should apologize. Why are you just standing there gawking? Should I smash that mask of yours along with your face? Scary. Her gaze, brimming with madness, startled me. Still, it wasn't entirely my fault, it was a two-way collision. She had also rushed out from the corner carelessly. Though I wanted to argue my case, I decided to let it go. Taking a deep breath, I bowed my head slightly toward Ren, genuinely apologetic. After all, getting angry over a simple collision wasn't very mature of me. I figured it was better to be the bigger person and take the first step toward resolving this. But it seemed my silent pose didn't sit well with her. Ren tapped her finger impatiently, her irritation apparent. Just as the tension in the air reached a dangerous boiling point, with conflict seemingly inevitable, David smoothly intervened between us. "And who are you?" Ren demanded. "Pardon me," David said with a calm demeanor. "This is Uriah. She is unable to speak, so I must ask for your understanding. Please accept our apology for the accidental collision. R.A.S. Humph. A mute? How boring." Ren crossed her arms and tilted her head arrogantly, as though expecting such deference. The audacity of her attitude, despite being equally at fault, was almost laughable. She carried herself like a noble woman, full of entitlement. But David wasn't about to back down. Adjusting his glasses, he spoke in a firm tone. "We've apologized for our part. However, it would only be fair for you to apologize as well." "What? Why should I?" "Both parties were at fault for colliding at the corner. Moreover, threatening someone, no matter the reason, is something we cannot overlook." Ren scoffed. "You're unbelievable. Fine, and what will you do if I refuse?" The air between Ren and David crackled with unseen tension, a palpable spark of hostility indicating neither side intended to back down. Sensing the rising danger, I tugged at David's sleeve, trying to de-escalate the situation. Across from us, Ren's growing irritation began to morph into something darker, an unmistakable killing intent. If this continued, it wouldn't just be a battle of nerves but a real fight. "Understood, Uriah," David said, finally relenting. "Oh? Getting cold feet now? I thought you wanted to see this through to the end, Ren sneered. It was never my intention to fight, David replied, unperturbed. It's clear you have no intention of apologizing. That's all I needed to know. Despite her provocations, David didn't flinch. His calm response indicated he deemed the matter not worth pursuing further since I, the victim, wasn't particularly upset. Ren, seemingly bored by David's composed retreat, dropped her smirk. Casting a fleeting glance at me, she clicked her tongue in annoyance. TSK. Boring. You there, white-haired girl? Yeah, you. Whitey. Next time we meet, I'll make sure to play with you. Remember that. I never want to see her again. I instinctively retreated behind David, not bothering to hide my displeasure. Unconcerned with my reaction, Ren walked past us, exiting the bookstore without looking back. To say she was troublesome would be an understatement. Ren was the very definition of a self-centered, unpredictable individual. Sigh. At least the storm has passed. Still, what's with that nickname? Whitey? If I'm Whitey, does that make her Blackie? Grumbling inwardly at her terrible naming sense, I brushed off the encounter as nothing more than being bitten by a stray cat. What? Shouldn't I have stopped her since she's an invader and technically a villain? And then what? Start a telekinetic brawl in the middle of the city? Even if I wanted to take her out, revealing my identity would have been an even greater risk. Picking a fight with her would be like burning down my apartment, a place I worked 20 years to secure, just to kill a tiger that wandered inside. Yeah, that analogy doesn't sound right, but you get the point. Phew. She was truly an odd girl, I muttered to myself. Well, she must have her own circumstances. She's not inherently a bad person, I quietly thought to myself and nodded in agreement with David's words. The encounter had left me feeling like my nerves had been shredded by an unexpected storm. Even though the storm had passed, the work wasn't over. After our encounter with Ren, we continued our rounds, focusing on gathering more information. By visiting all the locations where the stalking photos had been taken, we managed to gather sufficient details about the suspected stalker. Phew, based on the common testimonies, it's a man with red hair and an average build, some sort of humanoid demi-human. It's not much, but it should be enough to identify the culprit soon. Yuria, you worked hard too. We covered quite a bit of ground. Not really. All I did was sip on my drink and trail behind you the whole time. I gave David a double thumbs up and hopped in place, as if to cheer him on for his effort. Though, to be honest, knowing the culprit's identity from the start did leave me feeling a bit guilty. Still, they'd figure it out soon enough without any spoilers from me, so I decided to enjoy the moment. After all, I was just a part-timer, not an official member of the team. David then pulled out his communicator to relay the gathered information to Raven, likely so he could review the leads. However, after checking Raven's response, David frowned slightly, looking troubled. Ah, I see. It seems Raven needs a little more time. He suggested we spend about an hour wandering around nearby. Oh, they must still be busy reviewing the CCTV footage. Good thing I stuck with David instead of joining Raven's team. I nodded inwardly, satisfied with my decision. Wandering around outside was far more enjoyable than sitting idly on a chair, swinging my legs out of boredom. Let's take a walk nearby for now, David suggested. With some unexpected free time on our hands and no clear destination, we began strolling aimlessly. As we walked side by side, a large screen nearby suddenly played an advertisement. It featured a cheerful idol in a cheerleader outfit, leaping around a beach while sipping a drink to the tune of upbeat music. Maybe it was because I had encountered someone as extraordinary as Ren earlier, but the pretty, ordinary scene felt oddly bland in comparison. Still, the idol's beauty made the drink seem appealing enough to try. Lydia, she's the leader of Tropical Oasis, a girl group. This year marks their 10th anniversary since debut. After the war, they revived the concept of idols, which had almost disappeared, and became living legends. Ah yeah, I know that. But why bring it up out of nowhere? I blinked, slightly confused by David's sudden commentary, but nodded as if to say it was a good story. Perhaps noticing my awkward reaction, David scratched his cheek, looking somewhat apologetic. Sorry. You probably don't care about this stuff, but I blurted it out. The truth is, Tropical Oasis is one of my favorite groups. When I was studying abroad, they were one of the reasons I didn't give up. Of course, my promise to Reine was the main reason. David's admission of being an idol fan seemed to embarrass him slightly, as he rubbed his neck awkwardly. I didn't mind at all. In fact, I found this side of him, losing his usual composed demeanor when talking about idols, far more entertaining. It was fun to tease him about things like this and grow closer through such moments. Compared to his old habit of maintaining a polite distance in conversations, this was much better. Although his enthusiasm for Reine's idol persona still felt a bit overwhelming. As I gave David's back a couple of light pats to reassure him, he smiled faintly, seemingly grateful for my response. So, When I heard Aisha was being harassed by a stalker, it really hit me hard. Aisha could be someone's guiding star too. The idea of cowardly, despicable people trying to take that away, I just couldn't accept it. I really want to catch the culprit this time. You'll help? Thank you. Perhaps encouraged by my enthusiastic thumbs up and fighting pose, David seemed more at ease as he expressed his gratitude. Not that I'd be much help, since I planned to stay in the background as an observer. After an hour of leisurely wandering around, we received a message from Raven. He had found a crucial clue about the stalker. Finally, the moment had arrived. Feeling a mix of excitement and nerves, I headed back to the celebrity agency with David. When everyone from the Problem Solvers troubleshooter gathered, Raven stepped forward, his demeanor reminiscent of a certain famous detective. The culprit is among us. I will now reveal the truth behind this stalking case. I couldn't believe I was witnessing such a scene in real life. The only thing missing was a bucket of popcorn and a soda in my hands. What a shame. The biggest clue was a photo taken late at night inside the office building. Using this, they could narrow down those without alibis. Aisha's manager, an in-house designer, an accountant, a photographer, and even a fellow idol. These 5 were now the primary suspects in the stalker case. Raven turned to Bold, the manager of the office, who was watching with a serious expression, and asked, Are you absolutely certain that these 5 individuals were inside the office at the time the photo was taken? Yes, I confirmed it with my own eyes. These were the only ones who had any reason to remain at the office late at night. Based on your testimony, then, I'm confident the culprit is among these 5. With that declaration, Raven eliminated any room for doubt, nodding firmly before explaining the situation to the suspects, who had no idea why they had been called in. He laid out the case. Over the past month, Aisha had been receiving threatening messages from a malicious stalker, including death threats, photos of her back, and pictures of places she had visited. Fortunately, evidence from one of the photos allowed the stalker to be identified, and the 5 of them were now suspects based on this lead. It was a succinct summary, enough for anyone to understand the situation. This is outrageous. Why would I do such a thing to Aisha? We're in the same agency. This is so unfair. Who would stalk whom? Please, calm down. No one is accusing you outright, only that it's a possibility. Well, it's offensive. Why would I harass Aisha? Alice struggled to calm the outraged suspects, who were understandably upset about being accused of stalking. Raven, however, remained composed, speaking with a calm professionalism that refused to waver. There's no guarantee that you won't be the next target. The faster we catch the stalker, the safer you'll all be. If you cooperate, this won't take long. Let's go through this one by one. Tell us where you were and what you were doing at that time. Raven's unflinching demeanor seemed to help. One by one, the suspects began explaining their activities that night. The manager claimed he had been warming himself in the break room, preparing to escort Aisha home. The designer said she was working late in her studio, rushing to finish an album design. The accountant stated she was fixing an earlier mistake at her desk. The photographer said he had returned to the office briefly to retrieve some photos he needed to submit the next morning. The fellow idol explained he had just finished practicing his singing and dancing and was about to leave. While no one could provide proof for their activities, their reasons for being in the office seemed plausible enough. Raven stroked his chin thoughtfully as he listened to their explanations. Thank you for sharing. Everyone seems to have at least some form of an alibi. I'm not sure what to make of this. I can't believe one of them could be the stalker, Bold muttered. Perhaps it was hard for him to believe, considering he worked closely with all of them. But at that moment, Raven's gaze slowly shifted toward one person, the manager. There's something strange, though, Raven began. You, the manager, claimed you were quietly in the break room at the time, making it impossible for you to take the photo. But evidence suggests otherwise. You visited a cafe outside the office during that time, didn't you? RAOS. That's. You managed to avoid the internal CCTV, but I suppose you didn't anticipate the external CCTV, did you? Raven confidently held up a photograph, taken from an outdoor CCTV camera. It clearly showed the manager at the cafe. Caught in a blatant lie, the room erupted into murmurs of shock. I, meanwhile, swallowed hard, thinking how perfect this would have been with some popcorn. David stepped forward to add weight to Raven's claim. I'd like to mention something as well. There was a witness who saw a red-haired man quietly following Aisha at one of the locations where a stalker photo was taken. Gasp. The manager's hair is also bright red. The other suspects turned to stare at the red-haired manager, their expressions a mix of shock and suspicion. With his alibi disproven and circumstantial evidence mounting against him, even Aisha widened her eyes in disbelief. Manager, this is a lie, right? Why would you? Answer me. You're not the stalker, are you? You said we were like family. Aisha's face was etched with betrayal, her heavily made-up eyes full of hurt. As she took a step toward him, Raven stopped her, signaling that he had more to say. "No, the manager isn't the stalker," Raven declared. "Huh? What? You just accused him of lying. Then how?" "He lacks any motive to stalk Aisha. There's nothing he would gain from it. He was merely a toolie, someone being used. Isn't that right, Bold?" Excuse me? What are you implying?" Bold stammered, beads of sweat forming on his brow. "The stalker is you. Am I wrong?" A collective gasp filled the room as everyone turned to Bold in shock. No one could believe it. The manager, the prime suspect moments ago, had been a decoy. Bold, the seemingly harmless general manager, was the real culprit. "Well, I'd known all along, but it was still fun to watch it unfold." Bold protested vehemently, claiming there was no reason for him to do such a thing. Aisha was like family to him, so why would he hurt her? "You say you had no reason," Raven countered, his voice calm yet cutting, "but you did have one, getting Aisha to quit voluntarily. She's not profitable enough for you, is she? You wanted to reduce the number of maximized idols under your care. After all, you've essentially been demoted to this position." "Ha! What nonsense. We're a family. I would never, this is slander. Even if you're a fixer, you can't just accuse innocent people. I'll call the police." "Innocent?" Raven smirked. "Then how do you explain this?" Pulling out his device, Raven played an audio recording. "Manager, what's the issue?" "Sigh. You've got to help me. The higher-ups want that girl gone. They say she's not making enough money." Maximized? What a joke. "Why not just wait for her contract to expire in a year and refuse to renew it?" "TSK, they don't want to wait that long. Just get it done. I'll make it worth your while." The recording stopped, leaving a stunned silence in its wake. The man who claimed to treat idols like family had been exposed as someone who'd stop at nothing to discard them for profit. Even the stalking and threats had been orchestrated to avoid blame falling on the agency. Aisha, utterly devastated, lowered her head, unable to speak. Raven pocketed the device, his cold gaze fixed on Bold. "It seems the one who needs to call the police is you. Any objections?" This is fabricated." Bold stammered. "There's no fabrication here. I stake my honor as a fixer on it." "So, what will you stake? Your fortune? Your life?" Damn it. It seemed Bold had intended to pin the stalker case on the manager as a scapegoat and quietly slip away. His face contorted into an expression of pure malice, a stark contrast to the kindly bald man I'd seen earlier that morning. The situation had completely shifted. The stalking and death threats targeting Aisha were no longer just personal crimes but ones that could tarnish her entire agency, Kadria. As the prospect of police involvement loomed, promising inevitable judgment, Aisha, with teary eyes, hurriedly approached Raven. Wait. "Huh? Please could you not report Bold to the police?" Her sudden plea to protect Bold plunged the room into confusion once again. After enduring a month of harassment, why would she suddenly speak up for him? Even the manager, who had been used as Bold's pawn, was so shocked he began to protest. Raven, however, paid little attention to the reactions around him and instead studied Aisha closely. Realizing her intentions weren't driven by pity or personal comfort, he calmly asked, "May I ask why?" "It's not really about Bold," Aisha replied, wiping her tears and meeting Raven's gaze with fiery determination. "There are idols at Kadria whom I respect and admire. If we report this, they'll end up suffering unfairly because of it. I don't want that to happen." Her resolve wasn't rooted in anger toward Bold or regret over her betrayal. She was thinking of the innocent idols under Kadria who could become collateral damage if the scandal broke. Aisha, a remarkably kind-hearted idol despite her destructive stage persona, couldn't bear the thought of anyone else suffering because of this. Raven scratched his head, considering her request, then shrugged. "Fine, do as you like. My job was to find the stalker, not to punish them." "Jin," Alice protested. "What? If the client doesn't want it, that's her call. Who are we to argue?" Deciding to step back, Raven ignored Alice's disapproval and casually withdrew. Aisha nodded gratefully at Raven before walking toward Bold. Her footsteps were heavy, and her expression was ice-cold as she addressed him. "Manager, no, Baldy." "Be Baldy?" "Yeah, you. Should I call you Octopus? Want me to pluck those few strands of hair left on the side of your head? Do you feel no shame for what you've done?" What you?" Aisha's glare was as fierce as an unleashed stallion, her rage palpable. Respect was no longer an option for someone like him. Her aura was so intense that even as a bystander, I felt a chill down my spine, half expecting her to pull a hammer out of her pocket and smash his head in. "Tell the higher-ups the contract was terminated due to your mistake. If you don't, I'll make sure this whole thing goes public." No response? I understand. I'll do it." Bold, cowed by Aisha's intensity, hung his head in submission, clearly realizing that crossing her any further would be a disastrous mistake. Thus, The case was resolved. Aisha terminated her idol contract on the grounds of Kadria's misconduct. She made it clear that if Bold failed to follow through, she would expose everything to the media. For Aisha, who had dreamed of being an idol since childhood, it was a bittersweet conclusion, one that left a hollow feeling behind. I really thought things would end well for once. With the head manager as the culprit, staying in that agency wasn't an option. It's unfortunate, but it couldn't be helped, David sighed. Despite catching the stalker, the outcome, a resignation from her idol career, left an undeniably bitter aftertaste. Alice and David slumped over the cafe table, their spirits dampened. Raven, sipping on a hot chocolate, merely clicked his tongue, looking unfazed. Why waste energy over-analyzing? We did our job. Whatever choices the client makes afterward are none of our business. But still, Alice muttered. TSK. Look at the part-timer. Raven gestured toward me. She's sipping her juice like it's no big deal, while you two grown-ups are moping. Aren't you embarrassed in front of her? Why was he dragging me into this? And for the record, Alice is still a high schooler. I blinked in confusion, sipping my apple mango juice while staring at Raven, who ignored my reaction and turned his attention back to the sulking duo. Most things in life don't end with a happy ending. The world tends to tilt in ways people don't want. Don't dwell on results too much, that's how you live without constant stress. Phew, I guess you're right, David admitted. And from what I heard, Aisha isn't planning to quit being an idol completely. She'll probably find another chance. I can't promise she'll succeed, but it's possible. Raven's pragmatic words, though harsh, seemed to offer some solace. Slowly, Alice and David resumed drinking their coffees. The table fell silent, the atmosphere calm yet reflective. As the silence stretched, Alice, resting her chin on her hand and gazing out the window, murmured, "Speaking of which, when is Aisha coming back?" She said she'd step out to remove her makeup. Well, considering how much she covers her face, it's probably taking a while, Raven quipped. In truth, Aisha hadn't left us. She was still part of our group and had gone to freshen up, deciding to remove the heavy makeup she typically wore as maximized idol, Aisha. Then, a striking figure approached our table from within the cafe. She was stunning, so breathtaking that even Alice, the problem solver's official beauty, seemed dimmer in her presence. The elegant woman hesitated slightly before stopping at our table. Raven looked up at her, puzzled. "Do you need something?" he asked. The woman smiled shyly and spoke softly. Mr. Raven, could I make another request? There's something I'd like your help with." "Who are you?" It was clear she was a stranger, yet she spoke as if she knew us. Then came her reply, which left Raven and the rest of us utterly speechless. "It's me, Aisha." "Wha? Huh?" I couldn't help but laugh silently to myself as the others gawked in shock. This was far more entertaining than when Bold was exposed as the culprit. So this is why people love surprises. I learned something new today. The trope of an ugly duckling turning into a stunning beauty was as old as the Bronze Age, akin to tales told around fires long before written history. It was such a cliché that it had lost its shock value entirely. Yet, despite its predictability, the group couldn't pull themselves out of their astonishment after seeing Aisha's bare face. Surely, they must have expected her makeup-free face to differ from her usual appearance. The reason for their reaction, however, was clear. The transformation was far beyond anyone's expectations. "Oh, why is everyone staring? This is your first time seeing my bare face." "It's me, Aisha," she said sheepishly. "Yes, we can see that." But her face without makeup was nothing short of stunning. Her skin wasn't the unnaturally pale white of flour or chalk but radiantly vibrant, like milk infused with peaches. Her long, otherworldly lashes framed eyes that sparkled like stars. Beneath her sculpted nose, lips the color of fresh roses glistened with life. A faint droplet of water tracing her jawline added a subtle allure to her overall innocence, drawing anyone who looked at her into a silent captivation. Her beauty was overwhelming, as if carved from perfection itself. It was almost infuriating to think such a treasure had been hidden behind garish makeup. "This is completely beyond imagination," David murmured. "Wow, Uni, you're so pretty." Alice chimed in, her voice full of admiration. Thank you," Aisha replied, slightly flustered. Standing beside David and Alice, I casually gave her a thumbs up. Having read the original story, I already knew she was beautiful, but this was next level. If I hadn't already seen her face in the past, I might have ended up staring blankly like the others. Her beauty was simply that disarming. While I nodded in quiet approval, Raven finally shook off his shock and addressed her. "So, you said you had a new request? Got the money for it, Jen?" Alice scolded, exasperated. "What? Why are you giving me that look? Unless this is about a free service because the job wasn't completed, which it was, any new requests require payment. We're not running a charity here." "Well, you're not wrong," Alice admitted reluctantly. Unbothered by the mood, Raven leaned back in his chair and questioned Aisha. Though their professional relationship technically ended after they identified the stalker, if she wanted to make another request, she would still be treated as a client. While Alice worried about pushing a stressed client too hard, there wasn't much to do. With Bold revealed as the stalker, continuing her idle career at Cadria was impossible. A peaceful resolution didn't exist in this case. Aisha seemed to share Raven's practical view. She responded brightly, showing no sign of being fazed. "Yes, I completely agree with you, Raven. Actually, I feel so much better now. Quitting that company was the best thing for me." "Well, glad to see customer satisfaction is still a priority," Raven replied with a smirk. "So, what's this new request? Want us to get revenge on your old manager or Bold? We can make them cry without breaking any laws." "Wow, Jen, saying that with such a sinister look makes you sound like a full-blown villain," Alice exclaimed, horrified. "As a fixer, I'm allowed certain leeway when it comes to property damage or limited violence. It's all in the contract," David added, his tone deadly serious. "David, too? Are you seriously considering it?" Alice protested. Raven, now sipping his drink, flashed Aisha a sly grin. His sharp features and mischievous expression gave him the air of a classic villain, a role he seemed to relish. David, seemingly fully invested in the topic of idol-related justice, was just as animated. Alice, as a former police cadet, was understandably flustered. The prospect of deliberately planning to ruin someone's life didn't sit well with her principles. "Still, I wasn't worried. Aisha wasn't here for anything like that." While Alice hugged me tightly, likely seeking moral support, she implored, "Why Uriah, don't grow up to be like them, okay?" Honestly, I did think Bold deserves some punishment, but for Alice's sake, I nodded vigorously, promising to stay on the straight and narrow. Our little scene seemed to amuse Aisha. She giggled behind her hand before composing herself, about to explain her new request. But before she could speak, the cafe door burst open, and someone came rushing toward us. Crash! The figure tripped over their own feet and rolled toward our table, nearly causing a major accident. Reacting swiftly, Raven stood and stopped the person with one firm press of his foot, as though handling a stray soccer ball. When the dust settled, the identity of the intruder became clear. "Oh, it's the manager?" Alice gasped. "What's he doing here? Isn't that the stalking manager who cooperated with Baldy?" David growled. The red-haired man sprawled on the floor was none other than Aisha's manager, who had been complicit in stalking her under Bold's orders. Given his involvement, he was the last person who should have shown up here. "How did he find us?" Alice exclaimed. "How thick-faced do you have to be to come here after everything you've done?" David added, his tone dangerously low. It seemed like David was ready to strike, and I wouldn't have been surprised if the manager ended up as nothing more than a bruised pulp. But just as the tension hit its peak, Aisha sprang to her feet and intervened. Wait. Calm down, everyone. I asked him to come." "You did?" Alice blinked in confusion. "Well, while I was removing my makeup earlier, the manager contacted me. He said he regrets what he did and genuinely wants to apologize." Aisha pulled out her device, showing us the messages she exchanged with the manager. Sure enough, the messages displayed a heartfelt confession of guilt and a plea for a chance to make things right. Even so, he was an accomplice. What exactly did she see in him to warrant this trust? David and Alice reluctantly sat back down, their expressions screaming that they wanted to question her judgment. Once trust is broken, rebuilding it is almost impossible. Unlike Raven, who remained his usual unbothered self, David and Alice glared daggers at the manager, anger clear on their faces. Meanwhile, the manager knelt on the hard floor, his forehead pressed against it as he cried out, "I'm so sorry. This is all my fault. No matter how desperate I was for money, I should never have accepted Bold's proposal. If you resent me, I'll accept it, it's what I deserve. Even if you can't forgive trash like me, please, give me just one chance to atone." "One chance? What do you mean?" "I'll explain everything, why Bold did this to you, all of it." With his forehead reddened from his display, the manager looked up at Aisha, his voice trembling with sincerity. "If only he hadn't done it in the first place," I thought with a sigh. I glanced at Aisha, who seemed deep in thought. Then, noticing a few people discreetly filming the scene, I discreetly used telekinesis to blur the images on their cameras. It wouldn't do to have this circus end up online. As I nonchalantly averted the filming attempts, Aisha and Raven exchanged a brief glance before Aisha spoke in a calm, measured voice. "Let's move somewhere more private. This isn't the kind of conversation to have here." "Fine. Let's head back to the office. It's quieter there," Raven replied. We stood up to leave, wary of the attention Aisha's stunning appearance had drawn. I couldn't help but grumble internally at the gawking strangers. Back at the problem solver's office, we gathered in the lounge. My spot was right next to Alice, a position that made me feel like a cherished plush toy. Once we were settled, the manager, his expression utterly serious, began to speak. "Where should I start? I suppose with the stalker situation," he began. He explained why Bold had orchestrated Aisha's harassment via stalker. It was simple. Qadriya didn't want to tarnish their reputation by openly discarding an unprofitable maximized idol like Aisha. If rumors spread that Qadriya abandoned idols supporting marginalized communities, their image would take a hit. Instead, framing Aisha's departure as voluntary due to a stalker was the company's best scenario. That's such a petty reason," Alice exclaimed, outraged. "It's not petty," the manager countered. "Qadriya is one of the leading agencies in the revitalized idol industry. Every detail of their image is critical. A single blemish can make or break their future. Of course, Bold is now stuck cleaning up the mess, but that's another story." Pressing an ice pack I handed him against his forehead, the manager sighed and continued. "In the corporate world, maintaining a positive image often came at the cost of ethical decisions. Qadriya had created a good image by supporting idols like Aisha, so they couldn't risk destroying that investment outright." One question was answered, but many remained. David, still pondering, raised a hand to ask, "I have one more question. Why did Qadriya debut Aisha as a maximized idol in the first place? With her looks, she could have been a major financial asset." "That's due to some unfortunate timing," the manager explained. "When Aisha joined as a trainee, a group involving an investor's child was about to debut. Naturally, the higher-ups didn't want Aisha overshadowing them. She might have been a financial boon, but losing a key investor would have been disastrous. Qadriya had to choose." Amusingly, that investor-backed group ended up performing poorly, stuck in the mid-tier rankings. The manager, his head hung low, seemed to feel both regretful and absurd about the situation. Aisha, abandoned despite her potential, was clearly a victim of circumstances. Scratching his head, Raven spoke up, clearly unimpressed. "Why didn't they just hold off for a while and debut her later? Then they'd benefit from both." "They probably worried she'd jump to another agency in the meantime. With her potential, another company could easily polish her into a superstar. So, they erased her individuality by debuting her as a maximized idol. It was cruel, but it kept her tied down." "I actually found it kind of fun, being a maximized idol," Aisha said with a bittersweet smile. Her dream hadn't been to become the world's greatest idol, just to be an idol. But after 3 months of being pushed around, it was over. Suddenly, her gaze sharpened as she turned to Raven, seemingly resolute. Straightening her back, she spoke with clear determination. "Mr. Raven, I still want to be an idol. I'll give you every penny I've saved. Will you help me become one again?" Gone was the hesitant girl from before. She radiated confidence, like a star ready to shine. Raven, leaning back on the sofa, gave her a casual response. "Sounds fun. Let's do it too." "David, calm down," Alice protested. To make Aisha a star once more, the team was fired up with enthusiasm. It was obvious, fixers were people who solved problems for others, not talent agents launching idols into stardom. So, while we started with a light-hearted "why not give it a shot?" attitude, we ended up discussing plans for much longer than expected. No matter how striking Aisha's appearance was, the reality was that her career amounted to being a failed idol who quit after just 3 months. Starting over as a trainee wasn't ideal either. At her age, early 20s, she was already on the older side for an idol. In short, the safest route would take too long, and the best path forward was a gamble, a high-risk, high-reward strategy. Alice spoke first. "What about a TV competition? Like an idol survival show? Aisha Uni's stunning looks will guarantee her the top spot." David countered with a more unconventional suggestion. "I think we should focus on internet-based strategies, like viral marketing. It's fast and effective. We could draw enough buzz to attract recruitment from a major agency." Finally, the former manager, now tentatively part of the group, chimed in. "Well, considering what happened with Qadriya, isn't joining a reputable agency the safest route? Rushing to debut again could lead to the same problems." Their personalities shone through their arguments. Alice, true to her upright nature, leaned toward an honest approach, relying on skill and effort. David, ever pragmatic, favored aggressive but efficient tactics, staying within legal limits. The manager, burnt by his experiences, sought stability and caution. Alice eyed the manager with skepticism. "By the way, are you even supposed to be here? Isn't Qadriya going to label you a traitor?" I quit. Completely. I'm on Aisha's side now, I swear." He stammered. "Give him a break, Alice," Aisha said with a small laugh. "I trust him now. You won't do anything shady again, right?" "Of course not," the manager exclaimed earnestly. "But if you're no longer with Qadriya, shouldn't we stop calling you manager?" While Alice continued to glare, Aisha defended him with a magnanimous smile. "People make mistakes. What matters is that they truly regret them and want to improve. Watching their exchange, David murmured something under his breath, clearly unconvinced. After listening to the proposals, Raven let out a sigh and summarized the situation. I doubt Kadria will just sit back and let Aisha debut without interference. No matter the method, TV or internet, they'll find a way to sabotage it. A-ring-nos. That's likely, David agreed. Given Kadria's past actions, expecting them to suddenly play fair would be naive. Even a TV competition could be manipulated by powerful industry figures, while viral marketing carried the risk of backlash if people saw through the strategy. So, the question remained, how could Aisha pursue her idle dreams without Kadria interfering? I silently nibbled on a snack, reflecting on the complexity of the situation. Kadria was one of the top 3 agencies in the industry, a giant with influence that even a fixer couldn't easily sidestep. Sure, the other 2 top agencies might be options, but convincing them to take Aisha after her fallout with Kadria wasn't a sure thing. The harsh reality was that becoming an idol wasn't easy, otherwise, everyone would simply try their luck at a big agency. Still, I was sure Raven would come up with something, so I didn't worry too much. Right on cue, Raven stroked his chin, as if recalling something important. So, the problem is avoiding Kadria's interference, right? Yes, but their influence is massive, it won't be easy to avoid, David replied. No matter how powerful they are, they can't have their hands anywhere. Curious gazes turned toward him, wondering what loophole he had in mind. Raven smirked confidently. I know an idol specialist fixer. We can leave it to them. As night fell, the neon lights of Night Haven illuminated the city. We relocated to a high-rise building where Raven's contact, the idol fixer, awaited us. She was a striking figure, a young girl with deep purple hair tied into twin tails, reminiscent of red grapes. Her mischievous expression, framed by upturned eyes, gave her the look of someone who delighted in toying with others. She appeared to be somewhere between middle and high school in age, though her presence suggested she was far more capable than her youthful looks implied. Her outfit was as charming as her demeanor, drawing the eye and radiating charisma. This was Lyrica, Night Haven's one and only idol fixer, a dazzling, unpredictable star in her own right. With a sly smile, she greeted us. Showing up unannounced at this hour? What manners? Could it be lingering effects from a bullet wound to the head? The air in the room grew icy as if a blade made of frost had suddenly pressed against our backs. Though Lyrica's lips curved into a smile, her cold, expressionless eyes belied her amusement. Her adorable face somehow exuded a menacing aura that made her seem far scarier than she should have been. Startled by her intensity, Alice clung to me tightly, trembling. The closeness of the scene made the atmosphere heavy, as if the tension itself was pressing down. Despite Lyrica's sharp and menacing words, Raven remained unfazed, casually cleaning his ear with his pinky as he responded. Didn't you tell me I could drop by any time? Remember how you cried like a baby at our disbandment, saying that? Why, you idiot. That was just me being emotional. I didn't mean it, you moron. Go die. Flushing red with embarrassment, Lyrica launched herself at Raven with a high kick. She might have looked like an adorable middle schooler, but her strength and speed were far from ordinary. Even from a distance, her sheer power was chilling to witness. However, Raven simply sidestepped her attack with a practiced ease, as if he had dodged her strikes countless times before. Die. Die. If you were going to come, you should have come sooner, you damn crow. Seniority doesn't make you God. Sorry. You seemed busy. I mean, I couldn't just barge in on someone who's on TV every other day, could I? Ugh. Damn it, like I'd throw you out if you showed up. Lyrica unleashed a storm of punches and kicks that seemed to explode in the air. It was only after she was panting and thoroughly worn out that she flopped down on the floor, seemingly satisfied. Watching this chaotic scene, Aisha, still stunned by the dynamics between the two, timidly asked, So what exactly is your relationship? Well, Raven began nonchalantly, we used to work under the same organization. I was her senior. Huff, that's ancient history. Over 10 years ago. Lyrica snapped. Aisha's eyes widened in surprise at how close they seemed. Frankly, I couldn't blame her. Lyrica was a top-tier fixer in the industry, a legend even among idols. And to think Raven, the fixer she hired simply because he was available, had such a history with her? The shock was understandable. After catching her breath, Lyrica wiped the sweat from her brow and fixed her gaze on Raven. Fine. So why are you here? Showing off your girlfriend or something? She's pretty, I'll give you that. Me? No, not at all. Aisha stammered, flustered. Really? Then her? Lyrica gestured toward Alice. Oh, she's cute too. That's a kimono, right? Nice aesthetic. Excuse me? I never, why would I even? Alice exclaimed, her voice rising. My bad. I'm a little dense with this stuff. You really don't like the idea, huh? Lurica scratched her cheek awkwardly as Aisha and Alice both vehemently denied any romantic connection to Raven. Meanwhile, Raven briefly rubbed his forehead before shrugging off the embarrassment. Enough about that. I'm here to ask for a favor. He summarized the events so far, how Aisha had hired him to deal with a stalker, how the stalker turned out to be orchestrated by Kadria's management, and how Aisha, though free from her contract, still dreamed of becoming an idol despite the looming shadow of Kadria's interference. After listening to his story, Lurica replied with a detached expression, "Yeah, I get it. But why does that involve me?" Her tone was cold, almost uninterested. It wasn't that she didn't understand the situation, she just didn't see why she needed to get involved. It was hard to blame her. Sure, Aisha's plight was tragic, and Kadria's actions were reprehensible, but Lurica was both an idol and a businesswoman. Decisions driven by sympathy alone weren't her style. Raven, unbothered by her cold demeanor, gestured for Aisha to step forward. "Come here. Let her get a good look." Aisha hesitated but eventually approached. As Raven motioned toward her face, Lurica's sharp eyes started toward Aisha. "All right, so what's, well." Each glance at Aisha's face seemed to shake Lurica's composure. Her confident, dismissive demeanor began to crack, and her words faltered. Raven, sensing that her reaction was already a victory, smirked and urged Aisha. "Go ahead. Do that thing you did earlier." "Thing? Oh, that," Aisha murmured, understanding. Clearing her throat, she suddenly shouted with an unexpectedly rough and boisterous tone, "Listen up, you punks. If anyone's bothering you, tell this gorgeous lady about it. I'll split their heads open for you, got it?" "Fa ha ha ha!" Lurica burst out laughing, collapsing onto the floor in hysterics. The juxtaposition of Aisha's elegant and delicate appearance with her coarse, loud proclamation was too much for Lurica to handle. Moments ago, Lurica had been radiating irritation, but now she was clutching her stomach and rolling on the floor. Watching her reaction, David and Alice exchanged a knowing glance. "This might actually work," David whispered. Where the path had seemed blocked by red lights, a green signal finally appeared. "Well, fine. I'll think about helping you. That gem seems worth investing in. And it's a request from someone who hasn't visited in a while." "Are you sure about that?" "Honestly, I feel a bit guilty. I'm the boss, so what's anyone going to do about it? It's not like I'm doing idle work to make money anyway. Whatever I do, it's my choice." Lurica replied to Raven with a slightly exhausted smile, as if laughing had drained her energy. It seemed she had seen that Aisha wasn't just a pretty face but had some talent buried within her. With this, the toughest hurdle had essentially been cleared with ease. Lurica's agency was one she had founded herself to handle troublesome matters. An agency led by a famous fixer wasn't something anyone could mess with lightly, no matter how bold they were. If anyone tried to assert their authority as usual, they might face physical retaliation and have no defense. Even though it was a small agency, considering Lurica's popularity, it was by no means lacking in other aspects. In short, from Aisha's perspective, this was truly a golden opportunity sent from the heavens. Who would have thought that simply making a request to Raven would result in grabbing such a lifeline? Life's twists and turns truly are unpredictable. However, there's one condition. "A condition?" Lurica raised a finger, signaling there was a catch. Raven looked at her, wondering what she was about to say, but she answered as if it was no big deal. "I'm planning to shoot a music video for a new song. The timing works out perfectly, so let me use your people for it. Especially that pink-haired one, she looks like she'd make things fun." The group blinked in surprise at Lurica's sudden and unexpected declaration. A music video? Was she talking about one of those videos that play along with a song? Alice, in particular, tilted her head with a puzzled expression, as if wondering if that was really all there was to it. However, knowing the context, I secretly felt bad for Alice, who had caught Lurica's eye. Because for her, this meant the beginning of a challenging ordeal. Lurica's proposal was a deal we had no reason to refuse. To pay for everything we'd gain with just a short video shoot, it felt like we were receiving way too much. But after arriving at the filming site early the next morning, ready to shoot Lurica's music video, we faced the truth of what this seemingly lopsided deal entailed. "RABS. Is this real?" "Of course, it's real. Why, have you guys never been on a fighter jet before?" "Of course not." Alice, with thick earmuffs covering her ears, jumped up and shouted. The reason was simple: standing in front of her was an unmistakable fighter jet. Using a fighter jet in a music video? And it didn't even look like a replica but the real thing? Already feeling chills run down her spine, Alice looked at Raven with a tearful face. But he seemed unfazed, as if he had anticipated this all along, and casually stroked his chin as he responded. "Didn't you go home and look up her music videos last night? Last time, she had tanks and aircraft carriers. Fighter jets are nothing compared to that." I thought those were all CGI. How could anyone imagine they'd be real? Lurica's music videos were known for their absurd and extreme concepts. Singing while standing on a moving tank, riding a motorcycle across a massive aircraft carrier, these weren't just bold but borderline dangerous stunts. David, who seemed familiar with this, cleared his throat and offered a brief explanation. Lurica is particularly famous for power performances that other idols can't replicate. Flipping tanks with sheer strength, jumping off moving buses, leaping from skyscrapers. Her bold depiction of these surreal scenes captivates fans. That's her charm. Wow, you know her well. Some people think it's all staged, but I don't really lie about these things. Fans love the authenticity. Of course, since we're near a city airport, this is just an empty shell without any weapons. Lurica shrugged nonchalantly as she spoke. For someone like her, who had no reason to fake such extreme stunts, controversies about stage scenes were laughable. But Alice, now the unfortunate star of the music video, was tearing at her hair, her face the picture of despair. She had known things seemed too smooth. How did she end up roped into something so absurd? Faced with the prospect of standing on a fighter jet, Alice looked as if she wanted to cry and pound the ground in frustration. But regardless of her reaction, Lurica, holding a rolled-up script in one hand, lightly patted Alice on the shoulder. "You read the script, right? This time, the music video has a bit of a storyline. I needed another actor besides myself, and you're perfect for the role. Alice, I'm counting on you." This is ridiculous. "And the rest of you, don't mess up your timing. It's dangerous, so let's have Yuri and I should just make cameo appearances." "Understood." "Got it." The wind roared at the airport as we discussed the shoot. Soon, we all split up to change into our costumes. When we returned in outfits matching our roles, everyone's eyes naturally turned to Alice, who was fidgeting nervously. Is this really the costume? This is just a swimsuit, isn't it?" Even though she usually wore a sexy kimono with a thigh slit, Alice's current outfit was on another level. A string bikini for the top, paired with a sheer jacket that barely covered anything, and ultra-short denim hot pants that threatened to reveal everything. It was an ensemble better suited for a beach than an airport. "It looks good on you." "Yeah, it's great." "That must feel great for you, huh?" "Jeez." Alice's voice was tinged with exasperation, though one could hardly blame her. After all, her figure was aggressive, to say the least, with every curve exaggerated just enough to make heads turn. Even Raven, who never saw her as a woman, couldn't help but nod in admiration. "But honestly, won't she freeze like that? It's not even summer right now." I looked at Alice with sympathy and silently thanked my luck for not being in her shoes. Of course, if I wore something like that, it wouldn't come off as sexy but more as a hazard to public safety. Even if someone paid me a fortune, I wouldn't want to stand in front of a camera in an outfit like that. Alice is really strong. The protagonist's look is perfect like this. As for the others, oh my, how adorable. Lurica, seemingly satisfied with Alice's appearance, turned her attention to the rest of us. Her gaze stopped dead on me. The look in her eyes was like that of a child stumbling upon a hidden gem in a toy store they had walked past without much thought. I couldn't say I didn't understand her reaction. I was still wearing my usual fox mask, but my outfit was completely different from my regular maid uniform. Today, I was dressed in an all-black, frilly gothic Lolita dress. It was like a darkened version of my usual white maid attire, with black frills from head to toe, a large ribbon at the waist, and a red rose accent in my hair. Even the crimson fox mask on my face somehow blended in perfectly with the look rather than clashing with it. Not bad. I could see why she might think it looked striking. A black gothic Lolita dress with shimmering silver hair, soft shoulders, delicate legs. Oh no, I'm so curious about the face behind that mask. I want to pull it off right now. But I suppose I shouldn't, huh? What I hadn't expected was for Lurica to suddenly close the distance between us, her breath almost brushing against my skin as she fixed me with a sharp gaze. When she lightly traced her fingers across my shoulder, as if tickling me, I froze like a rabbit caught in front of a snake. "Cut it out, you're scaring her. If you want to mess with someone, mess with Alice." But her reaction is so cute. "Hey, Yuria, right? If you're interested in being an idol, come talk to me, okay?" "How much older are you than me to call yourself my big sister?" Ow. Raven, who had come to my rescue, got an elbow in the side from Lurica for his trouble, but his intervention helped me snap back to my senses. "What's with this woman? She's terrifying." I felt like I just barely avoided being devoured. I quickly slipped behind Raven, using him as a shield. "Interested in being an idol? Yeah, no thanks. Why would I ever do that?" "Alright, let's get started. First, let's shoot what we can from here. Alice, get on the fighter jet." Ayaguk. Fortunately, once Lurica got that out of her system, the rest of the music video shoot proceeded without much trouble. The plot was simple: the free-spirited protagonist, Alice, Dreams of finding her place in Night Haven. After some comedic and chaotic moments, she climbs atop a flying fighter jet to experience true freedom. Huh? What kind of story is that, you ask? Well, it's a music video. Nobody expects a deep narrative. Honestly, it felt more like they were flexing their budget with the fighter jet. At least the visuals would be stunning. Oh. That scene was amazing. A music video needs the right cast, direction, and song, and all three are on point so far. Are really? Oh, thank goodness. Let's do 2 more takes. Don't worry, I'll be up there with you this time. Wait, 2 more? I don't want to climb back on that jet. Alice, who had been thrust into the role of the video's protagonist, continued filming on the wing of the fighter jet in this freezing weather. Still, it was a necessary sacrifice for Aisha's sake. Hang in there, Alice. One day, this will feel worth it. Thankfully, we managed to wrap up the shoot before the day was over. And as a reward for helping with the music video, Aisha officially joined Lurica's agency. For Aisha, who had never even been given a fair starting line, this was her first real opportunity. Once everything was settled, she blushed with gratitude as she spoke. Thank you, really so much. I didn't expect things to turn out like this. I'll never forget this kindness. Well, it's just a job we got paid for. If you're really grateful, promote our office when you make it big someday. Jin, you make everything sound so materialistic. Just being honest. Aisha giggled at the exchange between Raven and Alice, then hugged each of us lightly, her thanks heartfelt. I'm so glad really. Haha, why is he crying now? Oh, he must have been that worried about her. David, standing off to the side, was wiping away tears. But all things considered, it was good that everything had worked out. As Aisha hugged me tightly, I silently wished her continued success in the future. Sad endings weren't my style. Happy endings were the best. Well then, I'll be off now. Goodbye. See you next time. With a radiant smile, Aisha left. It was as if a weight had been lifted from her, leaving her unshackled. She looked completely different from the person I'd first met just a few days ago. And with that, one case was closed. Maybe tonight called for a little celebration? Following Raven's suggestion to use our payment to buy some good food, I quietly thought to myself, once this gig ends, I probably won't see this kind of chaos anymore. It wasn't the people I'd miss, but this lively energy might stick with me for a while. It was a serious situation. A situation so grave that there wasn't room for light-hearted jokes. It was nothing short of an emergency. How serious, you ask? Serious enough that even Tesseract couldn't stay still and was fidgeting nervously. This wasn't something I could simply let slide. Mwing? Mama, did you call me? Oh, sorry. I didn't call you because I needed anything. Anyway, there are things that kids don't need to know. I poked Tesseract lightly with telekinesis for a bit of fun and then retreated into the cramped closet to put myself back into a serious mood. Let's think. What day is it today? Thursday. Right, it was Thursday, just as Tesseract said. More specifically, it had been exactly 5 days since Aisha's request was completed. And it was now 3 days past the time Greg was supposed to return. Actually, since it's already evening, if I sleep and wake up, it'll be the 4th day. After mulling over all of this, I finally buried my forehead into the soft blanket in frustration. Greg, why aren't you back yet? You said you'd come back. What are you doing in there, part-timer? You're making a racket. Oh, nothing at all. I carefully opened the closet door and shook my head at Raven, as if to say I wasn't doing anything. Then I shut the door again and folded my arms neatly to avoid getting scolded further. Setting aside Raven's scolding for now, this was something I couldn't just ignore. Because if Greg didn't return, I wouldn't be able to leave the problem solver's office. That other place pays better. When Greg gets back, I was planning to stop freeloading here and find a proper room. One of the biggest reasons for this urgency was that working at the Crowley Problem Solvers didn't pay much. Even though I came in the morning and left in the evening, it barely felt like pocket money. Of course, it wasn't like Raven was exploiting me or anything. Raven wasn't exactly well off himself, and on top of that, he was letting me stay here out of kindness. Expecting to be paid more would have been shameless. It wasn't as if he was treating me like a pushover. Naturally, I didn't complain about the low pay. It was just that paying rent for a separate place while working here was clearly unfeasible. I wasn't sticking around here for no reason. I really didn't have a choice. Greg needs to come back soon so I can do something about this. Honestly, it's ridiculous that I'm still living in Raven's place like this. My grand dream of relaxing in a quiet corner of Night Haven, far from troublesome events, seemed to have vanished into thin air. I desperately wanted to leave this central area, which felt like the epicenter of chaos, and move somewhere I wouldn't get tangled in the original story. Huh? You're asking why someone with that attitude is calmly holed up in a closet? Well, I still had to do what needed to be done. Who knows, tomorrow might bring the end of the world. That's why I was feeding Tesseract the remaining energy from the rift, Preparing just in case something unpredictable happened. Rather than criticize me, you should be praising me for doing my duties diligently even in the midst of this confusion. Got it? You get it, right? Mama, yummy. Oh, really? Was it good? I curled up like a pill bug on the blanket and secretly took Tesseract out of hiding. Seeing its lively form faintly glowing even in the darkness made me smile involuntarily. Was this what it felt like to raise a child? It was so cute that I felt like feeding it another meal. But why am I Mama? When I ask, it just says, because Mama is Mama. It's such a mystery. Anyway, life has been like this lately. If Greg contacted anyone, it wouldn't be me, since I didn't have a terminal, but Raven instead. Every so often, I would poke at Raven like a bird pecking with its beak, asking if Greg had sent any messages. Then, when yet another day passed without any news, I'd roll around in the closet in the evening and eventually fall asleep in my room. The next morning, I'd wake up and repeat the same routine all over again. Considering the original story, something big would probably happen soon. But all I could hope for was that it wouldn't happen before I managed to leave this place. Suddenly, a good idea popped into my head. I'd saved up a bit of money after working for a month. Maybe it was time to get my own terminal. In the cozy darkness of the closet, I sparkled with excitement at my brilliant idea. The next morning, Friday, Alice, feeling gloomy at the possibility that Yuria might leave soon, came to work with a heavy heart. Seeing Yuria dashing down the hallway with a mop, Alice's eyes widened. "Oh, good morning, Yuria. You seem energetic today." It was strange. Until yesterday, Yuria had been wilting like a plant that hadn't been watered properly. But how could she be so lively, like a toy with freshly replaced batteries, overnight? Alice quietly passed by Yuria, who was energetically mopping the floor like she was dancing, making sure not to interrupt her. She then leaned close to Raven, who was sprawled out on the sofa, and whispered half inquisitively, "Why Yuria, why is she like that? Did Greg contact her or something?" It was a natural question to ask. It was obvious, even at a glance, that Yuria had been downcast due to Greg's lack of contact, despite his 1-month promise having long since passed. And yet, she was now practically bouncing with excitement overnight? The only reasonable explanation would be that the issue had been resolved. But, contrary to Alice's expectations, Raven answered bluntly, "No. He hasn't contacted her. She's been like that since morning. Must have had something exciting happen." "What? She's like this even though Greg hasn't contacted her?" Alice tilted her head in confusion, clearly unable to comprehend Raven's explanation. She knew well that Yuria was the kind of person who couldn't hide her emotions, almost like a transparent glass bead. But even so, Yuria wasn't someone whose mood would change so drastically for no reason. This had to have some sort of cause. Alice glanced at Yuria, who was darting around the office like a whirlwind, and tapped her lips with her finger and thought, "Something feels suspicious. There's definitely some absurd mystery hidden here." Suspicious? She probably just had some good news and got excited. No way. Yuria isn't that simple. Calm down. If something big happened, she'd come talk to us. You're being overprotective. Raven, ever the one to get annoyed when it came to Yuria, lightly tapped Alice on the top of her head to stop her from spiraling into overdrive. "If you're really that curious, stop guessing and just ask her what's going on." His words were a pragmatic reminder that trying to deduce someone's feelings without communication could only lead to misunderstandings and misconceptions. "Right, you're right, Jin. If I just keep guessing, I'll end up with some weird conclusion." "Thanks, I'll go ask her directly." "Yeah. I'm curious too, so make sure to ask her." Hee. Got it. Alice smiled brightly at Raven's nonchalant response and cheerfully made her way toward Yuria. Without beating around the bush, she asked directly why Yuria was so upbeat. Yuria, clutching the mop in her arms, tilted her head as if in thought, then brought her index finger to her lips in a playful gesture. It was a clear sign that it was a secret. "Oh, I see. All right then, let's do our best today." Alice gave Yuria a warm smile, thinking how adorable she was, and then walked a full circle around the office. When she got back to Raven's side, she covered her mouth with her fist and wailed, "Wah, what do I do, Jin? Something's definitely going on with her." Hey, calm down. She doesn't look upset, she looks happy. It's probably something good, so relax." While Alice continued her near-desperate wailing, Raven sighed, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Just then, David arrived for work right on time. Noticing Yuria, who couldn't seem to keep still, he greeted her casually as usual. Then, spotting Alice crying next to Raven, he approached her and commented in his usual teasing manner. "Did something happen to Yuria? Until yesterday, she looked like someone who'd eaten spoiled pizza, but now she's glowing like someone whose stocks just doubled in value." "I don't know. Nothing happened." "MMHPHW, we don't know." "In that case, this is a mystery case." "Please, don't you start too. Dealing with Alice is hard enough already." Raven pressed a hand to his forehead, exasperated at the two troublemakers so early in the morning. Alice, who lost all sense of calm when faced with something cute, was one thing, but even David, ever since the Aisha case, seemed to have loosened a screw or two. At this rate, there wouldn't be a single sane person left in the office. Raven glanced over at Yuria, who had now swapped her mop for a duster and continued her enthusiastic cleaning spree. She didn't seem to have a grand reason for being in such a good mood. Still, just in case, he figured it might be worth checking in with her later. Little did he realize, the reason for Yuria's excitement was her plan to buy a terminal. Raven simply let out a small sigh at the whirlwind of chaos in the office. There were two major reasons why I hadn't tried to get a terminal until now. First, the money. And second, my lack of a proper identity. Before explaining further, it's probably best to describe what a terminal is. A terminal, in simple terms, is the equivalent of a smartphone in this world. You could make calls, send messages, take photos, and browse the internet. Functionally, it wasn't much different from a smartphone, a must-have item for modern life. However, the reason it wasn't called a smartphone and instead referred to as a terminal was due to various factors. The appearance of otherworldly races, prolonged wars, technological advancements, and shifts in societal culture all contributed to the smartphone becoming a relic of a bygone era. On top of that, in this age, devices often came in forms that couldn't be called phones, like bracelets, earrings, or even piercings. For convenience, they were collectively referred to as terminals. Considering a terminal's versatility, enabling access to numerous functions through a single device, it wasn't something that could come cheap, no matter how much technology had advanced. If I excluded minor expenses like buying snacks when I was hungry, I'd need to work for at least a month straight just to afford a basic terminal outright. In short, even acquiring a functional terminal was a significant hurdle for me. My income barely scraped by as pocket money from part-time work, so just thinking about such an expense gave me a headache. And then there's the identity issue that's even more annoying. They have telecom companies here too, so you need to register to use the device's full functionality. And to register you generally need an ID card. It was already hard enough being short on money. Even if I managed to save up, the issue of lacking proper identification would still hold me back. As a result, no matter how convenient life with a terminal might sound, it was as unattainable to me as a cake in a painting. I envied the citizens of Night Haven for being able to live so effortlessly. But this was only if I pursued the lawful and proper methods. Let's be honest, am I really the only one in this city without an identity? There must be plenty of people living in the shadows, exiled criminals, fugitives who'd abandon their names to escape pursuit, or avengers who'd forsaken their identities to exact revenge. Robbies. For various reasons, there must be mountains of people here who couldn't openly reveal their identities. And do you think merchants would ignore such lucrative opportunities? Of course not. Hey, did you hear? That organization we talked about got completely destroyed by Snake. Ah, I knew it. Those country bumpkins came here acting all high and mighty, and they ended up catching the eye of a monster. This is a place where sticking out gets you stabbed immediately. Move, move. This is a bomb. A bomb, I'm telling you. The northern slums of Night Haven. This area was so isolated that buses and subways didn't even reach it. It was one of the most crime-ridden parts of Night Haven. Rundown buildings and foul odors filled the air. In stark contrast to the relatively neat city dwellers, this place was crawling with rough-looking individuals, scarred, bizarrely tattooed, and often of otherworldly races. Unlike the Western District, where the beast folk maintained order through their dominance, the North had no clear ruler. It was a blood-soaked battleground of chaos and war. However, in a place where it seemed nearly impossible to create anything of value, the black market thrived surprisingly well. Perhaps it was because no one could establish clear dominance here, making it nearly impossible to completely uproot the black market's operations. In this resilient black market that refused to disappear, virtually anything could be sold or bought. Rare organs or eyeballs of certain otherworldly species, proprietary technology from prominent corporations, and even a cursed blade forged by some deranged artisan. All these items were freely traded here. Of course, it was common for those without proper backing to be mugged or killed when buying or selling goods. But aside from such cases, the black market was an irresistible haven for those dwelling in the shadows. I made my way through the northern slums black market, concealed in a black robe I had secretly bought during an outing with Sabrina. My hair was tied up tightly and hidden to avoid being recognized, and instead of the fox mask Greg had gifted me, I wore a goblin mask for extra precaution. When I checked in the mirror earlier, I barely looked like myself. This disguise should suffice even if someone familiar with Yuria saw me. Probably. Still, this place is new to me. The buildings are so short here. I can't use telekinesis to fly around freely. The northern slums were characterized by low buildings and dirty walls and floors. It was like stepping into an old shanty town or a densely packed hillside village. When I thought of the western labyrinth, crammed with towering skyscrapers glistening with wealth, it was surprising how starkly different two parts of the underworld could be. I made the right choice hiding in the west, not the north. Thinking so, I weaved through the tightly packed crowds like threads in a tangled spool, slipping into a narrow alleyway instead of staying on the wider main road. My destination wasn't along the bustling thoroughfares but deep within these alleys. It was about time to head that way. As I stepped into the alley, my robed figure caught the attention of some unsavory types lingering there. One of them immediately drew a knife and blocked my path, starting trouble. Hey, little one. Wanna pass through here? Then hand over everything you've got, or, what's this spread up to? Gah, smack. Thwack. I kindly delivered a telekinetic flick to each of their foreheads, though I couldn't even remember the last time I'd used such a technique. Perhaps my telekinesis had grown more precise and ranged since before. Knocking out knife-wielding thugs was now easier than yawning. From this distance, even if someone happened to pass by, it would likely seem like those guys just collapsed on their own rather than me doing anything suspicious. Still, how shocking. Such rotten people. Guess I'll have to collect some surprise fees for my troubles. I thought this to myself as I rifled through the pockets of the unconscious men and took their wallets. After all, if I left them here, a pack of hyenas would likely strip them of everything, including their clothes. Taking just the money ahead of time shouldn't raise any complaints. Hey, I'll put it to good use. Hey, kid, this isn't a place you can just, cough. Hand over everything, or I'll rip out your, Oh, are you a mage, by any chance? Gah, smack. Thwack. Thud. After adding 3 more thugs to my tally, I finally reached my destination. This place, it should be the one mentioned in the original story. It really is run down. The building I stopped in front of looked unremarkable enough to be mistaken for a regular house if not for the dusty sign hanging above it. Written on the sign, in simple Chinese characters, was General Goods. The rare sight of these characters in Night Haven reassured me that I'd found the right place. Still, actually entering made me a bit nervous. I steadied myself, feigning calm, and reached out to push the door open. Or rather, I tried to. Just as I was about to grab the doorknob, a loud commotion erupted from inside. Get out, you worthless brat. Ouch, master. That hurts. It hurts. Then die in pain, idiot. You think I'm hitting you for fun? Oh. This might be a good time to step back. As I took a few steps away from the door, it swung open abruptly, and a young man stumbled out, looking panicked. Sorry. I didn't mean to, I swear. The man, with yellow hair slicked like it had been dipped in honey and an air of fragility, rolled on the ground once before scrambling to his feet and darting deeper into the alley on all fours. He was so flustered that he didn't even notice me standing near the door. The next person to emerge was a woman with thick, round glasses perched on her face and vivid red hair. She appeared to be in her late 20s or early 30s. Her freckled nose might have drawn attention if it weren't for the overwhelming presence of her revealing sleeveless top, which showcased both her figure and cleavage, adding significantly to her charisma. She slipped on her sandals and stepped outside, seemingly intent on chasing after the yellow-haired man. But when her sharp gaze landed on me standing by the door, I couldn't help but tense up. After a brief moment, as if realizing I wasn't just a passerby but a potential customer, her eyes narrowed, and she spoke cautiously. Are you a customer, by any chance? Fine. Come inside. It's cold out here. I nodded at her question, and she rubbed the back of her neck as if this timing couldn't have been worse. She seemed torn between pursuing the runaway man and dealing with me as a customer. Still, perhaps she thought attending to a visitor took priority, no matter how urgent her business. With her temper seemingly subdued, she guided me into the shop. Something about her exuded maturity, like Gregor Raven. She was undeniably an adult in the truest sense. So cool. She looked just as she had in the original story. That realization sparked an inexplicable sense of familiarity within me. The place I followed Tara into, a woman with round glasses, freckles, and a sexy sleeveless tank top, looked like a third-rate junk shop with nothing remarkable about it. The shelves were lined with what appeared to be cheap items hastily assembled from parts scavenged at some landfill. Even for the northern slums, this shop was tucked into a corner, giving off an unmistakable air of decrepitude. Well, I doubt there's anything here that'll catch your eye, but if you're curious about anything, feel free to ask. I'll explain everything in detail, Tara said as she casually plopped down behind the counter and rested her chin on her hand. Her friendliness seemed oddly out of place for a shop selling such shoddy goods. I gave her a slight nod and wandered around, eventually picking up 2 items, a broken key and a small safe, just big enough to fit in my palm. When I brought them to Tara, her eyes sparkled momentarily behind her glasses. Then, She scanned me up and down with a slow, deliberate gaze that sent a chill down my spine, like I was prey caught in the sights of a lioness. "This you're someone who knows what you're looking for, aren't you? All right then. I'll show you right away." Her reaction to the broken key and the small safe wasn't random. Handing her these items was a signal, a sign that I'd been introduced by someone she trusted and was here to see the real goods. Tara rose lightly, her tough and composed demeanor unwavering. She walked to one side of the shop and yanked down on a dusty lever attached to the wall. Kung. The ground trembled as the floor opened up, revealing a hidden staircase leading underground. "Wow, this is seriously cool." While I marveled inwardly, I forced myself to stay composed. This wasn't the time for Yuria in her fox mask persona to act like a giddy child. I was currently a mysterious guest under the goblin mask. Breaking character now wouldn't fit the role. Stay cool, stay in character. "All right, please follow me this way." Despite my effort to rein in my excitement, Tara brushed aside the dust with her hand and descended the stairs, motioning for me to follow. Step. The underground space I entered behind her was an entirely different world. The room was filled with mechanical gadgets and weapons of all kinds, neither overly lavish nor underwhelming. There were extraordinary-looking telescopes, cybernetic axes, and 8-legged cleaning robots. Instruments with gun barrels, chairs seemingly made for giants, and TVs that flapped like film reels. Arno Beta S. The sheer variety of mechanical items defied categorization, each one moving seamlessly around the room. Even the faint LED lights spilling from the ceiling and the thin mist rising from the floor contributed to the vibe of a secret base brimming with dreams. Wow, is this heaven? If I had enough money, I'd have bought everything in sight. The sheer allure of the space made my mouth water. Honestly, I felt like throwing down a blanket and spending hours playing with each and every item here. I sidled over to a shelf where a gun with no visible magazine was displayed. Next to it was a hastily scrawled note that read, "This gun operates on electricity. Never use it underwater. Charger and battery included." This wasn't something an ordinary person could handle easily. While admiring the handwritten note, clearly Tara's work, I checked the price of the electric gun. What the? This price is ridiculous. It's worth several months of pay from my office job. The exorbitant price snapped me out of my dreamy haze like a splash of cold water. All the excitement that had built up in my chest evaporated in an instant. Reality check. Most of the items here were way out of my financial reach. As they say, financial discipline is the quickest cure for indulgence. I nodded solemnly, my rationality now firmly in control, and glanced toward Tara, who was quietly seated in a corner. "Still, most of the items here are worth their price. It's not every day you get a chance to buy something made by a master mechanic." I mentally reviewed the information I remembered about her from the original story. Tara was a pure-blooded human, a rarity in Nighthaven. Her shop, though called a general store, was closer to a specialist mechanic shop. If Greg Visk's antique shop dealt with curios and collectibles, Tara's shop dealt in all things mechanical. She was once a renowned mechanic in Germany, crafting all sorts of devices, but she ended up in Nighthaven after being framed as a criminal by someone she considered family. She eventually settled in the northern slums, using her skills to repair and sell discarded machines. Later, she took in a child, raised them, and eventually ended up in a reverse age gap relationship with them. It was a sweet love story with a happily ever after ending. Good for her. Backstory aside, only two facts mattered to me. First, Tara was a skilled mechanic who ran a shop reliant on loyal customers. Second, there was a device here that even I could afford with my pocket money. Wait, there it is. After meticulously scanning the shelves, I finally spotted what I'd been searching for, a flat terminal with a touch screen. At a glance, it looked like an ordinary device, but the answer lay in the price tag. Its pristine appearance, with no visible scratches on the screen, and sleek design were on par with a new product. However, its price was nearly a third of similar models, so cheap it was suspicious. The description confirmed my hunch. While the device was flawless in appearance and durability, it had an unexplained bug that occasionally occurred. I needed something like this. It was a perfect solution to my identity problem at a bargain price. Confident, I handed the terminal to Tara. "Oh, that is just one enough? It's only the terminal. You'll need to get an illegal chip from the black market to use it for communication. If that's fine, I'll box it up for you." With a rustle, Tara packed the terminal and its accessories into a tidy box. Handing her the cash I'd received from Raven, I took the box and hugged it tightly, as though it were the most precious thing in the world. A clean, no-hassle transaction. Eager to get home and open it up, I turned and briskly headed for the stairs. Hee, I can't wait to try it out. Suppressing my giddy excitement, I climbed the stairs. But just as I reached the top, I heard a faint buzzing sound. What's that noise? Looking in its direction, I saw Tara furrowing her brow slightly. "Oh, it's nothing. I think someone just showed up outside. You can take your time leaving, it's fine." I was already planning to leave now. Shaking my head slightly, I ascended the stairs and left the shop. Tara, who ran this shop relying on her regulars, didn't need rumors spreading because of me. I'd bought what I needed, time to leave quickly. As I exited, Tara followed and raised the lever, sealing the secret staircase once again. But I barely paid attention to the now hidden staircase. Something more pressing had my full attention, the commotion outside. An all too familiar voice drifted in from beyond the door. "Why are you stopping me from going in? Is there something you don't want me to see?" And no, it's nothing like that. It's just that she's busy right now. Busy? She's busy, yet she's accepting other customers? What's with the discrimination? I'm a customer too. This is unfair. Sorry. I'm so sorry. A low male voice that had become annoyingly familiar lately. Why is he here? After confirming that the secret staircase was properly concealed, I unlocked the door. On the other side stood a man with messy black hair, slouching in a cocky pose. Oh. Hello? You're not fooling anyone with that act. Seeing Raven, who had clearly been tailing me, I closed my eyes in exasperation. How did he manage to follow me so flawlessly? In front of someone for whom my goblin mask disguise was utterly meaningless, I couldn't help but sigh. Two people stood frozen on opposite sides of a door. What was I supposed to do about this awkward atmosphere? It was a truly troublesome situation. In the end, it was Raven who moved first, breaking the silence. He cleared his throat softly, then glanced around the inside of the shop with feigned nonchalance. What kind of shop is this? Maybe I'll buy something. Alright, fine. Let's go. Let's just go. What's with this ridiculous attempt at playing dumb? Unbelievable. I grabbed Raven's hand before he could slip away and dragged him out of the shop. Realizing I wasn't trying to hide anything anymore, he quietly followed behind. Why did I even bother putting on a robe and a goblin mask if this was how it would turn out? One of the reasons I'd come all the way to the northern slums was because Raven rarely ventured here. Meeting him here so openly could only mean one thing: he had been tailing me for quite some time. What's the point of trying to hide when I'd already been caught from the start? Customer. You can get a full refund if you return within a week. Don't forget to come back if you change your mind, alright? And you, get over here. Let's have a talk about forgetting to charge the customer. Of all things to forget. Sorry, Master Tara. I'm sorry. Tara's voice carried loudly from the shop's entrance as I waved at her before heading off with Raven, leaving the northern slums behind. I could hear the young man with the blonde hair getting a scolding from Tara as we walked away. Well, if he sold items without collecting payment, that was his problem to deal with. Leaving the slums was much easier than entering. Raven casually dealt with the thugs who tried to pick fights along the way. Hey, hand over everything you've got, Ack. Whoa, Jason just dropped like a fly. Please, go ahead. Sorry we didn't recognize you. Yeah, good job. Seeing Raven casually slap away heavily built thugs with bulging muscles was a stark reminder of how far beyond ordinary humans he truly was. After walking for nearly an hour, we finally left the northern slums. We caught a bus back to the area near the office and went into a familiar franchise cafe, sitting across from each other. The situation couldn't have been more awkward. Me, caught sneaking into the black market, and Raven, caught tailing me. I'll have a chocolate. What about you, part-timer? Your usual apple mango drink? I nodded eagerly. Raven loved sweet things, especially anything chocolate. I, on the other hand, had a penchant for fresh, sweet fruit drinks. The apple mango drink, combining the rich sweetness of mango with the refreshing tartness of apple, was my favorite item at this cafe. Wait, now's not the time to be excited about a drink. I snapped out of it, swallowing the saliva pooling in my mouth. Planting my fists firmly on the table, I glared at Raven. Why did he follow me without permission? Was he picking a fight? My aggressive posture and piercing gaze must have conveyed my message loud and clear. Raven, who had just used the table's QR code to place our order, scratched his cheek sheepishly. Well, a sigh. To be honest, the others were making a fuss. Alice and David. They were so worried something might happen to you that they kept nagging me until I gave in. I'm sorry for following you without saying anything. Of course, that's what happened. I should have known he wouldn't follow me of his own accord. Though I'd gotten a bit closer to Raven lately, we'd only known each other for a month. For someone as emotionally distant as him to go out of his way for me was unlikely. But if Alice, with her overprotective tendencies, or David, who had connections to Sabrina, had insisted, it made sense. It was ironic that neither of them was here now. Maybe they divided their roles efficiently. If that's the case, there's no reason to be mad. He followed me because he was worried. As long as he didn't notice my telekinesis, it's no big deal. When I stayed too long in the shop and didn't come out, Raven had likely checked on me out of concern and happened to catch me at the wrong moment. As long as his actions stemmed from kindness rather than suspicion, I couldn't hold it against him. Besides, Raven wasn't the type to harbor strange thoughts. Even if my telekinesis slap looked like someone fainting out of nowhere, He wouldn't automatically assume I was a psychic. He wouldn't notice, right? No matter how sharp Raven was, he'd never seen me in ghost form. There was no way he'd figure it out, right? Your deep chocolate latte and apple mango juice are ready. As I readjusted my posture, a service robot approached with our drinks. Raven's drink was a warm latte with a giant chunk of chocolate melted inside, while mine was a chilled apple mango juice with mango chunks floating in it. Both of us quietly sipped our drinks without saying a word. It wasn't just because I couldn't speak. Raven wasn't the type to initiate small talk, leaving such things to Alice. At this rate, we'd finish our drinks in silence and head back to the office. Then I noticed the box containing the terminal I'd bought. This awkward atmosphere could use a distraction. Let's open this up. As I pulled the box from the bag on the chair next to me, Raven, who had been gazing idly out the window, turned his attention to me. Oh, right. You went all the way there to buy that. What is it, anyway? Wait, it's just a terminal? When I opened the box, a sleek white terminal slightly larger than my palm lay inside. Its minimalist design reminded me of myself for some reason, and I couldn't help but feel drawn to it. Raven, however, squinted skeptically at the terminal. You went all the way to the black market for a terminal? Seriously? Well, just watch. I pulled the terminal from the box and powered it on by connecting the included charger. In no time, the screen lit up with a message asking for initial setup. Skipping through the setup process, I pressed the Setup Later button. Welcome. Are you ready to explore the world with Echo? As the final message appeared, the terminal revealed its name, Echo. Yes. Finally, my very own terminal. I fidgeted with Echo, excitement bubbling up inside me. Raven, smirking at my enthusiasm, pointed to the QR code on the table and suggested I place an order. Sure, no problem. I opened the camera, scanned the QR code, and tapped on the screen to order a cake, chocolate latte, and cherry cola. A notification confirmed the order, and Raven burst into laughter before snatching Echo from my hands. Hey, give that back. But instead of teasing me, Raven froze, his voice trembling. Wait, hold on. Did you just place an order with this? How? You told me to try it, didn't you? I tilted my head, feigning ignorance, but couldn't suppress a smirk at his dumbfounded expression. Raven checked the terminal again, confirming there was no chip installed. His fingers tapped the screen and flipped the device over, as if trying to figure out how it worked. He looked exactly like a programmer watching code that shouldn't work miraculously function. It wasn't surprising, though. Using a chipless, barely functional terminal to connect to the internet and place an order defied logic. Raven's flustered reaction wasn't unexpected. I, on the other hand, already knew the secret. Hey! Did you think I'd walk all the way to the northern black market for nothing? I reached out for Echo, and Raven reluctantly handed it back, his face still puzzled. As Echo returned to my hands, a cheerful voice rang out. Mama. Friend. For a brief moment, Echo's screen flickered before returning to normal. Raven seemed to sense something was amiss, but before I could reassure him, a chilling memory surfaced in my mind. This terminal was featured in one of the story's horror episodes, The Haunted Terminal. The Haunted Terminal episode. Unlike the Blood 9 incident or the Nemesis case, which were serious arcs involving direct confrontations with enemies, this was more of a slice-of-life episode. A spooky summer special, if you will. The plot wasn't particularly complex. One day, a client, terrorized by an unknown entity, visits the office. The threats came in the form of cursed messages without a sender. After receiving these ominous messages, the contents would mysteriously come true shortly afterward. In this puzzling situation, where neither the sender nor their motives were clear, Raven accepted the case. Using David's abilities, he traced the source of the messages. Shockingly, the sender turned out to be someone who didn't exist in reality. Eventually, Raven realized the true culprit was the terminal itself, threatening its owner. Even after removing its chip, shutting it down, or smashing it to pieces, the terminal persistently restored itself and resumed sending cursed messages. It escalated further when the terminal trapped the client and the office team in a spatial loop, shrinking the space around them to threaten their lives. In the end, Raven used his wits to toss the terminal into a crack in a vanishing staircase. Falling into the void between dimensions, the terminal disappeared, concluding the episode. It had the hallmark of a long-running shonen manga's one-off horror episode, light on logic, heavy on entertainment. While most readers took it as a standalone spooky tale, a few felt something was off. Their argument was that, even for a haunted device, the terminal's feats were ridiculously overpowered. Trapping people in a looping space or turning cursed text into reality was far beyond the world's established limits, even with comedic license. When readers later questioned the author in a Q&A, they explained, "Oh, that haunted terminal was actually a kind of object, similar to the Tesseract. It may have exited early in the series, but if an enemy had obtained it, it could have caused significant trouble. It made sense in hindsight. The invaders' items were known to be world-ending, over-spec technology, and if the terminal was one of them, It was reasonable for the protagonists to struggle. Even though the backstory was revealed long after the episode aired, it was invaluable information for me. Here I was, holding a terminal with inexplicable errors, available at a bargain price because it was considered faulty. A terminal that connected to the internet without a chip, repaired itself if broken, and, being an invader-related item, was compatible with my abilities. No wonder I was so giddy about buying it. It's rare to find such a cost-effective piece of equipment, even in the black market. As long as it served as a functional terminal, I didn't expect it to manipulate reality or anything fancy. Friend. Back home, back in my fox mask and tucked into my closet, I powered on the terminal. The tesseract immediately wiggled with excitement, hanging from my neck as always. Its movement pulled my head forward, causing me to bonk my forehead against the closet door. R-O epsilon section. Ow! I grabbed the tesseract telekinetically, holding it still. I get it. It's exciting, but calm down. You'll blow my cover with Raven if you keep this up. Rubbing my forehead through my mask, I picked up the terminal, now visibly apprehensive, and pressed it to my forehead. You're listening, aren't you? If you ignore me again, I'll let the tesseract play with you. Or worse, I'll feed you to it. Eek. And no, please. Mercy. Ah. It talks. The terminal, Echo, quivered in fear, its screen flickering nervously. This confirmed my suspicion, the terminal could communicate. It wasn't the tesseract that was strange, it was me. Why can I hear their voices? I kept my reaction neutral, but inwardly, I was shaken. The original story never described the tesseract or Echo speaking, nor did the invaders treat them as anything more than tools. This meant the anomaly lay with me. Was it connected to my inability to speak? Or to my memories of my previous life as a psychic? I couldn't figure it out. Sigh. Let's move on. I'll figure it out someday. Scratching my neck, I turned to see the tesseract and Echo chatting animatedly. The tesseract sounded like a child under 10, while Echo had the tone of a professional career woman. Yet, Echo seemed utterly intimidated by the tesseract. What's your name? My name is Echo. Echo, okay. Got it. May I ask for your name? I'm Tesseract. Nice to meet you. Why yes. Tesseract, ma'am. The pleasure is mine. A hierarchy had clearly formed between them, though I had no idea why. Still, seeing the tesseract keep Echo in check reassured me that I didn't need to worry about Echo misbehaving. Time to test its functionality. Sitting cross-legged on my blanket, I held Echo up and asked it to call Raven. Of course, I didn't have his number. But given Echo's unusual abilities, I figured it would handle the rest. Connecting to the nearest terminal. Almost immediately, a number appeared on the screen, and the call connected. Hello, Crowley Problem Solvers. How can I assist you? It was Raven. Not recognizing the number, he'd assumed it was work-related. Suppressing my laughter, I collapsed onto my blanket, shaking silently. After a moment, I ended the call and rolled around on the blanket like a pill bug. I hadn't planned for it, but it felt like playing a harmless prank on a friend. He won't know it was me. I didn't say anything, and he doesn't know the number. Or so I thought, until the closet door suddenly opened. Standing there with a deadpan expression was Raven. That was you, wasn't it, part-timer? How does he know? Sitting up hastily, I tried to feign ignorance by tilting my head innocently. Raven ignored my act, snatched Echo off the floor, and checked the call history. Thought so. How did you even prank call me without knowing my number? Here, just save my number. Call if you need anything. He handed Echo back to me after adding his number. So much for my prank. Busted in under a minute. I made a mental note to ask Echo to leave no trace if I ever pulled another prank call. As Raven saved my number into the device, I hurriedly stopped him. What's the problem? Watch this. I poked Echo and made it call Raven again. As before, the call connected, but the number displayed on his phone was completely different. Raven's eyebrows twitched as he stared at the screen, unable to believe it. How did the number change? What even is this thing? He tried calling me back, but the first attempt said the number didn't exist, and the second connected to someone completely unrelated. This is insane. He rubbed his neck, staring at the ceiling like he had a headache. From my perspective, the explanation was simple. Echo's abilities were closer to reality manipulation than conventional functionality. Numbers assigned by networks didn't matter to it. I could call others, but they couldn't call me back. A one-way connection. Inconvenient? Sure. But manageable. Echo, can you make me an untraceable email address? What? Now? Yes, please. Do it. Echo. Work. Why yes. Right away. With the tesseract cracking the whip, Echo quickly got to work, generating an email address in no time. I didn't know what service it used, but the address was impressively simple. Turning the screen toward Raven, I showed him the email. Contact me here if you need to. You're not even trying to hide anymore, huh? Never mind. I'll save it. I nodded energetically as Raven saved the address, his confusion evident. Tomorrow, I'm telling Alice and David about this. Even though today wasn't over, I was already excited for what tomorrow would bring. I'm definitely showing off Echo to Alice and David. That was the determination I woke up with. But as I stretched and rubbed my eyes, a realization hit me. Today was Saturday, a weekend. Our office prided itself on work-life balance, a proper white-collar establishment. If there were no active requests, weekends were strictly for rest. Both Alice and David wouldn't be coming in today. Oh well. I'll just brag about it on Monday. It's not like today is my only chance. It was a bit disappointing. The thrill of showing something off diminishes when you wait too long. I poked at Echo's screen absent-mindedly as I lay sprawled on the office sofa. The loose cat pajamas Alice had gifted me slipped down my arm as I fidgeted. Master, do you need something? Maybe Echo thought my poking was a demand for results because it panicked and displayed a short video. The clip showed a beautifully exotic person from another race dancing, though the purpose was unclear. Oh, so these kinds of videos exist here too. But aside from that thought, it wasn't particularly interesting. I swiped the video aside with a finger, uninterested. It wasn't the kind of thing I wanted to watch right now. Seeing this, the Tesseract immediately began berating Echo. Echo, you're so dumb. I am sorry. Hurry up and think of something that'll make Mama happy. Om nom nom. Eek. Don't eat me. The Tesseract, innocent and playful as ever, didn't sound all that intimidating to me. But Echo, acting as if its very existence was in danger, frantically tried to display every function it had. Unfortunately, none of its suggestions piqued my interest. Perhaps it was still too early for me to get used to the trends of this world. Sigh. I give up. Do whatever you want. Too drained to care, I set Echo on my stomach and closed my eyes. Getting Echo was such a dopamine rush, and now it's gone. When will Greg contact me? Is he planning to leave me stuck here forever? I felt like my brain was getting moldy from the stagnant boredom. What was the point of having a communication device if the other party wasn't going to use it? As I lay there wriggling on the sofa in a half-dazed state, Raven passed by, giving me a bemused look. You were so excited yesterday, like you were ready to launch into space. Now you're completely out of fuel? Seriously, stop loafing around and get up. We're expecting visitors today. Visitors? On a weekend? Our office doesn't operate on weekends. I sat up and tilted my head, confused. But Raven just walked off, leaving me to figure it out myself. Why not just tell me? Crossing my arms, I pondered who might be visiting. Alice? David? Maybe Lily, still trying to sneak in with her hidden cameras? Just as I flopped back onto the sofa in defeat, the answer arrived at the door. Hello. We're here. Good afternoon. We're a bit early, but we hope it's all right. Oh, hello Yuria. Hi there Tilda. The door opened, revealing today's visitors, Alice, David, Sabrina, and Rene. David's family plus Alice. A familiar group, but their visit caught me off guard. Why would they all show up like this on a weekend afternoon? I peeked out from the sofa, nodding at Sabrina's polite greeting, but my curiosity remained unsatisfied. Wait. Is it someone's birthday? Oh no, I didn't prepare a gift. Panicking over this rational conclusion, I began sweating nervously. Before I could spiral further, Raven placed a box in the center of the office and explained, "They're here for a meat party. It's been almost a month since you joined us, and I realized we've never had a proper barbecue here at the office." "Oh my, you didn't tell Yuria?" Alice asked. "Why would I? She'd just spend the weekend lazing around anyway." Ouch. True, but ouch. I glared at Raven, but he just shrugged indifferently, as if daring me to prove him wrong. Meat party, huh? Come to think of it, Raven had been clearing the table and pulling out a large electric grill from storage this morning. I should have guessed something was up. Meat sounds good. Swallowing my sudden hunger, I tried to keep myself from drooling. That's when Alice, now coatless and glowing with energy, approached me with sparkling eyes. She looked like a tiger about to pounce, and I froze instinctively. "Yuria. I heard you got a new terminal. Show me. Show me." "Oh my gosh. It's so cute. It suits you perfectly." "Oh really? I mean, it's just a normal off-the-shelf product." Hiding a smile, I handed Echo to Alice, who immediately began inspecting it with childlike fascination. "Eek. Master. I'm being touched." "Master. Master." Echo squirmed nervously in Alice's hands, but I couldn't do much to help. "Sorry, Echo. I can't beat Alice." All I could do was hope for its survival. David and Sabrina also seemed curious about the device. Perhaps flat terminals were rare these days, making Echo's retro design more noticeable. "See? It was worth going all the way to the northern black market." "So, it doesn't have a number, just an email address?" "Well, emails are more anonymous than phone numbers." "It's a smart choice," Sabrina remarked. "Could I exchange emails with you? I'd like to get closer to you, Yuria." We spent some time exchanging email addresses. With no phone number, It was the only way to stay in touch. Everyone seemed enthusiastic, making me feel unexpectedly popular. Alright, enough chit-chat. Alice, didn't you promise to make sukiyaki? Let's eat that first, then grill the meat later if we're still hungry, Raven said. Oh, right. I'll get it ready. Alice replied. The meat party began just before dinner, stretching into the evening. We had sukiyaki, thinly sliced beef dipped in egg, steaks, hamburgers grilled on the electric griddle, and even a roasted turkey from the rarely used office oven. With big eaters like Alice, Raven, and David around, the feast was devoured with surprising ease. Everyone's cooking skills made it a truly enjoyable time. We'll be heading out now. Thank you for hosting us today, Sabrina said. No problem. Sorry for dragging you out on the weekend. See you Monday, Raven replied. As David, Rene, and Sabrina prepared to leave, Rene approached me. Yuria, thank you for getting along with Sabrina. She can be a bit prickly, but I hope she hasn't caused any trouble. Rene, just kidding. See you next time. Why Yuria, I'll be in touch. Please reply, okay? Sabrina added shyly. Of course. We're friends, aren't we? Nodding firmly, I reassured her, and she left with a smile. Alice, who had been lingering behind, suddenly hugged me tightly from behind. She smelled faintly of wine, probably from the party. Jin, can I sleep here tonight? Huh? Sure. Yuria, I'm sleeping with you tonight. Alice buried her face in the back of my head, swaying gently like a child. By now, I was used to her antics, though I wished she'd stop blowing warm air on my scalp. It gave me goosebumps. The three of us tidied up the office together, with me assigned to dishwashing duty since I wasn't particularly strong. Later, after we all showered, I skipped my usual closet and joined Alice in my room. As I lay beside her, I thought about how quickly time was passing. It had already been 2 weeks since the last time we shared a bed. Good night, Yuria. Yawan. Snuggling into the blanket, I felt Alice's warmth and drifted off to sleep earlier than usual. Spending time with good people had melted away the gloom I had felt that morning. Still waiting for Greg's contact, though. Smiling despite myself, I felt content. Alright, I'll head home now. Last night's meat party was a blast. Thanks for inviting me. Yeah. Tell Lily to stop hiding cameras everywhere so Yuria doesn't keep finding them. Haha well, I doubt she'll listen to me. Anyway, see you tomorrow, Yuria. Bye. Alice, who had spent the night at the office, stayed only until lunchtime before heading home. She seemed reluctant to leave, but knowing her sister Lily was likely worried about her, she couldn't just stay. A sweet and caring little sister who cooks for you and worries about you, she really was the kind of person any sibling would adore. As Alice waved goodbye at the entrance, Raven and Yuria saw her off, then returned to the office. Raven poured chocolate milk into a glass from the fridge, watching Yuria crawl into the closet in his peripheral vision. Why does she like sitting in that cramped space so much? The closet was far from a comfortable spot. It was too small to stand in, dimly lit, and musty, having never been designed as a living space. True, Yuria's petite frame allowed her to sit inside without hitting her head, but even so, it barely deserved a 5 out of 10 as a resting place. If Raven hadn't quietly swapped out her blankets for freshly washed ones or placed a portable air purifier in the corner, it wouldn't have even scored that. Maybe it's the secret base vibe. Guess that's fun at her age. Raven chuckled to himself as he rinsed his glass and returned to his bed. Rustle, thud, bump. Noises came from the closet as if Yuria was busy doing something. The sounds weren't loud enough to be disruptive, but they were hard to ignore entirely. As long as she's not ripping the blankets again. Shrugging, Raven lay down and tapped his terminal, checking the day's Drake racing schedule. Sundays were race days, the kind that ignited the fiery passion of any true fan. Drake racing, the sport of massive, dragon-like creatures thundering down a track, demanded keen attention to every factor: weather, wind, competitors, starting positions, and more. Whoa, Mega Bright and Starlight Highway are racing today. This might be another legendary matchup, but legendary matchups often have surprise winners. What if Stardust Comet, who's been in top form lately, snatches first place? Hey! When did you get here? Weren't you just going to the bathroom? Startled, Raven looked up to find Yuria leaning on his bed frame, peering curiously at his terminal. Though he'd noticed her leaving the closet earlier, he hadn't expected her to sneak up like this. Oblivious to his reaction, Yuria fixated on the terminal screen, which displayed a race scene. Raven, noticing her interest, asked if she was curious about Drake racing. Yuria tilted her head, then nodded as if to say, yeah, kind of. Raven adjusted his posture, grinning slyly. Perfect timing. This is a great season to get into it. Check this out. This is the DR Finals from 2 years ago at the Nighthaven Royal Stadium. Every Drake in this race has an incredible story. On the screen, massive drakes, called durongs in this world, powered down the track with explosive strides. Though they lacked the intelligence and magic of true dragons, their sheer physical might dwarfed ordinary beasts or monsters. Watching their races, a spectacle of raw power and grandeur, it was no surprise that Drake racing was the most popular sport of the era. As Raven raved about the race, he noticed Yuria was just as engrossed, her small frame leaning forward, eyes locked on the screen. "Ha, I've made another fan." Feeling triumphant, Raven glanced at her again. Wait. Is she rooting for? Her focus seemed to be on Grey Manister, a battered, lower-ranked Drake currently trailing the others. Grey Manister's story was well known. Once abused by an illegal organization, he'd been rescued and trained as a racer. While he managed decent results, he was far from a fan favorite. Of all the Drakes, why that one? Raven frowned slightly. Did she identify with Grey Manister's struggles? Unaware of Raven's thoughts, Yuria's eyes sparkled at the sight of the Drakes charging forward. It's times like this that make me acutely aware she's the ghost. Raven's expression darkened as he watched her. While Yuria never openly acknowledged it, her unexplainable powers and behavior left no doubt in his mind. A city irregular wielding impossible abilities, the ghost was a key figure Raven had been tracking. He'd never seen Yuria's powers firsthand, but her unnatural speed and casual disregard for logic fit the description perfectly. Even so, Raven had no evidence linking her to the Nexus project or the invaders. The real issue was how close she'd grown to the rest of the office. If confronted, she might run away, and Raven didn't want to imagine the impact on Alice or David. Sigh. If I'd been sure she was the ghost, I wouldn't have let her stay here. Now all I can do is hope she's not a threat. Raven ruffled Yuria's hair, playfully shaking her head. Startled, she flailed her arms in protest, but Raven just laughed. Sorry, your head's just so round. Couldn't resist. What do you want for dinner? Steaks sound good? Yuria hesitated, then nodded, the prospect of food quickly dispelling her irritation. She's so easy to please. What am I going to do with her? Shaking his head with a smile, Raven stood up. Just as Raven pondered Greg's prolonged absence, his terminal pinged with a message. The sender was none other than Greg himself. Yuria, noticing, bounced on her heels, eagerly motioning for Raven to open it. How does she always know? Is she watching me? Suppressing his thoughts, Raven opened the message. The text made both of them freeze, exchanging uneasy glances. Raven, sorry, but I need your help. The message, brief and rushed, hinted at an urgent situation. Something was definitely wrong. When faced with an entirely unexpected situation, people often freeze. Like a person caught off guard by a speeding truck in an alley, unable to move out of the way. This phenomenon, commonly called freezing, was exactly what happened to me when I learned Greg was in danger. It was something I hadn't even considered during the entire month he'd been away from the city. You said you'd be back soon. What's this supposed to mean? Clenching my fists tightly, I replayed my last memory of Greg in my mind. He had assured me with a confident smile that everything would be fine and that he'd be back in no time. As the initial shock ebbed away, a deluge of emotions surged in its place: worry, anger, frustration, impatience, irritation, and unease. I couldn't just sit still anymore. Unable to suppress the turmoil in my chest, I bolted toward the door. Wait. Where do you think you're going? Or at least I tried to. Raven grabbed my shoulder firmly, stopping me in my tracks. What are you doing? Don't get in my way. Pain shot through my shoulder, and a pang of betrayal welled up as I glared at him. But Raven's expression remained icy, devoid of emotion, as he stared back. Do you even know where Greg is? Running out blindly won't solve anything, so don't waste your energy flailing around. Stay put and wait. If you act recklessly, you'll only get in the way. Trust me. His tone was as cold and sharp as his gaze, stripped of his usual teasing demeanor. His calmness brought me back to reality. My heart was pounding so hard it hurt, and my breathing was ragged, like I'd sprinted a mile. Plans? I had none. If Raven hadn't stopped me, I'd probably have been flying through the city, aimlessly using telekinesis. And that would have accomplished nothing. Just foolishness driven by emotion. Realizing this, I gritted my teeth and forced my legs to stop moving. Noticing the change, Raven slowly let go of my shoulder. He must have decided I wouldn't rush out recklessly anymore. But just because my reason returned didn't mean my emotions had settled. The knot of frustration and anxiety in my stomach still twisted painfully. Calm down, Raven said. I know Greg's important to you. He's important to us too. We won't ignore this, and there's still a way to help him. How could one vague message be enough to find him? I shot Raven a skeptical look, prompting him to hold out his terminal. Look at Greg's message carefully. It wasn't sent through a regular network using a traceable number. Instead, it was sent over an internet service. Convenient, but it leaves an IP address. Normally, service providers protect that data. But we happen to know someone who's a wizard at cracking things like this. Without hesitation, Raven began composing a message on his terminal. Most likely to David, who was probably relaxing on this lazy Sunday. Nice. Push him to work. I approve. Ignoring the dull ache in my shoulder, I nodded in agreement. Raven glanced at me as he typed. By the way, how's your shoulder? Sorry. I didn't mean to hurt you. What's he apologizing for? This is my fault. Seeing Raven, who moments ago had looked ready to kill, now apologizing with a sheepish rub of his neck, I shook my head firmly. He didn't need to feel bad. If anything, I owed him thanks for stopping me from making a terrible mistake. To show my gratitude, I headbutted his stomach lightly. Cats use headbutts to show affection, right? Surely the message got across. Cool, haha fine, I get it. You're not the type to sulk over small things. Alright, go get changed. As soon as David replies, we're leaving. Why? Isn't it obvious? You want to help Greg, don't you? Of course I do. With a firm nod at Raven's rare dazzling smile, I dashed off to my room without hesitation. I threw off my clothes and slipped into my usual maid uniform, ensuring it was perfectly pressed and free of wrinkles. Then, I perched myself primly on the office sofa, waiting. The longest path to your goal is often the shortest. Bottling up my impatience, I stayed still, letting the seconds tick by. Mama, are you okay? The Tesseract's voice, unusually soft, broke through my thoughts. But I felt okay. Raven told me to trust him. And I would. He was the protagonist, after all. Though if Greg were truly hurt or worse, would I still be able to stay calm? The rhythmic ticking of the office clock was the only sound in the quiet room. Soon, Raven emerged, dressed in his usual work attire, a drab, serious suit. Good news. David tracked the IP address. We know where Greg is. He's in Belmont, a coastal city about half a day's drive from Nighthaven. Outside the city? Of course. But half a day by car? That wasn't fast enough. I frowned deeply, the weight of the distance pressing down on me. It wasn't another country, thankfully, but the time required was a problem. Raven noticed my concern and continued, driving would take until early morning, which isn't ideal. So we're not driving. What else would we do? I silently asked, glancing at him curiously. He answered with a smirk. Remember Lurica? She's flying overseas today, so we'll hitch a ride on her private jet. That'll cut travel time to about 2 hours. From half a day to 2 hours? Amazing. With a private jet, there'd be no hassle with tickets or passports. Still, would she agree to this so easily? I tilted my head, skeptical. Raven coughed awkwardly before explaining further. She did ask for something in return. She wants you and Alice to star in another music video. Seems the last one did well. Well, anyway, let's go. We need to be at the airport by 6, so no time to waste. I had no choice but to follow Raven as he briskly left the office, explaining the plan as we walked. We'd reach the city quickly, locate Greg, and figure out what was going on. However, since Belmont wasn't as accepting of other races as Nighthaven, Alice and David couldn't join us. But Alice looks human enough. Wouldn't it be fine? I mimicked drawing a sword and gestured toward Raven, questioning Alice's exclusion. Raven shook his head. If she went, she'd have to wear a magic restraining collar, and that'd attract attention. Oh, right. That makes sense. I nodded in understanding, reassured by his calm logic. Thankfully, the city's efficient transportation system got us to the airport with time to spare before our 6 p.m. departure. Hey, we're here, Raven announced. Oh, the scumbag who only calls when he needs something. And Yuria. Remember me, sweetheart? This feels a bit cold, Raven muttered, rubbing the back of his neck as Lurica gave him a dismissive glance. Meanwhile, I found myself instinctively raising a hand to wave at Lurica, her friendly demeanor putting me at ease. She reminded me of Alice, playful and approachable, but without the tendency to pull people into sudden hugs or sniff their heads. In terms of personal boundaries, I found her much easier to deal with. Watching me interact with Lurica, Raven simply shrugged and addressed her with a nod of gratitude. Thanks for letting us hitch a ride on your private jet. It's a huge help, really. Humph. Don't thank me. I only agreed because of Alice and Yuria. Tell them to thank me. What would I ever see in someone as dreary as you? Yeah, sorry for being dreary, Raven said with a dry laugh. Lurica rolled her eyes and motioned toward the jet with her thumb. Alright, hop on. Inside, the jet was surprisingly crowded with staff and crew. Lurica explained that she was headed overseas for a shoot, and the jet was often used to transport entire teams. Given the logistics of such productions, chartering a jet seemed more convenient for her than booking individual flights. Oh, Yuria. Raven. Huh? Wait, aren't you? It's me, Aisha. Ha. Do I look weird with makeup on? Among the passengers, we ran into Aisha, a familiar and friendly face. As a fellow talent from Lurica's agency, she was also heading overseas to gain more exposure through the shoot. Knowing some of her struggles, I silently wished her well with her work. The jet took off smoothly, and to my relief, No one questioned my identity. Being on an airplane for the first time should have been exhilarating, a moment to savor. But I couldn't stop thinking about Greg. Didn't they say this was for an overseas shoot? How are we supposed to get off midway? As I mulled over this puzzle, the answer soon became painfully clear. All right, I'm heading off. Good luck with your shoot. Lurica called out. Come on, Yuria, let's go, Raven said casually. Why? Standing at the open hatch of the jet, I realized too late what Raven had planned. Strapped into a parachute, I barely had time to process the situation before being pulled along. What is this, some kind of battle royale? Before I could even scream, we leapt into the rushing wind. Who in their right mind jumps out of a moving plane with a parachute? That thought echoed in my mind as I plummeted through the sky alongside Raven. Urgency or not, this was beyond reckless. Raven, I realized once again, was anything but normal. Thankfully, the parachutes were simple enough to use with just 3 minutes of instruction. All I had to do was grab the dangling handles on my chest, push them forward with all my strength, and done. No matter how disoriented I was, this wasn't complicated enough to mess up. But jumping out of an aircraft thousands of meters above ground wasn't an easy thing to stomach, no matter how straightforward the mechanics were. When I landed on a rooftop behind Raven, my legs trembled uncontrollably, like a newborn calf trying to stand. If we were going to do something like this, couldn't you have warned me so I could mentally prepare? I deserved a medal for holding back the urge to use telekinesis during that freefall. Phew. Looks like we avoided getting spotted by the police since this is the outskirts. Come here, part-timer. I'll take off your bag. Raven calmly folded his parachute while I turned away with a sharp huff. Even though I was mad, now wasn't the time to complain. I needed to focus on helping Greg as soon as possible. But I won't forget this. Someday, I'll definitely get my revenge. While silently vowing payback, I let Raven remove the parachute bag from my back. He stashed it alongside his own in a nearby hidden spot. Carrying something that bulky while moving through the city would have been too cumbersome. I approached the edge of the rooftop and gazed out over Belmont. The cityscape was nothing like Nighthaven. Instead of vibrant neon lights and unique skyscrapers, Belmont was a concrete jungle filled with dull, monotonous buildings. Not a single shadow below hinted at the presence of any non-human residents. So this is a city where only humans live. Completely different from Nighthaven. A strange chill settled in my chest, as if the vibrant dreamlike quality of Nighthaven had been abruptly replaced with this stark reality. Part-timer, there's a ladder over here. Let's head down. DCH. What's with the long face? You're scared now that we're here? His words didn't quite capture what I was feeling, but I shook my head firmly, holding onto the railing. How could I possibly explain the unsettling strangeness of seeing a world so unlike what I knew? The best I could do was pretend it was nothing. Perhaps realizing this, Raven placed a reassuring hand on my head and spoke calmly. Don't worry about Greg. That guy's tough enough to survive getting shot straight in the chest. I doubt he's in immediate danger. Probably just caught up in some complicated mess. I'm just saying, don't waste your energy worrying too much. When we find him, you'll want to look confident, not awkward. Looking at his clumsy attempt to comfort me, I couldn't help but let out a small chuckle. He's trying to cheer me up, isn't he? For someone who usually avoided sentimental gestures, Raven was making an effort. Not wanting to ignore his words, I stretched my shoulders and squared them resolutely. Right. I've come this far, I can't afford to hold anyone back. Throwing my arms up triumphantly, I signaled I was ready to go wherever Raven led. Seemingly pleased, he smirked and turned. All right, let's rescue the abandoned cat someone left behind. Who are you calling an abandoned cat? Frowning, I playfully pounded his back with my fists. Unbothered, Raven casually walked toward the ladder, ignoring my light punches. Thanks to the plane ride, we arrived while it was still early evening. First, we stopped at a clothing store to change into less conspicuous outfits. Raven's simple suit wasn't out of place, but a maid uniform and mask drew far too much attention. He handed me a plain, fur-lined hoodie. This should work. It's simple and won't draw any attention. Perfect for a kid your size. And I'll just throw on a basic coat over this. Changing out of the maid uniform, I donned the hoodie and pulled the hood up, effectively hiding my mask. I carefully folded the maid outfit and placed it in a paid locker at the station, making sure it was stored safely. Losing it would be devastating. It was a gift from Greg, after all. All right, this should keep us from standing out, Raven said, adjusting his hat. He pulled out his terminal and began tapping the screen, looking unusually focused. Curious, I leaned closer. We're hacking into the Belmont police comms, Raven explained. This way, we can monitor incidents in the city and figure out where Greg might be. How? Before David joined the office, this kind of thing was my job. Hacking the police? I clapped my hands, impressed by his ingenuity. Well, it's nothing special, he said, brushing off the praise. I'm just using a tool a friend gave me, It's not like I'm some expert. This is basic stuff. With the police comms hacked, we began scouring the city for signs of Greg. Unfortunately, the process was painstakingly slow. Most incidents we came across were trivial, with no trace of Greg or even any non-human presence. Even so, Raven and I pressed on, determined not to give up. By late evening, hunger finally forced us to pause. We stopped at a food truck to grab a quick meal, a hot dog stuffed with thick smoked sausage for me and a hearty taco for Raven. The warmth of the food seeped into my chilled body, restoring some of my energy. Maybe we need to search deeper into the alleys, Raven muttered, crumpling his taco wrapper. Greg's not on any official lists, and no one's seen an uncollared non-human. He must be hiding somewhere less obvious. Hearing his thoughts, I tossed my hot dog wrapper into a bin and nodded. He led the way into a darker, quieter part of the city, where the air felt damp and unpleasant. Just as I began to despair over our lack of progress, Raven abruptly drew his gun and fired into the wall ahead. Thwump. The silencer muffled the shot, but the sound of impact was clear. Almost immediately, a pain groan came from beyond the wall. Wait, how did he know? Wide-eyed, I watched as Raven hoisted me over the wall with ease. On the other side, a man lay clutching his stomach, writhing in pain. Raven set me down gently, rested his gun on his shoulder, and smirked. Quit whining. I used rubber bullets, he said. Then his eyes narrowed. You're a non-human, aren't you? And no collar, either. The man on the ground was a werewolf, his bushy sideburns unmistakable. A non-human in a city like this, without the required magic restraining collar, he couldn't have been more suspicious. Inside an abandoned storefront nearby, shrouded in thick layers of dust from years of neglect, a perfect stage was set for intimidation. Even if someone screamed, the sound wouldn't easily escape outside. You cowardly scum. Attacking while I wasn't looking. No matter what you do, I will never speak. Torture me all you want, you'll never hear a single word from me. Suspended upside down, the werewolf, tied securely and utterly subdued, shouted with fiery determination. His eyes burned with resolve, as if no form of torment could break his vow of silence. But his indignant rant only made him seem more absurd. Raven, leaning casually against a wall, stared at him with an incredulous expression. Cowardly? You've got it backward, pal. You were the one sneaking around, watching us through the gap in that wall. What, you thought we wouldn't notice? Silence, human. Do not dare speak back to me. DCH. Can't reason with this one. Part-timer, do your thing. My heart jumped with excitement at Raven's signal. I reached into a small bag and pulled out the ultimate tool for tormenting a werewolf, a lemon. A lemon? Really? That's just a fruit, you might say. Ah, but that's where you're wrong. For canines, with their heightened sense of smell, lemons are a nightmarish weapon. And werewolves, with their similarly acute noses, aren't any different. Taking a small knife Raven handed me, I sliced the lemon in half. With a firm grip, I squeezed the juicy half close to the werewolf's sensitive nose. Arg. Stop. Stop this at once. That's enough, Raven said, signaling me to stop. I pulled back, holding the dripping lemon triumphantly. The werewolf hung limply, saliva dripping from his mouth, not out of hunger, but from the overwhelming sour scent wreaking havoc on his senses. Now sufficiently softened up, the werewolf glared at us through tear-streaked eyes. Raven leaned forward, his tone calm but commanding. All right, let's try this again. What's your reason for hiding in this city? Are you some kind of scout guarding this area? Pa. How dare you? I am Sergeant Brelin of the Glorious Werewolf Battalion. A mere watchdog, you say? Absurd. Sergeant Brelin, is it? Raven mused, his expression amused. Wha? How do you know my name? I never said it. Did he just out himself? Seriously? I rubbed my temples, watching this train wreck of a werewolf. Werewolves weren't known for being intellectuals, but Brelin's performance was so absurd it bordered on tragic comedy. Maybe the lemon torture melted his brain a little. Brelin, still upside down, continued his tirade. This can only mean one thing, there's a traitor leaking our secrets. But who? There's no way a human could know my identity otherwise. Interesting, Raven said, a sly grin tugging at his lips. Feigning authority, he pressed on. It's obvious, isn't it? We've already planted a spy among your ranks. That's how we found you so easily. What? A spy? Brelin's eyes widened in sheer panic. His frantic reaction was almost embarrassing. Raven delivered the next line with smooth precision, like a fisherman reeling in his catch. You've got a new recruit in your group recently, haven't you? New recruit? Ah. You mean the one who joined a decade ago? No, not a soldier. Someone lower in the ranks, like your logistics team. Surely, the spy couldn't be a proper werewolf. Too conspicuous. Wait, could it be? The Dark Elves. Those sinister bastards from the restructuring. I knew we couldn't trust them. This guy's spilling everything, I thought, baffled. Raven poked, and Brelin answered like a broken vending machine, dishing out every detail with no hesitation. The werewolf didn't seem to realize he'd fallen right into Raven's trap. Thanks to Brelin's loose tongue, I quickly pieced together the bigger picture. A group that's over 10 years old, involving a werewolf battalion and dark elves. This has to be the Non-Human Liberation Army. I stiffened at the realization. The Non-Human Liberation Army was a notorious villain group in the early arcs of Fixer. Their goal was simple yet extreme: to overthrow humanity and establish non-humans as the ruling class of Earth. They were responsible for much of the tension between humans and non-humans, both in the story and the world at large. Though they'd lost momentum during the Invader War a decade ago, they'd secretly been rebuilding ever since. Now, their resurgence was a central conflict in Fixer. If they're involved, things just get way more complicated. This group wasn't one to take lightly. If they were chasing Greg, it was likely to either recruit or eliminate him. With the scale of the situation clear, I instinctively adopted a defensive stance. Raven, too, had picked up on the weight of Brelin's confession. His expression remained neutral, betraying no sign of the calculations undoubtedly racing through his mind. "All right, that's enough." Raven finally stepped forward. In one swift motion, he struck the back of Brelin's neck with a precise hand chop. The werewolf crumpled instantly, unconscious before he hit the ground. "Sweet dreams. You'll wake up in a police station. Whatever happens after that? Not my problem." I stared, impressed. So hand chops actually work? In reality, I'd always heard they were impractical, but Raven made it look so effortless. I should practice that. Satisfied with the interrogation, Raven crossed his arms and muttered grimly. "The Non-Human Liberation Army, huh? Looks like Greg's tangled up with some serious trouble." That was putting it mildly. This group's radical ideology and willingness to use violence made them a nightmare to deal with. If they'd set their sights on Greg, a fight seemed inevitable. As Raven's sharp gaze landed on me, I could almost hear what he was thinking. "Stay out of this, it's going to get dangerous." But I wasn't backing down. I stepped forward defiantly, making it clear I had no intention of leaving. If Raven wanted me to stop, he'd have to physically remove me. He sighed, shaking his head. "You know what I'm going to say, don't you? As a fixer, I can't take you with me. So stay put and wait. I'll bring Greg back without a scratch. If you've got a problem with that, try fighting me. But as long as I'm conscious, it's not happening." The sheer weight of his presence crashed over me, like a tidal wave. Raven wasn't just strong, he was strength itself, a force of nature that couldn't be denied. My knees wobbled under the pressure. I wanted to go, but Greg needs Raven more than he needs me right now. Reluctantly, I let my arms fall limp at my sides. Seeing my surrender, Raven relaxed his stance. "Sorry. I promise, I'll bring him back. Just hang tight for now." His hand briefly ruffled my hair, a gesture meant to comfort, but it only made my chest ache. Then he turned and walked away without hesitation, leaving me alone in the dusty shadows. I could help. I know I could. I sank to the ground, feeling utterly useless. For a moment, tears pricked my eyes, but I quickly wiped them away. "Mama, I'm okay. Thanks, Tesseract." Sighing, I leaned against the wall and stared at the ground. Maybe I should just throw on a sheet and sneak out like the old days. But without a clear plan, it'd be reckless. Suddenly, ding! The familiar sound of a notification snapped me from my thoughts. I pulled out Echo from my pocket and checked the screen. The email made my heart race. "Raven, here's the decoded coordinates you asked for. Your target is likely here, with the Liberation Army nearby." It was from David. He must have accidentally sent it to me instead of Raven. Lucky me. I grinned, adrenaline surging. If Raven thought I'd sit still after this, he didn't know me very well. Quickly spotting a discarded sheet nearby, I wrapped it around myself. It's time for the ghost to return. A deserted building on the outskirts of Belmont. The place was so desolate that it was impossible to guess when it had last been touched by human hands. It couldn't be helped. Belmont was a declining city, one where the younger generations were leaving in droves. Naturally, the outskirts bore the marks of those who had abandoned the area. But every situation had its dual nature. Just as a poison that could easily take a life if consumed excessively could become medicine when taken in small doses, this place, devoid of people and attention, served as a safe haven for uninvited guests. SSHRK. A woman, her eyes narrowed to near slits, cautiously peeked out at the dark exterior beyond the curtain. "It seems like nothing has approached nearby yet." "Phew, then we can take a brief moment to breathe." Thankfully, there was still no sign of enemies approaching the area. After confirming this once more, she meticulously pulled the curtains tight, ensuring not even the smallest gap was left between them. The woman then placed a dimly lit portable lamp on a shelf at an appropriate height, casting a faint glow throughout the room. In that dim light, her gaze fell upon a green-skinned man. The man's green skin was an unmistakable anomaly, but what stood out even more was his attire, or rather, lack thereof. His upper body was wrapped in layers of bandages, as though they were his clothing. However, the blood-soaked state of those bandages made it painfully clear that they weren't just for show. His condition was so horrific that it seemed miraculous he was even sitting upright. The woman bit her lip at the sight of the man's battered form, repeating words she had uttered countless times before. "I'm sorry, Greg. This is all because of me." "Karen, didn't we agree to stop talking about this?" "But, that's enough. One more time and you'll hit 100. The bandaged orc, Greg, waved his arm dismissively, as though he was tired of hearing apologies. After nearly 2 weeks, he'd heard the same thing dozens of times and was growing weary of it. But no matter how much Greg brushed it off, the shadow of guilt lingering on Karen's face didn't fade. After all, the fact remained that Greg, who had no connection to the situation, had been dragged into it. Karen slumped to the floor near Greg, curling up as she muttered with a face full of exhaustion. "Maybe I should have just complied with their demands." For more than 2 weeks, Karen had been fleeing with Greg, crossing borders and cities endlessly. The reason was simple: a relentless and infuriating pursuer was after her. The pursuers were none other than the Interracial Liberation Army. They sought Karen, a rare and exceptional talent even among the Arachne race, known for their mastery over magic control. However, Karen couldn't agree with the Liberation Army's doctrine of enslaving all humanity. She had no reason to harbor such hostility toward humans, as her life was already fulfilling. But the Liberation Army wasn't willing to take no for an answer. They attempted to abduct her by force. At that moment, Greg, who had come by to deliver an item, got caught up in the chaos. And that was the sole reason he became entangled in this mess, the root of Karen's overwhelming guilt. What a trivial worry. "Wah, trivial? You know how guilty I feel about dragging you into this, Greg." Greg showed no sympathy for Karen's melancholy, retorting bluntly. Karen bristled like a squirming caterpillar at his harsh words, but Greg continued without missing a beat. "Humph, I simply can't stand those who try to impose their will on others without regard. So, I interfered just to thwart those irritating bastards. What you think doesn't matter to me." "Even so. And injuries like this are nothing for an orc. Worrying over this is like rushing a scraped human to the ER. What a waste of concern." Karen couldn't respond. She couldn't tell if Greg was serious or just trying to act tough when he dismissed his wounds as mere scrapes. But one thing was certain: Greg was much weaker now than he had been 2 weeks ago. The relentless pursuit from their enemies, like wolves on a hunt, hadn't allowed him any time to recover properly. Even the strongest would falter if denied rest and forced into an endless war of attrition. Moreover, the longer this dragged on, the more the advantage shifted away from them, steadily eating away at their spirits. Greg is still holding on for now, but at this rate there's no hope. Karen felt as if she were adrift in a vast, dark sea, unable to see where to go. If only there was some light beyond the darkness. The fear of sinking overwhelmed her, tightening its grip around her throat. Perhaps sensing her inner turmoil, Greg, who had been quietly breathing as if in slumber, suddenly spoke. "Don't worry too much. There's still a chance." "But you said it yourself, Greg, today might be a turning point. Doesn't that mean we could all be caught here?" "No, I meant this exhausting chase might finally end today. Whether it's in a good way or a bad way." "A good way? That's impossible." Karen swallowed her bitter thoughts, forcing herself to calm down. To be honest, even she, inexperienced in combat as she was, couldn't see much hope. Among their pursuers were enemies as strong as Greg, or even stronger. And Greg, who could crush steel with his bare hands and lift cars effortlessly, was already a monster. Yet there were 2 such enemies chasing them now, foes so formidable that Greg couldn't guarantee victory even in a direct confrontation. Even if Greg had successfully reached out for external help, there was no chance it would arrive tonight. And even if it did come in time, the overwhelming number of Liberation Army forces and the presence of powerful adversaries were more than enough to crush their will to resist. "I'm sorry, Greg. I'm so sorry for getting you involved in this." Karen felt nothing but guilt toward Greg. He spoke tough, but in truth, he was infuriatingly kind. The fact that he had been dragged into this mess because of her was an unbearable weight on her heart. "Ah woo," a wolf's howl echoed not far off. It seemed another harrowing night was about to begin for them. Brushing off a tattered cloth and draping it over myself, I dashed through the dark streets of Belmont. The streets were entirely unfamiliar. I had no idea whether I should take a left or a right, but it didn't matter. Echo, who had gathered intel, was guiding me like a navigation system. "Master, turn right here. When you see a tilted signboard, turn left, and you'll find the way." Thanks to that, I wouldn't get lost. "Thanks, Echo." Thinking that to myself, I propelled my body forward with telekinesis, slicing through the air at incredible speed. It felt as if the limiter on my powers had been released. My telekinesis was in peak condition. Hey, thank you. No fair. I want praise from Mama too. Tesseract, thanks to you too. You've been a great comfort. Hee hee, Really? These adorable things. Just hearing Echo and Tesseract light up with joy at a bit of praise brought a small smile to my face. What kind of existence was I to them, that they'd react this way to a compliment? The heavy burden weighing on my chest felt a little lighter. But suddenly, I sensed something ominous in the distance. It was a feeling as if disaster would strike if I simply moved forward without caution. I slowed my pace, pressing myself against a building wall, and perked up my ears to focus on the faint noises. Sure enough, I could barely make out voices. The words weren't clear, though. Echo, do you sense any terminals across the street? Yes, there are 2 terminals. Can you hack into them and eavesdrop on their conversation? I've never tried something like that before, but I'll give it a shot. Echo sounded a bit unsure, as if this was unfamiliar territory for her. But I trusted her abilities. As a terminal capable of using telepathy and the internet without any identifiable number, I figured hacking into nearby devices should be possible. My expectations were soon met, and Echo's voice returned. Success. Should I reconstruct the audio and play it for you? No, just give me a summary of the key points. Understood. It seems they're werewolves, and they're pursuing a certain target. From what I gather, that target is very close. I instinctively knew that Greg was the target they were referring to. There was no time to hesitate. Thinking that, I propelled myself upward with telekinesis, leaping high, very high, into the air. When I reached a position directly above where the 2 werewolves were located, I let gravity take over. Accelerating rapidly, I plunged straight down like a meteor. So, as I was saying, an enemy. Grrkh. Thud. Before they had time to react, I silenced one werewolf by clamping its mouth shut with telekinesis and grabbed its neck, hoisting it into the air. The strengths of werewolves lay in their raw power, sharp claws, and remarkable regenerative abilities that let them heal from most wounds. But their weakness? They were helpless against a stronger force, making them nothing more than sturdy scarecrows. The werewolves struggled and thrashed violently, but once I had them in my grip, their resistance was futile. Grrkh. Rrghhh. Thud. The 2 werewolves slumped to the ground, unconscious. They weren't fatally injured, just knocked out. Using the sturdy carbon fiber ropes I had prepared, I bound their arms and legs tightly to ensure they couldn't move. Then, I hid them in a shadowy corner where they wouldn't be easily found and resumed my course, following the coordinates sent through my message. It seemed tonight was going to be a long one. Crash. A werewolf, tightly bound in ropes, was unceremoniously shoved headfirst into a trash can. In that state, even if it woke up midway, escape would be impossible. With their communication devices confiscated, it was safe to say this one was effectively out of action for the night. That made 11 werewolves I had subdued so far. Phew, I still have plenty of energy left. I've grown a lot, haven't I? In the past, maintaining this level of telekinetic output would have drained me by now. Subduing a werewolf required immense force to completely cut off their breathing. Even if they seemed like low-level grunts, the effort needed to neutralize them was significant. Perhaps my time spent in Raven's cracked dimension had paid off. My power's output, endurance, and range had doubled compared to before. I still had plenty of strength left, feeling as if I had just gone for a casual jog. But seriously, how many forces have they deployed in this small town? And how are they managing to avoid being noticed by the locals? Despite my success in subduing so many, I couldn't let my guard down. Even after taking down this many enemies, the number of adversaries didn't seem to dwindle. How many troops did they bring? No matter how many I subdued, their numbers seemed endless, weighing heavily on my mind. Moreover, I had been silently neutralizing werewolves for over half an hour. By now, it was likely the enemy had noticed the attacks. From this point on, finding lone or paired werewolves would become increasingly difficult. This was bad news for me, as I needed to clear a path quickly to reach Greg. I have to get to Greg as soon as possible, but all this interference is slowing me down. The reason I wasn't heading directly to my destination and instead taking a detour to neutralize werewolves was simple. Like dogs, their keen sense of smell made it easy for them to detect a presence even without sound. If I recklessly rushed ahead without taking them out, I risked getting surrounded and discovered. Unlike Raven, I didn't have the overwhelming power to face multiple enemies confidently. In such a scenario, I'd have no choice but to prepare for death. At this rate, something irreversible could happen. No, I need to stay resolute. Lingering indecisively wouldn't solve anything. Taking a deep breath to steady my nerves, I braced myself. It was clear that moving cautiously had its limits. I had taken out enough werewolves to create a gap somewhere in their formation. Feeling the cold wind seep through the cracks in the walls, I leapt onto a rooftop. Echo, guide me. Let me know the direction and distance when you detect terminals. Why, yes. Right away. Whoosh. The wind on the rooftop felt as sharp as a blade cutting through the skin. All that greeted me was the musty air of the abandoned slums and the smell of beasts. Somewhere out there, Greg was waiting. The thought, rising unbidden, strengthened my resolve. Throwing myself into the lifeless void of darkness below, I moved without hesitation. There was no fear of falling. Telekinesis enveloped me more securely than ever. Just before hitting the ground, I launched forward like a cannonball. It wasn't flight, it was more like being hurled through the air at breakneck speed. The strain on my fragile body, devoid of anything remarkable aside from telekinesis, felt like it might tear me apart. Master. 4 terminals detected 120 meters ahead at a 30-degree angle to your right. So, 4 enemies to the right. Got it. Thanks, Echo. Without doubting her information, I visualized the location and accelerated directly toward my targets, stopping abruptly in front of them as if I had been programmed to do so. Boss, it's really enemy. Damn it. Kill. The werewolves seemed alert, but my sudden appearance didn't leave them entirely flustered. Even so, their reactions were a beat too slow. The initiative was already mine. I channeled telekinetic energy into my legs and slammed them into the ground with force. A shockwave rippled outward, ensnaring the werewolves' bodies in a telekinetic grip. I hurled the captured werewolves toward a nearby wall with all my might. What the? I can't resist. Gah! Crash! The werewolves shattered the sturdy wall and disappeared into the rubble inside the building. They wouldn't die from that. They were too resilient, but it was more than enough to break a bone or two. Without checking their condition, I surged forward with telekinesis. This wasn't about defeating the enemy, it was about clearing a path. Whether they were subdued or not no longer mattered. Master. More than 10 unidentified terminals are rapidly approaching. Of course, the enemy wouldn't make this easy. The moment I noisily dealt with the werewolves, reinforcements were already closing in. So much for avoiding detection by being quiet. It seemed I had no choice but to make a stand if I wanted to keep moving forward without delay. No helping it. Ignoring them would only let the numbers grow. I had to take them out here and now. Slowing my pace, I sought a spot where my telekinesis would be most effective. Finding a favorable position to fight was one of the simplest ways to increase the odds of survival. This spot should work. It didn't take long to find a suitable location, a ruin filled with makeshift weapons and cover, making it difficult for the enemy to surround me. Even if they came in numbers, this place would be manageable. Kra boom. Suddenly, the sound of a thunderclap echoed nearby. The deafening noise startled me so much I instinctively straightened my back. Moments later, sporadic bursts of gunfire echoed throughout the slums. It was as if a full-blown war had broken out. The grim realization stiffened my face. Wait, these guys aren't even trying to stay hidden anymore. Which means the werewolves, who had been stealthily moving in silence to avoid detection, were now making a ruckus as if advertising their presence. There was only one possible explanation. They must have found the target they had been searching for, making it unnecessary to stay hidden. In the end, Greg had been discovered by the Interracial Liberation Army. Realizing this, I snapped my head toward the source of the noise, like a rabbit perking up its ears. We've found them. It's the intruder. Stop them. Don't let them interfere. Under no circumstances can they disrupt us. But before I could make a move, a pack of werewolves blocked my path, their voices rising as they pointed their weapons at me. Damn it. I didn't have the time or patience to deal with this. Gritting my teeth, I shaped my telekinesis into a giant hand and slammed it down on the approaching group. Since telekinesis was an invisible attack, only a few lucky ones managed to react in time. The rest were crushed under the massive force. As the dust settled, I saw werewolves lying on the ground, eyes rolled back as they twitched weakly. Judging by their trembling, they were still alive. Resilient creatures. Still, more than half of them were incapacitated in a single blow, a powerful strike, the one that had drained a significant amount of energy. Don't be afraid. It's magic. Aim for the caster. Wind magic? Damn it, how annoying. Kill them. The remaining werewolves retaliated, firing their guns and lunging at me with claws poised to strike. They seemed to believe I was a mage and immediately targeted my body, the caster in their eyes. Their precise and coordinated attacks showed their training as soldiers, disciplined and efficient on the battlefield. Compared to their prowess, I felt hopelessly outclassed in martial ability. I raised a telekinetic barrier to block incoming bullets while lowering them toward an open area. Of course, I'm not really a mage. And I'm not some soldier who fights honorably either. Crash! The ground beneath the charging werewolves suddenly gave way, collapsing beneath their feet. The floor, though old, had been sturdy stone tiles. For all the werewolves to fall into the same trap seemed unusual, unless it had been planned. And it had been. I had predicted their charge and deliberately weakened the ground in this area. With their legs now stuck in the crumbled earth, I used telekinesis to solidify the dirt around their limbs, locking them in place. At that point, they were nothing more than immobile scarecrows. I extended my fingers beyond the thin fabric of my cover, pointing at the trapped werewolves. The ground cracked open further, pulling their bodies deeper into the earth. The principle was simple. The floor here was well within the range of my telekinesis. I just used it to seize the werewolves and bury them. In hindsight, This was the first time I had used my telekinesis so freely in a fight. Up until now, I had always held back, conserving my power. Looking back, it was absurd. I had fought enemies like Drakel, Lexi, and Ethan, foes vastly superior to me in strength and skill. And yet I had managed to hold back while fighting them. The thought made me chuckle dryly. But I had no choice. If my enemies were weaker, there was no reason to go all out. If they were stronger, exposing my abilities recklessly would have been dangerous. Thus, I had always tried to hide my full potential, squeezing every ounce of strategy from my mind to survive. But now, things were different. There was no need to conceal my telekinesis anymore. Even if I was exposed, I had more important things to worry about. That thought alone made the world look different, as if my vision had sharpened. Gray. Spare me. I don't want to die. Boom. The werewolves were buried in the ground, trapped. I had left them enough air to breathe. They wouldn't die, but they'd find it hard to move and even harder to enjoy themselves. Few time to go. Greg is waiting. Now I could move forward without worrying about being interrupted. Hang in there, Greg. I'm on my way. For some reason, I felt no fear anymore. It was as if I could take on any enemy and emerge victorious. The werewolves had delayed me far longer than expected. This was a serious problem. There was no time to waste. Frustration built in my chest as I hauled the unconscious werewolves out of the dirt by their heads and dashed toward the coordinates marked in the message. The destination was still a considerable distance away, but if I pushed myself to the limit, flying at full speed, I could make it there in just a few minutes. With every second counting, there was no time for caution. It's so cold at this speed. Whoosh! The sharp, icy wind cut at my skin like tiny blades, whistling past my ears. It felt like riding a motorcycle in freezing weather with no protective gear. My body, already fragile, wasn't built to endure such punishment. My exposed skin quickly turned red, and my ears had already gone numb. But I gritted my teeth and pressed on. What did it matter if the cold felt like it would freeze me solid? If I could buy even a moment with this suffering, I'd endure it 1,000, even 10,000 times over. Fueled by sheer determination, I forced my trembling body to straighten against the bitter chill. As I leapt from rooftop to rooftop, taking the shortest possible route, something odd caught my eye. A blackened section of an otherwise intact exterior wall. It stood out like a scar, striking and unnatural. The structure hadn't collapsed as it might have from an explosion, and there were no signs of fire damage elsewhere. Yet, that one spot was charred as if scorched by an intense, focused flame. Pondering the cause as I ran, a thought struck me. Now that I think about it, I did hear that thunderous sound earlier. Wait, if it's lightning. My heart pounded as a chilling premonition crawled down my spine. The reason for my unease was simple. The Liberation Army had a high-ranking officer who specialized in lightning magic. The chain of command in the Liberation Army placed a supreme commander at the top, followed by the Seven Sins, elite generals who not only led troops but were also monstrously powerful individuals themselves. These weren't just commanders, they were living weapons. Their power was on par with someone like Raven, or even the upper echelon of double-number fixers. For reference, double-number fixers were ranked from 10th to 99th worldwide, meaning most of the Seven Sins ranked within the top 20 globally. It was said that a single powerful mage could unleash the firepower of an entire battalion. No wonder this mere organization could wage war against all of humanity. If it's Akashmir of Thunderclap, Greg won't stand a chance. Lightning isn't something you can endure with brute strength. Truthfully, Greg was incredibly strong. So much so that my worry seemed almost laughable. Orcs were known for their toughness, their muscular frames comparable to bears and lions. And Greg was no ordinary orc, he was a great warrior orc, the cream of the crop. He was a living, breathing war machine capable of tearing tanks apart barehanded. But even Greg couldn't withstand a lightning mage of Akashmir's caliber. Unlike fire, which could be evaded or contained, lightning struck with overwhelming precision and speed. Even if Greg somehow dodged her attacks and closed the distance, she could easily envelop her body in electricity, making hand-to-hand combat near impossible for someone who fought unarmed. Unless Greg had a weapon durable enough to withstand lightning, something he clearly didn't, given his disdain for carrying weapons, he would be at an overwhelming disadvantage. If Raven arrives in time, we might stand a chance, but I can't be sure. For now, I need to assess the situation myself. Steeling my nerves, I pushed my speed to its limit. There was little else I could do but trust Raven and hope he wasn't too late. The deafening sounds of chaos grew louder as I neared my destination. When I finally arrived, the scene stopped me in my tracks. Without even thinking, I leapt forward. I didn't have time to rejoice at seeing Greg again. Kneeling on one knee, battered but alive, he was being targeted by a woman about to unleash a deadly spell. Get fried to a crisp. Fulgar, crack. I skidded to a halt, barely managing to place myself between Greg and the incoming attack. A split second later, a searing red flash burned into my retinas. As expected, Her attack was lightning magic. Thank goodness I had anticipated this. I might have been too late otherwise. A small part of me sighed in relief as I extended my telekinesis downward, gripping the ground beneath us. What I grabbed was the dense, non-conductive earth under the stone floor. Still, this wouldn't be enough to withstand the attack. To strengthen the barrier, I embedded nearby pieces of metal into the wall of earth. The metal would act as a conductor, redirecting some of the lightning's energy and dispersing it. The massive earthen wall collided with the crimson lightning the very next moment. Boom! The impact sent vibrations through my entire body, nausea rising before the deafening sound even registered. The overwhelming force shredded my telekinetic grip on the wall and pushed me back. Even with all my improvements, the gap between me and an elite like this was undeniable. It reminded me of the helplessness I felt when facing Drake. But I refused to give up. No, I couldn't give up. Clinging to my telekinesis with what felt like sheer willpower, I held the crimson lightning at bay. If I let it break through, there'd be no face left to show Greg. You are not getting past this point. The moment, which had felt like an eternity, finally began to move again. The power trying to pierce through the telekinetic wall of earth dissipated, its purpose fulfilled. The implication was clear. I had successfully blocked the spell aimed at Greg. As soon as I understood that, I released the soil I had been holding tightly in place. The earthen barrier, once as tall as a person, collapsed with a resounding thud, kicking up a thick cloud of dust. "Yuria?" Before the dust could fully settle, a familiar voice broke through. It was low, devoid of obvious emotion, yet faintly kind. I turned around, throwing back the hood of my cloak to reveal my face, and locked eyes with Greg. "Hello, Blair. You didn't come back after a month, so I came to find you myself." That's what I felt like saying. "How?" "No, this isn't the time for questions. Thank you. You saved my life." "Ah, this is nothing, just a scratch. No need to worry, Urk." "Maybe not." As the dust settled, Greg's battered figure came into view. His clothes were little more than rags, and beneath them were bandages so old they were practically part of his skin. Fresh wounds oozed blood from his shoulder and abdomen, while one arm bore blackened, charred skin, the unmistakable mark of a lightning strike. How could someone do this to another person? My chest burned with a mixture of sorrow and rage, as though my blood was boiling over. Akashmir. Clenching my teeth, I turned to face her. Standing a short distance away, brushing dust from her eyes, was a woman with fiery red hair. Her appearance matched everything I knew about Akashmir of Thunderclap. The gray skin and long, prominent ears marked her as a dark elf. Given the red lightning spell she had just unleashed, there was no doubt, this was Akashmir herself. She had to be. The sheer power of her magic, which had charred Greg's arm, left no room for debate. "So, something suddenly butted in and it's a brat? You don't seem like a mage since I can't feel any mana." Akashmir studied me with a look of mild interest and hesitation, as if deciding whether or not to attack. She must have been wary of the fact that I had blocked her lightning without using magic. Maybe she was weighing the risks of provoking an unknown variable. Or perhaps she was thinking of capturing me alive. Whatever the case, I welcomed the reprieve. Blocking her attack had already consumed nearly 30% of my telekinetic reserves. It was precious time to catch my breath. Do I stand a chance? Honestly, no. I was furious. If Greg had taken that hit directly, he would have died, or worse, been left with injuries beyond repair. That thought alone stoked the fire in my chest. But emotions aside, the difference in power was insurmountable. There were at least 2 walls separating Greg and Akashmir in strength. And between Greg and me? At least 3. That meant there were 5 walls between me and Akashmir, a gap too vast to fathom. Even blocking that first attack had been a miracle. In reality, she hadn't even been trying. She'd simply been finishing off a defeated opponent while I had used every ounce of strength to stop her. I laughed bitterly at the sheer disparity. Is this what it feels like to face a tank with just a rifle? The pressure was so immense that, if not for the boiling rage fueling me, I wouldn't have been able to stay standing. And yet, the odd confidence I'd felt earlier still remained, steadfast and unyielding. Was this courage? Or foolishness? I didn't know. As I puzzled over this strange feeling, Greg's voice snapped back to me. "Yuria. Run. You don't need to get involved here. Raven is fighting another enemy nearby, I'll buy you time to escape. I still have the strength to endure her magic, so, Urk." Enough. What nonsense was he spouting? With a flick of my telekinesis, I clamped his mouth shut. How could someone so injured talk about buying time? He could barely stand. Besides, I had come here to save him. Running away now would achieve nothing. I had to survive this, together with Greg, and return to Night Haven. That future wait. What if? A sudden idea struck me like lightning. It wasn't guaranteed to work, but it might be the only solution to this impossible situation. There was no time to hesitate. DCH. I hate dealing with brats. You know what? Forget it. I'll fry you both and call it a day. Time to wrap up this mess. Akashmir pointed at me, her patience clearly at its limit. Her tone carried the confidence of someone certain that her full power would annihilate me. This time, the incoming lightning was far larger, something I couldn't block, no matter how hard I tried. Boom! A crimson bolt of destruction descended from the heavens, tearing through everything in its path. For a moment, time itself seemed to stop. An eerie silence followed, as if the world itself was holding its breath. Just before Akashmir's crimson lightning struck, a thought crossed my mind. I'm still far too weak to fight against someone truly powerful. It was an undeniable truth. After all, I had only awakened as Yuri a mere 3 months ago. Even if I kept growing, catching up to such opponents someday, I simply didn't have enough time yet. At this rate, that massive, merciless lightning would pierce through me and leave nothing but ashes. Even if by some miracle I survived, it was a fate already decided, unchangeable. I trust the story, not any supposed gods. In that fleeting moment, my thoughts turned to Tesseract. Could I possibly survive this desperate situation using its power? Could I heal Greg, much like how Tesseract had restored both me and Answer before? No. Even if Greg were restored to full strength, he couldn't defeat Akashmir. Not only was the matchup unfavorable for him, but the gap in skill alone was staggering. What about weakening Akashmir instead? Unfortunately, Tesseract required proximity, at least close enough to touch, to work its effects. Logically possible, yes, but in this life-or-death situation, utterly unfeasible. I needed to think differently. How had Drakel used Tesseract? He had reverted to his prime self, centuries younger and untouched by age. But no matter what he did, Drakel couldn't become his current self without aging. That version of himself simply didn't exist, neither as a reality nor as a possibility. Tesseract brings forth possibilities. Drakel could summon his past self because that possibility existed. So what about a future that hasn't happened yet? I envisioned a version of myself, strong enough to rival even Raven. If such a future existed in even one world line, then I wouldn't lose. A crimson bolt of lightning crackled, illuminating the dark storm clouds that smothered the pale moonlight. With a rush of overwhelming sensation, as if something were spilling out from within me, the very fabric of the world seemed to distort. The scar of red lightning lingered in my vision, its power fresh and sharp. The bolt, faster than sound, had torn through the air like a devil's saw, rending everything in its path. Its devastating power could reduce a human to ashes in an instant. This was the true might of the Seven Sins. Greg, gritting his teeth, forced himself to press his knee to the ground, keeping from collapsing. Despite his battered body, he refused to falter with Yuria standing before him. The sheer stubbornness of his determination filled his crumbling form with strength. Wait, but why am I still alive? Why can I think so clearly? The realization dawned on him. A bolt of that magnitude should have killed him outright. At best, he would have been clinging to life with critical injuries. So why was he, who had been caught in its vicinity, still so lucid? Greg slowly opened his eyes and looked toward where Yuria had been standing moments earlier. At the same time, he heard the sound of something light clattering to the ground. Who is that? Before him stood a woman he didn't recognize. She was slightly taller than Greg, even with him kneeling. This was no longer the diminutive Yuria he had come to know. And yet, the soft, flowing white hair that framed her figure stirred an achingly familiar feeling within him. No way. The woman, her hand extended skyward, tilted her head back and met his gaze. Greg inhaled sharply, his eyes widening. The figure before him was breathtakingly beautiful. Her delicate, serene expression paired with a slightly wistful gaze evoked an inexplicable sense of longing. Her face was otherworldly, with flawless features and a striking presence that seemed almost divine. But that wasn't why Greg was stunned. It was her violet eyes, reminiscent of blooming flowers, that carried a tender gaze, as though looking at someone precious. Her lips curled into a faint, familiar smile, and the curve of that expression sent waves of recognition through him. Yuria, is that you? The woman tilted her head in confusion, as if asking, how did you know? Realizing she wasn't wearing her usual mask, Yuria leapt in surprise. Had she been too focused on deflecting the lightning to notice? A bit flustered, she scratched her neck sheepishly before bowing slightly to Greg with an awkward smile. Is this the first time you've seen my real face? Nice to meet you. That's what her actions seemed to say. Greg let out a dry chuckle. Even with her appearance completely transformed, her consistent mannerisms left no room for doubt. What is this? Is this what Yuria really looks like? Or is her usual form the real one, and this the fake? Confusion swirled in his mind, the countless unanswered questions leaving him bewildered. But Greg shook his head, casting those thoughts aside. They didn't matter now. There was only one thing he needed to focus on. Maybe, just maybe, with Yuria's power, they could fight Akashmir. Gritting his teeth against the pain, Greg looked up at her and asked, Yuria, do we stand a chance? Ha, is that even a question? Yuria chuckled softly, spinning around with an air of unwavering confidence. Her condition was perfect, better than it had ever been. Right now, She felt as if she could overturn the world itself. As she turned back to face Akashmir, the shift in atmosphere was palpable. The tables had turned. Yuria was now the composed one, exuding a calm poise, while Akashmir's face twisted in irritation and disbelief. "You, what are you? Your appearance suddenly changed, so you're clearly not human. But you don't have any mana, so you're not a magic-wielding species either. What the hell are you? Ha, so you think I'm not even worth answering? Arg, so annoying, so infuriating. Maybe I'll burn that smug face of yours to a crisp and see if you talk then, huh?" Akashmir's agitation was plain as day. First, her full-powered lightning magic had been effortlessly blocked. Second, Yuria's transformed appearance and lack of response, though she physically couldn't speak, came across as insolent disregard. To Akashmir, Yuria's composed silence was the ultimate insult. "Disappear." Corridor full menace. Crackle. Akashmir chanted an incantation to summon the Corridor of Lightning, a high-level magic of her world. Her spell hungrily devoured mana, shaping the space before them into a vast arena of crackling electricity. Then came the storm, a deluge of countless crimson bolts, each one sharp as a needle and powerful enough to tear apart anything in its path. This is high-tier magic. Greg, overwhelmed by the oppressive force of the spell, felt a choking weight pressing down on him, but Yuria stood calmly, arms crossed, raising a single finger as if amused. This is straight out of the original storyline. Yuria recognized the spell instantly, and unfortunately for Akashmir, Yuria also knew how to counter it. "Let's see, something like this should do it." Whiz. From the tip of Yuria's finger, a pure white wave shot upward, resembling an arrow. It was raw, unrefined telekinetic energy, a concentrated burst of sheer force. To the Yuria of just a few minutes ago, such an extravagant expenditure of power would have been unthinkable. But the white wave surged upward, pushing aside the descending crimson bolts and breaking through the dome of the lightning corridor. The spell, designed to trap and obliterate its target, shattered like glass. It was a display of overwhelming power, a stark contrast to the struggling Yuria Greg had seen earlier. "What? How did you destroy the corridor so easily? You miserable little..." Boom. Crackle. Akashmir unleashed a torrent of lightning spells in rapid succession. Each one was powerful enough to blacken the ground, obliterate walls, and leave everything scorched in their wake. But Yuria countered with surprising ease. She hurled chunks of debris to intercept the bolts or twisted their trajectories, redirecting them harmlessly away. Her telekinesis had grown exponentially, its range, precision, and raw output were incomparable to before. This can't be happening. There's no way I'm losing to some nobody." Rumble. A massive wave of electric current surged across the ground, transforming everything it touched into ash. Even Greg, who had faced countless life and death battles, swallowed nervously at the sight of such devastation. But Yuria remained calm, exhaling deeply as she focused her power. She extended her palm forward, gathering telekinetic energy, and then unleashed it in a single, massive pulse. Whoosh! From her hand bloomed a wave of pure white force, scattering petals of energy as it expanded. The white wave surged forward, crushing everything in its path, including Akashmir's crimson lightning. When the dust finally settled, the victor was clear. Akashmir lay on the ground, clutching her abdomen in pain, while Yuria stood tall and unscathed. Fuck. With a flick of her hand, Yuria brushed her snowy white hair back over her shoulders, revealing a bright, playful smile. Despite her mature, elegant figure, the innocent expression on her face radiated a youthful charm that felt almost mischievous. Objectively speaking, Akashmir was never an easy opponent. Her race, Dark Elves, specialized in deadly offensive magic among even the most magic-oriented of elvenkind. On top of that, her backstory marked her as a magical prodigy so rare that one like her was said to be born only once in a millennium. The most terrifying aspect of Akashmir's signature crimson lightning was its speed. Ordinary lightning was already faster than the speed of sound, but crimson lightning moved at nearly twice that speed, piercing through any obstacle in its path. In a duel of mages, where being the first to strike off and determine the victor, her lightning spell was a nightmare that couldn't be dodged even if anticipated. It was no wonder that, despite her young age for an elf, she had risen to become one of the Seven Sins, the highest-ranked officers in the Interracial Liberation Army. But no matter how fast it is, it's meaningless if it can't break through my defense. To the current me, her lightning was no longer a threat. If it was impossible to react to its speed, then I simply wouldn't engage in a battle of speed. Telekinesis, by its very nature, was a force that could manipulate physical matter directly. Encasing both Greg and myself in a thick, spherical barrier of telekinetic energy meant that her lightning would only scrape away at the outer layer without reaching us. Of course, this method was far from efficient. It was like continuously lifting a heavy weight without rest, an impractical and energy-draining way to defend. If this turned into a war of attrition, I'd be the one to lose. But that didn't matter. My goal wasn't a prolonged battle. This was a single decisive clash, A short fight where I would give everything to crush my opponent in one blow. Arg. Don't look at me like that. Stop looking down on me, you damned brat. Rumble. Kashmir, cornered and enraged by her repeated failed attacks, screamed with bloodshot eyes. Perhaps memories of her traumatic past, the ones that haunted her even as one of the 7 sins, were bubbling to the surface. I knew of her story, but I didn't feel sorry for her. Kashmir had long since crossed the point of no return, and she would only continue to stand in my way. Though I didn't want to, I had no choice. To protect Greg, I had to remove her here and now. I didn't enjoy the thought of killing someone. Not because of some lofty ideal about the sanctity of life or the value of existence, but because I feared that getting used to killing would mean I could never return to the person I once was. Still, this reluctance wasn't a deep conviction or an unwavering principle, it was just how I felt. If there was something more important to protect, I wouldn't hesitate to abandon that hesitation. With my mind made up, I directed pure killing intent at Kashmir, aiming my hand toward her. Telekinesis transmits pure force without the need for any physical medium. If I concentrate all my power into a single point, this should be possible. Crack! A strange sound echoed from above, in the empty air. Or rather, it wasn't truly empty. The particles of air, invisible to the naked eye, were being compressed by my telekinesis into a minuscule point. As the air was forced into a tighter and tighter space, the collisions between the particles generated extreme heat. The temperature climbed higher and higher until the surrounding air wavered like a mirage. Finally, the compressed air reached a temperature of thousands of degrees, forming a plasma, the fourth state of matter. God, this heat and light! The atmosphere destabilized, whipping up powerful winds that scattered my hair wildly. Within the faint storm, the glowing plasma shone like a radiant beacon in the dark. The intense heat seared the surrounding air, burning anyone close enough to feel its proximity. Even Kashmir's crimson lightning seemed powerless against the overwhelming energy radiating from the plasma. It was a clear sign of how this battle would end. Damn it all, compressing air to create plasma wasn't easy. Even in my enhanced adult form, it had pushed my telekinetic reserves to their absolute limit. Still, this would undoubtedly serve as the finishing blow, a final strike to end the fight. When the plasma was released, it burst forward like a massive flash of light, devouring everything in its path. There was no loud explosion. Perhaps the sound was beyond what human ears could perceive. The brilliant blue plasma consumed Kashmir's crimson lightning effortlessly, advancing as it disintegrated everything in its way. Just before the blazing plasma reached the defenseless Kashmir, I felt a wave of dizziness. The omnipotent sensation that had filled me drained away in an instant. My vision spun, and my legs gave out beneath me. Thud! Ow! Even through the dizziness, I winced at the sharp pain of my tailbone hitting the hard ground. What was happening? As I clutched my throbbing head, struggling to fight the nausea, Tesseract's weak voice echoed in my mind. Mama, I'm sorry. I've used up all my power. I looked down and saw my small, familiar hands. Sure enough, my weight distribution had shifted back, unstable and childlike once more. I was back in my original form. The transformation Tesseract had enabled had finally worn off. It wasn't surprising. My recent power came from the rift energy I had painstakingly fed Tesseract over weeks. But to think it hadn't lasted even 5 minutes. No matter how much stronger I'd become, the efficiency was abysmal. And, worst of all, it had faded at the most critical moment. I knew I needed to end it quickly. Cold sweat dripped down my face. Still, I wasn't entirely without options. Even though the transformation had worn off, the residual telekinetic energy I'd scattered in the area remained. If I could harness that, if I could land just one more blow. I'm alive? That's right, of course. There's no way I'd lose to a nightmare like this. Crackle! Kashmir, spared by the dissipated plasma, stood shakily, scattering crimson electricity in all directions. Though her magic lacked its earlier grandeur, the sharp, needle-like lightning bolts she released were still deadly. Ugh! I can't block this. Boom! The makeshift telekinetic shield I hastily cobbled together shattered immediately, and I was thrown backward. Rolling to a stop, I found myself next to Greg, who was barely clinging to consciousness. This was bad. Without Tesseract's boost, my remaining telekinetic power was insufficient to hold off Kashmir's attacks. Even though she was battered and drained of magic, she still had enough strength to finish us both. It was a desperate, hopeless situation. Yuria, are you okay? I'll handle this. Let me try. What are you going to do in that condition? There's no way it'll work. Are you stupid or what? I lightly smacked Greg's back in protest, but his thick orc skin meant my hand ended up stinging instead. Thud! Thud! Kashmir, battered and barely holding herself together, staggered forward. She didn't have much magic left, but it seemed she intended to make sure we couldn't escape, moving with the slow, deliberate finality of a grim reaper. This wasn't good. Not at all. As I pushed myself off the ground, frantically searching for a way out, The sharp crack of a gunshot shattered the tense atmosphere. "That's far enough." The voice drew everyone's attention. When I turned toward its source, my heart leapt at the sight of a familiar figure. A man in a torn dress shirt and slacks, his black hair disheveled and his face bearing clear exhaustion. Even battered, there was no mistaking him. It was Raven. He stood on high ground, forcing everyone to look up at him. Akashmir's face twisted into a scowl. "You that human from earlier? How did you make it back? And what about Hurricane?" "Well, this happened!" You. Raven responded casually, tossing something large off his shoulder. Thud. The object landed with a heavy crash, kicking up a cloud of black dust. It was a massive werewolf, unconscious and utterly defeated. Hurricane. The realization made my chest swell with relief. Raven had won. I knew I could count on you. Clenching my fists in excitement, I couldn't hide the sparkle in my eyes. As I celebrated, Greg suddenly threw a large coat at me. "Huh? What's this for? Do I look cold or something?" I tilted my head in confusion, but Greg, wincing through his pain, explained. "I heard the story. You're hiding your true identity from Raven, right? Use this to cover yourself." Oh no. He was right. I wasn't wearing my mask or cloak. And I'd sneaked into this situation against Raven's orders. If he realized the truth, things would get complicated fast. Quickly bowing in gratitude, I threw the oversized coat over myself like a makeshift robe and used telekinesis to retrieve my fox mask from the ground. While I scrambled to conceal myself, Raven and Akashmir faced off, exchanging words like two predators sizing each other up. "Take him and leave," Raven said, motioning toward Hurricane. "There's a bullet lodged in his heart, but he's a werewolf. If you hurry and treat him, he'll live." "Humph. And why would I care? Whether he lives or dies is none of my concern. Letting you escape is the real problem." "Is that so? You don't look like you're in great shape yourself. You really want to push this to the end?" "I'm not exactly feeling hopeless about my chances here." Rumble. The tension between them was palpable, their sheer presence making the air feel heavy and unbreathable. But ultimately, Akashmir relented. Hurricane was a fellow member of the Seven Sins, and losing even one of them would be a devastating blow to the Liberation Army, which prioritized quality over quantity. Additionally, Akashmir had exhausted most of her mana fighting me. In her current state, she couldn't guarantee victory against Raven, who had just taken down Hurricane. DCH. Annoying. So annoying. Remember this, I'll repay this debt someday. Scowling in frustration, she hoisted Hurricane by the scruff of his neck and retreated. As her presence and the surrounding Liberation Army forces faded into the distance, Raven let out a sigh and leapt down to our level, landing gracefully despite the weight of his exhaustion. "Man, I nearly ran out of special bullets fighting that werewolf," he said, brushing dust off his coat. "Good thing they backed off. Hey, Greg, your lady friend's safe and sound." "Thanks. I've caused you a lot of trouble." I can't thank you enough. I don't even know how I'll repay this debt." "Don't worry about it," Raven replied, waving off their gratitude. "When the Liberation Army's involved, it's inevitable. Better to deal with this than let someone who can repair artifacts fall into their hands." Peeking cautiously from beneath Greg's oversized coat, I surveyed the scene. There stood Raven, battle-worn but unyielding, alongside a slender woman with narrow, squinting eyes. "Wait, isn't that Karen?" "Karen, the Arachne artisan capable of repairing any artifact." "So she's the craftsman Greg mentioned?" This unexpected connection wasn't something even the original story had revealed, and the realization filled me with curiosity. Before I could fully process it, the conversation ended, and the group's attention turned toward me. I stiffened as Raven's sharp eyes flicked in my direction. Suspicion flickered in his gaze as he spoke in a calm but pointed tone. "And you, who might you be?" Wait, did he just smirk? Or am I imagining things? Despite his serious expression, something about his demeanor felt off. I tilted my head slightly, utterly puzzled. Raven briefly gazed at the distant mountains, collecting his emotions before turning back to look at Yuria with a serious expression. His gaze seemed as if he were demanding an explanation for the situation, observing her as though she were a stranger. However, from Yuria's perspective, all she could do was glance around nervously, unsure of what to do under his scrutiny. Even if he asked for an explanation, what could she do when she couldn't even speak in her current state? More importantly, who is this person? Could it be he doesn't know who I am? Come to think of it, it wasn't entirely unreasonable that he hadn't realized it. Greg's physique was that of a giant over 2 meters tall, a mass of muscle. Naturally, his coat was enormous, large enough to cover her completely and reach her ankles. Just to be sure, Yuria had tightly tied the fox mask around her waist, ensuring it wouldn't be visible. Worried her hair might give her away, she had carefully rolled it up, hiding it behind her neck where it couldn't be seen. No matter how sharp Raven's instincts were, he couldn't recognize her when she had gone to such lengths to conceal herself. Feeling a bit smug, Yuria giggled to herself inside the coat before darting behind Greg's back. Still, She worried more about getting scolded than being revealed as a psychic. She had been warned explicitly that as long as she was awake, her presence would not be tolerated. If she was discovered as Yuria, what would happen? The memory of his earlier warning not to follow them had been so stern that it had almost made her cry. "This is harder than I thought," pretending not to know. Of course, Yuria's concerns were completely unnecessary. Raven had already realized that the person hiding under the coat was none other than Yuria. Admittedly, the coat concealed any identifiable features, and she had hidden her distinct traits well. However, her small frame and slender build, evident even through the coat, were unmistakable. Not to mention the glimpse of her soft, pale skin peeking out from under the hem of the coat. The moment he saw that, her identity as Yuria became glaringly obvious. Yet, contrary to her worries, Raven had no intention of revealing her identity. After all, it wasn't as though he hadn't already figured out she was the ghost. And if she didn't want to reveal herself, Raven wasn't the type to press the issue. Moreover, he hadn't anticipated that there would be two leaders of the Interracial Liberation Army here. If Greg hadn't risked his life to separate one from the other, the battle wouldn't even have been feasible. Without Yuria's involvement, the situation might have spiraled further out of control, so he actually owed her gratitude. Besides, I deliberately had David accidentally email their location. I guess letting it slide for now is the best course. He had warned her not to follow them, using a tone that left no room for argument. If he openly revealed that she was Yuria now, it would create an unbearably awkward situation. As far as he was concerned, the ghost and Yuria were two entirely separate individuals. Raven engraved that thought into his mind, looking at Greg with a conflicted expression. "Wait, let me explain. This is... could this be the ghost Alice mentioned before? I never imagined it would have ties to Greg. What a surprising encounter." Yes, that's right. Raven subtly signaled to Greg. The signal conveyed that he was willing to let this slide for now and that Greg should play along. Fortunately, Greg understood the signal immediately. Even from Greg's perspective, it felt strange that Raven wouldn't recognize Yuria. Raven's instincts were sharp enough to detect lies simply from someone's tone. There was no way a mere coat would fool him. Raven likely felt it wasn't necessary to expose Yuria's identity. Given that psychics were already vulnerable just for hiding their abilities, he decided to go along with this awkward charade to protect her. "This one here had helped me out before. When I requested assistance, they willingly obliged, saving my life." "That's a relief. Ghost, we owe you our thanks as well. I nearly lost a dear friend." "Truly, I'm grateful." "Is that so? Well, I was just doing what needed to be done." Unaware that Raven had already seen through her, Yuria nodded slowly. Regardless, she had intended to protect Greg no matter what. But receiving thanks from Raven, someone she admired, made her puff up slightly with pride. "Then I suppose that wraps up the situation for now." The Interracial Liberation Army was a troublesome group to deal with. Judging that introductions and explanations were sufficient, Raven rubbed his neck, frowning in annoyance. He wasn't wrong. The Interracial Liberation Army was a dangerous faction, driven by extremist ideologies. They regarded sacrifices for their cause as trivial and ruthlessly eliminated dissenters. Their movements inevitably led to conflict and war. To someone like Raven, who had fought countless battles, it was nothing but a tiresome prospect. "I'll handle the aftermath. You two should leave quietly to avoid being discovered. If they realize you're non-human, things could get complicated." "That makes sense. Don't worry. I have fixer authority here. Just leave it to me." Raven assured them he would take care of the situation as a fixer. Belmond was a human-dominated city, not a place where non-humans could roam freely. If Greg or Karen's identities were exposed, it would complicate matters further. In the worst-case scenario, they might be detained as suspects for months. It was better for them to sever any apparent connections to this incident. "I've already secured a hideout for situations like this. Stay there for now, and catch the train to Nighthaven. You should have enough time." "Thank you. I won't forget this debt." Thank you, Raven. "If you're grateful, how about treating me to a meal in Nighthaven sometime?" I'll think about it." Greg bowed slightly toward Raven, his expression full of resolve, as if promising to repay him one day. For Raven to help this much, it was more than he could have asked for. The word benefactor seemed insufficient. With that, Greg, Karen, and Yuria left the scene, leaving Raven behind to handle the aftermath. In a way, it felt as though they were burdening him with too much responsibility, but Yuria didn't feel too worried. The lingering traces of dense magical energy at the scene would make it clear this was the work of a mage. And with werewolf fur scattered about, it would be evident that the culprit was non-human. The news would likely cause a stir, marking the return of the Interracial Liberation Army after years of dormancy. But Raven would soon be released and return to Nighthaven without issue. Even so, this isn't something just anyone could handle. He's really soft when it comes to the people he cares about. Following Greg closely, Yuria let out a small chuckle. It was hard not to like someone who could effortlessly do things she couldn't even dream of. Still, now that Greg had returned safe and sound, it felt like the connection between them might start to fade. The thought gave her a mix of relief and a tinge of sadness. As if reading her thoughts, Greg suddenly spoke to her as they made their way to the hideout. That reminds me, I didn't properly greet you. It's been a while, Yuria. What's it been, a month? A month? It's been way longer than that. Yuria peeked her face out from beneath the heavy coat she had wrapped around herself, glaring at Greg like a fierce little bird. But she had forgotten one crucial detail. She still wasn't wearing the mask she had taken off earlier. Karen, who had been walking alongside Greg, widened her eyes in shock. Seeing Yuria's devastatingly beautiful face for the first time left her utterly dumbfounded. So much so that her arachnid eyes, capable of magnifying objects hundreds of times, instinctively opened to get a closer look. Wow, how can a face look so flawless, like an actual work of art? Ouch. Yuria, you forgot your mask. Startled by Karen bumping painfully into the wall, Yuria blinked in confusion. Hearing Greg's words, she suddenly realized she had indeed forgotten her mask and quickly ducked back into the coat. But then again, what was the point of hiding now? There was no one else around anyway. After a brief moment of thought, she cautiously poked her head back out of the coat. Greg seemed to notice that she no longer had any intention of concealing her face. He averted his gaze and stared straight ahead as he spoke. I was planning to return in a month. But as you can see, I got caught up in some unpleasant business. I didn't mean to upset you. I'm truly sorry. Yuria furrowed her brows as she watched Greg, who still wasn't meeting her eyes. What kind of apology is that? Are you saying you don't even want to look at me? Not that she was truly upset about his late return. Considering his explanation, that he had been pursued by two of the seven sins, each on Raven's level, it was amazing that he had escaped unscathed. Still, the way he avoided looking at her and spoke to the air made her pout. She had thought they were closer than this. As if sensing her disappointment, Greg sighed, rubbing his forehead before speaking more calmly. Please understand why I can't look at you. As an empath, your face is overwhelming. For someone with an artistic inclination, it's almost mentally jarring, bordering on psychological corruption. What? Yuria's eyes darted nervously, processing his words, before landing on Karen. Karen, still walking beside Greg, kept sneaking glances at Yuria, her expression full of quiet admiration. It was as if she couldn't believe such a face could exist in reality. I mean, I know my face is pretty cute, but is it really that extreme? Yuria, unsure how to interpret their reactions, glanced around awkwardly. Eventually, she ducked back into the coat, grabbed her fox mask, and slipped it on before stepping back out. Greg seemed to realize she had no plans to hide her face anymore and finally turned his gaze toward her. The two of them exchanged faint smiles before raising their palms toward each other. Clamp. Their hands met in a quiet high five. Where their last parting had been a farewell promising future reunions, this one celebrated their joyous reunion. And so, the half-day of chaos finally came to an end. When I get home, I'm probably going to collapse and sleep like the dead, Yuria thought to herself with a quiet sigh. Roughly 20% of the city had been scorched black by magic in what came to be known as the Belmont Incident. Fortunately, there were no casualties, and the area affected was a disused slum. Perhaps because of this, despite the scale of the damage, the situation was resolved relatively quickly. Raven, after spending nearly an entire day, from late at night until the following midnight, assisting the police, handed the case over to investigators and fixers before returning to Nighthaven. It seemed that someone had subdued the werewolves scattered throughout the slum, lending credibility to the theory that this was an orchestrated act. Who could have done such a thing, I wonder? Either way, Raven arrived in Nighthaven a day later than the rest of us. He gathered everyone at the office, explaining the situation in a tone that betrayed his exhaustion. Alice let out a small sigh of relief and spoke. I was worried when no one was at the office yesterday. You must have had a hard time. I was already aware, thanks to the updates I received. It's fortunate no one was hurt. I wish I could have been there to help. Since Belmont was a human-centric city where non-humans couldn't move freely, Alice had been left behind. Unlike David, who had assisted remotely by hacking during the operation, Alice hadn't been able to contribute anything until the incident was over. Of course, considering her current state, where her abilities hadn't fully developed, she was still weaker than Greg. Perhaps it was for the best that she hadn't been there. No, that's a bit harsh, isn't it? Well, things turned out fine, so let's leave it at that. Besides, even if you had been there, could you have done anything against two of the seven sins? Get stronger first, rookie. Wah. You really had to hit where it hurts. I'm sorry for being such a useless weakling. The seven sins are among the strongest in Nighthaven, even if you count the entire city. Frankly, neither Alice nor I would have been much help in that situation. Unlike me, who kept such thoughts to myself, Raven was far more blunt. He delivered the harsh truth to Alice without hesitation. Still, Alice was the type to push harder when faced with a wall, so maybe this cold dose of reality would motivate her more. Looking dejected, Alice slumped her shoulders and leaned her forehead against my head, which she had been cradling. Watching her, Raven shook his head and quickly wrapped up the conversation. Let's end this discussion here. Those bastards, the Liberation Army, really made a scene this time. They probably won't be showing themselves so openly for a while. Especially with that person in Nighthaven. That person, are you talking about the Dragon Mayor? Yeah. Unless they're ready for an all-out war, they won't dare pick a fight here. Nighthaven's mayor, Tempest, was a one-man army. A dragon who led the city. He was a prominent pro-human figure who opposed the Liberation Army's ideology. Unless the Liberation Army was prepared to face catastrophic risks, retaliation against Nighthaven seemed unlikely. Concluding his explanation, Raven turned his attention to the woman sitting quietly on the sofa. So, what are your plans moving forward? I don't think we can help you any more than this. The woman Raven addressed was Karen, a striking beauty with lush gray hair and perpetually narrowed eyes. Karen, who had been abducted by the Liberation Army, hadn't returned to her hometown and was still with us. Scratching her cheek awkwardly, she replied to Raven's question. Well, I feel bad about it, but I've decided to stay in Nighthaven and work at Greg's shop. Since he's an empath, I'll help out as a resident artifact repairer, full-time. I see. That's great news. If you ever need something fixed, don't hesitate to ask. I'll take care of it for free, no matter how many times. Hey, sounds like I've just scored a fantastic deal. I'll be sure to stop by when I get the chance. Of course. Karen was an arachne, a spider beast folk with unique eyes and exceptional magical talent. She had the skill to repair even the most intricate artifacts on her own, making her decision to work at Greg's shop in Nighthaven a mutually beneficial arrangement. Greg's shop primarily dealt in antique goods and artifacts, so having Karen as an artifact expert would greatly enhance its operations. It was clear that this arrangement was advantageous for both Karen and Greg. So is this a happy ending of sorts? No one gets hurt, Karen is safe from the Liberation Army, and Greg gains a new employee. It's surprising since this wasn't part of the original story, but it's a relief nonetheless. Snuggled tightly in Alice's embrace, I quietly reflected on the story's original plot. In the original, Karen first appeared as a member of the Liberation Army. Since Greg's glasses didn't break in that timeline, she couldn't help him and ended up working for the Liberation Army against her will. She had left a strong impression by stylishly fighting while repairing artifacts. However, once the Liberation Army disbanded, Karen returned to her hometown, and her role in the story ended. When the villains shifted to the invaders, her already small role vanished entirely. But now, she had unexpectedly formed a connection with Greg and decided to work at his shop. It was a stark reminder of how unpredictable life could be. I suppose I need to change my mindset, too. Given the current circumstances, clinging too tightly to the original story seemed pointless. With Raven already battling the Seven Sins, the future had diverged significantly. It was hard to predict when the enemy might strike or how their forces might be arranged. I could no longer rely on my prior knowledge to foresee events. Perhaps it was time to stop reacting passively to situations and start preparing for the future more proactively. Right, I need to stay determined. Everything will work out. Honestly, I was a little scared. If you asked me what I was afraid of, I'd probably say everything. But that fear only lingered for a moment. Taking a slow look around, I gradually calmed my unease. What I truly wished for was a world where no one was sad, where everyone was happy. To protect that vision, I'd need to put in enough effort to collapse from exhaustion if necessary. Oh, right. I turned my head slightly in Alice's embrace to look at Greg. As if sensing my gaze, he met my eyes and nodded as though understanding my thoughts. Just as Greg seemed about to say something, Alice suddenly tightened her hold on me and spoke hesitantly. Jin? Greg? Huh? So now that Greg is back, does this mean Yuria is leaving? She's going back, right? Alice's words made me lift my head in surprise. She looked at me with eyes filled with longing, an expression that made it abundantly clear she didn't want to let me go. Her face was so vulnerable that it seemed like the slightest wrong word might bring tears streaming down her cheeks. Raven glanced at me, then shifted his gaze back to her, speaking with a touch of exasperation. Well, it can't be helped. We can't pay much, and it's better for her to work with Greg. No. Yuria. Don't leave us. How unfortunate. Thanks to Yuria, the office felt much livelier, but I suppose this is the end. Excuse me, David. Are you implying the rest of us make this office gloomy? SNRK, if anything, you're even rougher than David most of the time. He might have a point. Jin. What are you even saying? Alice snarled at Raven and David, all while keeping me locked in her embrace. Her fierce reaction was enough to make the two flinch and avert their eyes. I could relate a little, though. Sure, Alice was undeniably a beautiful girl with an incredible figure, but her clumsy, innocent nature gave off more of a younger sister vibe than anything else. Remarkably, even by the end of the original story, there were no romantic subplots involving her and the office members. So it wasn't surprising that their assessment of her leaned toward teasing. But honestly, I didn't understand why they thought I made the office livelier. Compared to me, Alice was way cuter and more charming. They have no taste. To comfort her, I gently patted the arms that were wrapped around me and looked up at her. Alice, on the verge of tears, scrunched her face and pulled me into an even tighter hug, letting out a soft whimper. Ugh, this is suffocating. Ahem, calm down, Alice. Why don't you hear what Greg has to say first? Huh? What? Greg cleared his throat, interrupting Alice's growing despair. It seemed he realized the conversation wouldn't progress at this rate. The others turned to Greg with puzzled expressions. What could there be to discuss? Their faces showed nothing but confusion. Once he was sure all eyes were on him, Greg began recounting the conversation he'd had with me the previous night. Raven, would it be possible for Yuria to continue staying at the office like before? What are you saying? She wants to stay here. She doesn't really have anywhere else to go, and when I offered to let her stay at my place, she said she preferred the atmosphere of the office. Hearing Greg's words, I nodded enthusiastically from within Alice's embrace. Raven's eyes twitched as he processed the information, and he abruptly stood up. Ah, right, she doesn't have a place to stay, huh? But what about work? She plans to work at my shop on weekdays, then return here in the evenings like before. She even said she's willing to pay for her lodging. Ah well, taking money from a kid doesn't sit right with me. Jin, what's there to think about? Are you really planning to leave Yuria, who has nowhere to go, out on the streets? I'm in favor of her staying. You idiots. Why are you deciding this without me? This is my office. Raven shouted, pointing accusingly at Alice and David. He seemed a bit conflicted about the idea of me staying at the office. Perhaps it felt strange that I wanted to quit my part-time job but still live here. Maybe it won't work after all? To be honest, my real reason for wanting to stay was tied to something far more critical than convenience. The rift. That incredible artifact tucked away in the closet was far too valuable. If I hadn't fed its energy to Tesseract during the last fight, I wouldn't have been able to protect Greg. I wanted to be prepared for anything similar happening again, so I couldn't ignore the rift. Besides, the people here were genuinely good. I didn't want to distance myself from them. As for the original story, well, with some effort, I was sure we could navigate any changes together. Still, just thinking about the future makes my head spin. But I don't want to avoid it. I'll protect these people with everything I have. Staying here wasn't just about sentiment, it was a step toward securing a safer future. So, while I wouldn't force the issue, I deeply hoped Raven would allow it. If he says no, I'll understand and step back. But please. I glanced nervously at Raven, quietly awaiting his answer. As if sensing my silent plea, he rubbed his temples as though fighting off a headache. Finally, he shut his eyes, flopped onto the sofa, and shouted, "Arg, fine. Fine. She can stay. Is that what you wanted, Jin? But forget about paying rent. You're working at Greg's shop on weekdays, right? Then help clean the office on weekends. That'll be enough." It worked. I straightened up, overjoyed by his words. Alice, equally thrilled, patted my shoulders and celebrated alongside me. Even though I was quitting as a part-timer, staying at the office meant we'd still see each other often. She seemed content knowing I wouldn't be physically distant. I'm pretty happy about it too. Beneath my mask, I smiled along with the rest of the office members, who all seemed relieved and cheerful. Even Tesseract, hidden within my clothes, seemed delighted at the prospect of continuing to receive energy. And so, my final day as a part-timer ended with this happy news. Another happy ending, and I couldn't be more grateful. After a full month, Greg finally returned to his shop. He took a look around the interior and murmured softly, his tone tinged with surprise. "It's much cleaner than I expected, Yuria. Did you take care of this?" "Thank you. It makes me happy to see you treated it with care." He turned to me with a smile, a genuine one, devoid of even the smallest hint of insincerity. It seemed he was deeply moved to find the shop spotless, even after being left unattended for over a month. I didn't clean it to get praise or anything, but seeing his reaction made me feel that my daily cleaning efforts had been worthwhile. Trying to seem nonchalant, I crossed my arms and glanced off into the distance. "So this is Greg's shop? Wow, it's cleaner than I imagined. And not as cramped as I thought it'd be," Karen commented as she stepped inside. She looked around, inspecting the space carefully as if assessing its quality. Her reaction suggested the shop met her standards as a renowned artisan, which made me feel oddly proud. Greg, looking rather smug, responded lightly, "Not sure what you were imagining, but I don't like messy spaces. Still, isn't this place a bit small for someone of your caliber?" I'm not really into extravagant setups. This compact and functional vibe, I find it more appealing," Karen replied. "Glad to hear that." Her tone didn't suggest she was lying. While the shop wasn't huge, it wasn't uncomfortably small, either. Had she criticized the place, I might have felt a bit salty about it, but thankfully that wasn't the case. After Karen finished exploring the shelves, the storage area, and the workshop, we all gathered around a table in one corner of the shop. Greg, sitting across from us, looked at Karen and me and turned before speaking calmly. "All right, let's start by drafting the contracts." Thinking back, Yuria didn't get one last time because of that whole Blood Night incident. "We can handle yours now while we do Karen's." "Sounds good to me." While I technically didn't have an official identity, making a contract meaningless, I nodded enthusiastically to show my agreement. The last time, the sudden outbreak of the Blood Night incident had derailed the process. And when I worked at the problem solver's office, everything was handled with a verbal agreement. So this was my first time signing an actual contract. Though I'd probably just skim through it and sign my name. "Let's start with Karen. Given your expertise in artifacts, we'll draft it as an artisan contract. The shop mainly deals in antiques, buying and reselling them with a markup. We also accept damaged artifacts, repair them, and sell them at a higher price. Your base salary will be this amount. Additionally, for any item you repair, you'll get over half of the profit margin. Does that work for you?" That's a bit more generous than the industry average. Are you sure about this? The location of this shop isn't exactly ideal for heavy foot traffic. If I can secure a top-tier artisan like you with this offer, it's worth it for me. All right, then. I'll graciously accept your generosity. Thank you. Greg and Karen exchanged words that flew completely over my head. As expected of a conversation between a top-tier empath and a master artisan. The only thing I managed to catch was that Greg had made Karen a very generous offer. Beyond that, I didn't bother trying to understand. It wasn't like I'd ever become an empath like Greg or an artisan like Karen. Karen owed Greg a debt, and Greg was offering her the best possible treatment. That was enough for me to grasp. All done? Yep. Looks good to me. Karen didn't hesitate as she signed her name at the bottom of the contract. She trusted Greg, so she didn't need much time to deliberate. Greg skimmed through the signed document, confirmed there were no issues, and handed Karen a copy. Then, he turned his attention to me. "All right, Yuria, you're next. Your tasks won't be much different from before. You'll sit at the counter, greet customers, and call me if they want to buy or sell something. In your free time, you can handle cleaning or organizing the inventory. You're already familiar with this, right?" Just like before. I nodded confidently, crossing my arms as if to say, I boosted this shop's profits several times over doing just that. Even though I couldn't speak, sitting at the counter like a balloon figure had been surprisingly effective. Many first-time customers were too intimidated by Greg's towering, muscular frame to approach him, so my presence alone had helped. Honestly, anyone seeing Greg for the first time would be scared. A 2-meter-tall orc built like a wall was intimidating in ways that were hard to describe. "You'll get paid a monthly salary. You'll work 5 days a week, weekdays only, from morning to early evening. If you multiply the hours worked by the hourly rate you'll get this amount. What do you think?" It was perfect. No, amazing. The offer was already several times better than what I'd earned at the problem solver's troubleshooter's office. While the office provided free room and board, the work there was much easier and felt more like receiving pocket money than earning a proper wage. Satisfied with the proposal, I gave Greg a big thumbs up. Seems like you're happy with it." "She's so cute," Karen added with a giggle. Hee, at this rate, I'll be rich within a year." Swinging my legs excitedly, I grabbed the pen on the table. Even though I hadn't had much opportunity to write before, surely, I could manage my own name. Brimming with confidence, I moved the pen toward the signature line, tap. The moment the pen tip touched the paper, the world seemed to stretch and distort. It felt as though someone was forcibly pulling light and time like a rubber band, creating an unreal, suffocating sensation. A voice deep within me whispered urgently, begging me to stop. "Don't speak. Don't let them know. Don't reveal your meaning." The sensation was like a frozen hand piercing through my chest and gripping my heart tightly. The voice reverberated in my ears, sticky and intrusive, as if it were etching itself directly into my brain. But then, a fleeting thought crossed my mind. Wait, that's not my voice. Who are you? And if I don't let go, then what happens? "Mama, no." Thud. When I came to, I realized I had dropped the pen. Greg stood in front of me, Karen beside him, both looking at me with concern. And I blinked in confusion. The brief moment between holding the pen and letting it go was completely missing from my memory. It was strange, undeniably strange. For some reason, my instincts screamed not to pick the pen up again. As I sat there, bewildered, Greg furrowed his brow slightly, picked up the pen that had rolled onto the table, and spoke nonchalantly. "Seems like writing might be a bit hard for you. That's fine. This is just a formality anyway. I'll write your name for you. Wait, That's enough, Karen. She doesn't seem to realize it herself yet, so let's save this discussion for later. I tilted my head, puzzled by Karen's flustered expression and Greg's calm response to it. Karen, in particular, seemed unusually anxious, as though she had just witnessed something she couldn't ignore. Had I caused that somehow? I wasn't sure, but their reactions made me feel self-conscious. And was that Tesseract's voice I heard earlier? My head feels a little foggy. Hey, do you know anything about this? Huh? Mama, why would I know? Never mind. Tesseract's innocent tone echoed in my mind. So she doesn't know either. Fine. Still feeling a lingering sense of unease, I decided to revisit the issue when I could understand it better. There was no point in agonizing over something I couldn't grasp right now. After that, nothing particularly eventful happened. Greg, having been away for so long, decided to check on the shop's inventory. He told me to take the rest of the day off and start work tomorrow. It made sense. While I'd thoroughly cleaned the shop, I hadn't done anything beyond that, like inspecting the merchandise. It was necessary to confirm that everything was still in good condition. Selling defective goods to a customer would lead to awkward and unpleasant situations. So that's it for today? It's still morning, though. Being unexpectedly free so early in the day felt strange, like getting out of school on the first day without any classes. It was nice, but oddly disorienting. I could just head back to the office, my new home, and relax, but it felt like a waste to leave so soon after coming here. Maybe I can help with something, even if I don't know much about the shop. Determined, I started hovering near Greg, hoping to find a way to assist. Moving some items? Cleaning an overlooked spot? These were tasks I could handle, and I wanted him to know I was ready. Yuria, Greg called, someone will probably come looking for you soon. Just sit on the sofa and wait quietly. Had my hovering been more of a nuisance than help? His tone wasn't harsh, but it was clear that I'd been dismissed. Quietly, I slumped over to the sofa near the counter and plopped down. Sorry for being useless. I glanced over at Karen, who was helping Greg inspect the merchandise, then sighed and leaned back on the sofa. But who would be looking for me? I don't know that many people. Curious and slightly anxious, I sat quietly, staring at the shop's entrance. Before long, someone Greg had mentioned showed up. Yuria. I'm here. The person who burst through the door was none other than the pink-haired, ever-cheerful Alice. Wait, isn't this when she should be at work? What's she doing here? Tilting my head in confusion, I stared at her as if a question mark were floating over my head. She beamed at me and said brightly, I'm here to treat you to pork cutlets. Wanna come? Pork cutlets? Just like that? I blinked at Alice, utterly bewildered by her sudden offer. Thinking back, I used to hate going to the hospital as a kid. Not the kind of hate where I'd scream and throw a tantrum. I wasn't that type of child. I grew up in a strict household where causing trouble would only earn me 5 times the punishment. Instead, I was more of the quiet escape artist. If I sensed something was off, I'd quickly hide in a closet or quietly slip away. But, of course, there were legitimate reasons for those visits, being sick or needing vaccinations, for instance. I had a knack for detecting the atmosphere, and it wasn't hard to tell when something was up. Yet, when I did end up at the hospital, I would obediently get my shots and take my medicine without much fuss. Looking back now, I wonder why I hated going so much. It seems silly in hindsight. To counter my disappearing acts, my parents developed a few cunning tactics, deceptive strategies, if you will. Let's go get steak. I'll buy you a new toy. How about a trip to the amusement park? Or maybe a festival? A celebrity's going to be there. I fell for it so many times that I still carry the bitterness deep in my heart. Ahaha Yuria, you're not a fan of pork cutlets? What about sushi? And now, looking at Alice's awkward behavior, I couldn't help but feel a strong sense of déjà vu. There was something suspicious about her. For starters, she was supposed to be at the office right now. Why was she here? That alone was strange. This wasn't just about a meal, there was definitely another motive behind this. I cautiously glanced around instead of approaching her directly. That's when I spotted Karen in the back of the shop, striking a supportive pose as if cheering Alice on. Judging by the direction of her gaze, she was rooting for Alice, not me. So the plan was to take me somewhere I wasn't supposed to notice. Alice likes me, and I trust her intentions, but why go through the trouble of hiding the destination? Should I play along for now? If things get too weird, I can always pretend I need the bathroom and make a run for it. After a moment of consideration, I hesitantly approached Alice. If it were anyone else, someone who didn't treat me kindly, I wouldn't have given it a second thought before turning away. But Alice, she always let me win. She was too sweet to ignore. Still, if things get too uncomfortable, I'll bolt immediately. Taking her slightly damp hand, which trembled as if she were moved to tears, I silently braced myself. A true escape artist knows never to let their guard down. Right now, I was like a wild cheetah, ready to sprint at a moment's notice. Then. We'll be going now. See you later. Alice exclaimed, her voice filled with excitement. Take care. Alice, don't let anything happen to Yuria. Karen called out cheerfully. Hurry up and get her out of here. I can't concentrate on work with her around, Greg grumbled. Got it. Let's go, Yuria. Did I really bother them that much? I cast a glare at Greg, my eyes full of indignation, before turning on my heel and leaving with Alice. I was just trying to help. What a mean boss. I think this is the first time we've gone out together so early in the day. Actually, Jin said he was too exhausted to work today and decided to take the day off from the office. Greg asked me to come pick you up. Oh, so the office is off today, too? That made sense. Raven, after all, had been through a grueling battle with the 7 sins, followed by cleaning up the aftermath. I remembered seeing him passed out on his bed earlier, skipping breakfast entirely. It seemed he was taking the whole day to rest and would resume work tomorrow. Well, rest is important, after all. Wait, does this mean Alice came here just to spend her free day with me? Was all my worrying just the result of an overactive imagination running wild? Hold on. Does that mean Alice was only anxious because she was afraid I'd say no? Suddenly, a wave of embarrassment washed over me. I'd been so caught up in my paranoia that I'd turned her innocent offer into something suspicious. Feeling guilty, I closed the small gap I'd instinctively kept between us, stepping closer to Alice. It was my way of apologizing for the misunderstanding since I couldn't voice it aloud. Alice tilted her head, her eyes wide with curiosity, seemingly unaware of my inner turmoil. Then, with a bright smile, she took my hand and began leading me down the street. Today, I'll treat you to whatever you want. Pork cutlets? Sushi? Oh, wait, raw fish might be tricky for you, huh? Sushi is fine. Great. I know a place I always go to, it's fantastic. Luckily, it was still early for lunch, so we didn't have to wait in line at Alice's favorite sushi spot. Alice had the appetite of a competitive eater, and ever since I started using telekinesis, I could eat as much as an average adult male. Together, we devoured sushi at an astonishing pace, piling up plates on the table like a competition. Whoa, does that pink-haired beauty have a black hole in her stomach? She just keeps eating. And that masked kid opposite her is holding her own. What a rare sight to behold. Phew, I think that's it for today. Excuse me, we'd like the bill, please. Hey, as always, thanks for coming, young lady. No matter how much I enjoy eating, the end of a meal always comes with dread, the bill. The amount on the receipt was hard to believe, considering it was just the two of us. My eyes widened in shock as I stared at the total. But Alice seemed to have a don't hesitate at times like this mindset. With a practiced ease, she handed over her card, paid the bill, and left the sushi restaurant with her head held high. It was such a mature, admirable display that I couldn't help but be impressed. My wallet's gotten thinner again today. Huh? You think that was cool? Even though the cost had clearly been a bit much for her, and she might have been showing off just a little, the way she confidently flicked her card between her fingers had genuinely been stylish. I gave her a big thumbs up, signaling that I thought she was awesome. After lunch, we wandered around Nighthaven, having a great time. At one point, Alice insisted on buying me clothes, dragging me into a department store where I tried on various outfits. Despite it still being winter, we ended up browsing the swimwear section, drawn in by a random display. Alice chose a blue bikini that perfectly matched her pink hair and curvaceous figure, while I ended up with a black one-piece swimsuit covered in frills, something clearly meant for kids. Thankfully, it looked less like a swimsuit and more like a casual dress, so it wasn't too embarrassing. Not that I know when I leave and get to wear it. Wow, that was fun. So, now that we've done some shopping, want to go somewhere else? Where? I haven't decided yet. Oh, how about we check out some stuffed animals? Your room's way too plain. You need a big teddy bear in the corner. Stuffed animals weren't really my thing, but having one wouldn't hurt. I nodded in agreement and let her lead the way. The toy store Alice mentioned seemed to be quite a distance away, as we ended up taking a bus to the outskirts of town and walking even further. I didn't mind, though. I didn't know much about stuffed animals, and Alice kept me entertained with her cheerful chatter the whole way. But as I walked ahead, holding a bag with my new clothes and swimsuit, I finally sensed something was off after stepping into the building. Wait a minute, is that alcohol? Why does it smell like alcohol in a toy store? Straightening up, I stopped in my tracks and glanced around nervously. My instincts screamed that something was wrong. But before I could figure out what, Alice released my hand and grabbed my shoulders from behind. Why, Yuria, I'm sorry. I couldn't say no. It's not my fault I was asked to do this. She pressed down firmly on my back, nudging me forward. Confused and unable to process the situation, I stumbled ahead, unable to resist. A toy store? This doesn't look like one at all. There aren't any stuffed animals here. The strange feeling quickly revealed its true nature. From deeper within the meticulously maintained building, a man with an eccentric appearance approached us. His hair was styled into a 7-to-3 part, with one side dyed blue and the other white. He wore an immaculate white lab coat, and his face bore a large scar along his mouth, as though it had been stitched together with thick thread. His gaze was sharp and exuded a menacing aura, as if slicing through people was no big deal to him. Everything about him screamed suspicious. He stared down at me, captured by Alice, and spoke. "Oh my, is this the young lady I have an appointment with today? Goodness, such adorable clothes. And what perfect proportions you have, dear." His voice sounded like a man forcing himself to mimic a woman. Thanks to my knowledge of the original story, I instantly recognized him as a doctor. I've been tricked again. Forget feeling sorry for Alice earlier, I take it back, completely. Fixers, especially those without much renown, often have deep ties to the underworld. The reason was simple: no place demanded their services more than the underworld itself. Think about it. A fixer was essentially a globally recognized high-performance errand service. But for most ordinary people, the need for such a service was rare. How often would a regular office worker, stuck in the grind of daily life, find themselves in such dire straits that they needed professional help? And even if they did, most of their problems could be resolved by the police. Hiring a fixer was an extraordinary expense for situations that might only happen once in a lifetime. For the denizens of the underworld, however, the story was different. This was a harsh, lawless land where fists and blades held more sway than justice. In such a world, a fixer who took on jobs for the right price was a valuable mercenary. The police were of no help to them, so a fixer became a literal problem solver, someone who could turn the tables when there was no other way out. For nameless fixers struggling to make a name for themselves, the underworld was an appealing blue ocean of opportunity. Your name was Yuria, right? Don't like candy? How about chocolate? This one's pretty pricey, what do you think? And this man, he's one of those fixers catering to the underworld. A medical fixer who treats anyone for the right price. I carefully observed the scarred man offering me sweets in an attempt to lower my guard. With one half of his hair dyed blue and the other white, he had a rugged, intimidating appearance. If my memory served me correctly, this man's name was Crowd. In the original story, he was a quirky yet highly skilled doctor often sought out by clients in critical need of medical assistance. A flamboyant drag artist with an open-minded attitude, Crowd had made quite a name for himself in the field. Hospitals in Nighthaven were notorious for leaving a paper trail, while unlicensed private practitioners were often untrustworthy. But Crowd was both a verified fixer and a medical expert, making him a standout figure. Wait, what if this isn't Crowd but someone with a similar appearance? No way. A rugged man with a flamboyant personality, that hairstyle, and a feminine tone? There couldn't be two of them in the world. That'd be a cosmic mistake. Crowd, could you please just get on with the examination? We don't have all day, Alice interrupted, her voice tinged with exasperation. Oh, so cold, dear. I just wanted to get to know this adorable child a little better. Alice's words confirmed it. This was definitely Crowd. Good. At least the world isn't that messed up. Relieved, I accepted the candy he offered. He might look eccentric, but his skills were top-notch. Befriending him could only be beneficial. I glanced at the wrapper, mint-flavored candy. At least it's not ginseng candy. But wait, why do I need an exam? I'm not sick. Puzzled, I turned to Alice, who was still holding my shoulders, and looked at her questioningly. Caught off guard by my gaze, Alice flinched and shrank like a guilty child caught red-handed. Did she think I was angry about being tricked into coming here? Sure, I was a little surprised, but I wasn't mad. What does she think I am, a little kid? Why are you looking at me like that? Why the hospital? Well, because you don't have to be sick to come here. It's for a checkup. Preventive care is important. That wasn't wrong. Many diseases progressed unnoticed until it was too late, and what could have been treated with medicine often required surgery when caught late. It made sense to confirm one's health in advance. Besides, I hadn't been to a hospital even once since becoming Yuria. Though, thanks to Tesseract, I'm probably fine. Isn't this a bit of a waste? A few months ago, Tesseract had completely healed the injuries I'd sustained during the fight with Drake. I hadn't been hurt since, so this felt unnecessary. Still, judging by Alice's demeanor, this was probably something Raven or Greg had asked her to do. Fine. A checkup can't hurt. It's better to confirm I'm healthy, right? I set the bag of clothes I was carrying on a nearby chair and lightly tapped Alice's arm to signal that I'd stay put. Fortunately, she seemed to understand, letting go of my shoulders and taking a cautious step back. Now free, I raised my arm enthusiastically and looked at Crowd, signaling my readiness. My, such an energetic young lady. Let's start by removing that mask. I'd love to respect your secrets, but it's a bit of a hindrance for the exam. Hope you don't mind. Fair enough. A mask would get in the way of a checkup. Since this was a private clinic with no other patients around, there was no real reason to keep it on. After a brief pause, I nodded in agreement and removed my fox mask. The moment my face was exposed, a gentle breeze brushed against my skin, and Crowd's eyes widened in shock. His expression was one of utter disbelief, as though he'd been hit by an unexpected blow. Oh my, oh my. How can someone be this adorable? See Crowd. You're scaring her. That could be threatening behavior. Oh, my apologies. I couldn't help it, I have a weakness for cuteness. Swoosh. Alice immediately pulled me into her arms, shielding me as she glared daggers at Crowd. Her protective stance made sense. Crowd's wide-eyed, intense expression was intimidating, to say the least. If I'd seen him like that in a dark alley at night, I'd have assumed he was a threat. Wait, is he also one of those extreme cute enthusiasts like Alice? Peeking out from Alice's arms, I observed Crowd's demeanor. Our eyes met, and he winked at me with an overly sweet expression that felt overwhelming. Ha! Truly remarkable. Oh, how I'd love to have a child like this. No wonder you wear a mask, it's the right choice. Treasures like you should be kept hidden from prying eyes. Are you sure we can trust him with Yuria? Well, despite how he looks, he doesn't seem like a bad person. It should be fine, right? I looked up at Alice and smiled gently, trying to convey that I wasn't overly concerned. Gasp. That face is cheating. Alice squeezed her eyes shut and turned her head away, her face bright red all the way to her ears. She still hasn't gotten used to my face? Shouldn't it be old news by now? Watching her sweat nervously with a flustered expression, I couldn't help but think she looked cute. Before long, I was finally released from Alice's embrace. She probably had other things to do, so it wouldn't do to keep teasing her. I followed Crowd, who gestured for me to come along with his exaggerated, flamboyant movements. Alright then, I was asked to check your condition, so we'll be doing a full body examination. Do you have any allergies or medications you need to avoid? No? Got it. Sit here, and let's start with your eyes. True to his reputation as a renowned fixer in the underworld, Crowd's demeanor shifted to one of serious professionalism as he began the examination. He shone a light into my eyes, checked the inside of my ears and nose with a small tool, and inspected my throat and teeth after asking me to open my mouth. He used a cold stethoscope to listen to my heart and lungs, measured my weight and height, and even used a CT scanner to take a variety of images. Finally, he drew blood with an intimidating syringe and ran tests before sitting down with a serious expression. There's nothing wrong. In fact, your health is so ideal that it's almost unnerving. What? Then why are you frowning like that? I glanced up at him nervously, unsure why he seemed so troubled, when Alice tilted her head and asked, ideal? Isn't that a good thing? Sigh. Alice, a human body is inherently unbalanced. For instance, when you chew food, do you always chew 5 times on the right side and 5 times on the left to keep it perfectly even? No? Who does that? Alice squinted her eyes as if just imagining such a tedious process was exhausting. Exactly. Who has the time for that? Crowd nodded, as though expecting her answer, and continued, right? The body is naturally asymmetrical. People favor one side more, and over time, that creates minor imbalances. It's not bad or weird, it's just how bodies work. But Yuria's body is different. Different how? Her body shows no signs of imbalance. It's unnaturally perfect. Almost too perfect. Crowd hesitated for a moment before shaking his head and dismissing whatever thought had crossed his mind. Anyway, would you like the results printed, or should I send them electronically? Printed, please. Can you also send a file copy? Of course. I'll forward the results to Raven later as well. With that, Crowd stood up as if to signify that his involvement was done. Was my health that shocking? I couldn't even guess what he had almost said, but his reaction left me curious. Still, being perfectly healthy was far better than the alternative. No injuries and a body in peak condition, what more could I ask for? As I nodded to myself, satisfied with the outcome, Crowd called Alice over from across the room. Me? Yes, you. Come here for a moment, I'd like to discuss something. Yuria, why don't you sit there and enjoy some snacks while we talk? This is just a brief conversation between adults. A conversation for adults only? I couldn't help but feel a little suspicious. Judging by their occasional glances in my direction, they were clearly talking about me. Normally, I wouldn't be too interested in eavesdropping, but since Alice had dragged me here without warning, I felt justified in being a bit nosy. Let's see what they're up to. Mary, can you tap into Alice's device and let me listen in on their conversation? Yes. On it. Our ever-reliable helper Mary immediately got to work, and within moments, the sound of a soft, endless tone filled my ears. Adjusting the volume carefully, I placed the receiver closer to my ear. Soon enough, their voices came through. As requested, I paid special attention to Yuria's throat. There's no physical issue with her vocal cords, they're perfectly healthy. So her inability to speak isn't due to a physical problem. It's likely psychological, or a curse, right? As much as I hate to admit it as a doctor, yes. The most likely explanation is that she's under some sort of curse. A curse? Me? I blinked in disbelief as I processed the words I just overheard. Yuria was eavesdropping with her ears perked up, completely unnoticed by anyone else. Meanwhile, Crowd and Alice were having a serious conversation that hinted at something unusual. Why did Crowd suspect that Yuria might be under a curse? The reason was simple. Yuria was, in many ways, extraordinarily healthy. Typically, those unable to speak fall into two major categories of disorders: aphasia caused by brain damage, and mutism, which stems from psychological factors. However, aphasia involves issues in the brain's language processing areas, leading to broader symptoms. This made it unlikely in Yuria's case, as she had no difficulty understanding spoken or written language despite her inability to speak. As for mutism, Yuria showed none of the associated anxiety or stress symptoms. Her mental state was remarkably serene, so much so that it felt healing for anyone who looked at her. It even seemed like she was deliberately choosing not to speak or holding herself back. But Crowd, being both a doctor and a fixer, was adept at discerning such cases. This left only one plausible explanation for Yuria's condition: her ability to speak had been forcibly stolen by a curse. Alice, you mentioned earlier that Yuria showed symptoms of briefly losing consciousness while trying to write? Crowd asked. Oh, yes. Greg said he saw it clearly. She dropped her pen, but she didn't even remember it happening. Alice replied. I've encountered a patient with similar symptoms before. Forbidden magic. A type of spell that prohibits certain actions. Of course, I couldn't sense any traces of magic in Yuria. A curse with no magical remnants? Are you saying something like that might actually be possible? To be precise, it's more like a spell from the curse category, Crowd clarified, narrowing his eyes. Curses, an almost obsolete form of sorcery. In an era long before magic was systematized by great magicians and introduced to the world, it was sorcery built upon centuries of accumulated rituals that once ruled over a now destroyed alternate world. Life imbued with magical power would be sacrificed, consciousness unified through meaningless acts, and laws of the world accidentally touched upon through nonsensical mutterings. It couldn't truly be called magic, yet it was undeniably close to it. People referred to this mix of inevitability and chance as sorcery. But sorcery? Alice began hesitantly. Right. It's not practiced anymore, especially not after the collapse of the world we once lived in, Crowd said, nodding. Most forms of sorcery faded rapidly after the advent of magic. Compared to magic, sorcery was inferior in every way. It required sacrifices, was inefficient, and lacked the precise control magic offered. Results could even vary wildly with each use, rendering it unreliable. However, one branch of sorcery survived: curses designed to afflict others with illness or suffering. Magic, being a precise and efficient tool, operated like a cold, unyielding machine. As long as sufficient magical energy was applied, it would always yield consistent results. Curses, by contrast, thrived on emotion. The more hatred one harbored toward the target, the more potent the curse became. And as you know, curses crafted through sorcery become harder to trace as the practitioner's skill improves. It's difficult to even confirm if one has been cast, let alone identify the caster, Crowd explained. I've heard that before, Alice admitted. Well, another sorcerer of similar skill could easily identify it. But where would you find one in this day and age? Crowd mused. Because sorcery consumed living beings infused with magical power as materials, curses left virtually no trace behind. This made it nearly impossible to confirm cases as ambiguous as Yuria's without specialized expertise. A skilled sorcerer might be able to identify and counteract the curse, but with the destruction of the alternate world that once supplied the materials for sorcery, both the art and its practitioners had become exceedingly rare. This is troublesome. As a doctor, I want to help solve this, but I've never even heard of a curse so advanced that it leaves no trace. Still, it's almost certain that Yuria is bound by a forbidden spell, Crowd concluded. I see, Alice said, her voice tinged with frustration. Don't make that face. She's a strong-willed girl who's caught my interest. I'll make time to help her whenever I can. And don't forget, Yuria's perfectly healthy aside from her inability to speak. If you cry, you'll only make her anxious. I'll hold it in, Alice said, fighting back her tears. As Crowd had pointed out, crying would only add to Yuria's worries. Now wasn't the time to dwell on sadness but to think about the future. I'll find a way to break this curse on Yuria, no matter what. Instead of succumbing to sorrow, Alice channeled her emotions into anger toward whoever had cursed Yuria. Crowd, observing Alice's determined expression, chuckled softly and spoke in a reassuring tone. Thankfully, the advanced nature of the curse means it's unlikely to evolve into something worse or cause her additional suffering. Still, bring her back here at least once a month for a checkup. Her condition could change. Yes. Thank you. I'll definitely bring her next month. Alice responded eagerly. Hahoo. Ah, next time, bring Raven along too. I find myself missing his firm backside, Crowd said with a teasing grin. Why yes. I'll make sure Jin brings him instead of me next time. Alice replied, momentarily flustered by Crowd's unabashed statement. As expected of Crowd, the hunter of men, Alice resolved that next time, she'd definitely send Raven in her place. Finishing their conversation inside the clinic, Alice stepped outside with Crowd, only to find Yuria sitting quietly on a chair. She appeared lost in thought, her expression blank as she stared into the distance. Perhaps it was because she hadn't put her mask back on after removing it for her examination earlier. Even in her contemplative, expressionless state, Yuria exuded a magnetic charm that could make anyone want to hand over their entire fortune. Yuria. I'm back. Alice called out cheerfully, but Yuria's impact wasn't over yet. As her head turned, and her mysterious, violet eyes focused on Alice, her lips bloomed into a radiant smile, like a flower suddenly bursting into full bloom. Even when wearing her mask, Yuria was transparent, her emotions easy to read. Without it, her sincerity and vulnerability shone even more clearly. I trust you completely. That's what her soft, trusting smile seemed to say. The sight of Yuria smiling so warmly hit Alice like a battering ram. Overwhelmed by the intensity, Alice clutched her chest as if her heart had been seized and slowly crumpled to the ground. I almost passed out. I never thought Yuria was capable of such an attack. Alice gasped. Of course, Alice's exaggerated reaction was entirely due to her weakness for overwhelming cuteness, something Yuria's appearance and demeanor struck like a bullseye. Adding to that, Yuria's normally aloof and cat-like personality only made the trust she radiated now all the more disarming. Alice couldn't help but feel her legs give out beneath her. From Yuria's perspective, however, the situation was bewildering. Could someone really react like this just because they found a face attractive? She scratched her cheek awkwardly, then quickly grabbed the mask she'd left nearby and put it back on. As someone who liked Alice, she couldn't bear to keep witnessing her flustered behavior. Once Yuria donned her mask again, Alice finally managed to regain her composure. She stood up, took Yuria's hand, and bowed to Crowd. Well then, we'll be on our way. Thank you for taking care of Yuria today, Alice said. Think nothing of it. I was simply doing my job. Yuria had it harder, going through all those tests. Take care, both of you. Ho ho ho, goodbye. Alice? Crowd called out as the two were about to leave. Alice turned back, tilting her head in curiosity. Had Crowd forgotten to mention something about Yuria's condition? I'd like you to bring your sister next time, Crowd said casually. I want to check on both you and Lily. You're not fully recovered yet, are you? Oh, right. I'll let you know when we have time. She's been pretty busy lately, but things should settle down soon. Caught off guard by the unexpected request, Alice averted her gaze awkwardly. Listening to their conversation from behind her mask, Yuria suddenly understood the implication of Crowd's words. Come to think of it, it's about that time. The Dragon Mayor's order for most companies to take a break during the official holiday, Night Week. Soon, Night Week, the annual holiday during which most companies in Night Haven shut down, would begin. In the original story, this was when Alice's sister, Lily, visited the office. After all that effort to clear out the hidden cameras, I hope she doesn't hold a grudge over it. Clutching Alice's hand, Yuria secretly began to worry. If possible, she'd avoid Lily entirely. Perhaps she could hide in a closet until it was all over. Hugging her belongings tightly to her chest, Yuria silently formulated her escape plan. It had already been 3 days since Alice tricked me into meeting the doctor, Crowd. In other words, it was the first weekend since Greg returned to Night Haven. Looking back on what had happened in the meantime, well, nothing had happened at all. I woke up early in the office, had breakfast with Raven, and then headed to work at the general store. At the store, I quietly sat at the counter to greet customers and cleaned the floor or polished items during downtime. After having lunch with Greg and Karen, I spent the afternoon doing similar tasks and then left for home in the early evening. Back at the office, I ate dinner, lounged around in the closet for a bit, and then went to bed in my room. Compared to the bustling days at the office, it was an utterly normal routine. Yet, I didn't feel bored or restless about it. If anything, having action-packed days filled with thrilling requests all the time would be the strange part. Honestly, I found this routine quite pleasant. The office could be a bit overwhelming, to be fair. I heard there was a big commotion while I was away. Something about stopping a gas leak? Must have been a lot of trouble, truly. As I thought about it, I took a big bite of my bacon and cheese toast. The salty and sweet flavor spread through my mouth, and I couldn't help but smile. I'd made it myself using ingredients from the fridge, and it turned out better than expected. Maybe I had some hidden culinary talent? Feeling deeply satisfied, I swung my legs happily while sitting in the chair. Then Raven, who had been eating a piece of my homemade toast across from me, suddenly spoke up. "Not going out today? You always go out on weekends. I thought maybe you had plans today." "Did I? Have I really gone out every weekend?" Tilting my head at his comment, I tried to recall. Come to think of it, since moving in, I don't think I've spent a single weekend quietly at home. Sabrina or Alice would often drag me out to hang out, and just last weekend, I unexpectedly went on a trip. Right. This must be the first calm holiday I've had in a while. When I nodded, confirming his words, Raven chuckled. "You're staying in, huh? Just wondering. Oh, now that I think about it, I need to ask you something. Does your general store close during night week? It starts next Friday, doesn't it?" Night week. It was a year-end holiday period designated by the Dragon Mayor. Of course, it wasn't an official holiday recognized nationwide. Rather, it was a recommended break period unique to Nighthaven. Whether to observe it or not was left to individual discretion. However, companies that gave employees time off during this period received small benefits. Perhaps due to the Dragon Mayor's overwhelming authority and public support, Night Week quickly became a major event where the entire city took a break for about a week. Of course, businesses like restaurants and movie theaters would be busier than ever. That was its own kind of good news. After all, certain businesses could see a significant spike in revenue during such times. Still, the fact that a city could establish its own holiday period was fascinating. Then again, attaching the name Dragon Mayor to it made it seem reasonable. I guess I was starting to feel like a real Nighthaven resident. Anyway, I needed to answer his question. "Does the store close during Night Week?" The answer was yes. "We'll close the store during Night Week. You should all take that time to enjoy yourselves." "I don't really have anywhere to go. Can I come by instead?" "In that case, we won't officially open, but we'll keep the door unlocked. Feel free to stop by if you're bored." Recalling Greg's words from a few days ago, I nodded to Raven, saying that was probably the plan. Raven scratched his neck, looking relieved, and said, "In that case, how about we all go somewhere during Night Week? Alice begged me to ask you about it. We're planning to take a car and go somewhere outside Nighthaven with David's group. It'll be a nice change of pace." Oh, now this sounded exciting. If David's group was going, that probably included Sabrina and Raine too. It sounded like it would be a lot of fun, a sort of year-end group trip. Though, considering my luck, there was a high chance we'd get involved in some incident. But that could become a memorable experience too. It's not like we couldn't handle it. After briefly rolling my eyes in thought, I expressed my agreement. Raven sighed in relief, as if a weight had been lifted from his shoulders. Alice must have been pestering him a lot. I wondered what her reaction would have been if I'd refused. Not that I planned to find out. Then a question came to mind. "It's great that we're going on a trip, but where are we going in this cold winter weather?" Waving my arms enthusiastically, I gestured at Raven to ask where we were headed. He seemed puzzled at first but quickly understood. "Oh, you're asking where? Probably the beach? Not to swim in this weather, of course. We'll book a hotel with a view of the winter ocean. Alice is dead set on going to the pool there, though." Did she really buy a swimsuit for this? Now it made sense why Alice had been obsessively inspecting swimsuits with such an intense look. The meticulous and downright fearsome planning of Alice sent chills down my spine. At least she wasn't planning to actually swim in the ocean during this weather. That was a relief. With a sense of comfort, I stuffed the remaining piece of toast into my mouth. "Thanks for the toast. It was delicious," Raven said, tossing the last bit of his toast into his mouth. "Ah, this guy. Complimenting it to ensure I keep cooking for him in the future, huh?" Even after finishing his meal, Raven didn't leave the table. Instead, he picked up a newspaper and started reading while still sitting. I was used to eating alone, so it wouldn't have bothered me if he left first. But somehow, it was nice that he stayed until the end. I should finish up quickly too. After clearing my plate, I grabbed both Raven's dish and mine, loaded them into the dishwasher, added a bit of detergent, and pressed the button. The machine hummed to life, creating bubbly foam as it started cleaning. In 2 hours, the plates would come out spotless, dry, and ready to use. Indeed, life becomes easier when you have good technology. Yawn. What should I do today? Maybe I'll catch up on some movies I've missed, Raven mused from the sofa after the dishwasher was set. When I glanced back toward the office area, there he was, sprawled on the couch. He wasn't wearing his usual suit but warm pajamas lined with fluffy fur, which somehow made him look even more like a grown-up who had given up on everything. Then again, who wasn't like that on their day off? I quietly observed him from afar before turning and slipping into his room. Since I don't have much to do, should I head into the closet? I need to recharge Tesseract with some Rift energy anyway. I climbed into the now cozy closet and connected Tesseract to the Rift using telekinesis. Like plugging a device into an outlet, Energy began flowing steadily into Tesseract. Last time, I had stored energy for 2 weeks, which only allowed it to sustain in adult form for about 5 minutes. I wanted to gather at least a month's worth this time, just in case. Nom nom nom, so tasty. I feel so energized. Tesseract's cheerful voice echoed loudly in my head, brimming with enthusiasm as it absorbed the energy. Good, eat well and grow strong. One day, I might need your power. Satisfied, I watched Tesseract's lively energy surge while collapsing onto the freshly laundered, fragrant blanket. Lying upside down, I pulled Echo from my pajama pocket and pressed it lightly to my forehead. Echo, show me some fun videos. Yes. Playing the most popular videos at the moment. The screen on Echo lit up without any further input from me, and a video began playing. Ah, so this is what it feels like to have an AI assistant. It's incredibly convenient not having to choose for yourself. The first video was a vlog about raising an adorable lizard from another world. The little lizard cutely breathed a small flame from its mouth, which was both cool and endearing. I wanted one. Next was a video of beast folk men taking on an intriguing challenge. Then came a video of sexy elf ladies performing music on traditional elf instruments. After that, it was a succubus sharing funny stories about life in another world. Wait, why is every video about non-humans? Even if people talk about discrimination or whatnot, otherworldly beings are undeniably popular. Still, the videos were entertaining. As they were chosen based on popular preference, they were consistently amusing, even if a bit generic. I could see why they were recommended by Echo, though I couldn't fully resonate with the current trends. They were fun, but they didn't quite hit the mark for me. It left me feeling slightly melancholic, like I didn't belong to this era. As I rolled around on the blanket, Echo still in hand, a sudden thought shot through my mind like an arrow. Come to think of it, Echo can clearly interfere with the internet using supernatural means. How far can Echo go? Are there limits? This is intriguing. Should I try something? Echo, can you create an anonymous account that can't be traced back to me? Oh, yes. I'll give it a shot. Then leave a comment on one of the videos I just watched. I don't care what you write. A comment? Can I copy something random from around here? Huh? If that's what you want, sure. Thank you. Is this really something to be grateful for? Feeling a bit puzzled, I waited for Echo to post the comment. Before long, a comment appeared from the anonymous account Echo had created. It was a bit nonsensical and random, but I couldn't hide my excitement. Wow, this actually works. Not only can it access videos, but it can also interact with them. Then, an amusing thought popped into my head. If Echo can wield this much power online, maybe I could have a little fun with it? This world was Earth, but decades had passed since otherworldly races began appearing. Perhaps because of that, many aspects of technology here were far more advanced than in the world I came from. For instance, humans could replace their limbs with prosthetics as easily as shopping for new clothes. Or they could insert a chip into the back of their neck and replace their eyes with mechanical ones, enabling them to shop just by looking at items. Large airships floated silently in the skies above the city without making any noticeable noise. Of course, this was Nighthaven, a city teeming with non-human races whose bodily structures differed from humans. Still, if I looked far enough out, I could sense that this was a world of the future. These luxuries, however, were mostly reserved for the wealthy. On the other hand, perhaps due to the lingering effects of war, cultural development had stagnated compared to technological progress. Living here didn't feel particularly out of place for me. Social media and online communities were still alive and well, which felt familiar. Even creative works often resembled ones I'd seen before, as if someone had simply changed their titles. The most notable difference was that non-human races were prominent on the internet, but even with that, adapting to this world's online culture wasn't particularly challenging. Interesting. Nearly half of the rising influencers are non-human. In reality, they're avoided or feared, but online, they're incredibly popular. It was a fascinating phenomenon. In offline reality, non-human races were seen as something to fear or avoid. Yet, online, there were so many people who adored them. Why was that? When I thought about it, though, it made sense. They say life is a tragedy up close but a comedy from afar. Non-humans might seem frightening or repelling when they're nearby, but through a screen, they probably just appear beautiful and unique. Moreover, if you looked at the list of famous influencers, they were mostly stunningly beautiful elves, succubi, or beast folk who catered to niche preferences. Maybe people here were just honest about their desires. Okay, I think I've got the gist of it. This world's internet is like this. Got it. Now then, Echo, can you find out where most people hang out online? Searching. Based on human traffic analysis, the most popular category on the site Pioneer is metahumans. Is that so? It always comes back to non-humans, huh? I'm curious. Show me. Accessing now. I was eager to see what kind of conversations were happening there. Lying upside down, I held up Echo with both hands, urging it to hurry. Echo spun a loading icon on its screen before a notification popped up. Access denied. It seems this community blocks access for anonymous accounts. You'll need a verified account to proceed. Then just make one. I just want to look around a bit today. Understood. I will create a verified account based on the most frequently used details within the site. Ding. Almost immediately, the screen changed, revealing the inside of the community. Wait, that was fast. Is this legit? Curious, I poked at the screen to check the account details. The profile showed minimal but plausible information. Name, Jane Smith. Gender, female. Age, 25. The account even had a realistic-looking email address and A+ membership that granted access to premium features. To think Echo whipped up such a convincing account in mere moments, it was almost scary how capable it was. Still, it worked out for me, so I wasn't going to complain. This account was disposable anyway. Shrugging off any lingering doubts, I scratched my cheek and moved on. Expecting common sense from something with invader capabilities was a waste of time. After all, these were beings who had already destroyed entire worlds. Of course, they'd be capable of something like this. Alright then, let's see what the most popular online community is talking about. I began scrolling through the titles of the top posts, sorted by popularity. Photo: there was a huge fight between a woodman and a merman at my local mart, and suddenly an orc joined in. 29k likes. Video: a shocking method used by mermen to alter the ocean environment. 23k likes. Video: do you know how elves react if you touch their ears? 21k likes. Photo: recent dramatic changes in fixer rankings, starting at year's NT cootie. 18k likes. I got dumped because of my fetish for non-humans. 17k likes. What caught my eye was the sheer draw of clickbait. How could every single one of these titles be so tempting? It was impressive, honestly. I couldn't resist the top one, Woodman vs Merman vs Orc. What on earth had happened there? Why was an orc getting involved in a fight between a woodman and a merman? I completely forgot my original plan to mess around online with Echo. Instead, I rolled on the blanket, enjoying the posts and their comments. The content was richer than the short videos I'd watched earlier, and the sheer novelty of observing the bizarre happenings of the world from the comfort of my closet was delightful. Hee hee. Even watching people argue over who's the strongest fixer is fun. Then again, rankings don't always reflect actual strength. What intrigued me the most was the post about fixers. It made sense, given that many fixers were non-humans, so discussions about them naturally popped up on a non-human focused community. And the hottest topic was, of course, who's the strongest fixer? Huh? Why would that be debatable if rankings exist? TSK. That's such a naive question. Fixer rankings were based solely on achievements and popularity. Believing a higher rank automatically meant greater strength was something only clueless fans would do. There were also issues of compatibility due to fighting styles and plenty of cases where circumstances could dramatically weaken or strengthen someone. Ultimately, debating who was the strongest fixer was a pointless argument. But, much like lion versus tiger, baseball bat versus stagger, or shark versus crocodile, speculating on who's stronger had always been inherently entertaining. Of course, I wasn't above jumping into such a discussion. My pick would be the dragon mare in their prime. Everything under a dragon's feet is basically the same anyway. That said, in the end, the undisputed strongest was always the dragon mare. Satisfied with that conclusion, I gracefully exited the endless battlefield of debates. No point wasting words on people who didn't even know how fixers fought. What do they know? Have they seen fixers fight? I have. Well, in comics. Feeling smug, I hummed a tune and moved on to browse other posts. Then, a comment that made me frown appeared among the discussions. Apart. I can't believe there are still people who think this is real, lol. Even if non-humans are real, magic? Come on, are you all idiots? Science already proved it's impossible. SMH. What is this? A new breed of attention seeker? Curious, I scrolled through the replies beneath the comment. There were over 100 responses. As I skimmed through the heated exchange of insults in the comments, it became clear that this troll genuinely believed that magic couldn't possibly exist. Wow, people like this actually exist, huh? Well, given the world we're in, there must be some people who've never encountered a non-human race in their lives, claiming it's all fake? Of course there'd be people like that. Still, the sheer aggressiveness of this troll's remarks was astounding. What a spiteful person. Just reading their comments put me in a bad mood. Frowning at the troll's stubborn refusal to back down despite getting slammed by countless replies, I found myself smiling. Oh, I've found the perfect target. I felt a bit guilty about messing with someone at random, but this one? No guilt at all. Picking fights by spouting malicious comments for attention? This person had it coming. I pressed echo against my forehead and addressed it while keeping an eye on the troll, apart, who was actively replying to people. Echo, this site notifies users when their comments get replies, right? That's correct. Then send this person a random reply, and delete it immediately after. Do this about 100 times. That's extremely easy. The infinite notification hell begins. Chuckling mischievously, I watched the troll closely, waiting for their reaction. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 5 minutes passed. Just as I started wondering if it wasn't working, a personal message popped up. To my surprise, it was from the troll, apart. Apart, who the hell are you? Are you a bot or something? My device froze because of you. Couldn't win in an argument, so now you're attacking me with a second account, huh? Bring it on, you bastard. I'll report you and get your account banned. Oh ho, looks like it worked. Giggling at the troll's panicked reaction, I pressed echo to my forehead again. Send 100 more. The target has blocked notifications. Can you bypass that? Of course. Wow, Echo could even bypass notification blocks. This thing was amazing. Satisfied with Echo's response, I nodded as the troll's notifications were overridden once again. About 10 minutes later, the troll messaged me again, clearly rattled. Apart, how the hell did you bypass my block? You goddamn hacker. Whatever, I've got other accounts. Delete this one all you want, I'll just make another. Waste your time, loser. Echo, restore that person's account. Account restoration complete. Now send 300 notifications. No escaping now. I wouldn't stop until they said the words I wanted to hear. This time, I threw triple the notifications at the troll. Their device was probably drowning in endless dings and pop-ups by now. It did feel a little cruel, but they should have been more polite in the first place. I spent the time browsing other interesting posts until, much later, another message came in. Apart, what the hell did you do? Jane Smith, cyclone emoji, a spinning roulette emoji. Apart, why won't the notifications stop? Even if I delete my account, delete the app, or disconnect the internet. What did you do? Jane Smith, rooster emoji, an ugly chicken pecking the ground emoji. Apart, fine. I'm sorry, okay? Stop this now. What do you want from me? Oh, they're completely broken now. I rolled my eyes for a moment, looking at the utterly defeated troll's messages, and then closed the chat window. That's enough. They've learned their lesson. I'll let it go for today. Feeling content with the outcome, I went back to browsing posts when suddenly, a glaring red notification appeared at the top of the screen. The administrator has permanently banned your account. To appeal, please submit a request via this link. Oh, I've been banned. How'd they figure it out? Blinking in surprise, I realized that I'd essentially been kicked out of the community. If it was a permanent ban, they must have noticed the account was fake. Sharp admin. I pressed echo to my forehead again, mulling over my next move. Alright, how about we mess with the admin this time? Let's try not to get caught. It was a truly villainous thought. Miss Yuri, my energy's running a bit low. Oh? So you were using Rift energy for this? That was an unexpected revelation. For those in the know, there's a theory called the dead internet theory. The premise is simple. Most of the content on the internet is allegedly created by AI and bots. The news articles, videos, and posts we come across are fabricated, and the accounts reacting to them are also fake, non-existent entities. The result? We are easily manipulated by manufactured public opinion. A wild conspiracy, right? It was a fun little internet topic that floated around even back in the days when such capabilities were far beyond our reach. But as technology advanced, it stopped being just a joke. Fabricated news and doctored information became so pervasive that it drowned out real data, making it nearly impossible to discern the truth. Bots, or fake accounts mimicking human behavior, could now manipulate public sentiment more effectively than actual people. This was particularly harmful for the millions of non-humans who lacked resistance to media manipulation, leading to the widespread proliferation of misinformation. We can't let AI keep messing with us like this. It's time for an internet space reserved solely for real humans. This situation was unwelcome to everyone, except for the select few who orchestrated it. Enter Pioneer, a platform dedicated to eradicating fabricated information and fake accounts. This mission propelled Pioneer to become the most popular site of the modern era. In a dim, windowless room covered with blackout curtains, a girl perched awkwardly on a chair, her posture terrible for her back. The faint glow of the monitor revealed her unusual appearance: soft, pink skin, golden eyes, and two long, thin tendrils extending from the back of her neck. Though humanoid in shape, she was a non-human with tendrils functioning like human limbs. Her name was Safara. Her specialty? Using those tendrils to deliver lightning-fast, powerful strikes. While they were strong enough to crush cheap swords, here in her room, they served a less glamorous purpose: typing on the keyboard. Ha! Trying to fool the admin with this weak strategy? You're 100 years too early. Safara was an exceptional hacker, known in the digital world as Farah. Many had fallen victim to her skills, earning her the nickname Mad Dog Farah. Though she had a rather embarrassing history of bursting into tears after losing a hacking battle early in her career, she had since risen to be one of the top hackers in Nighthaven. Her skills were so renowned that she had been hired as an administrator for Pioneer, with a hefty paycheck to boot. Her role? To identify suspicious accounts and determine whether they were real people or bots. If a bot, she had the authority to obliterate the account on the spot. With her ability to uncover identities from the smallest traces and her unmatched technical prowess, Safara was Pioneer's ironclad guardian. Still, it's kind of disappointing. I thought they'd try something innovative this time, but it's just the same old tricks, only slightly more polished. After deleting the suspicious account, Jane Smith, Safara leaned back in her chair with a bored sigh. While the generous paycheck was nice, the job itself lacked excitement. Most of the troublemakers targeting the community were amateurish. Of course, a thrilling confrontation would probably wreck the site, but sometimes Safara couldn't help wishing for something to break the monotony, even if it meant losing her job. As if tempting fate, her monitor suddenly lit up with a cute icon and a notification. Suspicious activity detected in the Indian cuisine community. Huh? Again? It couldn't be the same person, could it? Creating a fake account that sophisticated would take at least an hour. Crack. Stretching her arms above her head to loosen her stiff body, Safara adjusted her posture and manipulated her mouse with her tendrils to investigate. The unusual activity was taking place in a small, obscure community. The forum, which typically saw a new post every 3 or 4 days, was suddenly flooded with posts every 10 seconds. The content was junk, clearly the product of a cheap auto-generation program. But what truly irritated Safara wasn't the nature of the posts. The account posting them was named Jane Smith 1. It was the same user she had banned earlier. Oh, so you want to pick a fight with me now? Crack. A vein visibly bulged on Safara's forehead. Returning under the same account she had just banned? It was an unmistakable provocation. Safara quickly blocked the account Jane Smith 1 with a flick of her tendrils and wiped out the trash posts flooding the forum, all at once. Order was restored to the Indian cuisine community in an instant. With narrowed eyes, Safara checked for anomalies, then used a secondary monitor to investigate the account details of Jane Smith 1. To her surprise, it wasn't the same Jane Smith as before. This time, it was a different face, with a different backstory. The address wasn't even from Nighthaven but from a lesser-known city called Belmont. Yet Safara quickly realized it was another fabrication. So they're preloading fake profiles and burning through them one by one? Why go to all this trouble here instead of robbing a bank or something? Clicking her tongue, she thought, still no threat. If this is the extent of their strategy, they're nothing. Safara's tendrils moved deftly as she began tracking the person behind Jane Smith. A profile this meticulously crafted was bound to have some telltale mistake. Her plan? Expose their face and plaster it across Pioneer's announcements as a warning. However, as she delved deeper, Safara's expression hardened. No matter how much she analyzed the profile, the IP, the emails, and the linked SNS accounts, there were no traces of forgery. It was as if this person genuinely existed. What? This isn't an AI-generated photo, and it's not stolen from anywhere? Then what is this? Who are these background characters in the photo? Who goes to this much effort for a disposable fake account? This troll had an unsettling level of detail, making reverse tracing nearly impossible. Safara clicked her tongue and waited for the next move. She didn't have to wait long. Soon enough, Jane Smith 2 appeared to bombard the forums. Ban. Seconds later, Jane Smith 3 showed up. Ban. And then Jane Smith 4, Jane Smith 5, Jane Smith 6. By the time Jane Smith 25 met their end at Safara's hands, she slammed her desk with her tendrils, shouting, "Arg! Persistent little bastard. Did you hold a grudge over Indian food or something? Why are you so obsessed?" This was endless. If she didn't stop the source, it would never end. Meanwhile, her admin inbox was dinging incessantly. With a menacing glare, she stomped a button under her desk with her foot. The previously small desk expanded, revealing multiple monitors and a larger keyboard. This was Neo Safara mode, where her hacking capabilities tripled. Only one other hacker, an anonymous figure nicknamed D, had ever bested her in this state. "You're dead, Jane Smith." Her golden eyes gleamed dangerously, exuding a murderous aura. But what Safara didn't realize was that this wasn't a battle of hackers. It was just a harmless prank. As Safara honed in on her target, all 10 of her monitors suddenly flickered. What the? The distortion wasn't limited to one monitor, it spread to all of them. Could the intruder have already embedded malicious code? Startled, Safara hurriedly began countermeasures, her fingers flying across the keyboard. But then, something utterly surreal occurred. From the monitor's flickering surface emerged a hand. It was pale, mannequin-like, smooth and white. All 10 monitors produced these ghostly hands simultaneously. Safari froze, unable to even scream, as the hands reached toward her. What is this? This isn't magic, but what the hell? Her rational mind couldn't comprehend the phenomenon. As one of the hands extended closer, almost to her eyes, everything vanished without a trace. Safari blinked. Was it a hallucination? A breakdown? A damp sensation pulled her back to reality. She looked down and groaned. This chair is expensive. Tears stung her eyes as she tried to salvage her dignity. Another black mark for her personal record, one she'd never share with anyone. Meanwhile, Yuria frowned, pressing echo to her forehead. What's going on? I thought they'd block me once or twice, but now the admin's completely gone. Did I go too far? Apologies. It seems the administrator has temporarily stepped away after experiencing a significant shock. What did you do? Forget it. Delete all the posts I just made and set up a new account. I'll just lurk from now on. Understood. Goodbye, Indian cuisine community. Yuria waved it off mentally as she logged back into Pioneer with a new anonymous username, leaving behind the havoc caused by Jane Smith. She left behind a legend, a tale known only to a few. One of the greatest internet trolls in history had quietly retired for now. Should she ever return, the internet might not survive the chaos. As I emerged from the long tunnel, sunlight stabbed into my eyes. How long had it been since I'd seen such clear weather? The cloudless blue sky felt strangely unfamiliar. Wow, the ocean! Alice, sitting next to me, exclaimed while looking in my direction. Or rather, was she looking specifically at the window on my side? I blinked a few times, adjusting to the light, and slowly turned my head. What came into view was a blue ocean sparkling like a jewel. It was a sight I must have seen dozens of times in my life, yet it still managed to fill me with a sudden sense of excitement. However, Raven, who was sitting in the passenger seat, seemed to have a slightly different perspective. He spoke in a rather disinterested tone, as if scolding the overly excited Alice. What's with the reaction like you've never seen anything like it? There's an ocean in Nighthaven too. But that's not the same. There's not a single proper beach there. Still, an ocean's an ocean. Not like you can go swimming in this weather anyway, so what's the difference? Seriously. I've said it before, but Jin, you have no sense of romance. You're such a pessimistic realist. Oh, is that so? Well, being a realist is 100 times better than being a fool with nothing but flowers in their head. What did you say? Who are you calling a fool with flowers in their head? Raven in the passenger seat and Alice in the back seat were growling at each other, arguing as usual. The fact that they could get so worked up over something so trivial, they really were a matching pair. Honestly, if they were going to bicker like this, it would have been better if I had taken the passenger seat instead. Poor Mr. Olive, the burly, tanned, bald man in the driver's seat, could only glance nervously between them as he drove. I felt a little sorry for him. And it's not just that you have no sense of romance. You're such a cold, unfeeling person. Remember when we watched that movie together? You kept interrupting to say how unrealistic it was, and it totally ruined the mood. But it was unrealistic. How does the heroine fall for the protagonist just because she sees him stealing something? What, does she have a thief fetish or something? Is being handsome all that matters? That's enough, isn't it? How much realism do you expect from a romance movie? Oh, what am I supposed to do about this? Sorry about this, Mr. Olive. The people on our side are a bit childish. I silently apologized to him as he hunched over and focused on driving. Still, it would settle down eventually. Those two were just bored. By the time we arrived, they'd stopped fighting on their own. With that thought in mind, I leaned my chin on my hand and absent-mindedly stared at the white waves crashing against the blue sea. It was hard to tell how much time had passed, with the sound of Raven and Alice's argument serving as background noise. At some point, the two had reconciled after their spat, and we finally arrived at our destination. Wow, it's like people sprouted here like bean sprouts. Looking around, Raven muttered in exasperation. Even though we hadn't even reached the entrance yet, the surrounding area was already teeming with people. Maybe, like me, he preferred quieter places. He scratched the back of his head awkwardly, giving off the vibe that he regretted coming here. Unaware of Raven's inner thoughts, Alice crossed her arms and spoke as if stating the obvious. Well, of course. The Saint Maria Hotel is an incredibly popular resort. There are tons of people who, like us, plan to come here during night week. Honestly, it was a nightmare trying to book a room. Yeah, I've heard the story about how you started trying to reserve 2 rooms a month in advance. Thanks, really. As long as you understand. I worked really hard to make it happen. Alice seemed proud of herself for having beaten the odds in the fierce reservation battle. With her hands on her hips, she puffed out her chest as if saying, "Impressive, aren't I?" Naturally, this movement highlighted the significant presence of her chest. Olive and Raven, who had been looking at the back, quickly turned their gazes forward in a panic. Alice was well, Alice. Completely oblivious to their reactions, Alice tilted her head in confusion, as if wondering why they were acting that way. Trying to change the subject, Raven cleared his throat and addressed Olive in the driver's seat. "Anyway, Mr. Olive, thank you so much for driving us all this way." "Oh, no problem. My boss thought it'd be better to drive you to your destination rather than just lending you the car." "Jin, is this because of that car you wrecked last time?" "Oh. Yeah, I guess. I really totaled that one." "Wow, they've completely lost trust in you." "Ha ha. No, that's not it. Ha ha ha." Olive forced a laugh with a stiff expression. He didn't seem like the type who could lie easily. Well, to be fair, Jin had wrecked a borrowed car spectacularly during Ash's recent case. It was no surprise his boss thought it was safer to personally drive us rather than risk lending us another car. This was why people needed to live responsibly. Though, given that Raven was a problem solver by trade, it was inevitable he'd get tangled up in incidents. Before long, we crossed a bridge and reached the hotel. Olive, eager to finally be done, quickly bid us farewell and left in a hurry. "Thanks for getting us here, Mr. Olive." Waving my arm enthusiastically at the retreating car, I hoped my gratitude reached him. St. Maria Hotel. This place truly deserved to be called first class. From the moment you entered, everything about it screamed luxury. The rooms, which boasted stunning ocean views, came with premium bedding, high-quality amenities, and a sophisticated interior design that showed great attention to detail. The hotel's restaurants and bars didn't just offer meals but an entire experience. Its facilities, including a luxurious spa, pool, sauna, casino, and fitness center, were so well equipped that you'd never feel the need to leave the premises. Seasonal entertainment events and performances by renowned artists ensured that guests didn't just visit once but returned regularly. Of course, being right by the sea, if we'd come in summer, we could have enjoyed all kinds of water sports on the private beach. That part's a bit disappointing. "Are you a hotel employee or something? How do you know all this?" Raven stared at Alice, who was practically glowing with excitement in front of the hotel entrance, his expression one of disbelief. She hadn't paused for a moment, speaking as if she had memorized every detail about the place. But when he gave her that look, Alice puffed up her cheeks in an exaggerated pout and reacted fiercely. "Of course I know all this. It's been my dream to visit this hotel, even back in my hometown. Do you have any idea how complicated it is for non-humans living in Japan to travel abroad?" "Well, yeah, I guess it's tough. Isn't even entering Japan a hassle?" "Tough doesn't even begin to describe it. It's practically impossible. Honestly, giving up my citizenship like I did is probably the easiest option." Alice shook her head vigorously, clearly remembering how difficult it had been. I had been standing behind her at the time, and as her pink hair whipped around and slapped against me, I felt like I understood her struggle all too well. "A luxury hotel, huh? I've never stayed in one, even in my previous life." The idea of experiencing such indulgence filled me with anticipation and excitement that seemed to bubble up endlessly. Would this kind of expensive hotel really have those beds that felt like you were floating on clouds? All I could think about was taking a hot bath, feeling wonderfully relaxed, and sinking into such a bed. Whoosh! As I drifted off into my thoughts, a sudden chill brushed against the back of my neck. No matter how warmly I was dressed, there was no avoiding the way the cold wind seeped in when you let your guard down. I shuddered and instinctively leapt in place at the icy sensation running down my spine. "Hey, Yuria looks like she's freezing. Shouldn't we just go in without waiting? David and the others can find their way here." "No, we can't. We haven't even been able to contact them. There'll be even more people inside, and it'll be harder to spot them. Yuria, are you cold? Do you want my coat?" She's not going to say she's cold just because you asked. "Here, take this." Swoosh! Before I could respond, Raven shrugged off his coat and flung it toward me without so much as asking if I wanted it. I hadn't said I'd wear it, so why was he doing this? I awkwardly held the coat in my hands, having already declined Alice's offer. Raven smirked at my hesitation, then suddenly reached over and ruffled the hair on the top of my head. "Don't catch a cold. It'll just be a hassle. I'm warm-blooded anyway, so I'm fine without it." "Exactly. Jin doesn't even catch colds. He's practically an idiot like that. You don't need to feel bad about taking it." Unless Alice leaned closer with a teasing smirk, "You think his coat smells musty, like a lonely old man's?" "Hey! That's a real low blow. Could you not?" "Oh, sorry." Raven looked genuinely hurt by the suggestion that his coat might smell like an old bachelor's. It seemed like the idea hit harder than any jokes about him being an old man. I could kind of understand how he felt. Hastily, I threw the coat over my shoulders, shaking my head as if to assure him that it wasn't the case. Seeing that, Raven's expression brightened a little, and he nodded in satisfaction. With my winter wear now reinforced, I was better prepared to wait. As Alice scanned the area around us, she frowned slightly and squinted one eye. "They're really late, though. I wonder if something happened with David's train. We still haven't heard anything from him. Yeah, no kidding. Maybe we should have all just come together in the first place. We couldn't even borrow a car, so how were we supposed to do that? It couldn't be helped. They both seemed concerned about David and the others, who still hadn't made contact. But what could we do? All we could do was wait. Gathering near the benches by the entrance, we sat down to pass the time, glancing occasionally at the distant scenery or fiddling with our devices. Let's give them another 30 minutes. If they're still not here, we'll just head inside. After settling on that plan, we sipped on warm coffee and waited. Then, someone approached us. Could it be David's group? Our gazes naturally turned to the figure heading in our direction. Oh my, is that Alice Chan? But our expectations were betrayed. Standing before us was a beast folk with perky ears. The long whiskers on her cheeks and the thick tail swishing behind her suggested she was likely a fox beast folk. Alice stared blankly at the neatly dressed, smiling fox girl before suddenly springing to her feet and shouting, "Ah! Tamamo!" Huh? It was an unexpected and completely unanticipated reunion between Alice and a friend from her hometown. You. What are you doing here? Alice closed the distance between herself and the woman in a flash, her eyes wide with shock. Her reaction was as if she had just encountered someone who absolutely shouldn't have been there. But whether Tamamo noticed Alice's astonishment or not, she casually swayed her thick lavender tail in an enticing manner and responded nonchalantly. "It's a bit of a complicated story, but next semester, we're planning a school trip to St. Maria Hotel, so the student council came here in advance for a site inspection. Believe it or not, I'm the next student council president." Hey Tamamo, it's only been a year, and you've already become the student council president. That's amazing. Nihiahaha. Just lucky, I guess. And you, Alice-chan? I'm here with some friends. It's Night Week back in Nighthaven. Wow, that's awesome. A holiday during the year end? That's perfect for a trip. I'm so jealous. Hearing about Night Week from Alice, Tamamo clapped her hands excitedly and smiled brightly. There wasn't a hint of pretense in her pure, unfiltered joy. It was disarmingly genuine. Thanks to Tamamo's carefree energy, Alice seemed to have calmed down from her initial shock. Her tone was much more relaxed as she continued the conversation. "I'm surprised. I never thought I'd run into you here, of all places." "Well, that's my line. Do you know how shocked I was when I went back home during summer vacation and heard you'd suddenly moved to America? Your old contact number was out of service, and there was no news about you. And then, to run into you here? I couldn't believe it." Well, I had my reasons." "Humph. I know you, Alice-chan. You're a diligent person. I'm sure you had a good reason for leaving so suddenly, but still, I was a little hurt." "I'm really sorry." Alice scratched her cheek awkwardly, avoiding eye contact as if she couldn't even come up with an excuse. It made sense that she'd feel guilty for leaving without a word, especially to a friend. Still, it was clear Alice felt particularly subdued standing in front of Tamamo, who was noticeably shorter than her. Perhaps Tamamo sensed something odd about Alice's demeanor. From behind, Raven, who had been quietly observing the interaction, furrowed his brows slightly, as if he were questioning whether their friendship had truly been all sunshine and rainbows. But Tamamo simply pulled out her device from her pocket and cheerfully spoke up. "Alice-chan, this must be fate. Let's exchange contact info." Why yeah. Let's do that." Done. I'll definitely send you a message, so make sure to reply, okay?" "Of course, I will." In a fluster, Alice fished her device out of her coat and exchanged contact information with Tamamo. Once their devices confirmed the exchange, Tamamo clasped hers in both hands like a precious treasure, grinning as if she had just acquired something priceless. By the way, you two must be?" It seemed that she had only now noticed Raven and me, who were standing near Alice. Tamamo's curious eyes sparkled as she turned her gaze toward us. Or at least, she intended to address us. But before she could get another word in, a tall blonde boy suddenly appeared and stepped between us. "President, there you are. What are you doing wandering off without saying anything?" Vice President Kun, why now of all times?" "I apologize for interrupting, but we need to go immediately." "What? No way." Clearly displeased at being interrupted, Tamamo puffed up her cheeks, her irritation evident. She seemed eager to strike up a conversation with Alice's companions and establish some sort of connection. However, the blonde boy, who Tamamo referred to as Vice President, bowed politely and responded. "The disciplinary committee president has gotten herself involved in an unnecessary commotion." "Oh no. That's bad." "Oh, Alice-chan. I've got to go now." Okay. Take care." "Nayaha. We're at the same hotel, so I'll see you later. And you too, I'll come back to introduce myself properly." "Vice President Kun, hurry up and lead the way." Tamamo nudged the vice president forward and quickly left with him, a clear sense of urgency in her steps. She must have been deeply worried about the disciplinary committee president causing trouble. What a whirlwind of a person. As I tightened Raven's still warm coat around myself, lost in thought, Raven approached Alice, who seemed bewildered by the sudden turn of events. Judging by her uniform, she's from that famous academy. What's the story between you two? We've been childhood friends since elementary school. I haven't seen her in almost a year, though. Huh? I see. From the vibe, I wouldn't have guessed you two were close. Huh? What's that supposed to mean? Well, you give off the vibe of a delinquent gyaru, and she's more of a straight-laced honors student. Gyarus and model students don't usually get along, do they? Who are you calling a gyaru? Gyau. Alice roared at Raven with fire in her eyes, practically seething, but I kind of understood what Raven was getting at. If Alice's vibe was that of a carefree, sexy, and mysterious freestyler gyaru, Tamamo's was the complete opposite, crisp, white uniform and a flawless, composed demeanor of an honor student. The contrast was undeniable. Of course, sometimes opposites attract, and that difference could be what made their bond stronger. But judging by Alice's embarrassed and flustered reaction, it didn't seem like she enjoyed the comparison at all. So, what's the deal? Well, we were supposed to go to the same school, but I didn't get in, so we kind of drifted apart. Then I had to run away and come to Nighthaven, and I couldn't leave her a message. Huh. Sounds complicated. Enough about this. Where is David's group already? We've been waiting forever. We just got here. Eek. Alice jumped a height equal to her own at the sudden low voice cutting through her frustration. She had leapt so high, with no preparation or leverage, that I couldn't help but wonder just how powerful her leg muscles were. Was she part rabbit beast folk or something? While I idly marveled at Alice's athleticism, she clutched her chest as if trying to calm her startled heart and turned to face the source of the voice. David? And Rene? And Sabrina, too? Standing right in front of Alice was none other than David's group, the very people she had been desperately waiting for. In fact, their faces had been visible near the entrance around the time she exchanged contact information with Tamamo. But with her mind so preoccupied, Alice hadn't noticed them approaching. Still, no one had expected her to be this startled by their sudden arrival. David, sensing her shock, rubbed the back of his neck apologetically and spoke. I'm sorry we're late. There was a disturbance on the tracks, someone was causing a commotion, and it delayed the train. Thankfully, there were officers on board who managed to resolve the situation, but it took some time. We're sorry for making you wait in this weather, Rene added, her tone genuinely remorseful. Oh, come on, it's not like you were late on purpose. Let's just head inside already. I'm dying to unpack my stuff, Raven chimed in, brushing it off casually. There was no helping it if the delay was due to something unavoidable, like a commotion on the tracks. What could anyone do to prevent that? It wasn't like they could predict the future. I sent David a reassuring glance as Sabrina, who was clinging to me with her round beast folk ears twitching, tugged me this way and that. I wasn't sure if David fully got the message, but we hadn't waited long enough for it to be a big deal. Hopefully, he and the others wouldn't feel too bad about it. With everything settled, we entered the bustling St. Maria Hotel and finally made it to our reserved rooms. Here it is. The St. Maria Hotel Premier Suite that I booked. Alice's energy seemed to have fully returned after riding the elevator up and enjoying the view on their way. With her usual bright demeanor, she tapped the card key against the door, throwing it open with a flourish. The sight that greeted us inside was absolutely dazzling. It's huge. Wow, this is incredible. Truly worthy of a luxury hotel. The price makes sense now. The room was ridiculously spacious, large enough that it seemed comparable to the size of our entire office. From the marble flooring to the intricate designs on the ceiling, every detail exuded opulence, as if no expense had been spared. But it seemed Alice wasn't done showing off. She dashed into the suite with an excited bounce, beckoning us with a wag of her finger. That's not all. There are 2 bedrooms and bathrooms. And over here, check out the wine cellar, a kitchen where you can whip up light meals, and even a veranda where you can relax and take in the ocean view. Isn't it amazing? It's very impressive, Rene commented with a warm smile. Alice, you really wanted to stay here, didn't you? Raven remarked, giving her a teasing look. Why yeah, so what? Is that a problem? Alice's face flushed crimson as she shouted back, clearly flustered by the way Raven and Rene looked at her with a mix of amusement and fondness. To be fair, Alice usually acted mature and composed when I wasn't around. But she was still technically a minor, not even an adult yet. It made sense for her to get this excited, especially since she had successfully managed the reservation herself. Still, it seemed she was embarrassed to have been treated like a kid by the 2 actual adults in our group. Alice, clearly frustrated, shot Raven a fierce glare as if to get back at him. Well, this is nice. Expensive hotels really do have their charm. The ocean view is fantastic too. Leaving Raven and Alice's round 3 bickering match behind, I quietly stepped inside with Sabrina. The first thing that caught my eye was the spacious living room and the wide-open view of the ocean through the window. The unobstructed expanse of sea stretched all the way to the horizon, filling my chest with a sense of liberation. Yeah, this is exactly why people vacation by the sea. Crossing my arms, I admired the scenery and nodded in satisfaction. By the time I was done soaking in the view, it seemed round 3 had fizzled out. Alice, after checking out the bedrooms, approached Raven with an apologetic look on her face. "Jin, I'm sorry, but since you paid so much for this room, I feel bad saying this. The larger bedroom will have to be used by the 4 of us girls. It's a matter of numbers." "It's fine. I'm not heartless enough to shove 4 people into the smaller room. Besides, the smaller bedroom is more than roomy enough for the 2 of us. Even the smaller bedroom is several times larger than my own room. This really is an extravagant hotel," David added, sounding impressed. Due to the group size, the women, Alice, Rainey, Sabrina, and me, were assigned the larger bedroom, while the men, Raven and David, took the smaller one. Personally, I didn't care which room I ended up in, but Alice seemed intent on keeping me close, so I didn't bother voicing an opinion. Once the sleeping arrangements were settled, Alice clapped her hands lightly to grab our attention. Thanks for understanding. So, how about we head out for a meal? It's a bit late for lunch, but we can have a late dinner anyway." "Sounds good. Let's go. I haven't had a decent meal in a while," Raven said, practically licking his lips. Alice seemed set on tackling lunch first, even though it was already a bit late. "Well, it's true that you need a full stomach to really enjoy yourself." Raising my hand enthusiastically, I signaled my full agreement. At a high-end hotel like this, the food was bound to be delicious, right? Just thinking about digging into some expertly cooked meat had me practically drooling already. Perhaps it was because we had come at an odd hour for a meal, but the restaurant floor of the hotel was almost eerily quiet when we arrived via the elevator. Well, it made sense. Most high-end restaurants would be wrapping up their lunch service and starting preparations for dinner around this time. There wasn't much reason for anyone to be dining now. After wandering around for a bit, we settled on a buffet restaurant. As long as you paid the set entrance fee, you could eat to your heart's content until the time limit was up. It wasn't exactly a Michelin-starred dining experience, but it didn't feel shabby either. The food seemed decent enough, likely a reflection of the hotel's reputation for catering to its guests. Well, there's so much delicious-looking food everywhere. Chicken, shrimp, beef. I'm already drooling. The buffet was an eclectic mix of cuisines: meat, seafood, noodles, bread, Western, Chinese, Japanese, you name it. Of course, with such variety, the quality of each dish might naturally take a hit, but I wasn't picky. For someone like me, quantity mattered more than quality. Eating until I was stuffed was the real goal here. I'd entered the restaurant fully intending to gorge myself until I was on the brink of indigestion. And looking at the buffet spread, it seemed I'd be able to fulfill that promise. Was that a good thing? Probably not, but it didn't matter. "This way, please," the staff member said as they guided us to our table. "Ah, thank you," Alice replied with a polite smile. The 6 of us took a large table, splitting into 2 groups, the car crew and the train crew. It ended up as 3 on each side. I was seated between Alice and Sabrina, which was both comforting and problematic. They both adored me a little too much. Now then, was it time to start piling up plates with food? Sitting across from Sabrina, I could barely contain my excitement, shifting restlessly in my chair like a spring ready to snap. I wanted to grab a plate, load it up with meat, and start devouring immediately. Noticing my barely restrained eagerness, Raven stood up, a wicked grin spreading across his face like a villain in a bad drama. "Well then, let's get to it. Ha ha ha. Let's push this buffet to the brink of bankruptcy." "Jin, could you please not say weird things like that in public?" "Ugh. Yuria, Sabrina, let's go before you pick up bad habits." "Why yes, ma'am." Alice, clearly embarrassed by Raven's antics, scolded him before whisking Sabrina and me away, as if trying to shield us from his bad influence. Honestly, both Alice and Raven were the kind of people who could eat several times what a normal person would. Even if they didn't try, their sheer appetites were enough to cause significant financial damage to the buffet. But I didn't dwell on that thought. Following Alice's lead, I allowed myself to focus entirely on my grumbling stomach. "You 2 ever been to a buffet before?" Alice asked as we browsed the spread. "No, not really. There weren't any buffets where I used to live." "Oh, I see. Then just follow my lead. You grab one of these white plates from here, and then just pick whatever you want and move it onto your plate. Simple, right?" It wasn't much different from what I'd imagined. I nodded enthusiastically to show I understood and grabbed a plate, ready to start my food shopping spree. Pork, chicken, beef, skip the veggies, focus on the meat. I piled my plate so high with food that my hand trembled under the weight. By the time I was done, the plate resembled a towering mountain of fried and roasted meats. Uh-oh, maybe I overdid it a bit. The precarious meat tower wobbled dangerously with every step I took. A single misstep could send it toppling to the floor. Glancing around to make sure no one was watching, I discreetly used a bit of telekinesis to stabilize the tower until I got it safely back to the table. As soon as I set the plate down, I released the telekinesis. No one had to know. Probably. Fufu, Yuria, your plate is packed with meat, Raine remarked with a giggle, already seated and looking amused. I blinked at her, feeling slightly embarrassed. Was she judging me for being a picky eater? But wasn't the whole point of a buffet to pick what you wanted and eat as much of it as you liked? Feeling defensive, I stared at her in silent protest, but Raine just smiled knowingly and poked at her salad with a fork, as if to say, it's nothing. DCH, I lost this one. Looking around, I noticed that the others hadn't returned yet, leaving the table still mostly empty. I guess I was a bit faster than everyone else. I just grabbed whatever I saw, so they must be taking their time deciding what to get. When will they get back? Just as that thought crossed my mind, Raven and David returned. Raven carried 3 plates, each piled high with a random assortment of dishes, while David's single plate had a more balanced mix of foods. It seemed the choices reflected their personalities. Now I was curious about what Alice and Sabrina's plates would look like. Huh? What's this? A tower of meat and fried food? Bold, Raven commented, eyeing my plate with mock disapproval as he sat down. Without warning, he reached over with his chopsticks and snagged a piece of meat from the top of my plate. Hey! If you're hungry, eat your own food. Fuming, I stood up and jabbed him in the side with my fist. Of course, with his skin as tough as stone, all I managed to do was hurt my own hand. Ugh, how annoying. Raven, why are you stealing Yuria's food? That means, Raine scolded from across the table. Honestly, that was uncalled for. Makes me question your character, David added with a disappointed shake of his head. At least Raine and David were on my side. I was the victim here, after all. But Raven just snorted, completely unfazed by their comments, and shrugged as if he'd done nothing wrong. Quiet, it's her fault for being careless. DCH, fine. Sorry. Want me to share some of mine instead? Alright, I'll take the steak and roast duck, I said, finally forgiving Raven for stealing my food. I grabbed the prized meat he offered and added it to my plate. With the tower of meat still standing strong, I sat back down and resumed eating, stabbing my fork into the savory pieces and bringing them to my mouth. As expected of a high-end hotel, the food was delicious, absolutely worth the price of admission. I happily chewed away, slowly dismantling my plate from the top, when a familiar voice suddenly called out from a nearby table. Raven? Did someone just say Raven? Scrape. The sound of a chair scraping violently against the floor echoed through the restaurant as someone abruptly stood up. Naturally, everyone at our table turned to look at the commotion. Standing there was a tall, blond man with spiky hair and sunglasses perched on his face. He was massive, so tall that his shadow practically swallowed us up. Judging by the sauce smeared around his mouth and the towering stack of plates in front of his seat, he'd been wolfing down food before standing up. A serious big eater, no doubt. Huh? Yeah. I'm Raven. Wait, is that you, Victor? Ah, it is you. Long time no see, Raven. The spiky-haired blonde man, Victor, removed his sunglasses with a flourish and broke into a wide grin. Victor, I know that name. I'd never seen him in person before, but I recognized him as a character from the original story. Victor was an old comrade of Raven's from their days in the same military unit and now his rival in the fixer business. But something felt off. If I remembered correctly, this was supposed to be their first meeting in this timeline, yet his face seemed oddly familiar to me. Wait a second, could he be that pervy guy in the lab coat who followed me around once? It all clicked into place. Now that I thought about it, there had been something weird about that encounter. My telekinetic flicks were powerful enough to knock out even beast folk, whose physical abilities far exceeded humans. But this man had taken a direct hit to the head and barely flinched. It wasn't normal. The only explanation was that he was some sort of augmented human. Stronger than most beast folk. He had exceptional abilities, like being able to pursue someone through the air using a grappling hook. A muscle-bound blonde powerhouse with that kind of skill set? There weren't many people he could be. It's ridiculous I didn't realize it back then. How did I miss this? The realization left me stunned, but what surprised me even more was that perv in the lab coat had turned out to be Victor, a top-tier fixer. No wonder I couldn't shake him. That wasn't just me overreacting, I was dealing with a professional. I decided to act like I didn't recognize him. The last thing I needed was for him to connect me to the ghost he'd chased before. I kept my head down and focused on my meal, determined not to draw his attention. Thankfully, Victor seemed more interested in chatting with Raven than noticing me. "Fancy seeing you here, Raven. This must be fate." Victor exclaimed. "Fate, my ass. It's just a coincidence. Anyway, what brings you here? Don't tell me you're on vacation?" "Ha. I wish. No, I'm here for work." Victor grinned so widely his teeth practically sparkled. His bright demeanor was so overbearing it made me uncomfortable just glancing at him. Raven, however, seemed entirely unfazed, as if he was used to it. He idly dug a pinky into his ear and asked, "Work? What kind of job requires a fixer at a place like this?" "You mean to tell me you don't know? Starting tomorrow, St. Maria Hotel is hosting the largest auction in its history. It's a massive event. Surely you've heard of it?" "Auction? So you're here too?" "Exactly. I was hired to protect the items and VIPs in case of theft. I'm guessing there are a lot of other fixers here too, for the same reason. That's why I'm eating at such an odd hour, gotta stay sharp." Victor laughed loudly, his booming voice drawing even more attention. His confidence was undeniable, and he had the skill to back it up. Being recognized as one of the top fixers wasn't just bluster, it was fact. "An auction, huh? So there's an event like that happening here. St. Maria Hotel, a year-end vacation, and now an auction." None of this was in the original story. The lack of familiarity made me uneasy. Events that weren't in the original story usually meant trouble. Given the current lineup of characters, we could probably handle it if something went wrong, but I couldn't help but feel nervous. I silently prayed that this time, at least, we'd have a peaceful and uneventful vacation. Not that I had any faith my prayer would actually work. Unlike us, who were just starting our meal, Victor and his group seemed to have already finished theirs. After a brief conversation with Raven, Victor began gathering his coat and belongings, preparing to leave. "It seems it's about that time. Regrettably, I'll have to head out now. Well, we're staying at the same hotel, so I'm sure we'll meet again. Let's chat more when we get the chance." "Ha ha ha." Victor let out a loud, cheerful laugh as if genuinely delighted by their brief reunion. Oh no, that laugh. It's giving me PTSD. With his towering, tiger-like physique and bulging muscles that even his shirt couldn't fully conceal, Victor's body seemed to ripple unnervingly as he laughed. Honestly, the way his chest muscles moved almost made them look alive. It was unsettling. "My apologies if Mr. Victor caused you any trouble," said the woman accompanying him, her tone cold and professional. "Hey, hold on a second. I didn't cause any trouble, did I? Are you even listening? Thank you for your time. Have a good day." The woman, who seemed to be Victor's highly capable assistant, grabbed his ear and dragged him out of the restaurant, ignoring his protests. She was strikingly beautiful, and her presence reminded me of how David played the reliable assistant role in our own group. As I quietly watched Victor's group leave, I absent-mindedly returned to my meal, nibbling on a piece of meat while my thoughts wandered. I never expected to run into Victor here. At least he didn't seem to recognize me. The encounter back in Nighthaven was months ago, and I had kept myself heavily covered at the time. The chances of him connecting me to the ghost he pursued were slim. Still, it wouldn't hurt to be cautious. If he figured out who I was, it could lead to a lot of unnecessary complications. With that thought in mind, I resumed devouring the towering stack of meat on my plate. But just as I got into a rhythm, something in my peripheral vision caught my attention. "Alice. What in the world is that?" It was a bizarre creation. Her plates, 4 of them balanced precariously on her hands and forearms, looked like an abstract art sculpture made of food. Seafood, meat, vegetables, noodles, bread, desserts. She had taken one of everything, with no duplicate items on any plate. What was even more surprising was how stable the whole thing seemed despite looking like it could collapse at any second. It was like watching a circus act. David and Renee stared in stunned silence, unable to form coherent words, while Raven gave his usual dry commentary. "What the hell is that? That's not just greedy, it's overkill. You seriously grabbed one of everything? How did you even fit all that onto plates?" "Well, how else would I know what's good unless I try everything? When I come to a buffet, I always make it a point to sample one of everything," Alice replied matter-of-factly. "You're unbelievable." "I'll take that as a compliment." Alice gracefully set her plates down on the table, her movements so fluid and precise that not even the slightest clinking sound could be heard. Then she glanced at my plate, smiled as if finding it adorable, and began working her way down her own plates. The food vanished into her mouth as though being sucked into a black hole. It was surreal to watch. How someone could eat like that and not gain weight was beyond me. Did all those calories just go to her chest? For contrast, Sabrina, seated next to Alice, had chosen a simple, elegant French-style plate. Perhaps it was the stark difference between Alice's chaotic plates and Sabrina's calm, balanced meal, but I found Sabrina's choice oddly comforting. After the lively, chaotic meal, we returned to our rooms. But we weren't done with our day yet. The trip back to the room was only to retrieve something important from our luggage, swimsuits. That's right, swimsuits. Our plan was to spend the rest of the afternoon enjoying some water activities. Unfortunately, since it was winter, the hotel's private beach was out of the question. Swimming in the freezing ocean would have been a death sentence. Instead, we were headed to the indoor pool located within the St. Maria Hotel's grounds. Hee, I picked out a swimsuit for you, Yuria. You're going to love it. It's super cute. I can't wait to see you in it. Alice chirped, clearly excited. Oh my, I'm looking forward to seeing Alice's swimsuit as well. With your figure, I'm sure it will suit you beautifully, Raine teased with a gentle smile. Wouldn't it be better to cover up? Otherwise, everyone's going to be staring at Alice's chest, Sabrina added with a smirk. Sabrina. What kind of comment is that? Alice stammered, her face turning bright red. Gathered in the large bedroom, the women of the group were chatting as they prepared for the pool. Various items were spread out on the bed: swimsuits, lightweight cover-ups, towels, waterproof pouches for devices, and oils for skin and hair care. I felt a bit out of place, having planned to just throw on my swimsuit and call it a day. Compared to their thorough preparations, I looked downright careless. Still, I couldn't back out now. I reluctantly pulled out the black one-piece swimsuit Alice had chosen for me. It wasn't too revealing, which was a relief. It offered enough coverage to keep me comfortable. But what about the tesseract? The pendant-like artifact was always around my neck. If I left it behind or exposed it, there could be trouble. There aren't any pockets in this swimsuit. I'll need to bring a lightweight jacket to keep it hidden. Tesseract, I'll see you later, okay? I whispered. Okay, see you later, Mama. I carefully removed the tesseract from my neck and slipped it into my pocket, feeling a pang of guilt as its voice faded. It couldn't communicate properly without being in contact with me, but I had no choice. If anyone saw the tesseract, it would only lead to complications. After ensuring it was secure, I grabbed the rest of my items and stood ready. All right, I'm all set. I'll go check if the guys are ready, Alice said, clapping her hands before leaving the room. Thanks, Alice, Raine replied with a smile. While I was busy sneaking the tesseract into my pocket, it seemed everyone else had finished getting ready. Alice, ever the dependable leader, left the room to check on Raven and David in the other suite. She truly was the type to roll up her sleeves and take initiative whenever something needed doing. A reliable class president kind of person who you'd never regret having around. But just as I was silently praising her, the sound of a door slamming echoed through the hallway, followed by a loud, startled scream. Eek! Why are you undressed here? Why you scared me? Well, it's easier to change into swimwear here than to carry it, isn't it? And by the way, ever heard of knocking? It's basic courtesy. I am so sorry. Curious about the commotion, I peeked out the door to see Alice sitting on the floor in front of the other suite, her face flushed bright red. Her usually confident, sharp eyebrows had drooped into a dazed expression. Apparently, she had barged into the room without thinking and caught a glimpse of something she shouldn't have. Something so overwhelming it left her shaken. While Alice might dress provocatively at times, she was surprisingly innocent in situations like these. Once Alice's face returned to its normal color, we finally made our way to the indoor pool. Wow, this place is massive. You could run it as a separate business entirely, Raven remarked as he looked around. It's so warm in here, even though it's freezing outside. No worries about catching a cold, Raine added with a contented smile. The St. Maria Hotel's indoor pool, Aquamarina, was less of a pool and more of a sprawling water park. With a capacity for nearly 1,000 people, it boasted state-of-the-art facilities that rivaled any premium resort. In fact, Aquamarina was so impressive that some guests visited the hotel solely to use it. For hotel guests, admission was free, and they even received a premium pass granting access to exclusive benefits. Not taking advantage of Aquamarina while staying at St. Maria was practically a waste. It seems that in summer, Aquamarina opens its outdoor areas for marine leisure activities. The number of visitors during that time is reportedly much higher, Raine noted as she read from a brochure. Well, even in winter, being able to swim in a warm, spacious place like this is pretty nice, Alice said cheerfully. All right, let's go get changed. We'll meet back here once we're ready. Before anyone could respond, Alice grabbed Sabrina and me by the hands and dashed toward the changing rooms. How excited are you? I thought, smiling wryly as I let her drag me along. Once inside the changing room, I pulled out the black one-piece swimsuit from my bag. It had frills around the chest and thighs, with a design that left my shoulders and much of my legs exposed. Despite the amount of skin it revealed, the swimsuit had an undeniably cute and youthful style, clearly designed with a childlike aesthetic in mind. After putting it on, I added a windbreaker-style jacket over the swimsuit, covering myself entirely. Phew, this feels much better. As I tucked the tesseract into the inner pocket of my jacket, Sabrina, now also changed, approached me. "Yuria, are you ready?" I nodded, zipping up my jacket tightly to ensure the swimsuit remained hidden. Turning to look at her, I saw that Sabrina's swimwear consisted of a navy blue top that resembled a school swimsuit and short board shorts. Her outfit emphasized her androgynous charm. She could have easily been mistaken for either a boy or a girl, depending on the angle. She'd look right at home with a surfboard under her arm. As I admired her ensemble, Sabrina seemed to take notice of my outfit too. She smirked mischievously, her eyes sparkling with playful curiosity, and took a step closer. "Hee, are you hiding it because you're embarrassed? What kind of swimsuit are you wearing? Show me, I'm curious." "You're not going to keep the jacket on the whole time, are you? Come on, hurry up." Persistent little. But she had a point. I couldn't stay bundled up the entire time, or there'd be no point in wearing a swimsuit or coming to the pool at all. Reluctantly, I let out a small sigh and unzipped my jacket. As the frilly one-piece swimsuit came into view, Sabrina's mischievous smirk turned into a delighted grin. "Wow, it's so cute. It suits you perfectly," she said, giving me a big thumbs up. "Thanks I guess," I mumbled, slightly embarrassed but appreciative of the compliment. "Are you two done changing?" Just then, Alice's voice called out, startling both Sabrina and me. We turned to see Alice in a bikini that somehow managed to perfectly balance elegance and allure, a deadly combination. She was breathtaking, almost intimidatingly so. If a young boy accidentally ran into her, he'd probably spend the rest of the night wide-eyed, unable to sleep. I found myself involuntarily clapping in awe, while Sabrina muttered under her breath in disbelief. I told her to cover up. "She's a walking chest monster." "Why are you staring like that?" Alice exclaimed, her face turning pink as she tried to cover herself. "Are you two ready? Let's go meet the others," Renee said calmly, walking in behind Alice. Her presence, mature and graceful, immediately brought balance to the overwhelming aura Alice exuded. Unlike Alice's dramatic figure, Renee's slender frame had a more subtle elegance. Somehow, her calming presence helped Sabrina and me regain our composure after being blown away by Alice's assets. Truly, Alice is a walking tsar bomba, and Renee is the human equivalent of a fallout shelter. I felt a little guilty for comparing them like that, but the contrast was impossible to ignore. Once we finished changing and stepped out of the locker rooms, we found Raven and David waiting near the entrance. Judging by their vacant stares off into the distance, they'd probably been waiting for a while. Both of them wore simple swimming trunks, nothing flashy, just the kind of swimwear you'd see anywhere at a beach or pool. That said, with their tall builds and well-trained physiques, they still managed to stand out. There was a quiet strength about them that gave off an aura a little more impressive than your average person. "Jin, we're here," Alice called out cheerfully, raising a hand as we approached. "Finally. What took you so long?" "We've been waiting forever," Raven grumbled. "Haha, sorry for making you wait," Alice replied sheepishly, scratching the back of her neck. It was true, we'd taken longer than expected, mostly because we'd been admiring and commenting on each other's swimsuits. Not much of an excuse, really. But who could blame us? Everyone had such distinct and charming swimwear, it was hard not to gush over each other. Still, Alice's genuine apology seemed to soften Raven up. He scratched his head, grumbling, "As long as you know you made us wait, it's fine. Let's just go already. It's too noisy here, it's giving me a headache." Alice nodded apologetically, but then she suddenly seemed to remember something. Without hesitation, she unzipped her parka all the way down, revealing her bikini with a bright, innocent grin. "Oh, Jin. How does my swimsuit look? Cute, right? I bought it when I went out with Yuria the other day." Yeah. It's cute. It suits you," Raven replied awkwardly, his voice noticeably stiff. "What's with that reaction? Do guys not find it cute? Why won't you look at me?" Jiggle. With the parka now off, Alice's Zarbomba made a brief but noticeable bounce, and Raven instinctively turned his gaze elsewhere, looking as if he'd just been hit by a truck. It wasn't surprising. Her usual kimono was thick and concealing, so seeing her like this was a complete shift. Raven, who clearly didn't view Alice as a woman, seemed overwhelmed. It was the kind of reaction an older brother might have when seeing his kid sister suddenly dressed up in something provocative. Honestly, it was impressive that Raven was managing to keep his composure in front of someone with Alice's destructive power. Still, I should step in before things get too awkward for him. Poor guy. Exchanging a glance with Sabrina, we silently agreed to intervene. I approached Alice, grabbed her right hand, and Sabrina quickly took her left. With both her hands effectively sealed, Alice had no choice but to let us lead her toward the pool. I didn't mind the idea of Alice and Raven growing closer, they made a great pair, even in the original story. But now wasn't the time. They needed to build up their relationship properly before crossing that bridge. Alice tilted her head curiously at our sudden actions, but she seemed to interpret it as eagerness to swim. With a soft, amused smile, she matched our pace and said, "You two must be really excited to start swimming, huh? All right, let's hurry." "Why yeah, let's go," Sabrina replied, her voice a little shaky. I nodded silently and glanced back over my shoulder, catching a glimpse of Raven letting out a long, exhausted sigh. Yep, they're definitely not seeing each other as romantic prospects yet. It reassured me, but it also made me wonder, where had Rene gone? Just as that thought crossed my mind, I heard a familiar male voice shout in distress from somewhere nearby. "Don't look." Ah! My eyes. Apparently, David had fallen victim to Rene's pure intentions. Poor guy. Leaving behind the echo of David's anguished cries, we finally arrived at the pool, the start of the long-awaited water fun. The Saint Maria Hotel, known for being nearly impossible to book, naturally had a swimming facility that matched its reputation. Aqua Marina, the sprawling indoor pool, was packed with people. With so many visitors, it was inevitable that there were plenty of curious eyes glancing in our direction. For someone like me, who usually kept my skin covered, being in a swimsuit felt especially awkward. Then again, with Alice acting like a black hole for attention, no one's really paying any mind to me. Her overwhelming presence helped me calm down over time, and I began to feel more at ease, returning to my usual energy level. "Whoa, Yuria, your skin is so pale. Seeing it in the bright light, it's like Mochi, so smooth and soft, like baby skin," Alice exclaimed, leaning in close to inspect me. "Right, Sabrina? Sometimes when I hold Yuria, I get this weird urge to nibble on her ears. Doesn't it make you want to try it too?" "Alice, what are you even saying? Are you saying you want to eat me?" Horrified, I backed away from her, but she hurriedly tried to explain herself. No, I don't actually want to eat you, I just want to, try putting them in my mouth once." "That's the same thing, you lunatic." Despite my protests, Alice was far too strong for me to escape from. Before I knew it, I was pulled back into her arms, unable to resist as she hugged me tightly. The sensation of bare skin against bare skin was dizzying, leaving me no choice but to promise not to run away again. Ahem. Anyway, let's start with some warm-ups. People who don't exercise regularly shouldn't just jump straight into the water, it could be dangerous, Alice said, seamlessly changing the subject. "Got it," Sabrina replied, "by people who don't exercise regularly." She was clearly talking about me. Alice's superhuman strength could easily fold an average person in half, and Sabrina had the fitness level of a full-grown adult despite her young age. How was I supposed to compete with that? Still, my body was surprisingly flexible, so I had no problem stretching through the warm-up routines. My joints moved so smoothly it felt like I had brand new ligaments. While finishing my stretches, Alice suddenly looked at me, as if realizing something. "Wait a second, Yuria, doesn't wearing a mask make it harder to swim? Like, won't it mess up your breathing or something?" "Oh, right. I was wondering about that too. Yuria, is it okay for you to keep your face covered?" Sabrina added, her curiosity piqued. I could understand why they were concerned. Swimming while wearing a mask wasn't exactly a normal thing to do. It seemed uncomfortable and inconvenient at best. But removing it here, in front of Alice and Sabrina? That wasn't an option. They both knew my face, and exposing it in such a crowded place would undoubtedly attract attention. In fact, it might end up drawing even more interest than Alice's Zarbomba. Still, their worry is unnecessary. I can swim just fine with this mask. The truth was, they were entirely mistaken. This wasn't just a mask, it was an artifact, designed with functions far beyond an ordinary face covering. It clung securely to my face without needing straps and wouldn't come off unless it was physically yanked. It didn't cause sweat to build up, didn't obstruct my breathing, and didn't limit my vision. There were times I even forgot I was wearing it. It also had a special feature, it allowed me to breathe underwater. I'd tested it before, so I was certain of its capabilities. But how could I explain all that to them without sounding ridiculous? Yuria. Instead of wasting time trying to explain, I decided to show them. Without hesitation, I dove straight into the pool. The cool water enveloped me as I plunged in, and my body floated effortlessly. After a moment, I surfaced, proving that there was absolutely no issue. Alice let out a small gasp before shaking her head. "You scared me, but oh, right. Greg mentioned that mask was a gift. It's an artifact, isn't it? That explains it. I'm coming in too." Splash! Sabrina followed suit, leaping into the pool without hesitation. The water wasn't very deep, even I could stand comfortably, so Sabrina easily rose out of the water and swam over to me with a bright smile. Cute. Alice, however, entered the pool more cautiously, stepping in slowly before scolding us. "You two need to be more careful when jumping into the pool like that. What if you got hurt?" "Yes, ma'am," Sabrina and I replied in unison, though I wasn't sure how much either of us meant it. Alice's gaze shifted to me, her expression softening into something more concerned. "Especially you, Yuria. You're more fragile than most, so no dangerous stunts, okay?" As much as it stung to admit, she wasn't wrong. While I might seem reasonably sturdy compared to others my age, next to these superhumans, I was nothing but a flickering firefly under the sun. I nodded obediently, agreeing to her warning. From then on, the rest of our group joined us, and we spent hours enjoying the pool. The most energetic of us all was Raven, despite being the oldest. For some reason, he kept sneaking up on me underwater and pulling at my ankles, dragging me down just to tease me. After the third time, I was so furious I forgot my embarrassment and begged Alice to help me get revenge. We played, splashed, and laughed until the sun began to set, painting the sky a deep orange. Realizing the time, we decided to call it a day. After a quick shower and a change of clothes, we walked through the corridor back to the hotel together. "That was so much fun," Alice said, stretching her arms above her head. "It's been ages since I last swam, it felt great." "You're the one to talk," Sabrina muttered, throwing a side eye at Raven. "Why do you keep picking on Yuria? She looks so miserable." "What? Her reactions are hilarious," Raven replied unapologetically. "You're all too dull to prank, but she gets so mad she doesn't know what to do. How could I resist?" "That's awful. You're supposed to be the grown-up here," Sabrina huffed. "Exactly." I trailed behind Raven, fuming, and smacked him repeatedly on the side with my fists. Of course, my small punches barely made him flinch. "Fine, fine. Let's head back, take a quick rest, and then grab dinner. Maybe after that I think I'll drop by to check on Victor. Could be interesting to see what he's up to." "Oh, right. Victor said he was here for the rare item auction. It sounds exciting. Maybe we could sneak a peek?" Alice chimed in, intrigued. The two of them continued their conversation as we walked leisurely toward the elevators. Behind us, Sabrina was chatting with Renee and David, who were a few steps back. Their arms were linked as they talked, their familiarity suggesting their relationship had progressed quite a bit. As I glanced around idly, something, or rather, someone, caught my eye. A woman stood a short distance away. At first glance, she seemed like an ordinary beauty, albeit alone, which was unusual in such a crowded place. But when my gaze fell on her palm, I froze. There, tattooed on her hand, was a symbol I recognized all too well, the insignia of the Non-Human Liberation Front, a secretive and dangerous faction in the original story. No way it can't be, right? But the pieces were falling into place. A rare item auction, guarded by some of the most skilled fixers around. Our protagonist group is conveniently present at the same time. And now, the unmistakable mark of the Liberation Front lurking nearby. Anyone with half a brain could see where this was headed. This wasn't just a coincidence. This was the ominous scent of a disaster waiting to happen. We spent some time playing around in Aquamarina, then lounged around in our rooms for a bit. Perhaps because we had eaten a late lunch, the sun had already set, yet none of us felt particularly hungry. After relaxing in our respective groups for a while, we dressed up properly and headed to a French restaurant that Alice had already reserved in advance for dinner. It was so delicious. It really lives up to the reputation of being the country of gastronomy. Yeah, it was definitely different. Although the portions were a bit small, I might have to grab a late-night snack later. Thinking about snacks right after dinner, I get it, but still. Maybe it was because the restaurant was run by a famous chef often featured on TV. The appearance and taste of the dishes were among the best I had ever experienced. Who would have thought a dish that looked like a rolled-up piece of paper could have such a complex flavor? Honestly, I was surprised when I put it in my mouth. The world of fine dining runs deep. That said, considering we had a couple of big eaters who ate far more than the average adult meal, it seemed like those two weren't entirely full. As for me, it was just right. Shall we look around some more while we're out? There are still tons of places in this hotel we haven't explored yet. Alice spun around with a bright smile as she led the way, brimming with excitement. From her expression, it felt like she was determined to let loose and enjoy herself to the fullest. Thinking back on her childhood, she probably never got to travel with close friends, so it wasn't strange to see her this excited. However, Raven seemed to have other plans. He spoke in a slightly serious tone that stood in contrast to her enthusiasm. Sorry. I have someone I need to meet right now. I'll have to go off on my own for a bit." "Wha, really?" "Yeah. I'll see you later. If anything urgent comes up, contact me." Wait. Hold on." Alice quickly grabbed his shoulder as he started walking away without hesitation. But as Raven turned around, looking at her as if to ask what is it, Alice hesitated, seeming unsure of what to say. Perhaps she grabbed him instinctively, but once she had, she didn't know how to continue. In the end, she muttered reluctantly, like a puppy caught in the rain. Take care." "Yeah. Take care of the others for me." Raven chuckled softly and then turned away, walking down the hallway in the opposite direction. Alice, apparently not expecting him to suddenly have plans, looked visibly flustered. Still, it wasn't like we were left completely alone. From 6 people, we were now down to 5. Alice tried to mask her disappointment by forcing an awkward smile. "Ha, well, there he goes. Does anyone else? Actually, could we go off on our own too? There's somewhere we'd like to visit together, just the 2 of us." "Ahem, excuse us." "Oh no, it's fine. Don't worry about it. I'll look after Sabrina, so go ahead. Have fun." Rainey linked arms with David and departed from the group. They had been looking for a chance to be alone for a while now. Well, it's hard to blame an official couple for wanting some time to themselves. And so, with the 3 adults gone, the only ones left were Alice, Sabrina, and me. A group of 3 minors, at least in the eyes of society. Was it really okay for us to roam around without a guardian? Well, Alice was dull enough to stand out even among other women, and her demeanor was fairly mature. Despite her youthful face, she could easily pass as a full-fledged adult. "Everyone's left. I wanted us all to hang out together." Alice mumbled to herself in the now noticeably emptier hallway, her disappointment clear in her tone. If she had ears, they'd probably be drooping by now. She must have wanted to create memories with everyone during this rare trip. Still, if even one person is missing, it loses its meaning, doesn't it? That's probably why she sent the others off without much hesitation. But even so, a dispirited Alice wasn't like her at all. After exchanging glances with Sabrina, I moved to Alice's side and gently took her hand. "Big sis, is there a fun spot you know of? I'm not sure where to go." "Oh, yeah. There are tons. I'll show you." With me holding her right hand and Sabrina calmly taking her left, Alice's drooping spirits seemed to lift. Her once weak eyebrows perked back up with energy, as if nothing had happened. After all, we still had 3 days at this hotel. It wasn't like today was our only chance to explore. I squeezed her hand reassuringly and matched her stride as she led us forward. Thankfully, the hotel was full of more attractions than I expected. Wandering around and taking in the sights seemed to cheer Alice up completely, bringing her back to her usual self. A full-sized aquarium inside a building like this, how strong must it be to hold all that weight? I wonder if we could catch one of those fish and turn it into sashimi? There was no way we could eat the ornamental fish in the aquarium. I looked at Alice quietly, half in disbelief at her somewhat serious suggestion. Realizing what she had said, she quickly turned her gaze toward the tank, muttering that it was just a joke. Still, I figured she might already be hungry again after the slightly underwhelming dinner earlier. That aside, the idea of eating those fish was odd. Just looking at them, they didn't seem remotely appetizing. After finishing our tour of the indoor aquarium, we stopped by the exit. Alice pulled out her device, presumably to check out where we should head next. "If we go upstairs from here, there's a movie theater and a performance hall. It looks like there are shows going on now. Oh, how about we watch a movie?" "What kind of movies are playing?" "Let me check, huh? This is..." Alice's eyes went wide in surprise as she scanned the list of movies playing. What on earth had she seen? Curious, I leaned over to check the titles. One of the current showings was an adult-oriented romance movie, its suggestive poster enough to make anyone do a double take. As for me, I wouldn't mind, but showing this to Sabrina seemed questionable at best. I sighed inwardly and nodded in reluctant understanding. I happened to meet Sabrina's eyes, and she was nodding in agreement, just like me. Then, as if uninterested in romance movies, which didn't seem like her type anyway, she asked Alice, "Movies don't seem very fun. Is there anything else?" "Oh, yeah. There's still a lot. Therapy or massages, a game center, an indoor golf course, a casino." "Oh, but you two can't enter the casino, huh?" "Seriously, this place has everything." Well, it made sense. Calling this place just a hotel felt like an understatement with how massive it was. I shook my head in disbelief at Alice's endless list of amenities. You could probably spend the entire trip just wandering around this hotel and still not experience everything. As I was thinking that, something caught my eye. Tugging on Alice's sleeve, I gestured to her to get her attention. "Huh? What is it? Did you find something you want to do?" I nodded in response and pointed to a spot on the wall. There hung a poster advertising Enigma auction, a rare goods auction starting tonight. "That's an auction?" According to the poster, there were only a handful of minutes left before it began. If we left now, we could likely make it just in time without having to wait around. What kind of extraordinary items would be up for auction to warrant hiring someone as skilled as Victor for security? Naturally, my curiosity was piqued. The Enigma auction was held in one of the highest parts of the entertainment section of the hotel. Perhaps because of its altitude, the view from the windows was breathtaking, almost dizzying. It seemed like we weren't the only ones drawn by the words "rare goods auction." The popularity of the event was evident from the crowd coming and going near the entrance. What stood out to me, though, was that some of the people leaving the auction hall were wearing masks. At first, I thought it was odd. What were they doing, holding a Halloween costume party indoors? But as we stepped inside, I quickly understood why. Excuse me. This auction is exclusively for hotel guests. Could you please show your wristbands as proof of stay? Oh, here you go. Yes, you two as well, all verified. Now, please choose one from these. When we presented the wristbands we had each received during check-in, the staff confirmed our status with a nod. Then, opening a box on the table, they revealed its contents to us. Inside were masks. They weren't themed like the fox mask I was wearing, but were rather simple and monotone, black, white, and gray. Do we really have to wear these masks? Yes. To protect the privacy of our guests, wearing a mask is mandatory for entry. If you're not wearing one inside, you may be escorted out. I see. Oh, by the way, is it okay to wear personal masks instead? Yes, as long as your face is fully covered, any type of mask is acceptable. Phew, that was a relief. We were almost denied entry. To express my gratitude, I grabbed Alice's fingers with both of my hands and gave them a little playful squeeze. She chuckled softly, saying it tickled, before selecting a plain white mask and putting it on. Of course, with her striking pink hair, it wasn't like she'd blend in much anyway, but rules were rules. With our faces now hidden behind masks, we entered the auction hall. The dimly lit space was filled with an air of tension, almost oppressive in its atmosphere. It was hard to believe all these masked attendees were just regular hotel guests. Not wanting to get separated in the darkness, I quietly held Alice's hand as I looked around. She soon found an empty spot that could fit 3 people and gently led us there. Thank goodness. This is a good spot with a nice view. Yeah, and there's something at each seat. It looks like it's for placing bids. Haha, not that we'll be using it, though. Each seat was equipped with a small electronic device. There was a pen, a touchscreen, and a button to place bids. If we had money, it might have been fun to participate, but since we came purely to spectate, it was a bit disappointing. I'm not sure how much time passed as we sat in our seats. The dim lights illuminating the surroundings grew fainter, while the stage at the center became brighter. A man in a mask stepped onto the stage. He appeared to be the auctioneer. Inside the dimly lit auction hall, a cold, almost nerve-prickling air lingered. Sure, given that it was winter, it was certainly warmer in here than outside. But compared to the rest of the hotel, which was uniformly warm no matter how lightly you dressed, the temperature in here was noticeably lower. Did they lower the heating on purpose? I mused. I think I've heard that places like malls or casinos deliberately keep the temperature down to encourage quicker decision-making. After all, feeling cold heightens sensitivity and naturally increases psychological tension. If this was part of the organizer's strategy, I had to admit, it was clever. Still, I regretted coming here in lighter clothing, thinking the hotel would be uniformly warm. If I had known, I would have brought at least a light jacket. I tried to hide my discomfort by tucking my hands under my arms, bracing myself against the chill. Yuria, are you cold? Here, wear this. I'll be fine. Alice, sitting beside me, must have noticed my subtle shivering. She chuckled lightly, then took off her thin cardigan and handed it to me. This left her in a sleeveless dress that exposed her shoulders. But she didn't seem the least bit cold. Perhaps she ran naturally warm. Not wanting to reject her kind gesture, I accepted the cardigan without hesitation. No point in being stubborn and catching a cold. I just wanted to wear something, anything, to stave off the chill. As I quietly basked in the warmth left behind by Alice's cardigan, the auctioneer on stage cleared his throat and picked up the microphone. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Enigma auction, hosted by Saint Maria. Clap, clap, clap. The audience erupted into thunderous applause at the words of the eagle-masked auctioneer. When the applause subsided, he continued speaking smoothly, his tone brimming with energy. Tonight, legendary treasures, the only ones of their kind in the world, will make their appearance. Who will seize this opportunity and claim the honor of owning a great legacy? There's no need to wait any longer. Let's begin with the first auction item. He wasn't wasting time with unnecessary chatter. I liked the pace already. But legendary treasures? What kind of items did they have to make such a bold claim? They'd better not disappoint me, or I might just hack into St. Maria Hotel's website as a form of protest. Thinking such rebellious thoughts, I focused intently on the staff member carrying the auction item onto the stage. The item was wrapped in what looked like a thin silk cloth, and judging by how the fabric draped, it seemed to be placed atop a square case. After setting the item on the stage, the staff member stepped away, leaving the auctioneer to stride across the platform. With a dramatic flourish, he yanked the cloth away. Ooh, how beautiful! What is that? Gasps rippled through the audience as the first auction item was revealed. I couldn't help but widen my eyes as well. The silk cloth had concealed a necklace, its wooden design inlaid with vibrant, natural gemstones that sparkled under the stage lights. At a glance, it was clear this item had something to do with elves. The auctioneer, seeming to confirm my suspicions, placed his hand atop the case and grinned beneath his mask before speaking with a confident tone. Many of you seem to have already recognized the value of this piece. That's right, this is an artifact in the form of a pendant from another world, Silver Ion's Moonlight. Verified by appraisers to have been used by a high-ranking elf, it's a genuine treasure without question. Wait, what? It wasn't just any necklace, it was a magical artifact used by an elf? I gasped, unable to hide my astonishment at the auctioneer's announcement. Judging by the murmurs that began spreading across the audience, I wasn't the only one floored by the reveal. A high elf's artifact? No way. Unbelievable. If it's genuine, it's certainly worthy of being called a treasure. The crowd's reactions were a mix of disbelief and awe. Well, no one could have expected this. The event had only been advertised as a rare goods auction, with no hints about the specific items. Who would have guessed? Of course, with artifacts, their value can vary dramatically depending on their functionality. What could this pendant do? My curiosity piqued. I turned my gaze toward the auctioneer, waiting for his explanation. The Silver Ion's Moonlight has an extraordinary ability. It can cleanse the wearer's skin. Scars, permanent tattoos, and other marks can be restored to their original, pristine state. For anyone in need of such a pendant, this is an opportunity you can't afford to miss. Well, that's underwhelming. The fact that this item was once used by a high-ranking elf and could magically cleanse the wearer's skin was enough to ignite excitement among certain attendees, particularly some women, who were already swept up in the allure of the pendant. When the auctioneer demonstrated its effect by having a woman with visible scars briefly use the pendant, making her scars fade almost instantly, the reaction from the crowd became even more explosive. Well then, let's start the auction. The starting bid is 10,000 credits. Simply place your wristband near the panel on your seat to participate. Ding. 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 It seemed most of the people attending this auction were wealthy individuals. As soon as the item's capabilities were demonstrated, the bidding skyrocketed. 10,000, 100,000, and before long, it had hit 1 million credits. Eventually, the furious bidding slowed down at 1,770,000 credits, enough to buy a high-end sports car. A pendant designed solely for skincare sold for such an outrageous price it was unbelievable. I couldn't help but stare, dumbfounded, at the staggering amounts of money being exchanged. What was even more surprising was that this was only the beginning of the auction. After the first item was taken off stage, the auction continued, unveiling more and more unique items. The second item was a rope that, when tied to a person, forced them to speak only lies, a magical artifact, of course. The third was a glowing doll that looked ancient, another artifact. The fourth was an old, dull sword that couldn't cut even a cake but was sturdy enough to support the weight of an elephant, another artifact. By this point, the theme of the auction had become clear. So this auction focuses on artifacts. No wonder they brought in someone like Victor to guard the items. Artifacts were magical items from a now destroyed otherworld, capable of altering lives depending on how they were used. It wasn't surprising that some people might want to steal these items outright rather than bidding for them. No matter how tight the security, nothing compared to having a human weapon like Victor guarding the goods. Given Victor's elite status as a top-tier fixer, hiring him was worth every penny for the organizers. However, as the auction went on and the seventh item was revealed, I found myself underwhelmed. While everything presented so far was technically an artifact, none of them were particularly impressive. Most were closer to curiosities or trinkets than groundbreaking items. They were nowhere near the level of Greg's appraisal glasses or Lexi's flesh-tearing serpent, artifacts that defied convention entirely. Well, it's only natural to save the main event for later. Besides, there's still the second and third days of the auction. It makes sense for the first day to be a bit more subdued. With that thought, I began to relax. It didn't seem like anything major would happen today. But just as I let my guard down, a strange sensation washed over me as the eighth item was brought on stage. It felt as though faint whispers were brushing against my ears, indistinct yet unsettling. The sensation reminded me of the times I had encountered artifacts like the Tesseract or Echo. My senses sharpened instinctively. And now, we present the eighth auction item. Whoosh! The auctioneer yanked the cloth away with a flourish, revealing the item beneath it, a cracked, round glass orb with pieces of metal embedded in its surface. At a glance, it was impossible to discern its purpose. The audience exchanged puzzled looks, clearly unsure of what to make of it. The auctioneer, unfazed, cleared his throat and began explaining. This is a magical amplification device known as an orb, reportedly used by a grand mage. It enhances mana flow and allows for more precise spellcasting. However, as you can see, it is in an unstable condition due to the metal fragments embedded within it. Please take this into consideration when bidding. A damaged orb once used by a Grand Mage. Its value had undoubtedly decreased compared to its original state. However, since it retained its core functionality, it could still be utilized in some capacity. Naturally, this artifact was likely to spark intense competition among bidders, just like the previous items. But my focus wasn't on the fact that it was an orb used by a Grand Mage. What caught my attention was that the metal fragments embedded in the orb were not ordinary debris. They were unquestionably connected to the invaders. My expression hardened as I stared at the stage. It seemed this auction was about to get much more complicated. The orb, a magical amplifier once used by a Grand Mage, was invaluable even in its cracked state. If a Grand Mage had used it, its purity and performance were practically guaranteed. Besides, replicating an orb on Earth was impossible due to the lack of necessary materials and conditions. In other words, the orb was an incredibly rare artifact, one most people wouldn't even get the chance to see. Those who recognized its identity and worth couldn't hide their excitement. Who'd think I'd see an orb here? This is definitely worth adding to a collection. With that, you could perform high-tier magic even on Earth. The audience buzzed with heated reactions, particularly among non-humans, who couldn't seem to tear their eyes away from the orb. It made sense. Amplifying mana in Earth's mana-deprived atmosphere was a feature with no substitute. Even if the orb was damaged and didn't function at full capacity, its supplementary magical effects alone made it an irresistible item for mages. But to find traces of invaders in a place like this, for me, the orb's rarity and value were secondary concerns. What mattered was the familiar, unsettling sensation I felt emanating from the metallic fragments embedded in it. Why would such fragments, linked to the invaders, of all things, be inside an item as sought after as a Grand Mage's orb? Though, maybe that's not so surprising, I thought grimly. After all, Grand Mages weren't called Grand Mages for nothing. They were the pinnacle of magical power, capable of erasing entire armies single-handedly. It wasn't likely that an artifact they used would be damaged without cause. And who else could cause such damage but the invaders, the beings who brought about the world's destruction? Even if I understood the likely reason, it didn't make things any less troubling. The real issue was that I had no feasible way of obtaining the orb. The earlier auction items, even the less impressive ones, had sold for amounts I couldn't earn in years. But the orb, both functional and collectible as a Grand Mage's artifact? Its price would soar to unimaginable heights. Winning it through conventional bidding was out of the question. Stealing it? Impossible, especially with fixers crawling all over this hotel. Even if someone managed to steal it, they'd be relentlessly pursued by every means available. Just imagining it sent shivers down my spine. Wow, amazing. I never thought I'd see an orb in a place like this. I wonder how much it'll sell for? It'll probably be the most expensive item so far. Maybe enough to buy several apartments? Haha, well, since it's cracked, it might not go for that much, right? Alice and Sabrina, seated next to me, whispered back and forth in amazement. Even for them, both non-humans, seeing an orb was an exceptionally rare occurrence. So, even they think it'll sell for a fortune, I thought, tapping the auction device attached to my seat lightly with my finger. Still keeping my gaze fixed on the orb, I quietly asked the tesseract hanging from my neck, "Tesseract, do you sense anything familiar about that item up there?" "Huh? Nope. That's something only you can sense." "What about you, Echo?" I'm not sure, maybe." It seemed neither Tesseract nor Echo could confirm my suspicions. Was I the only one hearing the faint, whisper-like sensations emanating from the orb? This was strange. Not only could I hear those voices, but I had previously detected the invader fragment that had slipped into Raven's pocket without his knowledge. What did this mean? Could the curse be placed on me? And now, let the bidding for the 8th item, the Grand Mage's orb, begin. Starting bid, 100,000 credits. While I was lost in thought, the auction preparations had been completed. The large screen above the stage displayed the seat numbers of the bidders and their corresponding bids. As soon as the auctioneer finished speaking, the bidding devices at each seat activated, and the numbers on the screen began climbing at a dizzying pace. This was an anonymous auction where participants were identified only by their seat numbers, requiring all attendees to wear masks for privacy. The frantic bidding wasn't surprising. This was a once-in-a-lifetime chance to acquire such a rare item. Non-humans with a vested interest in magic seemed ready to empty their coffers for it. Whoa, this is crazy. It's already surpassed 1 million. Is everyone here just filthy rich except us? At this rate, it'll hit 10 million in no time. The audience murmured in awe as the numbers climbed, surpassing the highest bids from earlier auctions without pause. When the price broke the 10 million credit mark, the cost of a top-tier sports car, a collective gasp rippled through the crowd. These people have that much money to burn? Well, whatever. I need to focus on my own task. While the crowd's eyes were glued to the screen, watching the bids climb higher and higher, I quietly slipped my hand into my pocket. Pulling out Echo without drawing attention, I subtly placed it onto the auction device in front of me. Echo, can you hack into the system and figure out who wins the bid for the orb? That won't be too difficult. Be careful. Don't get caught. Take your time and be as discreet as possible. Understood. I will proceed with caution. My target was the suspicious object embedded within the orb, not the orb itself. My plan was to figure out who would win the auction, then steal just the fragment while the orb was being transferred to its new owner. To do that, identifying the winner of the auction was crucial. Fortunately, Echo could hack into the system and uncover the identity of the anonymous bidders. Given the high level of security in place, with hackers likely on high alert for any intrusions, I couldn't help but be grateful once again that I'd acquired Echo from the black market. Number 276, 26.9 million credits. Number 1, 28.5 million credits. Number 33, 30 million credits. Wow, this is insane. If I roughly convert 1 credit to 101, that's already 3 billion won. And the bidding isn't even slowing down. Just how much money do these people have? Am I the only one here who's broke? The dizzying sums being thrown around were enough to make my head spin. However, even money has its limits. When the bid approached 300 million credits, the frantic pace finally began to slow. It seemed the damage to the orb, with its embedded fragments, was enough to make bidders hesitate. After all, no one wanted to spend a fortune on something that might break after just a few uses. Still, 300 million credits, were these people actual billionaires? I shook my head in disbelief and asked Echo quietly. Who's bidder number 33, the one who just offered 300 million credits? Searching found her. Lakia Olivier, age 27, female. She's the eldest daughter of Olivier Industries, a leader in the defense industry. While she's human rather than a non-human, her purchase is likely driven by her interest in collecting rare items. Based on her financial data, 300 million credits appears to be her spending limit. So, the person spending such an exorbitant amount wasn't a non-human but a human? And wait, Echo, you can figure out someone's financial limit, too? I marveled at how useful Echo was, almost as impressive as David, when the screen suddenly updated, showing a new bid that pushed the amount even higher. Number 276, 310 million credits. Ugh. A faint sound of frustration escaped from a woman in the audience as the price jumped again. Was this what rich people's money fights looked like? The sheer scale of it left me in awe. Echo, who's bidder number 276? Yanagi Tamamo, age 17, female. She's a first-year student at the International Academy and has already been selected as the next student council president, an unprecedented achievement. Known as the strongest mage at the academy, her abilities far surpass those of most adults. Her bid is likely motivated by her curiosity as a mage. Given her family's wealth, she has the resources to exceed the current bid of 310 million credits. Wait. Her? I immediately recall the lavender-haired girl I had seen in front of the hotel earlier. She was Alice's childhood friend, someone with a complicated past, and a magical prodigy whose skills ranked among the best, even in the fixer world. As a member of a modern aristocratic family, she had both the means and the intent to purchase the orb. This is bad. If she wins the auction, how am I supposed to extract the fragment from inside the orb? Tamamo's magical prowess was terrifying, even by fixer standards. If the winner had been someone ordinary, I might have been able to sneak into their room at night and steal the fragment. But sneaking into the room of someone like her, the student council president of the prestigious International Academy? The difficulty was astronomically high. 3, 2, 1. The bidding is closed. The winner of the Grand Mage's Orb is bidder number 276 with 310 million credits. Congratulations. Clap, clap, clap. No surprises there. Bidder number 33 had reached her financial limit, and the orb was sold to Tamamo for 310 million credits. The crowd erupted into applause, the noise echoing throughout the hall. For most attendees, watching the bidding war itself was likely entertaining, even if they had no chance of winning. But for me, knowing that a high school student could casually drop 310 million credits was staggering. Honestly, it was a little envious, too. Wow, amazing. That number 276 person is incredible. 310 million credits, they must be ridiculously rich, Alice murmured to herself, completely unaware that number 276 was Tamamo, whom we'd seen earlier. Meanwhile, I was grappling with the impossibility of retrieving the fragment from the orb now that it was in her hands. However, the situation shifted in an instant. From the darkened floor of the auction hall, faint wisps of smoke began to rise. At first, I thought it might be some sort of theatrical effect, but then I heard the unmistakable sounds of people collapsing in their seats. Ugh! Gas! Kya! Everyone, get up! I jumped to my feet, my eyes darting around the room. What I saw made the gravity of the situation clear. A group of people without masks had suddenly burst into the hall, while several attendees lay motionless on the ground, likely unconscious. Those still awake were panicked, screaming as chaos erupted around them. It didn't take a genius to realize this was a full-blown crisis. A faint smoke rose from below, while people collapsed to the ground, powerless. The stage was blindingly bright, yet the light illuminating the outside was far too weak. Amidst the sinking darkness, countless shadows tangled together in a chaotic mess. This something was definitely going wrong. Almost at the same time I came to that conclusion, Alice shouted beside me. Yuria. Sabrina. Hold your breath for a moment. We're getting out of here right now. Without hesitation, Alice firmly tucked both me and Sabrina under her arms. It felt like we were nothing more than luggage, but this was an undeniable emergency. There was no time to fuss over minor details. Even if we looked a bit ridiculous, it was better to get out of here as quickly as possible. Fortunately, thanks to my countless past experiences, I managed to keep my composure. I obediently took a shallow breath along with Sabrina. Hup, here we go. Tat-tat. After taking about 3 steps for momentum, Alice leapt powerfully upward. Her leg strength was unbelievable. I barely had time to blink before the ceiling was right in front of us. Well, she was someone strong enough to stop a moving car with pure physical power, without any magic. Carrying 2 kids under her arms was probably no different from holding a couple of stuffed dolls. Besides, all that massive amount of food she consumed must have been to maintain this body. Thinking about it that way, I suddenly felt grateful for all the times she stuffed her cheeks full of food. Coming through. Swoosh. Kicking off the ceiling and walls several times, Alice slipped through the exit without a single obstacle in her way. With one knee bent, she slid effortlessly through a small gap in the doorway before it could completely close. Wait, she moved that fast, and yet not a single person got brushed by even a strand of fabric? Her physical abilities were beyond amazing, something a weakling like me could never hope to imitate. As I dangled from her side, I clapped my hands in admiration. Then, I suddenly made eye contact with Sabrina, who was also clapping in the same rhythm as me. Lately, it felt like we were somehow syncing up more and more. Was it just my imagination? Haha, thanks. I'll set you down now. This area seems to be free of gas, so it should be safe to breathe. Ah, yes. Thank you. Hoo-ha, hoo-ha. I took deep breaths, filling my lungs with fresh outside air, savoring every bit of it. Of course, the area outside the auction felt warmer than inside, so it was less like stepping out and more like walking into another indoor space. Arg. Someone collapsed. It's toxic gas. Move. Everyone, get out of the way. Don't block the path. Hurry up and get outside. While we were regaining our composure, it seemed the people inside had finally grasped the situation. The exit of the auction had erupted into utter chaos. No wonder, people had suddenly inhaled the gas and collapsed unconscious. Instinctively sensing danger, they were frantically trying to escape, a perfectly natural reaction. But with all other entrances and exits locked for security, everyone was pushing and shoving, fighting to squeeze through the only available exit. If Alice hadn't been here, we might have been stuck inside too, trapped in that crowd with no way out. Just imagining it was enough to send a chill down my spine. At this rate, people are going to get hurt. Watching this scene unfold, Alice's face twisted in frustration as she muttered to herself. She was right, if this continued, the stampede would end up being more dangerous than the gas itself. Some fixers stationed nearby were struggling to control the situation, but perhaps because none of them were particularly famous or influential, the chaos showed no signs of settling down. Wait a minute, where's Victor? If anyone could calm this mess down, it'd be him. A sudden thought struck me, and I glanced around, but the familiar sight of his spiky blonde hair was nowhere to be found. Given what we discussed at the restaurant earlier, Victor should have been well prepared for a situation like this. So why? Victor is a top-tier fixer among top-tier fixers. He wouldn't just let his guard down and leave his post for no reason. That means there had to be something preventing him from protecting the Enigma auction. No matter how I looked at it, that was the only possible conclusion. But even if I sensed something was off, it didn't change what was happening in front of me. The auction exit was still a war zone, and the number of casualties was only increasing as time passed. Perhaps Alice had also realized the gravity of the situation. With a serious expression, she took a deep breath, suppressing her emotions. Then, after glancing at both me and Sabrina, she spoke firmly. Both of you, stay close and don't go too far. And Sabrina, I'll lend you my communicator. Contact Raven and update him on the situation. Then, get in touch with your brother, David, too. Oh, okay. I mean, yes. I'll do that. Alice's sharp, commanding tone left no room for hesitation. The usual soft and playful air around her was completely gone. What remained was pure authority and charisma. It was so intense that Sabrina, startled, could only nod repeatedly in agreement. But perhaps Alice found her reaction adorable. She suddenly dropped the stern facade, flashing a bright smile at both of us before dashing toward the exit. Then, In an ear-splitting voice, she roared at the top of her lungs. Everyone, stop moving. After all, a voice was nothing more than sound waves created by vibrating vocal cords. And with vocal cords as strong as her arms, Alice's voice rang out like a megaphone blasting at full volume. It was a force so overwhelming that even those gripped by fear and panic couldn't help but freeze. Once she had their full attention, she raised one arm high and shouted in a calm yet firm voice. Stay calm. Pushing and shoving will only slow things down. Follow the fixer's instructions and evacuate in an orderly manner. Everyone will get out safely. W8 Who are you to start giving orders? This is a direct order from double number fixer Victor, to protect everyone at this auction. If you refuse to comply, we will have no choice but to knock you out and save you by force. Alice lied so smoothly, not even a hint of hesitation in her voice. Her unwavering gaze burned as she looked over the tangled mess of people at the exit. Perhaps it was the sheer intensity of her stare, the kind that promised she would break arms and legs if necessary to get people out safely. The ones who had initially resisted her sudden intervention hesitated, then slowly began following her orders. After all, they had seen Victor in the hotel earlier, and the other fixers, who had been trying to minimize casualties from the start, quickly backed Alice up, guiding people toward the exit. Phew, at least now there wouldn't be a disaster at the exit. As I quietly watched Alice take command, her voice cutting through the chaos, Sabrina furrowed her brows in frustration beside me. Yuria, what do we do? Raven's not answering. Something must have happened. Raven wasn't answering now of all times? He specifically told me to contact him if there was an emergency. Well, guess what? This is an emergency. I crossed my arms, lost in thought. Victor was missing. Now Raven too. My instincts about this situation were spot on. That meant we needed to alert David and Renee immediately. I formed round barriers with my hands over my head, a silent signal to Sabrina to contact David instead. Thankfully, she understood right away and started dialing him. Huh? My brother's not answering either? David wasn't picking up either? If it were just Raven, maybe I wouldn't think much of it. But David, too? There was no way David, who had been out on a date with Renee, would suddenly go radio silent. A strange unease settled in my chest. I quickly pulled out Echo from my pocket and asked directly, Echo, is the hotel's communication being jammed? Yes. A strong interference signal is currently flooding the hotel. Any electronic device relying on radio waves will likely be unusable. Jamming signals, huh? Just a few minutes ago, we were using the electronic auction system just fine. That meant the interference had started around the same time the suspicious smoke filled the auction hall. So that was why we couldn't reach Raven or David. And it also explained why no external support had arrived despite all the commotion. Hey, but I bet whoever planned this mess has no idea that I have Echo, something completely unaffected by their interference. Smirking inwardly, I prepared to send a message through Echo. But then, my fingers froze. I had just realized something crucial. I can't send a proper message asking for help because of that damn curse. Even if I managed to get the message through, it would be meaningless. Raven and David wouldn't even be able to tell where we were. This was a huge problem. Some sort of communication blocking curse seemed to be affecting me. Even if I bypassed the jamming and sent an email, it would be useless. Worse, if anyone discovered Echo's ability to ignore hacking attempts, it could lead to even more dangerous misunderstandings. That meant the best course of action right now was, I clenched Echo tightly in my hand, lost in deep thought. But unfortunately, there was no time to keep thinking. Because just then, a new commotion erupted at the exit Alice was controlling. Arg. My shoulder. Kya. Someone got stabbed all of a sudden. DCH. Stay calm, please, stay calm. What the hell just happened? I whipped my head toward the noise, just in time to see Alice forcefully pinning down a struggling person. Was another incident unfolding over there? Sabrina and I watched anxiously as the chaotic scene unfolded. Then, Alice suddenly tightened her grip, choking the struggling person unconscious before urgently shouting to the nearby fixers. Be careful not to inhale too much gas. If you breathe in too much, you'll lose your sanity and start attacking those around you. It was an absolutely shocking revelation. A gas that made people lose their sanity and go berserk upon inhalation. Was it something like rabies or a rage virus? Either way, it was a serious problem. The people still trapped inside the Enigma auction were, without a doubt, innocent civilians who needed to be protected. This incident wasn't some shady illegal operation, it was a normal auction. The attendees were simply victims who had been unfairly caught up in this disaster. But the moment they inhaled the gas and started losing control, they were no longer just victims. They became threats that had to be dealt with. And to make matters worse, they had to be subdued quickly without causing injury, all before the number of casualties grew any further. A nightmare scenario with near impossible conditions. Hurry. Get outside. You can't afford to inhale any more of this gas. Run for it. We're all gonna die. We're gonna DE. Alice swiftly subdued a rampaging man with a sleeper hold. Without a moment's hesitation, she raised her voice and continued guiding people toward the exit. But inside the auction hall, more and more people were losing control. The chaos, once fully ignited, wasn't about to die down anytime soon. The number of victims kept rising. This is bad. We have to help Alice. Even from a distance, it was clear how serious the situation was. Sabrina, her face pale with shock, tried to rush toward Alice. Or at least, she would have, if I hadn't thrown myself at her waist, clinging to her with all my strength. What are you doing, Yuria? If this keeps up, Alice. Sabrina barely managed to keep her balance, looking down at me in confusion and frustration. She probably thought that even for someone as strong as Alice, dealing with a horde of berserk people was too much. That it was only logical to jump in and help. But she was only seeing half the picture. I pointed toward the other fixers near Alice, directing her attention. Guck cough. Mask, I need a gas mask. Hey! Snap out of it. Ugh. Don't tell me even the fixers inhaled too much gas? Several fixers were on their knees, clutching their throats. Some had collapsed entirely, gripping their heads as if suffering from an unbearable headache. They had been standing at the exit, talking non-stop while managing the crowd. Naturally, they had been exposed to the gas leaking from inside. Even skilled fixers, capable of resisting most drugs and magic, couldn't endure it. If they couldn't, there was no way Sabrina, who was merely physically strong, would stand a chance. And judging by the way she bit her lip and broke into a cold sweat, she understood that all too well. Damn it, Alice. That said, she wasn't wrong. The gas was still spreading, driving more people into a frenzy. Dozens, no, hundreds, of civilians had to be evacuated through a cramped exit. And the only one holding the situation together right now was Alice. Even if Raven or Victor were here, it would be overwhelming. Trying to protect rampaging civilians while keeping them from harming others? Unless you were absurdly skilled, it was a near impossible disaster to control. Well, at least, in my case, dealing with gas attacks wasn't exactly a bad matchup. Alright. That was enough analysis. No one was paying attention to me right now. This was my chance to act. I released my grip on Sabrina's waist and stood up. Then, making sure only she could see, I subtly lifted my mask and pressed a finger to my lips. Sabrina already knew I could use psychokinesis. This was a silent request, asking her to keep my identity hidden and prevent any unnecessary interference. Got it, Yuria. Hide behind me. Thankfully, she understood immediately. With a firm nod, she positioned herself like a shield, keeping watch on our surroundings while ensuring no one had a clear view of me. This way, even if someone looked over, I wouldn't seem suspicious. After confirming there were no prying eyes, I focused, drawing out my psychokinesis properly for the first time in a while. Then, extending an invisible hand connected to my body, I reached out and pulled the thick, spreading smoke downward toward the floor. I don't need to solve everything. As long as people stop inhaling the gas, they'll be able to escape safely. After all, the situation had only escalated because more and more people kept breathing in the gas and losing control. If I could suppress the gas and prevent new victims, that alone would significantly reduce the damage. And perhaps the people managing the evacuation had noticed the change. Alice, who had been directing the crowd with a tense expression, widened her eyes and sharply scanned her surroundings. After struggling with the swirling gas earlier, it must have been a shock to see it suddenly sink to the ground. She was probably wondering who was responsible for this. Luckily, she didn't seem to suspect me. But given how urgent the situation was, she must have decided to drop the matter and focus on the evacuation instead. Raising her voice, she called out to the panicked crowd. Everyone, stay calm. The gas has settled. It's safe now. Please follow the instructions and head toward the exit. Hearing her, the frenzied people finally seemed to register the thick smoke lying low on the ground. Even those who had been aggressively shoving others aside in a desperate bid to escape calmed down and began following an orderly exit. Fortunately, there were no further disturbances. With the revived fixers assisting in the evacuation, the flow of people leaving the auction was finally reaching its end. At this pace, everyone who was still in control of their faculties would soon be outside. As I directed the gas toward the windows, making it flow out of the building, a sudden scream erupted from within. Then, through the gaps between the fleeing people, a dark shadow lunged forward. Kreia. Blood. I need blood. What the hell? This person. The dark figure was a girl with long black hair cascading down to her waist. She looked about high school age, but her rolling eyes and drooling mouth made it clear she was far from normal. Like a wolf, the black-haired girl sprang at Alice. Alice barely had time to react. Forced on the defensive, she raised her arms just in time to block the attack and tumbled backward. Alice. I'm fine. Fixers, get the remaining evacuees out of the auction hall. Grrrr. Trying to reassure Sabrina, Alice wrestled the frenzied girl down with raw strength. Even among her peers, Alice possessed an overwhelmingly superior physique. A surprise attack might have thrown her off balance, but if it came down to brute force, she wouldn't lose. But as I continued suppressing the gas, I realized something. The girl's face looked familiar. I had never seen her in person before, but I knew her. She was a character from the original storyline. That's the Academy's disciplinary committee chair. Come to think of it, the Academy's student council president, Tamamo, was attending this auction. If she was here, then it wasn't strange for the disciplinary chair to be with her. Wait a minute. If she's lost control like this, does that mean Tamamo, the genius magician, is in a similar state? That would be bad. As I tried to make sense of the rapidly escalating situation, the disciplinary chair, still pinned under Alice, let out a furious shriek. Then, in a frenzied struggle, she extended sharp claws from her fingertips and swung wildly. Kya! Damn it! Seriously? How can someone capable of using magic fall victim to a guess? Those black, glowing claws weren't just sharp, they were magic. They looked hot, but they didn't actually generate heat. Instead, they were a form of dark magic designed to maximize cutting power. Alice cursed and, realizing the danger, kicked the girl off her, putting distance between them. The disciplinary chair's claws, now lacking a target, instead carved deep gouges into the floor and walls, showcasing their sheer destructive power. As expected of a student from the Academy, a prestigious international institution that gathered the most talented young elites from around the world. Even though she was currently out of control due to the gas, Alice couldn't afford to let her guard down. If Alice had her twin swords with her, she'd have the advantage. But right now, with only her bare hands while the other side could freely use magic, she was at a clear disadvantage. Should I step in and help Alice? No. If I let go of the gas now, more people will be affected. It's better to get rid of the gas first. For now, I have to trust Alice to handle this. I reaffirmed my course of action and quickly funneled the remaining gas out of the building through the windows. Once I clear the gas, I can focus on helping Alice, or whatever comes next. Meanwhile, fixers continued facing off against the dazed, staggering victims stumbling out of the auction hall, their sanity long lost. Among them were not only civilians but also some beast folk, and even fixers who had succumbed to the gas. Come on, you guys hold out somehow. I'm counting on you. But seriously, what was this gas? And where the hell was everyone else? The situation was getting worse by the second, and I was getting really sick of it. That is for today here on Chapter 102. We end this video. In the next video we continue this with Chapter 103. Till then, bye.